river, and she went ashore in irons with Anne Gower. She would wear Ikey's Waterloo medallion about her neck. For she knew, whatever happened to her, she would survive. The words, "I shall never surrender," inscribed not only on Ikey's medal, but forever on her heart. They would bring Mary Abacus to a new and astonishing beginning upon the fatal shore. Book 2. Van Diemen's Land. Chapter 19. The Destiny II lay at anchor in the D'Entrecasteaux Channel, waiting for the morning tide to take it upriver to Hobart Town. They had lain at anchor during the night, for the often shallow and treacherous channel waters, even though they appeared calm under the bright moon, were not to be embarked upon beyond sunset. The morning was a smoky colour, with a thin mist shrouding the surface of the water, and the prisoners, gathered on deck for muster, clasped their arms about their chests against the cold. They had been roused at dawn with the familiar, "Rouse out there! Turn out! Turn out! Huzzah! Huzzah!" and the words new to their ears resounded through the boat. "Going ashore! Huzzah for the shore!" This was the last muster of the voyage, and the cold could do nothing to conceal their excitement. On the starboard side, the black rocks and the cliffs of Bruny Island appeared most forbidding, and their uninviting nature seemed to pervade the leaden-coloured landscape on either side of the ship. But when the sun came up, not much past the hour of 6, the sky was soon a clean high blue, somewhat darker than the tropical skies they'd grown accustomed to, and colder, a touch of ice in its high dome. The incoming tide was beginning to slap at the stern of the Destiny II, when Joshua Smiles, with the ever-present Potbottom at his side, stood to address the female prisoners. Smiles constantly rubbed his palms down the front of his frock coat, avoiding direct eye contact with any of the prisoners. From his coat he produced a tiny square of paper, folded many times upon itself, which he commenced to unfold in a slow and tentative manner, each corner lifted as if he expected the words to leap off the paper and harm him. The women in the front row observing him at this silly task began to giggle. Finally, with the page fully opened, he began to read in a most lugubrious voice. "I, Joshua Templeton Smiles, Surgeon Superintendent of the prisoner ship Destiny II, do on this 18th day of October in the year of our Lord 1827 declare—" He glanced up from the page, his height enabling him to look over the heads of the assembled convicts towards an unseen Hobart 30 miles away. Then he slowly brought his eyes back to the pages held in his fist. "That with the notable exception of a handful of refractory and turbulent spirits, you have behaved well, and I have marked your reports accordingly." He paused again and cleared his throat. "But for 2 prisoners who have shown themselves to be profligate wretches and designing blasphemous whores throughout this voyage." Pleased to have surmounted this last statement, he continued more slowly. "I have therefore made recommendation to His Excellency Colonel Arthur, Lieutenant Governor of Van Diemen's Land, that with the exception of these 2 prisoners, you all be placed into service with the families of settlers as soon as this may be conveniently arranged." There was a collective gasp, and then a swelling murmur of excitement among the female convicts, who had not known what to expect upon arrival, but who had, as is usually the case, feared the worst rumours circulating on board during the voyage. Many of the convicts had worked as domestic servants in England, and saw this arrangement as ideal, their immediate hope being that they might attract a considerate and kind master. "Those 2 prisoners who will not be granted this privilege will be conveyed in light irons to the female factory, where their vile natures and ardour of their blasphemous utterances might be cooled to a more silent, pleasing, and obedient temperature. These 2 wretches, who Mr. Potbottom informs me are well acquainted to you all as troublemakers, will not be granted the privilege of remaining on deck to witness our arrival, nor allowed to be present at the governor's inspection, but will be placed instead in the coal-hole as a final gesture of our Christian contempt." "I am not mocked, saith the Lord," Potbottom shouted gleefully. "Mary Habagus and Anne Gower! Now step you forward at once!" A flock of bright green parrots flew over the ship, calling raucously as though in a mocking welcome. Mary, determined to show no emotion, watched as the rising sun caught the gloss on the wings of the beautiful birds as they drew away from the ship. She had seen a flock of parrots fly overhead as they sailed out of Rio de Janeiro. Now here they were again. Mary smiled as Anne Gower came up to her. Then she opened her arms and embraced her, the smaller woman holding the much larger one clasped to her thin chest. Mary looked over Anne Gower's shoulder at Joshua Smiles, and to her own surprise she heard herself say, "Hear you, Joshua Smiles? We are the women of this new land. You cannot defeat us, because we will never again surrender to the sanctimonious tyranny of your kind." She paused momentarily and pointed her crooked finger at the surgeon superintendent. "God is not mocked." It was late into the afternoon when the hatch to the coal hole was opened, and Mary and Anne Gower were allowed to emerge onto the deck. Their eyes, grown accustomed to the pitch darkness, were at first blinded by the brightness of the afternoon light. The Destiny II had anchored late in the morning in Sullivan's Cove, and the last of the prisoners were being cleared to disembark. Now, as Mary and Anne Gower stood on the deck, they observed a town of quite harmonious appearance. Built on the water's edge and rising steeply back from the government wharf, Hobart contained many well-constructed buildings of stone and brick, and its streets were straight and broad. Several large native trees, saved from the builder's axe, gave the town an appearance of permanence which belied its recent development. It was then that Mary, her eyes adjusted to the spring sunshine, glanced well beyond the waterfront to where Hobart Town climbed upon an ever steeper slope, and saw the mountain. It rose into the ice-blue sky, fully 4,000 feet above her, its great rounded dome covered in late snow. Mary gasped, bringing her hand to her chest, her heart pounding. This morning she had seen the parrots fly over her head, and now, as in Rio de Janeiro, she had been given the gift of the great mountain. "It all begins now, with the green birds and the magic mountain," she whispered to herself. "The luck begins for me. Whatever may follow, I swear I shall never knowingly surrender it again." As if it were a catechism, she repeated the words on the Waterloo medal. "I shall never surrender." What followed was a most tedious induction by the muster-master, who sat at a table further along the deck, a canvas canopy having been built above his bald head to keep the sun at bay. He was in a most churlish mood, having been at his task several hours, and snapped at the two convicts to step forward. Each in turn was made to stand before him while he completed their records. They were fortunate to have missed the visit on board by the Lieutenant Governor, for it proved a tedious and long-winded occasion. The prisoners had been paraded on board and made to stand a full hour on deck before the great man, seated on a handsome black stallion, arrived at the government wharf. Colonel George Arthur dismounted to a short, sharp roll from a kettledrum and a salute by a platoon of troopers in scarlet jackets. Ignoring the large crowd, he stepped into a longboat, where he stood upright in a stiff military manner as he was rowed to the vessel. Once on board, he lost no time with pleasantries, nodding brusquely at the master and officers, and grunting, "Well done." Then turning to Joshua Smiles, he shook his hand in a cursory manner, acknowledging him with the single word, "Surgeon." This may well have been a deliberate attempt to exert his authority, for Colonel George Arthur was short in stature, and came not much beyond the belt of the surgeon superintendent. Although his exceedingly short legs did not hinder him in a frock coat, whenever he appeared in full vice-regal uniform or in a military deck-out, his sword would drag along the ground as he walked. He was a man of rigid formality, who would not entertain the possibility of a sword trimmed to less than regulation size, and so he always inspected his troops on horseback, selecting a large and fiery stallion for this purpose. The governor tucked his small hands behind the tail of his deep blue frock coat, and commenced to stride up and down the assembled ranks of convicts. "The hearts of every man and woman are desperately wicked, and there is but one means of salvation. This be to have faith in the Lord and in Christ's crucifixion. You will attend church regularly and twice on Sunday. That is an order." All his entreaties and warnings were completed crisply and without prevarication, enumerating in exact detail what he regarded as both good and bad behaviour, and giving a dozen examples of each. The ultimate result of good behaviour was the prospect of an early ticket of leave, of bad, the certain demise of the repeatedly offending prisoner. Suddenly Arthur stopped pacing and pointed across the narrow strip of water, separating the ship from the shore, to beyond the crowds waiting on the wharf, and further still, to some point imagined on the steep road leading up the hill. "As you come ashore on the way to the female factory, you will pass a gibbet. There you will observe that the two corpses which hang from it are male. We have not yet on this island hanged a woman by the neck, but that is not to say we cannot." The governor paused for the effects of his words to sink in. "I implore you all to look well how they hang, and to take great care to ensure that your destiny upon this island does not converge with that of these two unfortunate wretches." Colonel Arthur pulled himself to his full stature. "I will have you know that since I assumed this office, fully 150 prisoners have been capitally convicted and executed. I tell you now, I am a fair man, but there is no mercy for those who will not observe the spirit and the letter of the law in its most infinite detail." Colonel Arthur cast a cold eye over the prisoners. "Do not disappoint me, for I warn you, I am not a man who takes well to disappointment." Now, several hours after the governor had departed, Mary and Anne Gower were subjected to a most thorough interrogation by the muster-master, no doubt occasioned by his fear of the governor himself. He was a small, balding, bespectacled man, of a most pernickety clerical appearance, with an abundance of grey hair sprouting from his ears, who scratched the answers to his sharp and practised questions in a large black book, which bore upon its gold-embossed cover the title Conduct Register. It was this book which ruled the lives of every prisoner on the island, from whence came the expression, "I am in his black books," to mean that things do not go well for someone. Colonel Arthur fervently believed that every convict should be strictly accounted for, and that the course of their lives, from the day of a prisoner's landing to that of their emancipation or death, should be written down. It was necessary, therefore, that every particular concerning a convict should be registered on their day of arrival, and before they were taken ashore. Mary's description was accordingly written down. Light straw-coloured hair, green eyes, placed wide apart, scar on left cheek, brow high, hands badly deformed, black-blue in colour, height 5 feet and 2 inches, skin fair, face clear, no pox-pitting, comely in appearance. Next followed details on her crime and the events surrounding it, her non-marital status, date and place of birth, trade, next of kin and religion. Mary's literacy and numeracy were noted, and both these tested, and a sample of her handwriting added to the records. At the conclusion of her writing and numeracy test, the muster-master had said, not unkindly, "I hope you behaves yourself, prisoner Abacus. Orphan School be most pleased to have you there, would." "Orphan School?" Mary said, suddenly alert. "There be a school here for brats what's not owned?" "Wesleyan, not Church of England. Don't know that much teaching be done, though. I could put in a word." He paused, and then added, "Got any, he coughed lightly and grinned. "Gold? A sovereign, perhaps?" Mary sighed. "Blimey. For a moment there I thought you was all heart, sir." The muster-master shook his head. "No art to be found in these parts, only money. All the art you want's if you can pay for it." He cleared his throat and pursed his lips, suddenly conscious of his position. Then he resumed writing. "Be there a library, sir?" Mary asked. The muster-master looked up over the top of his spectacles. "Mrs. Dean runs the circulating library. Books to hire. There's no books for convicts, though. Mrs. Dean don't have no dealings with convicts." At the conclusion of the interrogation, Mary was allocated a police number. Being kindly disposed to numbers, she was delighted to find hers was number 7752. In her mind, she immediately converted this to 3 sevens, which she knew to be astonishingly good luck. Abacus Mary, female convict, number 7752, became, together with the name of her ship, as affixed as her surname for the entire period of Mary's sentence. Once these preliminaries were completed, Mary and Anne Gower were issued with new clothing. These consisted of a cotton gown of cheap coarse material, a petticoat, jacket and apron, and a straw bonnet. Large yellow C's were marked in a prominent place upon each article of clothing. Though this was not necessary, the outfit itself bespoke a prisoner as surely as if it had been patterned with arrows. Those possessions they still had on board were taken from them, though Mary was careful to conceal Ikey's medal in her prisoner's purse, safely tucked away in its usual place. She was able to persuade the prisoner matron to allow her to retain her beloved abacus and her papier-mâché crown, but her precious copy of Gulliver's Travels was taken from her. The two women were then placed in light irons and ferried ashore. Here they were met by a lone trooper and marched under guard up Macquarie Street to the female factory. On the way they passed the two men hanging from a gibbet, though Mary did not look. Her mind was filled with anticipation of a new land, and she did not need so ready a reminder of where she had come from.
"Poor bastard,"
Anne Gower spat.
"Looks like nothing has changed."
"No, Anne. You must see it differently. Everything has changed for us, everything,"
Mary said. The female factory was abutted to the male jail, forming a part of it and separated by a 12-foot wall. In all, it consisted of only 4 rooms. The sleeping rooms had a total capacity of 50 women, 30 in one and 20 in the other. The sick room could accommodate another 9 bodies, and the workroom another 40. At this point, the factory was fully accommodated in terms most onerous to the comfortable accommodation of the inmates. With the addition of the women and children from the Destiny 2, it was crowded almost to the point of suffocation. The prison yard could hold 40 prisoners at one time, but could not be used at night for the cold, and besides was at all times most dreadfully befouled. Mary and Anne Gower soon found themselves placed, without ceremony or further processing beyond their names being registered, in the larger of the 2 sleeping rooms, which contained 50 of their shipmates, all of whom, it became immediately apparent, were in a high state of excitement. They had been told that they would be assigned and collected the very next day, each to the family of a married settler, where they would work their sentences out as domestic servants, cooks, dairymaids or nursemaids. As these vocations were to be readily found among their numbers, they had cause to entertain great hopes for a good future. Even those not previously exposed to the particularities of domestic work were confident that they would soon learn the tricks of the trade, having been put to scrubbing, cleaning, sewing and laundry work on board ship. The women loudly cheered Mary and Anne Gower as they entered, crowding around them and offering their sincerest condolences for the severity of their sentences. But it was apparent that while both women were greatly admired for their courage, each convict thought herself fortunate not to be sentenced to remain as a refractory prisoner in the female factory. On that first overwhelmingly happy evening ashore, despite the insalubrious environment, the prospect of a good clean life seemed very possible. Each silently marvelled at the good fortune that had landed her upon the fatal shore. They did not yet comprehend that the settler became their absolute master, and they his official slaves, a system which openly encouraged the most shocking abuse. The masters of Van Diemen's Land counted few among them who contained a tincture of compassion in their callous and self-serving natures. The penal system was designed from the beginning to work in 3 ways, all of which were intended to place the least expense upon the government. The first was to put the responsibility for the care and maintenance of convicts into private hands. This saved money and provided the second advantage, a source of cheap labour for the free settlers, who were largely responsible for opening up the land. Finally, it was intended to be a useful tool of reform by removing the convict from others of her own kind, separating her from the temptations, bad influence and vices which inevitably flowed from close confinement with her sisters. In this way it was argued that the convict woman would be given the opportunity to gain self-respect, mend the error of her ways, and re-enter society as a sober, God-fearing and useful citizen. The convict prisoner had no set working hours, was not allowed out at night, must reside in her master's house, could not labour for herself in her free time, if ever such were granted to her, and could not move off the master's property without a pass. She must wear at all times a convict's uniform, though most seemed to find a way around this. To all this was added the single concession that a master could not punish his convict servant, but had recourse to a magistrate should he have cause for complaint. The prisoner had little redress of her own. Though permitted to give evidence against her master, she was seldom believed unless a free settler was prepared to bear witness for her cause. This was a situation which rarely prevailed, while its converse, brutality and exploitation, was a daily occurrence. But here too lay a paradox. While only magistrates could punish, most officers of the law were in a quandary to know what to do with females who required punishment. Constant and severe punishment, as might have been the case in England, would have defeated the unwritten reason why women were sent to Van Diemen's Land, to stabilise the colony through marriage and concubinage. It was silently held that the crimes a female committed brought little permanent harm and posed no danger to society, consisting mostly of absconding, being drunk and disorderly, insolence, fighting, refusing to work, being out without a pass after hours, immoral conduct, and minor pilfering. Whereas a male convict might be given 200 lashes of the cat o' nine until his flesh was flayed from his back for minor offences, a female convict could not be flogged. Under Governor Arthur's rigid system of order, punishment for a crime other than stealing the property of another was seldom physical. Instead, confinement to jail and hard labour were imposed. This largely consisted of working at the male prisoner's wash tub, or cleaning the prison slop buckets and water closets. If harsher punishment were deemed necessary, a female convict would receive solitary confinement on bread and water for a week, the cropping of her hair, and be placed in the public stocks for an hour or two. For the truly incorrigible, when all of these remedies had failed, an iron collar, a device which fitted about the prisoner's neck and weighed 7 pounds, was worn for 2 days to publicly point to the infamy of the wretch who carried it. These remedies, when compared to the treatment of convict men, were undoubtedly exceedingly mild, especially as it was generally held that the female convict was far more difficult to reform than the male, her general characteristics being immodesty, drunkenness, and foul language, though, of course, this was a male assertion, and not to be entirely trusted. While official leniency may have existed for the female of the species, no such thing was true of the unofficial behaviour of men towards women. Van Diemen's Land was a brutal society, and violence towards women was so common as to place a female convict who was thought to be of little worth in constant jeopardy. Rapes were frequent, and brutal bashings of females were as commonplace as a Saturday night tavern fight. Settlers returning home drunk would beat their female servants, sometimes crippling or even killing them. The body was usually dumped on the outskirts of Hobart Town, and the murder would then be simply explained by reporting the prisoner as missing. It is doubtful that the less stringent laws Arthur imposed on females were very successful in reforming them. But there was danger enough abroad for any convict woman, and fear of the law was the least of her concerns, nor observance of it likely to make her life any easier. Only the threat of being sent to the interior seemed to have any real effect. No greater fear existed in these city-bred women than that they should find themselves in the wilderness of the interior, where the cruelty of the men who lived as woodcutters in the forests was the subject of many fearful and gruesome tales told in the taverns and the disorderly houses of Hobart Town. In short, then, although Mary's confinement to the female factory might have seemed the harsher sentence, assignment to a settler was not the easy ride so fondly imagined by Mary's shipmates. The moment Mary had heard of the existence of the orphan's school, she had determined to gain a post within it as a teacher. The orphan school housed the children who, shortly after birth, had been separated from their mothers. They were, for the most part, the children of assigned convicts. The women were routinely returned to the female factory by their masters, always with the story that the prisoner had been absent without a pass and had become pregnant while whoring. Hobart was full of orphan brats, who bore a remarkable resemblance to many a settler's family. The child would be born at the factory, which also acted as a maternity hospital, and taken from its mother the moment it was weaned. Arthur considered the female convicts the very last persons to whom children ought to be entrusted. The mother would then be detained in the female factory to be punished for her licentious and drunken ways, and after serving her additional sentence, either returned to her original master or assigned to another. The children who had come to the island with their convict mothers, and who were not convicts themselves, were simply allowed to stay in the factory with their mothers, as few settlers would entertain the prospect of another mouth to feed. They became wild creatures who wandered about the town and learnt to pick pockets, bring in contraband, mostly tobacco and grog, and soon became rapscallions and petty thieves of the worst possible kind. Many of them were hardened criminals before they had reached the age of 10. Mary would capture the hearts of these prison children with her stories, and teach those who would submit to learning to read and write. She would also use them in quite another way, which was to earn her great power and respect among the other female inmates. Mary was put to work in the prison bakery. This was not brought about by her intelligence or any skill she possessed, but because of her hands. They were thought to be too mutilated to be useful at any of the other tasks, while kneading dough was considered within her limited capacity. It was a decision which, together with the requirement that Mary work 2 afternoons a week in the prison allotment, would give the direction to her future life. The allotment, an acre on the slopes of Mount Wellington, was used to grow potatoes, cabbages, and some Indian corn, 2 of these most fortuitously being vegetables with a use beyond the platter, though a use not in the least contemplated by the prison officials. Chapter 20. Ikey had £813 on him. Some of this was the remainder of the money paid to him in Birmingham by Maggie the Colour and Silas Brown, and some furnished by Hannah as a ploy to convince him of her sincerity in aiding his intended escape. It was sufficient to pay his fare to America from Denmark, as well as allowing him to stock up on merchandise likely to be in short supply in the New World. Ikey, always a dreamer and schemer, saw America as a land of rich pickings for a man of his character and talent. It was his intention to land with a portmanteau stuffed with merchandise to confound the locals. Alas, this was not to be, the prices for these articles in Denmark being too high at the shop front, and besides, it was against Ikey's principles to purchase goods which afforded only a small margin of profit. It had not yet occurred to him that the Danish Jews might not speak Yiddish, or contain a Jewish criminal class, who would furnish the merchandise he required direct from the fob pockets of the unsuspecting citizenry, and therefore at prices a lot more competitive than those obtainable in wholesale jewellery emporiums. So Ikey took the first ship he could find, bound for New York. Though his hands were empty, his head was full of plans for a life lived on the straight and narrow path as a merchant jeweller.
This is the end of CD 10. The story will continue on CD 11. CD 11.
The crossing was rough and utterly miserable. In late February, the Atlantic swells were large and frequent gales whipped the tops of the steel-coloured waves into a fury of howling white spray. The small 3-masted packet was tossed like a cork, seemingly all the way to the mouth of the Hudson River. On a cold March morning, with dirty islands of late ice still floating on the river, the ship anchored at the immigration wharf at Castle Gardens. By early afternoon, Ikey had paid his entry fee, been subjected to a smallpox vaccination, and was allowed to step onto the streets of New York, as free as an English lark. It is a part of the human imagination to carry in our minds pictures of places we have heard or read about, pictures which have no substance other than the bricks and mortar of pure speculation. Ikey had expected New York to be a city not unlike London, though perhaps more primitive, for New York too lay on a great river, and spoke the English tongue with a strange half-Irish intonation. As an English Jew, Ikey had assumed that he would fit in snugly enough. After all, the Jews of his world were street traders and merchants, and of a naturally talkative and friendly disposition, with the inclination to congregate together, marry among themselves, and on those several pious occasions, such as Passover, Rosh Hashanah, and Yom Kippur, to share their faith. They would also attend synagogue on the Sabbath as brothers, according to the ancient laws of Abraham, the prophets, and the rabbinical creed. Being a Jew, while being a matter of religion and orthodoxy, was also one of temperament. A Jew does not expect any but his own kind to understand him. Being Jewish is not something you wear outwardly like a badge. Rather, it is something you feel inwardly. It is as if your heart beats to a different cadence. This is as true of the Jew who is a villain as it is of one who is a rabbi. The smell of a chicken soup fart with noodles is absolutely 100% unmistakably Jewish. If you should be making chicken soup, delicious chicken soup, and you wish to make it Jewish, maybe you could try making these noodles. Beat 2 eggs with a bit of pepper and salt. Add flour until it is a stiff paste. Flour a cutting board, then roll out the paste until it is very thin. Allow to dry for 2 hours. Now cut the dough into strips about 3 inches long by 1 inch wide. Stack and cut again into match-like strips. Separate them by tossing and spread them out to dry. Then toss them with boiling chicken soup and boil for 10 minutes. Guaranteed to produce first-class farts when added to chicken soup. New York, Ike told himself, would have its own Rosemary and Petticoat lanes, its rookeries with noxious smells, and a lowlife similar to St. Giles, Whitechapel and Shoreditch, and a population composed from rags to riches, which seemed to live the one on top of the other. This was the situation in London, Amsterdam and Hamburg, and in fact wherever European urban Jews could be found. A Jew was not a part-time Jew or a sometime Jew or a non-observing Jew. He was Jewish for the duration of his life. This gave a wandering Jew a strength and unity he could depend on, wherever he found a congregation of his own people. Ike had not stopped to think that being a Jew also made him accountable to the dictates and rituals of his community. In the matter of being Jewish, he was expected to act in a prescribed manner, but not necessarily as a good man. In the good man business, the ritualized and formal nature of the English and European Jewish code of behavior had allowed the form to become more important than the function, Jewishness being more important than goodness. Ike never missed going to the synagogue, where he gained a reputation for being a devout man and an Israelite without guile. In the synagogue, each has a separate seat with a box where he deposits his holy books and locks them up until he returns to worship. Ike frequently made use of his box for the most unhallowed of purposes, concealing within it items which, if discovered, would have sent him across the water several times over. Yet Ike was an excellent example of a pious, if not strictly orthodox, Jew. While he did not observe the dietary laws, mutton stew followed by a dish of curds being his most frequent repast, he never worked on the Sabbath. He paid his tithes, contributed to Jewish charity, took his seat in the synagogue, and observed with a full heart Rosh Hashanah, Passover, and Yom Kippur. Therefore it came as a great surprise to him to find that what he had always taken for granted was no longer the case in New York. Being a Jew was none or very few of the mystical things he'd always supposed it to be. Nor was it any longer the secret satisfaction, despite the eternal suffering of the Jews, to be gained from being one of the chosen people. The New York Jews neglected the Sabbath, and many of them were now taking their rest on Sundays without the slightest show of guilt. The lighting of Sabbath candles and the singing of the Sabbath song was seldom practiced. Secular learning of a pragmatic nature was regarded as more important than the study of the Torah. Moreover, philosophical thinking based on the precepts of freedom and emancipation was being given precedence over rabbinical discussion. The Rebbe was not the center of the universe, nor did he settle all the arguments on behalf of Jehovah. The new B'nai Yeshurun synagogue on Elm Street contained only a handful of worshippers on any given Sabbath morning. However, if the loss of the rituals and strictures of orthodoxy defined the American Jews, it did not lead to a corresponding loss of ideals, moral misconduct, and social irresponsibility. In all this secular speculation, they had not given up a belief in Jehovah, or the responsibility of God's chosen people to behave in a moral and honest way. Instead, they rejected meaningless ritual and accepted natural goodness as the central tenet of their faith. To be a good Jew meant to be a good man. What all this amounted to was that Ike could no longer hide behind his observance of Jewish ritual, while continuing to behave in an altogether reprehensible manner. While he had determined to turn over a new leaf in America, this realization nevertheless came as a profound shock to him. Ike was also astonished to find that New York had few poor Jews, and that the Jewish community lived openly in the Midtown area spread on both sides of Broadway. New York contained only 500 Jewish families. Most were American-born and had formed into a community over the past 150 years. There was none of the frantic struggle to gain a foothold in a new society, or the clash of contradictory cultures between the immigrant and native-born children. The Jews of New York were an established, sober, moral, and well-integrated minority population, most of whom had been in America before the War of Independence. They all seemed to know or be on nodding terms with each other, and had excellent business and social relations with their Gentile neighbours. Ike had timed his arrival badly, for if he had landed in New York 10 years later, he would have found some 40,000 European Jews in New York, and their numbers would continue to grow hugely for the remainder of the century. The dreadful slums, starvation, poverty and crime of the Lower East Side would come to exist, as poor Jewish immigrants came to Goldener Medina, the Golden Country. Alas, in Yiddish, Goldener Medina had a second meaning, and was the name also given to a fool's paradise, a false gold, bright but worthless. In this fool's paradise, Ike would have been completely at home, but he was totally at odds with the calm and ordered society he now found himself in, despite his determination to lead a sober and respectable life. Ike's notoriety had not escaped the notice of the Jews of New York, and the tight-knit community immediately closed ranks against him. England's most notorious Jewish criminal was not given a warm welcome. Ike, despite his apparent wealth and appropriate philanthropy, found himself largely ostracized by his own kind. Even those contacts to whom he had previously shipped stolen watches and silver objects had conveniently come to see these consignments as having been legitimized by the fact of arriving on American soil. They saw themselves as moral men, albeit practical, who had asked no questions of the origin of the merchandise and so heard no lies, their guilt assuaged. But while they chose to believe that the stolen merchandise Ike had sent them had somehow been washed in the Atlantic crossing and thus transformed into honest goods, they were unwilling to accept that by the act of the same crossing, Ike had converted from being a criminal to an honest man. They felt morally obliged not to encourage a notorious criminal to establish himself in business in their own city or neighbourhood. They would not recommend Ike to wholesalers or to jewellery craftsmen, the greatest majority of whom were Jewish. Diamond merchants would not trade with him, and the gold and silversmiths found themselves regrettably short of supplies, or lamented that their consignment books were filled with orders beyond their expectations to complete. Despite his offer to pay them in cash, even in gold, their doors were closed to him. The few goods Ike managed to assemble, he sold only to Gentiles. His poor selection, together with the used nature of his merchandise, attracted little attention, and earned him a reputation not much beyond that of an enterprising pawnbroker. The only respect Ike commanded was from the First Manhattan Bank of New York, where the manager, wreathed in unctuous smiles, would come out of his office to greet him personally. On the Sabbath, Ike sat, a stranger in a strange land, alone in the bright new synagogue on Elm Street. The psalms the cantor sung were old, but the feeling of complete and abject loneliness was new. Ike had always thought of himself as a loner, a solitary soul who kept his own counsel. In his own eyes, but for his money, he was a worthless person. But now he began to realize that he had lost the human infrastructure, the supporting cast of thieves and chauffeurmen, card sharps, pimps, whores, actors, street urchins, his academy of light fingers. How he missed the coarse company around a ratting circle, the hustle of Rosemary Lane, the rank humanity of the poor and hopeless, the tinsel and despair of the West End, the pickpockets and swells, beggars and noblemen, who made up the street community of his native London. America was proving completely alien to his past, his talents, and to his very demeanour. Ike's fortune and life had been developed on the mean, dark streets and in the chop-houses, taverns and thief-dens of the grandest and most woe-begone city on earth. He was by nature a creature of the night, wrapped in his familiar coat of secret pockets, and accustomed to skulking within the dark shadow cast by a flat-topped, wide-brimmed hat. Now all that had been forsaken for shopkeeping in daylight on Broadway, dressed in a suit of good American broadcloth, which constantly scratched and itched. Ike was a deeply unhappy man, but one determined to redeem himself in the eyes of his fellow Jews in his new country. Ike was in search of personal redemption, but first he had to save himself from himself. He must separate from Hannah without losing the fortune contained in the Whitechapel safe. 4 months after arriving in New York, he sat down to write to his wife in London.
My dear wife, America has proved a most pleasant place, and the prospects for the advancement of our ambition is most encouraging. With the early summer come to us, at last the climate is most salubrious. You will take kindly to the air and space, and the houses are of a solid brownstone and well proportioned. There is a spacious central park, with room enough for children to play to their heart's content in safety. It is as though they should find themselves in some country dell. I have opened a jewellery establishment with excellent fittings on Broadway, a location which shows the promise of good trading, if goods to the liking of the population can be offered at a price to be afforded. The craftsmen here are not of a sufficient standard to be desired, or of the same quality to be found in London. There being a notable shortage of finely made fashionable jewellery, the Americans being behind in what is of the latest mode in London and Paris. There is here also a great shortage of good watches of the medium quality variety, and I beseech you to obtain quantities of the same. I have reason enough to believe I can turn these to good account, though I charge you to send me none but righteous watches, and not to touch even one what has been gained on the cross. I shall require these to be of an assortment of nickel plate, sterling silver, and gold. I believe these will here obtain up to 6 times the price of the watches purchased by you on the straight. My greetings to your children. I am, as ever, your humble husband, Isaac Solomon.
Ike took care to be cheerful in his letter, though not overly so, for he knew that Hannah might smell a trap, the discussion of cheerful subjects and outcomes not being the usual nature of their conversation together. His mention of children and the park was sufficient to alert her to his desire to have her join him. He also deliberately refrained from sending a money order for the goods, giving her to understand that she should finance the purchase herself for their future mutual benefit. This thought being conveyed with the single sentiment,
"For the advancement of our ambition,"
she would receive the letter and see it clearly as a test of her intention to follow him to America, in which case, provided she cooperated with him, he would eventually send her his part of the safe combination. By using Hannah as his purchasing agent, Ike was putting into place yet another plan. If the wholesale merchants and jewellers in New York would not take his custom, then he would import all his merchandise from London. The passage across the Atlantic had been reduced to a little less than a month, and the superior craftsmanship of the London and Paris workshops, and their lead in the fashions, would soon establish him in the forefront of Broadway jewellery establishments. He would deal in only the best merchandise, all of it initially honestly purchased. An evaluation and certificate of authentication would be issued with the more valuable pieces. Ike was determined to continue to obtain his merchandise through Hannah, and always without payment, forcing her to finance the orders he placed by enclosing a signed IOU for the amount against the time she would arrive in America. He intended this debt to accumulate until it matched half the amount of cash in gold sovereigns which Hannah knew to be contained in the safe of their Whitechapel home. Ike knew full well that Hannah would not accept his IOUs without knowing them to be covered by his share of the gold coin. The deposit of £30,000 in sovereigns was by no means the most valuable part of their joint fortune. Within the safe lay precious stones, diamonds, rubies, and emeralds contained within beautiful brooches, pins, necklaces and rings, and a double strand of exquisite South Seas pearls taken from the home of the Duke of Devonshire. There were also several hundred heavy fob chains of 18-carat gold, a quantity of silver and gold plate, and a dozen exquisite jewelled watches with rare movements. Finally, encased within a velvet-lined box, and further protected by a chamois leather pouch, a jewelled and enamelled French carriage clock said to have belonged to Louis XIV. These objects, collected over 15 years of fencing, represented much the greater part of Ike and Hannah's personal fortune. However, almost all the pieces were marked goods, so particular in character that they dared not be presented in the London market, where they would instantly be recognised. Even on the continent, they would need to be most carefully arranged within the world of the demi-monde if they were to escape detection. The best chance by far lay in the American market, where new wealth was eager to acquire the trappings of an old culture, and families such as the Astors and Vanderbilts possessed the money to purchase it without asking too many awkward questions. Hannah did not have the experience to value correctly this merchandise, nor did she have the knowledge to dispose of it discreetly. The precious stones could be removed from their casings and sold separately, and the gold chains melted down, but not without a thorough knowledge of how this should be done to prevent the attention of both the underground and the police. No middleman in the thief kingdom of London had the resources to pay or the foolhardiness to dispose of such a haul in under a year at the least. And even then, each stone, if it were not cut into smaller specimens, would need to be entered onto the market with the greatest possible discretion. Therefore the chances of a gemstone of note being discovered and traced back to Hannah was exceedingly great. Indeed, even in America, it would take all of Ike's considerable skill and the shop front presented by a thriving and outwardly respectable jewellery establishment on Broadway with a reputation for straight dealing to judiciously dispose of the contents of the safe to the richest of the American Gentiles. In his subsequent letters, Ike decided he would increase his caution to Hannah to always buy righteous goods, emphasizing the great risk that she would be caught if she attempted to do otherwise. He knew that she would take this warning to include the disposal of the contents of the safe, this risk being even greater than the purchase of stolen merchandise should Hannah be foolish enough to try to act as a fence. Ike was conscious that Hannah cared about her children more than anything else, and the prospect of being transported and losing them was the one great fear he had to exploit in her. Ike also knew that if he should give Hannah the combination to the safe, she might be tempted to abscond with only the money, the value of the gold chains, and the proceeds obtained from the sale of their 2 London properties. The rest of the hugely valuable haul she might wait to dispose of at another time, in some foreign country of her choice. He had therefore determined on a ploy, which over a series of letters would let her know that he was negotiating the sale of the pearl necklace to an American of great wealth. When he came close to the limit of his credit with her, he would reveal this personage to be the redoubtable John Astor, said to be the richest man in America, American royalty, as the saying went. The pearls were worth £100,000, and Ike was confident that Hannah's greed would persuade her to come to America with the contents of the safe. Of the 2 of them, Ike was the more vulnerable. Hannah would continue to exist, whatever might happen, for Hannah hated not herself, only everyone else, and Ike was simply the incarnation of everything she despised. Ike, despite the fact that he might yet make a new and separate wealth in America, saw Hannah's determination to rob him of his fortune as an action more hellish in its nature than if she had plotted to murder him. If she were to succeed in stealing his fortune, she would have won not just his wealth, but his very existence. Her victory, and the hate contained within it, would destroy him completely. Victory over Hannah, and therefore over himself, lay in his retaining the contents of the safe. Hannah was playing a game with her husband, for his money, and because he was the perfect focus for her extraordinary resentment against the world. Ike was playing a game with his wife, for his very life. Alas, the best laid plans. Ike was not to know that his luck was on its way to Van Diemen's Land, and at the moment of Hannah's receiving his letter in London, it was dangling freely on its gold chain about the scrawny neck of Tiberius Potbottom. Chapter 21. The London police records of the time show that a large consignment of watches, said to be more than 100, was stolen from the premises of a wholesale merchant in Cheapside. This coincidence was to completely change the lives and luck of Hannah and Ike Solomon. A theft of such proportion would soon be known in the Whitechapel markets and in Rosemary and Petticoat lanes and around the Haymarket, where there would be much discussion as to who might have brought it about, and who might be capable of fencing such a delicate haul. It might at first be supposed that it would be simple enough to bring a consignment of new watches back onto the market, but such was not the case. The numbers and markings of the watches were all furnished to the police, being available from the manufacturer, and so each watch would need to be carefully christened, that is, the number altered, and the name upon the face carefully removed, or the face itself replaced. This was a task which took some skill, and moreover time, and was not often worthy of completion on a fob watch that was not of gold or silver. The watches taken were of a varying assortment, but mostly at the cheaper end of the quality market. This meant that such merchandise, while cheaply procured by a fence, was difficult to place into circulation. A trickle placed here and there in market towns and country fairs, and all of this over a lengthy period of time, so that the risk of discovering the source of the trickle was greatly decreased. Hannah, hearing of the theft, was quick to realize that it matched almost precisely the consignment Ike had commanded her to obtain. Accordingly, and contrary to Ike's instructions that none but righteous watches be sent, and not to touch even one what has been gained on the cross, Hannah sent for Bob Marley. It was late afternoon when Marley knocked on the door of Hannah's Whitechapel home. He was dressed as a regular toff, ready for an evening of jollifications in Drury Lane and the Haymarket, and did not even bother to remove his top hat as he entered the house. This was an intended insult, designed to go along with his failure to greet Hannah as he brushed past her into the familiar parlour. Here he appropriated a glass of the good brandy Hannah had got in, and took a bagel from the plate. He commenced to chew with his mouth open. His 2 gold eye teeth showed clearly as he stared blankly at Hannah, who had followed him silently into the parlour.
Long time no see, eh, Bob?
Marley took a gulp of brandy, then pushed what remained of the bagel into his mouth. He did not acknowledge her greeting, sucking the crumbs from his fingers as he continued to stare at Hannah. Hannah smiled ingratiatingly.
Now, don't be like that, Bob. It were only business.
Marley grunted.
You done me one in the eye when they made the raid on Bell Alley. You took me money under false pretences.
Hannah shrugged.
So I got me revenge.
She grinned.
That's all. It were tit for tat.
Marley swallowed, his Adam's apple bouncing.
You made me look like a copper's narc. That's not the same thing. Me, a man of me word. I gave Ike me word. I took his contract.
He paused and took a slug of the brandy.
You're done in me fucking reputation.
Hannah laughed uneasily, but then brightened.
Well, Ike escaped anyway. No harm done. In the end, you done him a big favour, know what I mean?
Marley jumped suddenly from the chair and grabbed Hannah by the throat with one large hand.
Fuck Ike. It were me reputation you destroyed. Me a copper's narc. A fucking informer.
He shook Hannah, almost lifting her feet from the ground.
Ain't nobody what trusts me no more.
His fingers tightened about her neck, and Hannah's face grew purple, her eyes almost popping from their sockets.
Don't ever try that again, you hear? You'll be dead meat.
Bob Marley released Hannah, who sank to her knees, clutching her neck with both hands, forcing herself not to sob. Bob Marley held an open razor in his right hand. Marley flicked the razor closed and placed it in the pocket of his coat, then threw back his head and swallowed the rest of his brandy. He thumped the glass down upon the table and started towards the door.
I trust you, Bob,
Hannah said in a hoarse voice, rising slowly to her feet.
Please wait.
Bob Marley turned at the door and gave a short laugh.
You trust me? Well, ain't that a fucking caution?
Hannah moved up to him and touched him on the sleeve.
Please,
she smiled again, her throat aching.
Go on, have another brandy. A nice bagel, do you good? I can explain everything, honest.
Marley, eyeing the bottle of excellent brandy, hesitated.
Explain what?
He crossed back to the bottle.
Ain't nothing to explain. You fucked me reputation, that's all.
It ain't true, Bob. You is the best. You always was, you still is. The best there be. Ike always says, he's the best he is. Always use the best, Anna. I says so too, the best of the best.
Bob Marley looked up at Hannah, his expression slightly mollified. "What's you want?"
"Watches."
Hannah removed Ikey's letter from within her bodice and waved it.
"Ikey wants watches in America."
Despite himself, Bob Marley was impressed. "Jesus, he made it, eh? Cunning bastard." He poured more brandy into his glass and glanced up at Hannah. "Fencing then, is he?" Hannah was reluctant to explain.
"Yeah, sorta."
She replaced the letter.
"Them watches what's been lifted from Cheapside know anything?"
Marley shook his head. "Too hot, Hannah. They's got to cool down first. Ain't nobody going to handle them yet. They's numbered and all, mostly cheap shit, not worth christening."
"Could you find them?"
Hannah asked.
"Make a good buy? I'll take the lot if the asking price be right."
Marley shook his head. "Too dangerous. I told you watches be too hot to touch."
"I'll pay 50% of the shop price,"
Hannah said quickly, knowing this to be a generous offer, also knowing that she would charge Ikey the full retail price for the watches. 60. 60% of the retail, take it or leave it. And I'll need 20 sovs down payment," Marley said emphatically. "There's expenses, you understand?" Hannah nodded, but inwardly she was concerned that Marley was losing his grip, that perhaps he had lost his reputation, and therefore his old greedy confidence. His sudden attack on her had left her frightened, but in the peculiar way of villains, it had also given her confidence in him. You knew where you stood. She'd fully expected to pay 60% of the full price of the watches, but she'd also set aside 50 gold sovereigns as the down payment.
"Sure, I understand," she said. "Give me a mo, I'll fetch it for you."
"Mind, I can't take no chances," Marley said. "It may take a while to get to them yaks." This was said almost as an aside. Hannah turned at the door.
"Not too long, Bob. Ikey has great expectations."
Marley frowned and shook his head slowly. "If I has to take chances, make indiscreet inquiries like, that's no good for me health. Pigs is everywhere, the lane's tight as a duck's arse." He looked over to where Hannah was standing and sighed. "'Fraid that kind of haste is going to cost you 40 sovs extra on the down." Hannah smiled inwardly, her mind put at rest. She was dealing with the same dead cunning Bob Marley. She was anxious to get the watches and so impress Ikey with her diligence and continuing goodwill towards him. She was not foolish enough to imagine that he would send her his half of the combination after only one such consignment, but her heart had lifted at the opportunity his letter presented. She had high hopes that Ikey must eventually send her the combination to the safe when she pleaded impecuniosity, his debts incurred by his orders having become too large for her to carry any further on her own. Whereupon she would be rid of him forever. But Hannah had completely underestimated Bob Marley. She'd quickly come to see his attack on her as a show, a token effort to assert his male pride, give her a fright, as he had well succeeded in doing. She didn't think for a moment he would have used the razor. Marley, Hannah felt certain, could always be bought with gold. She was wrong, however. Marley would have used the razor on her as lightly as he would have smiled. Hannah was unable to see the proud man, who despised his fellow villains and thought himself quite different. She did not comprehend that in his own eyes, and no others counted, she had damaged his reputation and done him irreparable harm. When she'd shifted the blame for betraying Ikey to the police onto him, she had delivered a blow to his pride which could entertain no possible forgiveness. Marley did business only for solid gold, for that is how he saw his reputation, and he always delivered. Hannah had compromised him, and because he always delivered, she would be no exception. The wolf would tear her flesh as well as any other. Bob Marley made no attempt to locate the whereabouts of the watches stolen from Cheapside, this being much too dangerous. Instead, he made directly for a jeweller of his acquaintance in the Haymarket, a Polish Jew by the name of Isaac Isaacson, whom Ikey had used regularly when Marley had been his snakesman as a child. It was Isaacson who had moulded and created Marley's 2 gold teeth,
And so it came as somewhat of a surprise when his visitor bid him find 100 mixed watches of brand new quality and all righteously purchased. They haggled at great length to finally reach an agreement of a 30% reduction off the retail price of the proposed consignment. Bob Marley was about to leave the premises, reasonably well satisfied with the negotiations, when Isaac Isaacson beckoned him to come closer. He explained in an urgent whisper that he was long owed a certain sum of money for a gold and diamond bracelet sold to a Miss Myrtle Manners, the governess of a well-known brothel in the Strand, known appropriately enough as Girls with Good Manners. This governess of whores, he claimed, had flatly refused to pay him the final 2 instalments, a sum of £300, claiming he had overcharged her, and pointing out with the least amount of subtlety that she enjoyed the special patronage and protection of a senior police officer in the Haymarket watch house.
You can cut maybe a little this person, yeah?
Isaac inquired of Bob Marley.
Most certainly, Marley replied.
It'd be me pleasure to be of service, Mr. Isaacson.
He paused and scratched his eyebrow with the tip of his forefinger.
Though it'll cost you another 10% off the cost of the yaks. Of course, if you want a really nasty acid job, right down a cheekbone and including a little turn of the blade to slice away the corner of the gob so it don't fit proper no more, it could be a little extra.
Isaac Isaacson grew suddenly pale and threw his hands up in alarm.
No, 10%, no more, please, I beg you. It's small violence only, if you please.
Bob Marley grinned.
For 10%, I can do you a nice little job, Mr. Isaacson. Give me 2 days. Reckon you'll have the axe ready by then?
The jeweller nodded, hunched his shoulders and spread his hands.
A little cat, no more, he begged again.
Bob Marley left the Haymarket and made his way to the Hare and Hounds in Rosemary Lane, almost directly opposite the Methodist Academy of Light Fingers. He had not long to wait before he observed a boy leave the academy in an old coat that fell to beyond his knees, the sleeves rolled up to fit his scrawny arms, bare feet showing below ragged trousers. The brat crossed the street to enter the tavern, and Marley observed him to be snot-nosed, dirty and small, with the pinched rodent-like features of a street urchin. He appeared to be about 10 years old as he placed 2 pennies down on the counter and ordered a daffy of gin.
"Make that a shamp, my dear," Marley called to the barmaid.
The barmaid and the urchin both looked up at Marley.
"Suit yourself," she said, picking up a bigger glass. "And a double of your best brandy, love. I'll pay for the lads."
The boy looked up at Bob Marley.
"You a turd burglar, mister?"
he asked, swiftly taking up the 2 pennies on the counter and dropping them into the pocket of his coat. Bob Marley inquired if the urchin knew Sparrow Fart.
"Maybe I does and then maybe I doesn't,"
the boy replied cheekily.
"Tell him I wants to see him. 2 o'clock tomorrow, in here. Tell him no hard feelings, I wants a job done. Bob Marley wants a job done, got it?"
The boy nodded. Marley lifted his head and called to the barmaid.
"Another gin for the lad, love."
Then he placed a shilling on the counter, and without a further glance at the boy, he left the tavern. Sparrow Fart was waiting for Marley when he entered the Hare and Hounds the following day. He was wearing a slightly battered top hat, coat and breeches, all of which fitted him surprisingly well, though his entire outfit, including his shirt, neckerchief and scuffed boots, bore the signs of having been placed upon his tiny body some months previously, and not having since been removed for the purposes of laundering. His face seemed also to have missed this opportunity to wash. Sparrow looked somewhat apprehensive as Bob Marley approached, backing into the safety of a group of men standing at the bar and glancing quickly over his shoulder to ascertain the shortest escape route should he have to make a sudden dash for it. Bob Marley pushed into the group and extended his hand, smiling.
"I ought to beat the living shit out of you, Sparrow."
Sparrow Fart backed away, ready to make a run for it. The barmaid looked at Marley questioningly.
"Brandy, love. The best of the house."
Marley turned back to Sparrow, who now stood alone.
"What's your poison? Gin, is it?"
The urchin nodded.
"Come here, I'm not going to harm you,"
Marley said, walking over to where Sparrow stood. The barmaid brought their drinks over.
"How's the fingers?" Marley inquired. "Not drinking too much, is you? Haven't lost your touch, I most sincerely hopes." Sparrow Fart took the gin the barmaid placed in front of him. Then he looked up at Bob Marley, his eyes large, his expression most contrite.
"I'm sorry what I done, Mr. Marley,"
he said tentatively. Bob Marley lifted his drink and held it up. "Cheers. Never say you is sorry, boy. Sorry be the sign of a weak man." He upended the glass and swallowed its contents in one gulp. "Ah! Same again, love," he shouted to the barmaid.
"I wouldn't have. I swear I didn't know she was going to shop Ikey,"
Sparrow said. "Course you didn't. How much she give you?"
£4,
Sparrow lied. "You was robbed. Sovs or what?" Sparrow shook his head.
"Soft. It were good paper, though, not fake."
Marley clucked his tongue. "Never take no paper money, boy. Gold. Don't never take nothing else. That is, if you wants respect."
"I don't think as I can afford respect what's always gold,"
Sparrow said softly, taking a tiny sip from his gin. "Let me see your hands. Hold 'em out. Spread your fingers." Sparrow held his hands out and spread his fingers. They were tiny, dirty, and beautiful, and they remained perfectly steady. "Nerves? How's your nerves?"
"I'm still the goodest. Still the best to everyone,"
Sparrow boasted. "Oh, yeah? How does I know that?" Bob Marley challenged, amused at Sparrow's confidence. Sparrow Fart dipped into the side pocket of his jacket and produced Bob Marley's gold hunter, handing the watch back to him. "Jesus," Marley exclaimed. He shook his head admiringly. "Didn't never feel you touching me. You're good, Sparrow, I'll give you that." Sparrow shook his head.
"Nah, if you was Ikey, he'd have caught me. We don't get enough training since he's gone away."
He took a sip from his gin and looked up at Bob Marley with big eyes.
"Academy's fucked."
"You'll do nicely, lad," Marley said, giving Sparrow's shoulder a comforting squeeze. "Very nicely." He explained what he required. "There's 3 sovs in it for you, plus the worth of the lift. 3 sovs in gold, what's got the king's head on it," he emphasised. He stabbed a finger at Sparrow Fart. "But mind you bring me silver. A good 'un." Marley met Sparrow in the Hare and Hounds at 10 the following evening. In a leather satchel he carried the 100 fob watches Isaac Isaacson had obtained for him. "Well then, lad, how'd you go?" Sparrow dug into his pocket and produced a silver hunter which he handed to Bob Marley.
"Like you said, Mr. Marley. Not too cheap, not too expensive. Sterling silver, worth 15 sovs new,"
Sparrow declared expertly. Bob Marley examined the watch. "Jesus, Sparrow, it'd be monogrammed. Look, J.R. That'd be the initials of the cove you nicked it from." Sparrow shrugged.
"You didn't say nothing about that. Do I still get me 5 sovs then?"
he asked hopefully. Bob Marley counted 5 gold sovereigns into Sparrow's tiny hand, then added 3 more. "You done good, lad. I didn't say nothing about no initials." Sparrow looked pleased. He was rich enough to eat and get drunk for a week, and sit in on an endless game of cribbage.
"Thanks, Mr. Marley. I done me best. Sorry I fucked up."
"Got a yak of your own, then?" Bob Marley asked suddenly. Sparrow shook his head in alarm.
"Too dangerous in my profession. Pigs might find the cove I nicked it from. It'd be the boat for me, for sure, for sure."
Bob Marley's hand went into his pocket and produced a handsome nickel-plated fob watch, which he placed on the bar counter. Then he pulled out a watch chain and dropped it beside the watch. "Take it. It be yourn." Sparrow looked confused.
"Huh?"
Marley laughed. "A present for your birthday."
"I don't have no birthday,"
Sparrow said quietly, still bemused.
"You didn't nick it, did you? 'Cause if you nicked it, I can't have it."
"Nah, it were a bonus for doing a job, a little favour for a friend like." He pushed the watch over to Sparrow. "Go on, take it. Everybody's got a birthday, even if they don't know when it be." Sparrow picked up the watch in one hand and the chain in the other. appearing to weigh both in his hands.
I ain't never before seen a new one what's not nicked.
Guaranteed, honest to God, nab proof, that is. Pig come up to you, ask you where you got it, tell him it's kosher. Isaac Isaacson of Drury Lane, jeweller to thespians and gentlemen, established 1792. Sparrow's eyes shone as he realised that the watch was safe for him to own.
Thanks, Mr. Marley. Thanks a lot,
he said, clicking open the lid and looking at the pristine face of the watch. Then he closed it, and clipping the watch onto the chain, placed it into his fob pocket, looped the chain over his tiny belly, and fitted the crossbar at its other end into its appropriate buttonhole. The chain was much too long for his narrow torso, and dangled in an arc to below his crutch.
I never had a watch of me very own,
Sparrow said excitedly. Mazel tov, Bob Marley said, patting him lightly on the shoulder. One good turn deserves another. He pointed to Sparrow's fob pocket. What's the time, then? Sparrow took the watch from its pocket and expertly clicked it open again.
10:30 of the clock,
he said proudly. Read what it says, Marley demanded. The boy looked up at Bob Marley, then down at the inscription inside the watch cover, as though he had seen it for the first time. He touched it lightly with his forefinger, tracing the words inscribed into the metal, as though by feeling them they might reveal their meaning to him. Bob Marley cleared his throat. No, don't read it, Sparrow. Let me tell you what it says, he said quickly, rescuing the urchin. I sort of composed it myself, see? So it'd be better said than read, knows what I mean? Bob Marley leant back as though thinking for a moment. It says, to SF, a man's reputation be more valuable than gold. BM.
What's SF and BM mean?
Sparrow asked. SF stands for Sparrow Fart, that being you, and BM, why, that's yours truly, the same as what's talking to you, and whose reputation be more valuable than gold.
Thanks, Mr. Marley.
Sparrow touched the inscription again with his forefinger.
SF, eh? Blimey, that be me.
Marley laughed and pointed to the watch. Tempus fugit, that means time flies, I got a scarper. He threw down what remained of his brandy. You done good, Sparrow. Cheero, then. Sparrow didn't quite know why, but as he watched Bob Marley's back retreat out of the tavern door, he wanted to bawl. At near enough to 10 o'clock the following morning, Bob Marley knocked on Hannah's door. Hannah's expression was at once anxious when she saw who it was.
Bob,
then she added quickly, but in a whisper,
you hasn't got 'em, has you?
Marley grunted and held up the bag. Hannah, unable to conceal her excitement, invited him into the parlour.
Wait, I'll get brandy. Here, sit. Has you eaten?
She didn't wait for Marley's reply, but left the parlour and moments later appeared with a large biscuit tin, a glass and a bottle of brandy.
Help yourself, love. I'll fetch your money, she said, leaving the room once more.
Half an hour after Marley had left, the police arrived at Hannah's house with a search warrant, discovered the watches and arrested her on suspicion of obtaining stolen property. She arrived at the watch house where she was to be retained overnight to hear that Bob Marley was also being held by the police. Both of them were arraigned before a magistrate the following morning, Hannah being the first to stand in the prisoner's dock, where she pleaded not guilty. She asked for the clerk of the court to bring her Ikey's letter, which she'd caused to be held in evidence.
See here, your worship, where it says in me husband's letter,
she commenced to read the lines.
I charge you to send me none but righteous watches, and not to touch even one what has been gained on the cross. I shall require these to be of an assortment of nickel plate, sterling silver, and gold. I believe these will here obtain up to 6 times the price of the watches purchased by you on the straight.
The magistrate read Ikey's letter for himself, and then looked up at Hannah. I see we shall not have the privilege of supplying your husband with accommodation in one of His Majesty's Antipodean hostelries. We can only hope that the Americans may prove more successful at this task, eh, madam? Hannah smiled weakly at the judge.
Your worship, I has always been a good and obedient wife, and I would not think to go against me husband's wishes and commands.
She dropped her gaze, wringing her hands piteously. I's a poor woman with 4 brats to feed and housework to do. She looked appealingly at the magistrate. What does I know about finding 100 watches what's been nicked?
And how do you suppose these watches came into your possession, then, madam? The magistrate asked sternly. Hannah pointed to Bob Marley, manacled and seated between 2 constables in the court.
Him! I asks him to purchase on behalf of me husband 100 watches what's kosher, what's not nicked, but what's brand new. He said he'd done it, but he didn't, did he? He gone and got 'em on the cross.
Hannah suddenly clasped her hands together in front of her breast and burst into tears.
Oh! What shall become of me children?
She wailed. You may stand down, Mrs. Solomon. The magistrate was not in the least affected by Hannah's tears. I shall presently call you to stand before me again. He nodded at the clerk of the court, who rose from his seat and proclaimed, Robert Matthew Marley will take the stand. Hannah listened with increasing bemusement, as Marley proved conclusively that the watches he'd obtained for her were unencumbered and purchased legitimately. To further support his case, the respectable Haymarket jeweller, Isaac Isaacson, appeared as a witness for Marley, showing the number and names of the watches purchased by the accused as matching exactly the wholesaler's invoice. Bob Marley then produced in evidence Isaac Isaacson's own receipt to him. Furthermore, the Crown now admitted that none of the watches matched the serial numbers of those taken in the notorious Cheapside robbery. The charges against Marley were summarily dismissed, and the magistrate called for Hannah to appear before him again, whereupon he commenced to remonstrate severely with her for accusing the said Robert Matthew Marley, a man who had never been before the courts, and whose reputation she had needlessly and maliciously impugned. Hannah protested vehemently.
Your worship, it were the police. They said them watches were stolen. I immediately supposed they was. Supposed that Mr. Marley'd gone and nicked 'em, hoping to profit from charging me the full price while having got 'em at a thief's rate.
And did you not think to ask Mr. Marley for a receipt, as proof that he'd made a legitimate purchase, as you requested?
Your worship, I were most pleased what Mr. Marley had done, knowing as how I had served me husband's request with promptness and exactitude. I'm not accustomed to the ways of doing business, being a poor woman what knows nothing about such things as bills and receipts and the general goings-on of commerce.
The magistrate snorted loudly. Hannah's reputation as a businesswoman was well known to the court. Hannah, though appearing distraught, was delighted with the altogether surprising outcome. She had considered herself already bound for Botany Bay, but now Bob Marley's innocence conclusively proved her own. She waited impatiently for the miserable beak to conclude his tirade and to dismiss the case. Finally, the magistrate picked up a document and began to read. Hannah Margaret Solomon and Robert Matthew Marley, you have been jointly charged with having obtained and or being found in possession of a consignment of 100 watches, thought to have been stolen from an establishment in Cheapside. This has subsequently been proved to be incorrect, and you, Mr. Marley, have been cleared by this court of any charges relating to that robbery. He looked up at Hannah, who smiled back at him. You too, madam, are free of this charge.
Thank you, your worship,
Hannah said primly, preparing to step down from the dock. But the magistrate held up his hand to stay her. If you please. He picked up another document and began to read again. Hannah Margaret Solomon, you are further charged with being in possession of a sterling silver watch known to be the property of Joseph Ridley, the said watch being discovered concealed in a biscuit tin in the pantry of your home. The magistrate looked up sternly. How plead you to this charge? Guilty or not guilty? Hannah's mouth opened in astonishment, and she glanced quickly to where Bob Marley sat. But all she could later remember seeing was the dark gap between his 2 shining gold teeth as he grinned at her.
Not guilty, your worship,
she said, then added in a whisper,
Oh, my God.
Chapter 22. The first of the autumn leaves were starting to turn in Hyde Park, and the geese on the Serpentine, plump with summer feeding, were increasingly feeling the primal urge to migrate to a warmer clime. On the 13th of September 1827, Hannah, a bird of a quite different feather, was sentenced to a less voluntary migration, though also to a warmer climate. If her sentence at the Old Bailey to 14 years' transportation appears rather too harsh for a crime so small, it may be supposed that much frustration had gone before it in the many unsuccessful attempts to trap both Hannah and Ike. The law has a duty to be both parent and teacher, and sometimes, in order to wipe the slate clean, a recalcitrant child must be dealt with more harshly than a particular crime seems to merit, in order to compensate for successful crimes which have gone unpunished. Hannah's conviction may well have rendered an opportunity to balance the scales of justice. Ike's escape to New York, as proved by the evidence of his letter to his wife, was reported in the Times, and was blown up to exaggerated proportions in the penny dailies, where it created much merriment in the rookeries and even some grudging admiration among the lower classes. The law is blind only when it does not wish to see, and the embarrassment to the city police and directors of the Bank of England caused by Ike's jailbreak may well have condemned Hannah to a harsher sentence. To Hannah's 14 years' transportation was added the condition that she never be permitted to return to her native land. On hearing her sentence, Hannah brought her hands up to her face and wailed.
"Oh! Oh, what shall become of me precious mites?"
Whereupon the judge, to prove that the severity of the law may be tempered by compassion, gave permission for her children to accompany her to Australia, so as to be under her fostering care. The Mermaid, carrying Hannah and her 4 children, together with 90 other female convicts, some also with children, sailed from Woolwich on the 10th of February 1828. The voyage proved no better or worse than most. There was the usual seasickness, bouts of catarrh and rheumatism brought about by the dampness between decks on the voyage to Tenerife. These ailments soon yielded with the coming of the sun, though an obstinate form of constipation remained. This was thought to be due to the fact that the Irish women on board, as was the custom in Irish prisons, received only gruel and milk. Now the introduction of salt and beef and pork to their shipboard diet proved most deleterious to their unaccustomed stomachs. As is always the case, bickering, fights, bad behaviour and thieving among the women prisoners were much in evidence. In the matter of whoring, though, which was known to plague even the most watchful of voyagers, Hannah was to play a part so skilful that the surgeon superintendent would state in his report that the prisoners had cooperated well and had shown little pernicious disruption and almost none of the moral turpitude so commonly experienced on a convict ship carrying female prisoners. This cooperation had come about when Hannah, soon determining the nature of the voyage, grew fearful for the health of her children and concluded that the only advantage to them could be brought about by the chief steward. Other than in matters of punishment, there are only 2 other aspects of life on board a convict ship which it is in the power of someone to improve, these being the daily tasks allocated to the prisoners and the nature of the food. Hannah soon ascertained that by greatly increasing the comfort of the officers and certain members of the crew, and by enriching the chief steward in the process, both these rewards could be enjoyed by herself and her children. It was a relatively easy matter for her to be appointed a monitor in charge of the more profligate and wayward of the female prisoners. The next step was one to which she was most accustomed as a whore mistress and governess of a brothel. She quickly organised a discreet service in which the chief steward acted as go-between, and which both the cooperating prisoners and crew soon found to be greatly advantageous. The officers and crew received sexual favours which were arranged with a simple payment to the steward, and the prisoner prostitutes were allocated pleasant duties and extra rations of food and beverages. Hannah needed the surgeon superintendent to turn a blind eye, so she set about the task of satisfying his desire while allowing him to maintain the utmost celibacy demanded of him in his position as disciplinarian, surgeon, superintendent, and as His Majesty's representative on board ship. This Hannah did, not with her hips, but with the same Sir Jasper-like employment of her skilful lips. In this way, the surgeon superintendent could not be accused of indulging in fornication, or of the slightest neglect of his moral duty. Hannah had found the key to a more comfortable voyage for herself and her children, and was rewarded with special food and a plentiful supply of liquid refreshment.
The importance of this arrangement cannot be stressed enough. While the food was monotonous, it was deemed to be adequate to the prisoners' needs. It was liquid refreshment which was especially craved, particularly when the mermaid lay becalmed on a shining tin-flat sea, and the prisoners were possessed of a tropical torpor as they lay gasping below decks. It was then that they would implore the steward for a drop of water to cool their parched tongues, but he would answer with an aggrieved shake of the head, "Can't do it. Allowances have been had." Hannah entered into business with the steward, who saw to it that hospital extras were given to her and her 4 children. Indeed, it must be said, due to the importuning talents of their mother, these brats enjoyed every advantage to be obtained on the voyage. When Anne, Hannah's daughter, went down with the fever for a period of 2 weeks, she was favoured with the most delicious diet and the tender ministrations of the surgeon's superintendent. She was also given a berth directly below a porthole to catch the clement breezes. Baby Mark, on the sick list for 5 days with diarrhoea, no doubt from an excess of rich rations, received the same conscientious attention and hospital food, served each day in an adult portion so that it might be shared by his brothers and sisters. Hannah was the matriarch of the first contingent of her tribe of Solomon to arrive in Van Diemen's Land on the 27th of June, 1828, where they were to prove to possess stubborn and hardy roots. They would do much of both good and evil to shape the destiny of this new land, and would add their ancient faith to a burgeoning new culture. A pause is necessary to contemplate a singular phenomenon. In every convict ship which carried Britons, from the First Fleet onwards, there were Jews to share their fate. In this haphazard way, Australia was to become the only community of European people in which Jews were present from the moment of inception. For nearly 19 centuries, the Jews had not enjoyed a permanent welcome in European lands. Now, though only a tiny contingent, they were nevertheless a noticeable part of the convict community. Here they were regarded no differently from their fellows, a condition which has continued to exist in this, the most egalitarian country on earth, where Jack is thought to be as good as his master, though it should in fairness be added that at the time Hannah arrived in Van Diemen's Land, neither Jack nor his master were thought to be much good. Furthermore, the contention still persists, though noticeably among the English, that in the intervening years nothing much has changed. The new female factory was not yet fully constructed, and Governor Arthur had allowed that a prisoner who had shown exemplary behaviour on the way out should be processed on board ship and then permitted to go directly to the home of a settler as an indentured servant. Hannah and her children were consigned immediately to the home of Mr. Richard Newman, a police officer of Hobart Town, who greeted her on the dock with the utmost civility, as though she were of equal status and not a convict wretch with the additional burden of 4 extra mouths to feed. This was thought most surprising, for Newman was said to be a happily married man of small means, so there could be no thought of concubinage, nor was there any profit to be gained from the labours of the 2 older children, David and Anne, as they were not convicts, and so not obliged to work under his roof. It soon became apparent that Hannah did not intend to be burdened with the duties of a servant or suffer the instructions of a master. She did nothing except loll about the cottage, dawdling through the most undemanding tasks. Her quarrelsome ways soon alienated all who came into contact with her. It was often observed that Mrs. Newman, a quiet soul, was the real servant, and Hannah the mistress of the house. It was suggested that this had come about because the convict had ensnared her master with her feminine guile, as Mrs. Newman was both pretty and of a most cheerful nature, and Hannah was not burdened with either of these pleasant characteristics. The truth of the matter was rather more simple. Ikey had made arrangements ahead of Hannah's arrival, and Richard Newman was most handsomely recompensed for the accommodation of Hannah and her children. This convenient arrangement may well have been beyond the talents of a man less enterprising than Ikey Solomon, who had heard about Hannah's arrest in a letter from Abraham Reuben, the son of the actor Reuben Reuben, who had been a part of the great bank scam. Abraham Reuben's letter, sent on the first packet bound for New York, arrived in Ikey's hands not more than 26 days after the conclusion of Hannah's trial. Furthermore, Ikey was kept abreast of the court case in the Times. News of the arrest and subsequent trial of the wife of the notorious Ikey Solomon being much in demand. Ikey's most immediate concern was for the safe in the Whitechapel home. He hastily dispatched a letter to young Reuben by the next ship bound for London, and enclosed with it sufficient money for the windows of the Whitechapel house to be bricked up, and the doors to be boarded up. Ikey was so certain that Hannah had been compromised in the matter of the watch, that he was under no illusion that she might be acquitted. He knew she was capable of disobeying his instructions in the matter of purchasing the consignment of watches, but when it transpired that the 100 watches had been honestly purchased by Bob Marley, he knew immediately that she would not, under any circumstances, include a watch gained on the cross in the same shipment. Hannah was greedy and willful, but never stupid. She had been set up, either by Bob Marley or the law itself. Of that much he was entirely convinced. It remained only for him to know whether she would be transported to Van Diemen's Land or to New South Wales for him to spring into action. With the news that Hannah was to be transported to Van Diemen's Land, Ikey sent a letter by means of a certain Captain Barkman, master of a whaler sailing out of Boston and bound for Sydney, and then directly to Hobart, where it would commence upon a whaling expedition in Antarctic waters. In his letter, Ikey instructed his eldest son, John, to take passage with the captain to Hobart Town, and there to negotiate whatever comforts or conditions would be to the benefit of his mother and his brothers and sisters. John Solomon arrived in Hobart Town not 2 weeks prior to Hannah's arrival on the Mermaid, and was quickly acquainted with Governor Arthur's desire to place female prisoners with settlers or emancipists in a manner most favourable to the containment of government expenses. Arthur ran the colony like a small-town grocer, aware of the cost of every tin, jar and package on his colonial shelves. Even a single night's detainment in the female factory meant a debit in the government books. Richard Newman, an emancipist and police officer, with a third child on the way, was easily enough convinced by John Solomon that he should apply for Hannah to be assigned as his servant. The formalities were arranged with the authorities, who sought to look no further than sparing the government the responsibility and expense of accommodating and feeding not 1 but 5 additional mouths. John Solomon arranged for a monthly stipend to be paid a year in advance to Richard Newman, and thereafter to be subject to renewal only if Hannah found the arrangements to her personal satisfaction. In paying the money to the policeman, he had demanded a receipt, which had been foolishly supplied without thought for what this might mean at a future time. It was an unfortunate arrangement from the very first, and the policeman and his long-suffering wife were often to contemplate that all the riches in the world could not make up for the presence of Hannah Solomon and her children under their roof. Without Hannah in London, Ikey's plans for his Broadway business had to be severely curtailed, and he decided that he had but one card left to play. He must immediately go to Van Diemen's Land and convince Hannah to let him have her half of the combination to the safe. If he could assure her of his constant concern for her welfare, while supplying her with every creature comfort, he was confident of an early success. He told himself that his wife would soon come to see the utmost sense in his retrieving their now securely bricked-up fortune, so that he might establish a prosperous platform against the time of her release. Perhaps in Canada, the west coast of America, or even the Cape of Good Hope, where the English were beginning to settle in some numbers. Ikey had made several speculative purchases of land in New York, most of these on the island of Manhattan and in the Bronx. He now set about feverishly turning these back into liquid assets, accepting far less for a quick sale than the true worth of the property. Ikey managed finally to sell all his interests, with the exception of 1 half-acre corner block in Manhattan, which in a moment of weakness he had leased to the Council of American Jews for the land of Ararat. This was in order that they might build a hostel and reception centre for Jews fleeing from persecution in Europe and the Orient. The buildings were to be of impressive proportions, and would be known as the Mordecai Manuel Noah Ararat Foundation. Mordecai Noah was a prominent American Jew who had been the consul to Tunis. During his travels he had discovered the plight of the homeless Jews in the Orient and Europe. He dreamt of seeing Palestine returned as a homeland for the Jews, but as a diplomat he was conscious of the impossibility of achieving this mission among the Arab rulers. His thoughts then turned to the great open spaces of America, and upon his return from Algiers in 1825, he purchased a tract of 17,000 acres on Grand Island on the Niagara River, near the city of Buffalo.
This he nominated as the site for the temporary land of Israel, and declared himself governor and judge of Israel, issuing a manifesto to Jews all over the world to come and settle in the new land, which would guarantee them freedom under the protection of the Constitution and laws of the United States of America. Whether the Jews of New York saw this new and temporary Israel as a holy mission worthy of their support, or simply regarded it as an effective way to keep the immigration of undesirable European and Oriental Jews out of their city, is not known, but they determined to build an impressive reception centre for the new Israelites, so that they could be expedited as speedily as possible to the land of Ararat. It was the real estate for this centre which Ike had agreed to lease to the council for a period of 50 years. This was the most generous gesture Ike had made in his entire life, but it gained him no favour in the eyes of his American co-religionists. They felt that it showed his true criminal rapacity, for they maintained that a good Jew would have donated the land to them free of all encumbrances and conditions. However, for a man of Ike's background and temperament, this was simply not possible. He could not bring himself to give away something he owned, despite the fact that he did not give a fig for his heirs, and was quite aware that he would be long dead before the land reverted to them. Perhaps, had they agreed to call it the Isaac Solomon Welcoming Centre for the land of Ararat, or some such fancy name to honour his donation, he might well have relented. Men do strange things to perpetuate their importance. However, this too is unlikely, given Ike's nature, and the fact that his instincts told him the great Mordecai Noah was a dreamer of dreams, and not a creator of schemes. In this he proved to be entirely correct, for not a sod was ever turned in the land of Ararat, nor a brick placed upon its welcoming gate. Ike was well supplied with funds, despite having lost considerably on the resale of his land, and he spent a short time stocking up on goods to sell in Hobart Town. He also purchased a large quantity of tobacco from Virginia and cigars from the Cuban islands. He planned to sell the hard goods as quickly as possible upon his arrival on the island, and thereafter to open a tobacconist's shop, so that he might pose as a legitimate merchant. Ike reasoned that tobacco, like grog, was a commodity which would always be in demand in a society where men greatly outnumbered women. For this reason, he did not venture to take with him a quantity of jewellery. He quickly surmised that trinkets and rings and bright shining things would not be so much sought after on an island consisting largely of convicts, emancipists and troopers. Furthermore, those free settlers who had made Van Diemen's Land their home had done so because their limited resources precluded the purchase of land and influence in the more civilized climes of the West Indies, Canada, America, or the Cape of Good Hope. Ike took a ship in New York bound for Rio, where he hoped to join a vessel from England bound for New South Wales. In later years he would talk of this voyage as a moment when he thought the end was nigh. The ship had no sooner passed the island of Trinidad, in the temperate latitudes of the Caribbean, than the mercury in the barometer dropped alarmingly, and the vessel became becalmed. Ike would recall how there was a complete stillness, as though the silence impregnated and thickened the air. There was no breath of wind, and the sea grew flat as a sheet of rolled metal, until not even the single slap of a wave upon the prow of the ship could be heard. The captain, no stranger to conditions in these parts, ordered the portholes to be shut, hatches battened down, and new rope was brought to secure what cargo remained on deck. Then he furled canvas and waited for the tropical cyclone to hit. Slowly a sound, as though the sea itself had given off a soft sigh, grew into an ear-splitting whistle, and soon became a ferocious howling. It was as though the forces of chaos had gathered above the ship to plan its total destruction. The flat sea rose suddenly to mountainous proportions. An aft stay snapped like a twig, though no responding crack was heard to penetrate the wail of the wind. The ship, a cork upon the sea, plunged deep into each troughed wave, and then rode towards its crest 70 feet above the prow. Huge seas smashed over the vessel, so that below decks the wash came up to the waist, and all felt they must surely perish, though sickness forbade them contemplating their lives. Besides, they knew with desperate certainty that no god existed with power sufficient to hear their repentant cries above the raging gale. On the morning of the third day, the cyclone left them, and once again a benign sun twinkled on the calm blue waters of the South Atlantic. While no single pieces of cargo lashed to the deck remained, The damage to the vessel was surprisingly slight. The repair of several broken stays and rigging was all that was necessary to allow them to continue the voyage. Ike arrived at Rio much shaken by the experience, though none the worse for wear. Of Rio we have spoken before, and Ike, ever active in turning a penny, spent his time selling the trinkets he had been unable to dispose of before closing his Broadway shop. He thought little of the Latinos, and even less of the mosquitoes which swarmed in from the surrounding mangrove swamps at night. Ike had no eye for the watery plumes of splashing fountains, and even the dirt and squalor to be found in the wide avenues was not to his familiar taste. It was therefore with alacrity that he accepted passage, despite some inconvenience of arrangement, on the Coronet, an English ship bound most fortuitously for Van Diemen's Land. Ike boarded the ship under the name of Sloman, and it must be assumed that he crossed the palm of the captain most generously, for no berth remained on board. Dr. William Henry Brown, LL.D., soon to be Hobart's colonial chaplain, was on deck taking morning prayers when his tiny cabin was forced open on the captain's orders, and a berth added to accommodate the generous Mr. Sloman. Dr. Brown arrived back to find his books and baggage piled in a most haphazard manner on one side of the tiny cabin, and a Hebrew personage ensconced where they had once lain in well-ordered convenience. The clergyman, who was of a naturally choleric disposition, demanded that Ike be removed, though without success, whereupon he took great umbrage and showed no grace or charity whatsoever towards his fellow passenger, who meanwhile remained quietly seated with his arms folded, and said not a syllable to offend during the cleric's entire conniption.
This is the end of CD 11. The story will continue on CD 12. CD 12.
However, Ike's mute tolerance was not to last. While he was well accustomed to the slings and arrows of outrageous fortune, a long and tedious voyage is best peppered with an ongoing debate, whether this be an acrimonious or a pleasant one. Therefore Ike, unable to win his cabin partner with affable conversation, amused himself by baiting the learned Dr. Brown with matters of the Anglican religion, of which Ike knew a surprising amount. This vexatious debate, in which Ike did not fail to score some telling points on the resurrection and the Holy Trinity, did nothing to improve the temper of God's representative on board. No sooner had the clergyman landed in Hobart than he hastened to Colonel George Arthur with a burden of bitter complaint against the vile Mr. Sloman. This proved an altogether disastrous beginning for Ike, as it brought the full attention of the governor to his presence on the island. Colonel Arthur, himself a devout believer, accepted Dr. Brown's version of the voyage without question, and promised that the blasphemous newcomer would be watched with an eagle eye. Nor did it take long for Ike to be discovered for his true self. He foolishly moved in with the Newmans as a lodger, where his very presence with Hannah in the tiny cottage caused jocular speculation about the nature of the bed he occupied. As soon as he walked the streets, there were people who were quick to recognize him, Hobart Town being the enforced home of many of his old colleagues, and not a few of his former customers.
"Oh, Ikey, me boy, how are you? Blow me down, but I'm glad to see you. What a cursed lucky fella you've been, escaping the rope and they're after the boat. How are you, my boy?"
Other remarks were not as well intended.
"I say, there goes Ikey Solomon. He used to fence me swag, the cursed rogue. Were it not for him, I should not be here now."
Ike, though his intelligence must have warned him otherwise, chose to ignore these remarks, walking on without appearing to recognize his verbal assailant, or if forced to respond, he would look upon the speaker with incurious eyes.
"You're quite mistaken, my dear. Very much and entirely mistaken. I am not him whom you suppose I am, though I am pleased enough to make your acquaintance."
He would extend a long, thin hand.
"Sloman, recently off the Coronet, tobacconist by way of trade. A fine display of Cuban cigars and other inhalatory delights await your pleasure in my Liverpool Street establishment."
Ike had lost no time opening up as a tobacconist, and all at once he became the best of his kind in the town. his American stock being far superior to the leaf grown on the mainland of Australia, or imported from Dutch Batavia or the Cape of Good Hope. When complimented over his cigars, he'd roll his eyes and grin knowingly.
"Oh, the secret be they roll 'em on the sweat of a nigger girl's thighs."
However much Arthur might fume, his Solicitor General advised him that there were no grounds available for Ikey's arrest unless he committed a felony on the island. Until Colonel Arthur had written to England and acquainted the Under-Secretary of the Colonial Office of Ikey's whereabouts so that a warrant could be issued for his arrest in the colony, his iniquitous quarry was as free as a lark. Ikey, most eager to show Hannah that he had turned over a new leaf and was determined to become a devoted family man, bid his 2 elder sons leave New South Wales and join their mother in Hobart Town. He then set up John, the eldest, as a general merchant, with Moses, his brother, as his junior partner. Their establishment was stocked mostly with the hard goods Ikey had transported from America. John and Moses Solomon would soon prosper, though gratitude would not be Ikey's reward for so swiftly reuniting his family and increasing their material well-being. Their indifference to their father is not impossible to understand, as they had no opportunity in their childhood to know Ikey, nor were they ever given a single reason to love him. They had, however, been instructed in every possible vilification of their father by their much-beloved mother. Almost from Ikey's arrival, Hannah commenced to quarrel with her husband, drawing her family into the arguments on her side. She had become convinced, and soon convinced them, that she had been made a scapegoat and was carrying Ikey's sentence. With that peculiar logic of which women are sometimes capable, Hannah had also convinced herself that Ikey had somehow bribed Bob Marley to plant the stolen watch in the biscuit tin. Though no possible logic could explain such a bizarre scheme, Hannah was nevertheless quite blind to reason on this issue, and saw it as part of Ikey's grand plan to get her to part with her half of the combination to the safe. Thereafter she knew with certainty he would abscond with the contents, leaving her, whether free or convict, as a destitute prisoner on this god-forsaken island. Affairs in the Newman household soon reached a point where Hannah's disagreeable manner even overcame the patience of the mild-mannered Mrs. Newman, who demanded of her husband that he ask Ikey to leave, and that he send Hannah back to the female factory. Richard Newman was, it must be supposed, either a weak or an honest man, the latter being so unusual in a police officer as to make it reasonable to suggest that the first quality formed a large part of his nature. If he returned Hannah to the authorities, he would be obliged to return an amount of £20 in lieu of the remaining 3 months of the accommodation agreement he had struck with John Solomon. If he should return Hannah, he found himself open to blackmail, as he had been foolish enough to issue Ikey's eldest son with a receipt, which would now prove his complicity. Newman begged his wife to allow the Solomon family to remain for the 3 months. He pointed out that he had already spent the whole amount of the year's stipend on extensions to their cottage, and had no way of paying back the £20. In addition, he observed that Ikey's contribution of rent was paying for furnishings which they could otherwise not contemplate owning. Mrs. Newman, a good and faithful woman, agreed that they should honour the agreement until it expired, whereupon she made her husband promise Hannah and her children would be returned to the authorities, and Ikey asked to leave. Hannah heard of Mrs. Newman's plans, and in a state of intoxication she confronted her, shouting wildly and accusing her of ingratitude, while at the same time threatening to tell the authorities of the unlawful financial arrangement her husband had entered into with Hannah's son. As with many mild-mannered people who are finally provoked, this was the straw that broke the camel's back. Mrs. Newman flew into a fit of fury such as never occurred in her life, and she struck Hannah repeatedly with a broomstick and drove her screaming from the cottage. This was the moment for which the officials had been waiting. Under the governor's instructions, they had been watching the goings-on in the Newman household, and at the first reasonable opportunity had been instructed to move against the Solomons in the hope of ensnaring Ikey in some public misdemeanour. Hannah was arrested and taken to the female factory, and her children, as they were still assigned to her care, and therefore the responsibility of the authorities, taken to the orphanage. An official investigation followed, where it was convincingly shown that Hannah had never been treated as an assigned servant, and that Newman, a constable and guardian of the law, had not reported as living under his roof a suspected criminal, who, though not positively confirmed, was thought to be the runagate Ike Solomon. While this was a slender enough accusation, and one which would scarcely have withstood the scrutiny of even a colonial magistrate, it was sufficient to frighten Newman. In order to avoid possible censure, he claimed that Hannah's behaviour had greatly changed since the arrival of Ike, who had on several occasions boasted to him that he had plans to take her out of the colony at the first opportunity. Newman completed his statement with the words, "He told me that even should she be placed in the female factory, he would use sufficient influence to free her again." This attempt to implicate Ike in a conspiracy failed, but the colonial secretary, hearing of this boast by Ike to bring about the escape of his wife, ordered that Hannah be closely confined within the factory and never assigned as a family servant again. Hannah once again took this to be Ike's work, her reasoning being that despite his constant supplications, the continued refusal to give him the combination to the safe had caused him to punish her further. Though she truly dreaded the prospect of the female factory, it was the loss of her children which caused her to hate Ike even more, and she swore she would rather die than allow him the use of a single penny of their combined fortune. Ike, who still went officially under the name of Sloman, and so was not permitted to attend the hearing, was greatly distressed at the outcome. Hannah was slipping further and further from his grasp. Though they had quarrelled incessantly since his arrival, he was certain she would eventually be persuaded to his cause. Now, with her incarceration in the female factory after nearly a year of freedom, her children taken from her, he knew the likelihood of his gaining her cooperation in the matter of the numbers to be severely diminished. Ike decided to throw all caution to the wind, and appeal to the English weakness for an act of selfless nobility, and Arthur's strong desire not to waste the financial resources of the colony. He wrote directly to Arthur, dropping the name of Sloman and admitting to his real identity.
Hobart, His Excellency Colonel George Arthur, Lieutenant Governor of Van Diemen's Land. Sir, I beg to state the following, for which I most humbly hope that your Excellency will be pleased to take into your consideration. While in America, I have read of my wife's unfortunate situation, and acting solely from those natural causes, feeling and affections unnecessary, I trust, to explain to your Excellency, I have travelled 30,000 miles, expressly to settle and pass the remainder of my life in the bosom of my family. I therefore beseech your Excellency most humbly that you may allow my beloved wife to be assigned to me as a servant, as I am certain that a woman of her refined nature and frail disposition will not long survive the place of oblivion into which she is now confined, to the utter discomfiture and bereavement of your memorialist. I wish to explain to your Excellency that in the matter of Mr. R. Newman, of which you are well acquainted, were it not for his constant demands for money, there would be no such trumped-up complaint as was brought before you, with the result that my beloved wife has been torn from the arms of her precious children and sent to that dreadful confinement which is worse than death. I further promise your Excellency that should you release my wife to my care, I shall be happy to enter into a bond of indemnity to prove my utmost good faith on this matter. I have the honour to subscribe, your Excellency's most humble servant, Isaac Solomon.
Arthur's reply was a blunt and unequivocal refusal. The ends of justice would be entirely defeated if his wife, so soon after her transportation to this colony, should be assigned to her husband. Meanwhile, Ike, all his life a cautious man, who seldom made mistakes of judgment concerning the law, seemed so entirely obsessed with the desire to get the information he needed from Hannah that he did not appear to realize he had come to the end of his efforts and ought to be making a hurried departure from Van Diemen's Land. Caution, and the knowledge that opportunities are seldom singular, and that another occasion will always arise to gain your purpose, had always been Ike's favoured philosophy. This patience and trust in his luck had served him well in the past. Now it seemed as if by giving his Waterloo medal to Mary, he had sacrificed his sound judgment and good sense. It was almost as though he were under a delusion that even the determined arm of the law was not long enough to stretch across the 12,000 miles separating London from Hobart Town. But stretch it did, and its fingers began to close around Ikey, with the necessary documents relating to the issue of a warrant for his arrest arriving in Hobart. Time has warped the facts of Ikey's arrest, and different versions have come to exist to satisfy the appetites of amateur historians bent on intellectual booty. The Sydney Monitor of the 17th of March 1830 reported Ikey's arrest thus. At about 2 p.m, 2 constables, in the disguise of outsettlers, came into the shop, one of whom said he wanted some tobacco and the other a pipe. On coming in, they asked for the old gentleman, as they preferred dealing with him to the young ones. Ikey, who was behind the counter, started up and said, "I am the person," and instantly one of the men seized him and said, "You are the person we want." On this apprehension, Ikey turned as pale as death, and after recovering from the stupor of a few moments, exclaimed, "So help me heaven, I am a done man now. It's all over for me. I am done for." He made a rush towards a desk at the upper end of the counter, on which there was lying a penknife, which he endeavoured to seize hold of, no doubt for the purpose of committing suicide, but was prevented in the attempt by the constables, to whose assistance 4 of the military, who were stationed outside, came with drawn bayonets and firearms. Having rendered him powerless, they handcuffed him and brought him before the police magistrate of the colony. After identification as Isaac Solomon, he was committed to jail, where, to guard against the possibility of escape, he was heavily ironed. It is on such dull documentation that history must build its case. Mary would come to tell of it differently, for she had it from one of the prison urchins she taught in the female factory, who was in the shop at the time. Children have a better ear for the truth, and can repeat quite clearly what they have seen and heard. This is particularly true of the street urchin, who must depend on his ears and his eyes to avoid trouble from shopkeepers, officials, grown-ups in general, and of course the law. The boy, who stood in the corner of Ikey's shop unnoticed while the arrest took place, told it as an amusing piece in which 2 bumble-mouthed constables made a proper mess of the arrest procedure. The young lad had barely entered the door when he was brushed aside by 2 settlers, dressed in the rough manner of workmen from the bush. Ikey, who was trimming a split thumbnail with a small penknife, looked up and, seeing the 2 men approach, immediately placed the knife down upon the counter to give his 2 out-of-town customers his attention. His shopkeeper's smile appeared, and his hands spread wide to welcome them.
Gentlemen, a pinch of snuff, compliments of the house. American, Kentucky blend, and not to be sneezed at.
Ikey cackled at his own tired joke, expecting his grateful customers to do the same. The 2 men became confused, and then looked the one at the other.
Go on, help yourself, lads. It'd be a custom of the house when strangers comes to town.
Ikey pushed the yellow snuff tin along the counter towards the 2 men, one of whom gave a small shrug and took a useful pinch, first to one nostril and then the other. His partner did the same, and almost at once their nostrils were seen to dilate, their mouths to open, eyes to close, and their heads to draw back, whereupon the sneeze arrived at almost the identical moment for each. Their heads were thrown forward so that they were taken to bending quite involuntarily at the waist, so mighty was the report from their nostrils. After a few moments, they looked up at Ikey through watery eyes, and the larger of the 2 men sniffed and wiped the mucus from his nose with the back of his hand. Ikey now stood most casually, with both hands placed flat upon the counter.
A king of sneezes, say you not, my dears? A prime example of the veritable art of the most honourable Chinese emperor, our tissue. That sniff of snuff be the best in the colony, though a humble enough sample of me wares, and quite nothing compared with the Cuban cigars, or blends of baccy we has for pleasing those what come from out of town. What say you, gentlemen? How may I serve you?
Ikey Solomon, the second bushman said.
To whom does I have the pleasure?
Ikey asked, pushing his long thin fingers across the counter.
We has come to arrest thee, sir,
the man with the snotty hand said, not shaking Ikey's extended hand. Ikey pulled back and clasped both his hands to his chest in a show of horror. His eyes rolled and his expression was most comic afraid.
Then he picked up the penknife and held it with the tiny blade pointed towards his heart. "Oh, woe is me, so help me heaven," he said, looking towards the ceiling. "I am a done man now." He grabbed at his throat with his free hand and made a strangling sound, his tongue protruding. "I shall take me own life rather than be taken alive." It was a most amusing display, and Ike, seeing the urchin standing at the door, winked broadly at him. Children, he understood, were much more intelligent of wit than those who have lost the enchantment of pantomime. "Arrest, is it? How very amusing, gentlemen. Shall you chain me now?" Ike extended his wrists to go beyond the counter, his hands clasped together. Then, as though suddenly grown tired of the childish game, he withdrew them and clasped the edge of the counter. "What is it I can get for you, gentlemen? I have much to do in this pretty day."
"A clay pipe!"
one of the men shouted, and Ike jumped at the boldness of his voice.
"An ounce of shag!"
the other shouted equally loudly, causing Ike to throw up his hands in consternation at the manner of their delivery, which, curiously, had not been directed at him, but in the direction of the door. Almost at once 4 troopers with drawn bayonets affixed to their firearms elbowed their way through the door in a clatter and banging of barrels and butts, the clinking of metal and thump of heavy boots. They wore their red coats and had polished their brasses in anticipation of the grand occasion.
"You are under arrest, Ike Solomon!"
the constable who'd earlier wiped his nose shouted, and this time produced a pair of police manacles from the pocket of his jacket. "Ike's luck has finally run out," Mary said solemnly, after the boy returned in great excitement to the female factory to tell his story. She clasped the Waterloo medal to her bosom, the gold metal warm in her twisted hand. "He should have tried to see me, if only just to greet me." Then she turned away so that the boy could not see her tears, and in a voice too soft for him to hear, she said, "Stupid old sod. Maybe he could have shared some of me luck." Chapter 23. Mary moved from the old female factory where she had spent the past 18 months to the new one, where for a short period she returned to work in the bakery. If new meant a larger factory, it did not mean a better one. The new female house of correction was a remodelled distillery, secured cheaply by the government, and its site in the damp valley of the Hobart Town rivulet, under the shadow of a large hill which blocked almost all direct sunlight for a large part of the year, was most unsuitable. It was damp and dark, and so unhealthy that during the first winter in the new factory, 18 inmates and 27 newborn babies died from bronchial illnesses. While the kneading of dough was hard work, Mary found it pleasant enough. The ovens were warm on the cold days of drizzle and sharp cutting winds which blew up the wide Derwent River from the coast in winter. Van Diemen's Land has a contrary climate and lies sufficiently close to the Antarctic Circle to have at least one of its toes permanently in ice. No local would be brave enough to pronounce a part of any day of the year safe from sudden bone-chilling cold, when summer's blue brilliance is turned, with a malevolent growl from atop the great mountain, into the misery of a winter gale. The year and a half spent in the old female factory had not, at first, been easy for Mary. The overcrowded conditions, the constant fighting among the prisoners, and the fact that the factory was as much a brothel as a prison, made the day-to-day effort to survive most onerous. But Mary, convinced that her luck in life had changed the moment she had set foot in Van Diemen's Land, set about the task of surviving until she was granted her ticket of leave. Life in a female jail is no different from that of a male one. Dominance and strength are usually all that matter. With Anne Gower at her side, Mary set about the conquest of her fellow inmates. She grew her nails until her twisted hands had the appearance of wicked claws. Anne Gower let the stories of Mary in Newgate and the raking of Potbottom's back be known. She also conveyed the fact that Mary had been crowned Queen of the Prisoners on the voyage because she had defied the authorities, earned a flogging, and won the day. This was sufficient to make Mary Abacus greatly feared and respected among the prisoners, without ever having to fight any of the inmates. The prisoners at the female factory soon came to realize that Mary was on their side, and was not a leader simply so that she might benefit herself or her cronies at their expense.
The authorities also accepted that Mary's leadership was not necessarily to their disadvantage. She did not directly challenge their authority, but instead organised the prostitution and the distribution of grog and tobacco in the factory. Mary's past experience of running a brothel and organising the lives of the girls within it made life in jail a great deal more bearable for all. It was the custom of the factory to elect female overseers and taskmistresses from the prisoners, and the superintendent of the factory begged Mary to take such a position, but she refused. They were obliged to accept that Mary carried more unsanctioned authority than those prisoners they had trusted with such a position. They also knew that those convicts appointed overseers would answer to Mary before them. Payment by the troopers for services from the prison whores was now, as it had been at Egyptian Mary's, made not to the individual whore, but directly to Mary. She in turn negotiated the price of tobacco and grog among the corrupt turnkeys, and provided they did not become too greedy, paid them what they demanded. Mary retained a small percentage of the capital earned, and paid the remainder to the prisoners who owed it. This she did in money or in kind. The clicking of her abacus could often be heard late into the night as she reconciled her ledgers. Mary's calculations were scrupulously correct, and while there are always those in a mutual society who whisper that the bookkeeper is a cheat, the 10% she took from each transaction was considered by most to be fair for the task she undertook. In fact, it had been an attempt by the prison officials to squeeze too great a profit from the prisoners, which had consolidated Mary's position and proved the value of the 10% levy. Those who profited dishonourably from the poor wretches under their care demanded an even higher price for their tobacco and grog. Mary refused, and at the same time withheld the services of the prostitutes to the government troopers. The female factory was unofficially endorsed by the military command as a soldier's brothel, and when it ceased to work, the prison officials were forced to admit, in answer to the discreet though annoyed inquiries from the military command, that they could not alleviate the situation. This was the cause of much private embarrassment, although publicly Governor Arthur had used it to his benefit. In fact, with much pomp and ceremony, he had presided over an official commendation to the chief jailer for having successfully put down prostitution in the female factory. In the same hour of the governor's departure, the barracks commander had demanded, supposedly with the blessing of the governor, that the good work on behalf of my troopers be resumed at once. During the 2-week strike, Mary used the funds she had accumulated from taking her 10% cut to purchase grog and tobacco, which she dispensed to the workers while they were unemployed. By organising the prison urchins, who could come and go as they pleased, and besides had no problems evading the porter at the gate, Mary showed the corrupt officials that she had the means of bringing in adequate supplies of the commodities they had fondly imagined they exclusively controlled. Pressure continued to mount from the troopers, who had come to see the female factory as their rightful source of recreation, and so it was not long before common sense prevailed. The turnkeys asked that the former prices should be maintained. But Mary demanded the prices come down. She was sentenced to solitary confinement on bread and water on a trumped-up charge, but this manoeuvre was an abject failure. The prisoner whores refused to cooperate, although in all other things their behaviour was exemplary. In a pact which they named Legs Crossed for Mary, they refused to lie on their backs on behalf of the Crown, and the authorities, fearing a public outcry, could not be seen to punish them. Mary was released from solitary after only 2 days, and a fair deal was struck with the turnkeys. Nothing like this had ever happened before. The fact that Mary had been prepared to be punished for their ultimate benefit deeply impressed the prisoners, and she now possessed their loyalty. Mary also concerned herself with the prison urchins, and conducted a school for them for an hour each day, in which they were taught to read and write. This ragged school was a great pride to the mothers of the children, and also to many of the other prisoners, who were generally illiterate. They took comfort in the fact that ignorance was not, as they had been so often told, a permanent curse placed upon their kind by a malevolent god. Even the whores looked with satisfaction upon the slates the children carried, and regarded these as a positive proof that their work was not unworthy. However, it should not be construed that Mary's presence in the female factory had turned it into a place of calm and order. Prison is still an institution where the back is broken with hard labour and the soul is destroyed by despair. Despite Mary's efforts, this vile degradation had not changed in Van Diemen's Land. Sadness and despair are ingredients without which the recipe of prison cannot be made acceptable to society. If the old female factory had never worked better than under Mary's leadership, this was only that it was a lesser kind of hell on earth. One of the most palpable examples of this misery was the inevitable consequence of institutionalized prostitution, the illegitimately born child. A great many of the children did not survive long. The poor diet in the female factory resulted in serious malnutrition, and many mothers could not produce sufficient breast milk to feed their babies. Those infants which did survive were removed from their mothers as soon as possible after birth and sent to the orphanage, which was known as the nursery. One of the most commonly heard sounds in the factory was of a mother wailing at the enforced loss of her child. For it cannot be supposed that the whore has less love for the miracle within her womb than does the wife of a preacher. However, this was not thought to be the case by the authorities and many of the population, and proof thereof was rendered when a female convict, Mary McLaughlin, was executed for killing her newborn baby. Though children died like flies from the lack of food, hygiene and warmth in the factory, this was thought to be quite in order, whereas the act of a mother putting her tiny infant out of its misery so that it should not suffer longer than its day of birth was regarded as a crime so gross that the whole island was deeply shocked at this example of the brutalized convict mind. When Mary had gently asked her namesake why she had taken the life of her infant, the little Scotswoman had wept bitter tears. "Ach, I couldna bear the bairn to suffer. I had nae milk in my teats, not aught to save its wee life." The Reverend William Bedford, the drunken chaplain to the convicts, who in God's name had been among the large concourse assembled to witness the last moments of Mary McLaughlin, preached a sermon while almost sober in the prison chapel on the Sunday following the hanging.
She stood dressed in a snow-white garment, with a black ribbon tied about her waist, and a certain hope of forgiveness supported her in her final hour, and it is my belief she died contrite and resigned.
Bedford looked about his congregation. Not all were prisoners, and the townsfolk sat separated from the lewd looks of the male convicts by a curtain.
On the falling of the drop, the instant before her mortal scene was closed, she did utter but 3 words of penitence. "Oh, my God, though this may well have been a curse, I have chosen to see it as a plea to heaven for forgiveness. Hers was the dreadful crime of murder, the cold-blooded killing of the little innocent offspring of her own bosom."
He paused again, for he was in good form, and had for once the complete attention of his congregation.
"Well has this first step to error been compared to the burning spark which, when lighted, may carry destruction to inconceivable bounds. But will mankind take a lesson from this?"
He shook his head slowly, then banged his fist upon the pulpit.
"Cannot the horrible tenacity be broken with which the devil keeps his hold when once he has put his finger on his victim?"
The Reverend Bedford let this last sentiment reach the minds of his congregation, before he added in a voice both sorrowful and low,
"I think not."
And so the act committed by a desperate woman was entered into the history of the island as the most heinous of all crimes committed in that place of infamy. Mary had always had a great love for children, though she would never be able to bear one of her own. She came to look upon the children in the orphanage as belonging to the women in the prison, and therefore as her responsibility. Her heart seemed torn asunder when each newly weaned infant was taken away from its mother. On many occasions she had begged the prison authorities to allow the infants to stay, or even that the mothers might be allowed to visit their children at the orphanage on the Sabbath. The reply had always been the same. The prisoner mother had no rights to a child born out of wedlock, nor could the prison authorities accept responsibility for its care. The best interests of the newborn infant were served away from the malignant pollutants of the prison atmosphere, where under the supervision of a benign government, a child would benefit from a Christian upbringing in the Reverend Thomas Smedley's Wesleyan orphanage. And so Mary had passed the first year and a half of her sentence in Van Diemen's Land. Though one more aspect should be added which was to be of paramount importance to her future. She was naturally inclined to gardening, though she couldn't think why this should be, as her life had been spent almost entirely on cobblestones in decaying courts and alleys devoid of even a blade of grass. The names of flowers were quite unknown to her, but for the daffodil, rose and violet, and these three only because urchins sold them on the streets of London. She loved to work in the potato patch, and never failed to be surprised when, upon pulling up a dark green, hairy-leafed plant, she would find attached to its slender roots great creamy orbs fit for the plate of a king. A little further digging would reveal more of the wonderful tubers, and her hands, buried in the rich damp soil, would for a moment seem whole, her long slender fingers restored and beautiful. In the new female factory, her knowledge and disposition for gardening were recognised, and she was allowed to leave the bakery and spend all her prison working hours at this task. Mary talked to the Irish women in the factory about the manner of growing potatoes, and learnt much from them which improved the crop grown in the prison gardens. This in particular from Margaret Keating, who added further to her knowledge with information on the making of poteen, sometimes known as Irish whiskey. This is usually made from barley, but potatoes may be used instead. Though each kind has an altogether different taste, both are most astonishingly intoxicating. Mary soon showed that her proficiency with potatoes carried over to Indian corn, cabbage, carrots and other vegetables. She asked that Anne Gower be allowed to work with her, as well as several of the Irish women accustomed to working the soil, including Margaret Keating. She also asked that a good-sized shed be built, so that the garden implements could be safely stored and the seeding potatoes successfully propagated. Behind this shed, she proposed to build a hothouse for propagating seeds. This, she convinced the prison authorities, was because of the unpredictable weather, where frosts and cold snaps late into spring and early summer could destroy half an acre of vegetable seedlings overnight. This second project was considered to be outside the authority of the prison, as it involved the purchase of glass, and was referred to the chief clerk of the Colonial Secretary's Department, Mr. Emmett. Mary had greatly impressed Mr. Emmett, who saw her use her abacus to calculate the cost of losing 2 crops, as they had done the previous year, to sudden cold snaps. She had offset this against the price of the materials, all of which, but for the glass used in the construction, were made by the male prisoners, with only the smallest cost to the Treasury. For the hothouse, Mary proposed a clever modification. She planned to build into one of the brick end walls a kiln which could be worked from the outside of the building, and explained to the authorities that one of the Irish women, skilled in the making of pots, had discovered a clay pit near the rivulet. The clay there was thought to be of excellent quality for pots. Mary proposed that they would produce water and plant pots for sale to the townsfolk, and with the advent of the hothouse, ornamental plants could be grown. The profits from this enterprise would go directly to the coffers of the colony. The chief clerk now took a keen interest in the hothouse, as if the idea had been his own. He accepted the proposal and agreed that the hothouse should be built, together with the abutting kiln, a pottery drying shed, and 2 wheels for turning the clay. Mary had yet another modification in mind, though not one she thought to mention to the chief clerk. She requested of the prisoner bricklayer to construct a wide hearth on the inside of the end wall of the hothouse, which contained the kiln on its outside. This would be back to back with the kiln, so that there would be a fireplace with a good platform, wide working mouth, and a double chimney flue shared by both hearth and kiln. When, to Margaret Keating's precise instructions, the structure was complete, they had the basis of a first-class poteen still. The kiln could be fired separately from the outside, and the hearth, if needs be, made to carry a fire of its own on the inside. Mary had a carpenter construct a door to the opening of the hearth, which had 4 stout wooden shelves built into its outside surface. If the authorities should arrive unexpectedly when the still was in progress, the fire could be quickly doused and the door closed to conceal it. Numerous pots containing plants could be hastily placed upon the shelves, as though this was their permanent resting place. Smoke from the recently doused fire would carry up the chimney, where it could always be explained as being caused by the operation of the outside kiln. All that was now required was the equipment needed to place within the hearth. This consisted of the numerous thin copper pipes, which would be fed through the back wall of the hearth into the kiln, so that they would be further heated by it, as well as the 2 chambers needed for the condensation and distillation of the spirit. These copper chambers would reside within the mouth of the hearth, where only a very small fire was needed to keep the water within the main cylinder producing the steam required for the distillation of the potatoes, which had been set to ferment. Anne Gower, who had not the slightest inclination to use a hoe or break her back in a potato patch, was nevertheless perfectly willing to work in a trade she knew best. Whoring in prison gained only a 6pence at a time, whereas in the private enterprise of the prison gardens she could command a quick shilling. She was given the task of procuring the pipes, cylinders and other equipment required for the still. Anne took up permanent residence in the newly completed shed, where she soon attracted a regular clientele. She quickly discovered those among her clients who had the means to steal, or the skill to fashion and install, what Mary required in pipes and cylinders, valves and taps. They had been most fortunate to chance upon a randy mechanic, who was masterful in his knowledge of pipes and pressures. By employing his considerable engineering skill, Mary constructed a still which, with the turning of no more than half a dozen nuts, could be disassembled and quickly hidden in a specially constructed cavity, which was revealed by lifting one of the large flagstones which comprised the floor of the hothouse. In return for their services, those few men who had been involved in supply and construction of the still were happy enough to be repaid in a free weekly fulfilment from Anne Gower for the period of snow to snow. This was the time from the last snowfall on Mount Wellington to the first of the following winter, or, if they were exceedingly unlucky, to a summer fall, which was not unknown in these parts. Mary Abacus and Anne Gower, with the help of Margaret Keating, had created the 2 things most in demand on the island: strong drink and lewd women, and both at a price most attractive to the customer. Governor Arthur was determined to stamp out drunkenness within the female prison, and his orders were that any turnkey caught selling grog was to be instantly dismissed and severely punished with 300 strokes of the lash. While it had been comparatively easy to use the children to smuggle tobacco and liquor into the old factory, it was considerably harder in the new, where they were regularly searched by the guards at the gates. Now Mary and her partners could not only sell grog to the free population, but they could also bring into prison significant quantities of the fiery poteen concealed in the loads of vegetables delivered to the kitchen each evening. The 3 women worked well together, Anne Gower being utterly loyal to Mary, and Margaret Keating being a quietly spoken and sensible woman who was a political prisoner. Within 6 months of the completion of the still, having served 3 years in prison, she was assigned to an emancipist of good repute, who offered at the same time to take her as his wife. To her husband's surprise, she brought with her a small but much-needed cash dowry, the source of which he was sufficiently prudent not to inquire about. And so Margaret Keating left her 2 erstwhile partners to enjoy a life of hard work and the utmost respectability, where she would lose 1 child and raise 4 others in the happiest of family circumstances. Mary took over the working of the poteen still. Both Mary and Anne Gower knew well enough that whoring and strong drink taken together spelt trouble, so they were careful not to create a convivial atmosphere about the running of their business. Hobart Town abounded in sly grog shops, where all manner of homemade liquor could be obtained. This was a most potent and dangerous concoction, and often laced with laudanum. When the revellers became too drunk and noisy, they were given a finishing glass, which consisted of a strong poison, and was designed to render the drinker unconscious, so that he might more easily be thrown out onto the street, or if he was a whaler with a pocketful of silver American dollars, robbed of all he possessed. Men were not permitted to congregate or drink on Mary's prison vegetable plot, but only to use Anne's services or make a purchase of grog. A single transaction, the purchase of a pot, as a small container of poteen became known, took 2 minutes. A double transaction, a pot and pant, took no more than 10, a shilling being paid for each service, after which the recipient was required promptly to scarper from the premises. Mary's poteen soon earned a reputation for its excellent quality, and as men must always put names to things, this being especially true for things clandestine, where a wink and a nod may be involved, or a euphemism employed, some began to call the enterprise the potato patch. "Where are you going, mate?" a man might inquire of another. "To the potato patch," would be the reply. However, late one winter's afternoon, a trooper, not a usual customer, after obtaining his 2 shillings worth, demanded company to go with his proposed drinking. When promptly ordered to leave, he grew most cantankerous, and stumbling away, he turned and yelled at Mary, "This place be shit! It be nothing but a damn potato factory!" The name stuck, and Mary's still became known as the Potato Factory. It was a name thought most excellent to those who used its services, for it contained some character and style, which is an essential ingredient in any decent man's drinking habits. The potato patch having always had about it a somewhat base and primitive feel. Now, it might be supposed that an operation such as this would soon enough be the subject of the tattle-tongues to be found in great numbers in a women's prison, and that the prison officials would soon come to know about it. But Mary and Anne Gower saw to it that the prisoners had drink sufficient to keep them happy, and that their children had clothes and physic when they had colic or were otherwise taken with sickness. Mary reigned as queen, no differently in the new female factory than she had done in the old. Similarly, it must be expected that a customer of the potato factory would at some time reveal its whereabouts to such as an undercover plainclothes constable set about gathering useful information within the premises of a brothel or a tavern. Gossips and narcs are among the most virulent forces at work in any convict community. No sooner had one sly grog outlet closed down than another would spring up in its place. Even if human weakness is more often exercised than human strength, a community such as was to be found in Hobart Town could keep its secrets well. Most of the people who walked the streets were either emancipists, ticket of leavers, or active prisoners, and all felt they had just cause to resent authority and to keep some things secret from the free settlers, whom they disliked almost as much. Mary saw to it that the troops connected with the female factory were kept silent with a regular supply of poteen. Furthermore, several key members of the local constabulary would receive a pint-sized pot with a tight wooden cork, brought in by a street urchin each week, and at least one magistrate was known to consider Mary's poteen the purest water of life itself, and took pains not to ask his clerk, who declined to take payment for it, where he habitually obtained it. Mary's vegetable garden and pottery continued to prosper, and the prison authorities had no cause to complain. Abundant vegetables and sacks of splendid potatoes arrived at the female factory kitchen, and while much of this fresh produce never found its way onto the prison tables, being appropriated by those in charge, this did not concern Mary. She well understood that those in charge had even further reason not to look too closely behind the cabbage leaves. From time to time, the chief clerk, Mr. Emmett, would receive a reasonable sum of money, being the proceeds for the sale of plant and water pots. He would receive the funds together with a summary of what had been sold, to whom, and at what price. A clerk sent about the town confirmed Mary's reconciliation correct to the penny. All this in Mary's neat hand, the columns precisely drawn, and the addition and subtraction without error. The payment would always come together with a handsomely turned pot, which contained some exotic forest bloom, Mr. Emmett being famous for his garden, and his cottage, Bowley Lodge, was considered the most beautiful in Hobart Town. Once, for his daughter Millicent on her 10th birthday, Mary sent a standard rose, a veritable pincushion of tiny, perfectly formed pink blooms. Mr. Emmett, observing the honesty and integrity of Mary Abacus, called on the female factory to offer her the position of a clerk with the Colonial Secretary's Department. But though Mary had declared herself most flattered, she declined the offer. "Do you not understand, Mary, that there are no women in my department, or, I dare say, in any other? You should perceive this as a great honour." Mr. Emmett smiled, and then resumed, "No woman, I'll wager, and never a convict woman, has been placed in so great and fortunate a position of trust on this island, my dear." Mary wondered how she could possibly think to refuse,
Then she looked down at her twisted hands, and her eyes filled with bitter tears at the memory of the cold winter morning in London's docklands, when she had left Mr. Goldstein's warehouse with her heart singing. How in the swirling yellow mist the male voices had risen to envelop and crush her. Mary, Mary, bloody Mary, who does her sums on bead and rack. Go away, you're too contrary, you're the monkey, the bloody monkey, you're the monkey on our back. The harsh memories flooded back, and Mary was most hard put to restrain herself from weeping. I'm sorry, sir. I may not accept. There be reasons I cannot say to you, though me gratitude be most profound, and I thank you from the bottom of me heart. Then she looked up at Mr. Emmett, her eyes still wet with her held-back tears. I prefers the garden, sir. The air be clean, and the work well disposed to me ability. Mr. Emmett made one last effort to persuade her. It was apparent that he did not like being refused, and now spoke with some annoyance. There are few enough on this cursed island who can read or write, let alone reconcile a column of figures. Good God, woman, will you not listen to me? You are, he took a moment to search for words, wasted in this damned potato patch of yours. Then let me teach, sir, Mary pleaded urgently, so that we may make more of our children to read and write, and meet with your highest demands. Teach? Where? Teach who? The orphanage, sir. The prison brats. If I could teach 3 mornings a week, I could still manage the gardens. Mr. Emmett looked bewildered. Your suggestion is too base to be regarded with proper amusement, Mary. These are misbegotten children, the spawn of convicts and drunken wretches. It was apparent that he had become most alarmed at the thought. They cannot be made to learn, as you and I may. Have you no common sense about you, woman? He shook his head and screwed up his eyes, as though he were trying to rid his mind of the thought Mary had planted therein. First you refuse my offer, now this urchin-teaching poppycock. These children cannot possibly be made to count or write. Surely you know this as well as I do. Have you not observed them for yourself? They are creatures damned by nature, slack of jaw and vacant of expression, the cursed offspring of the criminal class. I assure you, they do not have minds which can be made to grasp the process of formal learning. He smiled at a sudden thought. Will you have them do Latin? Ergo sum. I am one, Mary said quietly. I were born an urchin same as them, slack-jawed and vacant of face, the way you looks when you be starving. She cocked her head to one side and attempted to smile, though all the muscles in her lips could manage was a quiver at the corners of her mouth. She reached up to her bosom and clasped the Waterloo medal in her hand. Only 3 mornings, she pleaded. I begs you to ask them folk at the orphanage, sir. The chief clerk seemed too profoundly shocked to continue, and for some time he remained silent. He growled at last. I shall see what I can make of it. He shook his head slowly, clucking his tongue. Clerks out of street urchins, eh? I'll wager it will be as easy to turn toads into handsome princes. A week later, Mary received a message to see the Reverend Thomas Smedley, the Wesleyan principal at the orphanage in Newtown, which had been given the surprising name of the King's Orphan School, though no teaching whatsoever took place in the cold, damp and cheerless converted distillery, which served as a home for destitute and deserted children. With this invitation came a pass to leave the prison garden, so that she might attend the meeting scheduled for the latter part of the afternoon. The Reverend Smedley was a short, stout man, not much past his 40th year, who wore a frock coat and dark trousers, both considerably stained. Neither was his linen too clean, the dog collar he wore being much in need of a scrub and a douse of starch. He wore small gold-rimmed spectacles on a nose which seemed no more than a plump button, and the thick lenses exaggerated the size of his dark eyes. Though it was a face which seemed disposed to be jolly, it was not. Any jollity it may once have possessed
was defeated by a most profoundly sour expression. The Reverend Smedley was clean-shaven and his cheeks much crossed with a multiplicity of tiny scarlet veins, a curious sanguinity in one so young and not a drinking man. He was a follower of Charles Wesley, and unlike his Anglican counterparts, was sure to be a teetotaler. Instead of adding a rosy blush, these scrambled veins upon his fat cheeks exacerbated further his saturnine expression. It seemed as though he might be ill with a tropical fever, for apart from his roseate jowls, his skin was yellow, while a thin veneer of perspiration covered his podgy face. To Mary he looked a man much beset by life, who was in need of the attentions of a good wife or a sound doctor.
"What is your religion, Miss... Abacus?"
Mary had been left to stand while Thomas Smedley had flipped the tails of his frock coat and sat upon the lone chair behind a large desk in the front office of the children's orphanage. "I can't rightly say, sir. I don't know as I has one." Mary paused and shrugged. "I be nothing much of nothing."
"A Satanist, then? Or is it an atheist?"
"Neither, sir, if you mean I believes in the opposite or not at all." The Reverend Thomas Smedley looked exceedingly sour and snapped at Mary in a sharp, hard voice, which contrasted with his flaccid appearance.
"Do you or do you not have the love of the Lord Jesus Christ in your heart? Have you or have you not been washed in the blood of the Lamb? Are you or are you not saved of your sins? If not, you may not."
These 3 questions had been too rapid to answer each at a time, and his voice had risen fully an octave with each question, so that the last part was almost shrill, shouted at Mary in a spray of spittle. However, at their completion he seemed at once exhausted, as though he had rehearsed well the questions, and they had come out unbroken and, to his surprise, much as he had intended them to sound. Now he sat slumped in his chair, and his head hung low, with his chin tucked into the folds of his neck, while his chubby hands grasped the side of the desk, and his magnified eyes looked obliquely up at Mary as he waited for her reply. "May not what, sir?" Mary asked politely.
"Teach! Teach! Teach!" Smedley yelled.
"I do not understand, sir. I shall not teach them either of lambs or washing of blood, or sins, and least of all of God, but of the salvation of numbers and letters, sir." The clergyman looked up and pointed a stubby finger at Mary.
"I am not mocked, saith the Lord," he shouted.
"Oh, God, not another one," Mary thought, casting her mind to the dreadful pot-bottom, though outwardly she smiled modestly at the Reverend Smedley. "I had not meant to mock, sir. My only desire is to teach the word of man, and leave the business of God to the pulpit men like yourself."
"God is not business. God is love. I am the way, the truth, and the light, saith the Lord. Unthinkable. Quite unthinkable."
His eyes appeared to narrow, and his fat fist banged down upon the desk.
"Unless you are born again, we cannot allow you to teach children. How will you show them the way, the truth, and the light? How will you example the love of Jesus Christ?"
"Who is teaching them now?" Mary asked, hoping to change the subject.
"They have religious instruction twice each day," the principal shot back angrily. "That is quite sufficient for their need."
"Oh, you have used the Bible to teach them to read and write," Mary said, remembering this was how the Quaker women had suggested they perform this task on board ship.
"We teach salvation, the love of the Lord Jesus and the redemption of our sins, so that we may be washed clean. We do not teach reading and writing here," the preacher barked. "These children shall grow up to be hewers of wood and drawers of water. That is the place for which they are destined in the Scriptures. They are no less the sons of Ham than the blacks who hide in the hills and steal our sheep. These orphan children are loved by the Lord, for he loves the sparrow as well as the eagle, the less fortunate as well as the gifted child."
"Then, with God's permission and your own, I will teach them to be more fortunate, sir. Surely God will see no harm in such tinkering." Reverend Smedley looked up at Mary, who stood with her back directly to the open window, so that the light from behind flooded into the tiny room, to give her body a halo effect, though at the same time it caused her features to darken, so that to the short-sighted clergyman she seemed to be a dark, hovering satanic form.
"Tinkering? Permission? God's permission or mine, you shall have neither. You shall have no such thing. You are not saved, you are not clean, you are not born again, you are an unrepentant and dastardly sinner, whom I have every right to drive from this temple of the Lord."
Mary sighed. The worst that could happen to her was that she be sent back to the female factory and to the prison gardens, and this was no great matter. She was not in the least afraid of the silly little man who yapped at her like an overfed lapdog. Her fear was for the orphan children, for the child she had been herself, for the fact that had it not been for the Chinese contraption of wire and beads, she would have remained in darkness. Her fear was that if she were not permitted to teach these orphan children, they would grow up to perpetuate the myth that her kind were a lower form of human life, one which was beyond all salvation of the mind and therefore of the spirit. "What must I do to be saved?" she asked suddenly. The clergyman looked up, surprised.
"Why, you must repent, of course."
Mary shrugged and raised her eyebrows. "Then I repent," she announced simply. Smedley sat up, suddenly alert.
"That's not proper repenting. You have to be sorry."
"So I'm sorry, sir," Mary sighed. "Most sorry."
"Not me. Not sorry to me, to the Lord Jesus. You have to go down on your knees before him and repent."
"Repent or say I'm sorry? Which is it to be?" Mary asked.
"It's the same thing!"
Thomas Smedley shouted. Then abruptly he stood up and pointed to the floor at Mary's feet, where he obviously expected her to kneel. "No, it ain't. It ain't the same at all," Mary said, crossing her arms. "I could be sorry and not repent, but I couldn't repent and not be sorry, know what I mean?"
"On your knees at once. The glory of the Lord is upon us," the Reverend Smedley demanded, and again jabbed a fat, urgent finger towards the bare boards at Mary's feet.
Mary looked about, and indeed Glory had entered the tiny room. A shaft of pale late-afternoon sunlight lit the entire space, turning it to a brilliant gold, and small dust motes danced in the fiery light. Mary looked directly at the clergyman. "If I repent, can I teach?" she asked.
"Yes, yes!" Smedley screeched urgently. Kneel down at once! His glory be upon us!"
Mary knelt down in front of the desk, and the Reverend Smedley came around from his side and placed his fat fist upon her head.
"Shut your eyes and bow your head," he instructed.
Then he began to pray in a loud and sonorous preacher's voice, which Mary had not heard before.
"Lord, I have brought this poor lost lamb to thee, to ask thee to forgive her sins, for she wishes to repent and accept your glorious salvation and receive life eternal, so that she may be clasped to your glorious bosom and receive your everlasting love."
There was a silence, although it was punctuated several times with a loud sucking of the clergyman's lips, as though he were undergoing some mysterious ecstasy. Then suddenly his preacher's voice resumed.
"Thank you, precious Jesus! Hallelujah! Praise his precious name!"
Mary felt his hand lift from her head, and in a tone of voice somewhat triumphant, but more or less returned to its former timbre, the Reverend Smedley announced calmly, "Hallelujah, Sister Mary. Welcome to the bosom of the Lord Jesus Christ. You are saved, washed in the blood of the Lamb. You may rise now." Mary rose to her feet. "That was quick," she said brightly. "When can I start, then?" The Reverend Smedley smiled benignly.
"You have already started on the journey of your new life. God has forgiven you your sins. You are a born-again Christian now, Mary."
No, not that," Mary said impatiently. "When does I start with the brats?" For a moment the Reverend Thomas Smedley looked deeply hurt, but then decided not to turn this expression into words. He had scored a direct hit with the Lord, and saved another sinner from hellfire, and he was not about to cruel his satisfaction.
"Why, tomorrow morning. You will be here by 8 o'clock, and will have 50 pupils."
The Reverend Smedley paused and looked at Mary.
"Though we have no slates or bell or even board or chalk, nor shall we get them if I know anything of the government stores."
The irritable edge had returned to his voice. Mary turned to leave. "Thank you, sir," she pronounced carefully. But she could barely contain her excitement, and took a deep breath, though she was unable to conceal her delight. "Thank you, I'm much obliged, sir." She held her hand out,
and the Reverend Smedley shuddered and involuntarily drew back, so that Mary's crippled paw was left dangling in the air. Then he scuttled to the safety of his side of the desk, and opened the ledger to reveal a letter which had been placed between its covers. He spoke in a brusque voice, attempting to conceal his terror at the sight of Mary's hands.
"It says here in your letter of appointment from the governor that you are to take the noon meal with myself and my sister. Have you learnt proper table manners, Miss Abacus?"
It was obvious to Mary that the image of her hands at his table was the focus of Smedley's question. Mary suddenly realised that her appointment to the school was not the decision of the irritable little clergyman at all, but that Mr. Emmett had independently secured her position from Colonel Arthur himself. The interview with the Reverend Smedley was simply a formality. "Blimey, sir, I ain't been born again no more'n 2 flaming minutes. I ain't had no time to learn proper Christian manners." She held up her hands. "They ain't pretty, but they works well enough with a knife and fork, and I knows what spoon to use for pudding." She turned and took the 2 steps to the door, then turned again and grinned at the preacher. "See you tomorrow, then." Mary had no sooner escaped through the front door than she reached for the Waterloo medal and, clutching it tightly, rushed down the path away from the orphanage. She should have told the fat little bastard to sod off, but her heart wasn't in it. A little way down the road she turned and looked up at the great mountain towering above the town. "Thank you," she said quietly to the huge, round-shouldered mountain. And then she threw caution to the winds. "Thanks a million, rocks and trees and blue skies and Mr. Oh-so-magic mountain," she shouted at the top of her voice. Mary remembered suddenly that yesterday had been her birthday, and that she was 29 years old, though for a moment she felt not much older than the children she would begin to teach in the morning. "Go on, then. Send us a nice bright day tomorrow, will you, love?" she shouted again at the mountain. To Mary's left, high above the massive swamp gums, a flock of brilliant green parakeets flew screeching upwards towards the summit of Mount Wellington. "Tell 'em I want a real beauty! A day to remember!" she yelled at the departing birds. "Thanks for the luck!" Chapter 24. Ike arrived back in London on the Prince Regent on the 27th of June, 1830. He was accompanied on the voyage by the Chief Constable of Van Diemen's Land, who was under instructions from Governor Arthur not to let Ike out of his sight, even to attend to his needs at the water closet. On board ship, Ike had set about the task of starving himself, and no manner of coaxing could bring him to eat a sufficient amount to sustain normal health. He would go for days on end, sipping water alone, and then he would add a few spoonfuls of gruel to his diet, in order that his frail heart should continue to pump. He seldom spoke to anyone, and allowed his hair and beard to grow again, so that the former fell to his shoulders, and the latter almost to his chest. If this was intended to make the citizenry of the great metropolis sympathetic towards him, the ploy did not work. In every tavern, dance emporium, club and home, London celebrated his capture, and the city police took on the mantle of the heroes. It was as if they had hunted their quarry to the ends of the earth and brought him back in chains to face the full retribution of British justice. At no time was any credit accorded to Colonel Arthur. The governor of an obscure convict colony was simply not grand enough for such a prominent capture. Though retired, Sir Jasper Waterlow travelled up to London to ascertain that it was indeed Ike Solomon who had been returned, and he was rumoured to have visited him in Newgate to shake his hand. This time, Ike was placed in a cell in the very centre of Newgate Prison. He was guarded 24 hours a day and allowed no visitors except for the barrister, Mr. Phillips, whom he had briefed to represent him. He was arraigned at the Old Bailey and charged with 7 additional counts of theft, on top of the original charge of forging Bank of England £5 notes. These additional charges had come about when, following Hannah's sentence, the police had observed that Ike's home in Whitechapel was in the process of being bricked up. They had immediately served a search warrant on Abraham Reuben and thoroughly ransacked every room. They found the trapdoor under Hannah's bed, and within it the false ceiling, which contained a small fortune in stolen goods. When Abraham Reuben was finally permitted to brick up the windows and doors, only the safe under the pantry floor remained undiscovered. 11 days can make a marked difference in the appearance of a man,
and Ike still had a sufficient sum to treat himself well in prison and pay for the best legal advice in England. He abandoned his hangdog demeanour and hirsute looks, and ordered a new suit of clothes and linen from a tailor, though not from Abraham Reuben, who was not permitted to see him. A gentleman's barber from the Haymarket was brought in to cut his hair and to trim and shape his ragged beard. Within 10 days of good food in his belly, Ike was much improved in every circumstance but that of hope. He stood in the dock at the Old Bailey to hear the reading of the indictments against him. He was thought by many to be a man of handsome appearance. The scene of the day of the trial, consequently much exaggerated by Grub Street hacks, is best described by reading from the eminently respectable Morning Post of the following day. Shortly after the opening of the courts, every avenue leading to the new court in which the case was appointed for trial was thronged almost to suffocation. The decided majority of the crowd seeking admittance was evidently the descendants of the patriarchs. As was but naturally expected, the utmost anxiety was evidenced on the part of all those of the Jewish persuasion to catch a glimpse of the person and the features of the prisoner. At 8 a.m. the common sergeant took his seat on the bench, and shortly afterwards Ike was placed at the bar. In the Newgate calendar he was described as a dealer, and the age given as 45. He did not, however, appear nearly so old. During the time the indictments were read, he frequently and piercingly surveyed the persons in the body of the court, as if he were prepared to find an accuser in everyone his eyes rested upon. 5 of the 8 indictments read out in court carried with them capital offences, and Ike, it was supposed, could not bring himself to hope that he might escape them all, and so save his neck from the gallows. It was often enough reported that since his arrival in this country he had suffered considerable dejection of the mind, but there was no sign of this in court. When the indictments were completed and the prisoner allowed to answer them, he spoke calmly and in a voice devoid of despair. "Your Honour, it is my modest hope that the jury will find me innocent, and that under all circumstances His Majesty's government will be induced to spare my life, and permit me to join my wife and family, who are still residing in Van Diemen's Land." This little speech, short and sweet, when picked apart, seems somewhat confused. It claims his innocence, then asks to be spared the rope under all circumstances, so that he be allowed to go free to join his wife and family. It is most doubtful that there existed in court, or anywhere in England, a person unaware of the notorious Hannah Solomon. Yet Ike spoke of his wife as if she was some contented colonial settler's spouse, waiting patiently for her loving husband to return home, having been exonerated of all crimes by a just and benign English legal system. The overcrowded court and the mayhem in the streets outside had delayed proceedings, but Mr. Phillips, Ike's barrister, was crisp on the uptake, and the first 2 charges, neither of which were capital offences, were dealt with in a summary manner. Ike, who naturally denied everything, was found not guilty by the jury. Then 3 of the capital charges were heard, and disposed of with equal speed. Thus, in the process of one morning, 5 of the charges against Ike were dismissed. Mr. Phillips had proved himself an able defender of his celebrated client, and Ike, standing in the dock, appeared almost nonchalant. He did not evince the slightest pleasure at the not guilty verdict. It was as if he had not been possessed of the smallest doubt as to the outcome of each hearing. Though it was always allowed that the first 5 cases were weak in point of proof, 3 of them were also invalidated by the ruling that a person could not be called upon to account for the possession of goods found in his custody 3 months after they had been stolen. However, the noose was not yet removed from Ike's scrawny neck. The court was adjourned to the 12th of July, when the remaining 3 indictments would be heard. 2 of these were capital charges, and the evidence available for the prosecution was most compelling. All of London was ablaze with gossip, and every tavern and chop-house produced any amount of boisterous speculation. Customers with not a scintilla of knowledge of the law turned into street lawyers who waxed more wise with each jug of ale or snifter of brandy. A great deal of money was laid in bets as to whether the eventual outcome would be the rope or the boat. Only the most foolishly optimistic accepted the odds of 100 to 1 on Ike's ability to beat the rap entirely. When Ikey returned to the Old Bailey, the crush of people wishing to get in was even greater than on the first occasion. A near riot occurred when the court attendants attempted to close the doors to the new court, there being not room enough for a dormouse to squeeze into the public gallery. Ikey was brought back to the bar of the court to face the final 3 charges against him.
This is the end of CD 12. The story will continue on CD 13. CD 13.
The first charge to be heard, the only one of the 3 that was not a capital offence, was the one brought against him by the Bank of England, and involved the forgery of banknotes of £5 denomination. Sir Reginald Cunningham, a Scot and a barrister of the highest repute, led the prosecution. He proceeded to lay out in chapter and verse the story of Abraham van Esselen, who was in partnership and under the influence of the notorious Ikey Solomon. Finally, he had shown in evidence the result produced by Ikey and his Belgian partner. Sir Reginald then asked that he might present the 2 fake £5 notes to the judge, together with 2 of legitimate currency, with the further request that the jury might be allowed to examine them thereafter. In a dramatic gesture, Sir Reginald handed the judge a large magnifying glass and begged him to choose the fake from the real. While the judge examined the banknotes, Sir Reginald, in a further dramatic thrust, asked the judge to examine the watermarks on all of the notes, pointing out that they were all identical in nature, the paper used being the very same as was employed by the Treasury. The great barrister paused and waited for complete silence. Then he added in a stentorian voice, "I need hardly remind this court that the theft of paper used in the manufacture of banknotes is a crime against the Crown and the Treasury, and therefore punishable by death." There was a murmur of astonishment from the public gallery, for in one stroke the Bank of England's case had been turned into a capital crime, and Ikey seemed certain to hang. "I should remind the prosecution that the decision as to whether a crime is a capital offence most fortunately does not rest with the prosecution but with this bench. If it did not, I fear that the least of crimes would earn the ultimate sentence." It was plain that the judge was not pleased with Sir Reginald's final remark. He then caused the notes to be handed to the jury, and it might have been supposed that Ikey had, in the truest sense of the words, finally met his Waterloo. With the exception of his last statement, Sir Reginald appeared not to have put a foot wrong. The noose was drawn tight, and it seemed the trap-door had all but sprung, as Sir Reginald Cunningham retrieved the banknotes from the jury and held up 2 of them. "These are the £5 notes on the person of the accused. They were printed from a £5 etched copper plate discovered in the Bell Alley basement premises owned by the accused." He paused, and then ended with a flourish. "They were printed on the very same printing press, also lodged at that address." Ikey's barrister, Mr. Phillips, now rose to his feet. "Can my learned friend please tell us how these 2 particular notes were discovered, and by whom?" "Your Honour, we request permission to call up a witness, Mr. George Smith, senior constable at the Lambeth Street Watch House, who will answer my learned friend's question." Sir Reginald was well pleased with himself, and his tone was most accommodating. The clerk of the court stood up and called upon Senior Constable George Smith to take his place in the witness box. "Mr. Smith, is it not true that you go by another, even more familiar name?" asked Mr. Phillips. The senior constable looked confused. "Beg pardon, sir? I don't rightly know what you mean." "Let me put the question another way, then. Is it true that you are referred to with the sobriquet, the Reamer, in criminal circles?" George Smith cleared his throat. "I can't rightly say what the criminal classes calls me." There was a buzz of amusement from the court, and the policeman seemed to gain confidence from this, for he grinned and added, "And I don't think I cares that much neither." There was further laughter, and the judge banged his gavel.
Then let us suppose that the name the Reamer, which you state is of no consequence to you, is in fact the name used by what you refer to as the criminal classes. Can you venture to guess how this name came about?" His hand rose to prevent George Smith from answering. "Before you answer, would you agree that a reamer is a sharp object placed into a narrow aperture, which is used to scrape it clean of impediment?" George Smith shrugged. "If you say so, sir." "Mr. Smith, would you kindly hold up the forefinger of your right hand?" The policeman looked at the judge. "Must I do this, Your Honour?" "Is this request important to your line of inquiry, Mr. Phillips?" the judge asked. "I must say, it doesn't seem to be leading anywhere." "Your Honour, I intend to show that this witness is not accustomed to acting within the rules of the law, and cannot be relied upon to act in the best interest of the truth." "That is a serious accusation to make against an officer of the law, Mr. Phillips. You will need to be most careful how you proceed further." He turned to the policeman in the witness box. "You will hold your right forefinger up to the jury, Mr. Smith." George Smith held up his forefinger, which appeared normal in all aspects, and there was a bemused titter from the crowded court. "Whatever can you have in mind, Mr. Phillips?" the judge asked, frowning at Ikey's barrister. A high-pitched voice suddenly shouted from the public gallery, and an urchin in a top hat jumped up from his seat. "He bit it off! I seen him! He bit his nail off while the judge were talking! He bit it off and spat it out!" Sparrowfart jumped to his feet in the public gallery and yelled at the top of his voice. Yeah, we seen it!" Several other urchins, seated around Sparrow, nodded their heads violently, confirming his outburst. Other members of the public gallery now shouted in agreement, so that the court was filled with their protestations. The judge banged his gavel. "Silence! I will have silence in my court," he demanded. "You will remove that small personage, please, Constable." He pointed to the policeman nearest Sparrowfart. Sparrow was led out of the gallery, where the police constable cuffed him behind the ear before roughly throwing him out onto the street on his arse, though the other members of the Methodist Academy of Light Fingers were permitted to remain. Sparrow had barely landed when he felt a strong hand grab him by the collar and lift him to his feet. All he could see was the man's waistcoat and fob chain, as he frantically struggled to free himself. "Steady on, lad. I mean you no harm," a calm voice directly above him announced. "Let me go!" Sparrow yelled. To his surprise, the hand holding him released its grip. "That was a brave thing you did in there," the voice added. Sparrow was about to run, but then recognized the man as someone who had been seated near him in court. Sparrow dusted his coat and the seat of his pants. "Stupid, more like." "What's your name, boy?" the man asked. "I ain't done nothing, mister," Sparrow whined. "On the contrary, you may have saved a man from the gallows." "You a detective, then?" Sparrow asked, still suspicious of the stranger. No, a reporter." He stuck out his hand. "Charles Dickens. I thought I might do a small piece on you in the paper." "Blimey! In a newspaper?" Sparrow wiped his hand on his greasy lapel before taking the reporter's hand. "Pleased to meet you, Mr. Dickens." "Well, yes, likewise, lad. What you did took real gumption. Would you like to be in the newspaper?" "No, thanks. Ikey says incognito be best. You don't want no name in the papers." "Incognito, eh? That's a big word. Do you know Ikey Solomon?" Sparrow squinted up at the reporter. "Maybe I does and maybe I doesn't." His confidence restored, he now stood with one foot placed on the boot cap of the other, and with both his hands jammed into the pockets of his coat. Charles Dickens took out his purse and offered a shilling to Sparrow. Sparrow sniffed. "Bloody hell, for a shilling I ain't never seen him before in me life, mister." Charles Dickens smiled and dropped the shilling back in his purse. "For a shilling you gets me name," Sparrow added quickly, realising he'd overplayed his hand. "Your name, is that all?" Charles Dickens laughed. "For the newspaper. You can put me name in your newspaper." The reporter took the shilling out of his purse again and handed it to Sparrowfart.
What's your name, then, lad? Sparrow thought desperately. When he performed well at the Academy of Light Fingers, Ikey would turn to the other lads and say,
"Look at Sparrow, a veritable dodger, nimble as a ferret."
Then he would pat him on the head and say,
"Well done, Dodger. A most artful dodging performance, my dear."
"They calls me the Artful Dodger,"
Sparrow replied. "And you know Ikey Solomon, Mr. Artful Dodger?"
"That's for me to know and you to find out,"
Sparrow said cheekily, the shilling now safely deposited in his pocket. Charles Dickens laughed. "And how much will it take to find out?"
"It'd be a long and fascinating story. What can't be told straight off, it'll cost you a daffy and a sov."
"I'm not sure I have a sovereign on me." Dickens reached again into his coat for his purse.
"What's the time, then?"
Sparrow said, pointing to the reporter's waistcoat. With his free hand, the reporter reached down to his fob chain, and then more frenetically patted the lower part of his waistcoat.
"This yours, then, mister?"
Sparrow asked. The hint of a smile played on his pinched little face as he held up a gold hunter by its chain.
"Worth a lot more than a gold sov now, don't you think?"
"How the devil?" Dickens expostulated.
"Got to be careful who you picks up when they's fallen down on the pavement, mister. Grab a boy by his collar, and he's got both hands free, ain't he now?"
Charles Dickens grinned sheepishly as Sparrow returned his watch to him. "A daffy and a sovereign it is, then. I do hope it's a good story, Mr. Artful Dodger."
"Best you ever heard, mister."
Sparrowfart shot back as he dodged into the oncoming traffic in Newgate Street to cross to a tavern on the far side. Meanwhile, in the new court of the Old Bailey, Mr. Phillips addressed the judge on the matter of Sergeant George Smith's missing fingernail.
Your Honour, I request that the witness box be searched for a fingernail belonging to the witness.
There was much laughter from the gallery at this notion, for most of the public had not understood the meaning of Sparrow's shouted accusation. Sir Reginald rose quickly to his feet.
With the greatest respect, Your Honour, the defence is both confused and confusing.
He glared at Mr. Phillips.
My learned colleague had first requested that the witness accept a new name, that of the reamer, and then asks that Mr. Smith thrust his forefinger in the air. A most curious request, to say the least. But then, when he perceives it to be a perfectly normal finger, with a perfectly normal fingernail upon it, he demands that we all go on our hands and knees and look for a missing and imaginary finger part.
There was a roar of laughter from the court, and this time the judge threatened to remove all from the public gallery if the misbehaviour continued. Then he looked impatiently at Mr. Phillips.
Is that not substantially correct, Mr. Phillips? Or do you have some motive which is beyond us in this court? Already you try my patience to a most precipitous point. Your Honour, it will take but a moment. I crave your indulgence. What I hope to find is of the greatest significance to this case. It is my intention to show that the word of Senior Constable George Smith is not to be relied upon.
The judge looked stern.
I have already cautioned you against this sort of imputation, and warn you that you will be charged before the bench with misconduct if you do not satisfactorily resolve the accusation you are making against Mr. Smith. You may search the witness box with an officer of this court in attendance.
Ikey's barrister leant over and spoke quietly to his instructing solicitor, who, accompanied by a constable, entered the witness box. It took only a moment for the police officer to find the torn part of a fingernail which had fallen to the floor at the feet of George Smith. The piece of nail was filed to a point and appeared to be almost 1.5 inches long. He handed it to the solicitor, who then took it across to the clerk of the court.
Your Honour, I suggest that the portion of fingernail which I now submit as evidence can be shown to have been formerly attached to the forefinger of the witness. I have several witnesses, including my client, who are willing to testify that the offending forefinger with nail attached was used for the purposes of searching the back passage of prisoners for contraband. It was intended that this action of reaming would render grievous bodily harm to the victims of this odious search. It is for this reason that the witness has been christened the reamer. I object, Your Honour. This matter of nicknames has nothing whatsoever to do with the case at hand. I refer to my learned colleague's original question, which, if I recall correctly, was how the notes were discovered on the person of the accused. Your objection is sustained, Sir Reginald. the judge said, and turned to the jury. You will ignore the imputation made by Mr. Phillips as to the usage of the fingernail, and reference to it will be struck from the record. He looked at Ikey's barrister. You will restrict yourself to asking direct questions, Mr. Phillips. I shall not warn you again.
Yes, thank you, Your Honour. You are most gracious, Mr. Phillips said, appearing not in the least chastened by the judge's warning. Mr. Smith, can you tell this court whether the man you searched, known as Ikey Solomon, is in this court? The senior constable nodded and pointed to Ikey. That be him, sir. Thank you. And you conducted a thorough, body search upon this person? There was a roar of laughter in the court, and the judge banged his gavel again. It were the normal search, sir, for what we calls routine contraband. Where did you find the 2 counterfeit notes? Can you tell me precisely their location, Mr. Smith? They were in the lining of the coat, sir. In the lining? In the lining of whose coat? The accused, sir. He wore a coat on the night he were brought in. An expensive coat, sewn into the lining? Yes, sir, it were a good coat, but no, not sewn. There were a tear in it. The notes were pushed down the tear into the lining like. Isn't that a little obvious, Constable? Would you concede that a large tear, which had not been repaired on an expensive coat, was a rather too obvious place to hide the notes? That's not for the likes of me to say, sir. That be where them notes were found, and I did not say it were a large tear, sir, George Smith said tartly. Mr. Phillips wheeled around and pointed directly at George Smith. No, sir, with the greatest respect, I submit to you that the 2 5-pound notes were planted. Mr. Phillips turned towards the jury. How very convenient to make a tear in his coat, the coat which the accused was forced to remove while he was undergoing a thorough body search, a tear into which, abracadabra, the 2 5-pound notes suddenly appeared, politely stuffed within the lining of the coat to make the evidence your masters requested appear in the most convenient manner. Is this not a much more reasonable explanation of what happened, Mr. Smith? No, sir, it is not. The notes be found, just like I said. Then you will demonstrate how you found these 2 notes, please, Mr. Smith. Ikey's barrister turned to the clerk of the court. We have asked that the accused coat be brought in evidence. Would you please identify it and hand it to the witness? The clerk of the court stood up and turned to the judge. Your Honour, the coat in question was not taken in evidence from the prisoner at the time of his arrest. The judge looked astonished, and then addressed George Smith. Mr. Smith, did you not say that the counterfeit notes were found in the lining of the coat, and that they had been so placed by means of a tear in the outer material? Yes, Your Honour. Am I to believe that the coat was then allowed to remain with the accused, and was not confiscated as evidence? George Smith looked decidedly sheepish. We forgot, Your Honour, it were a cold night. Then he pointed at Ikey in the dock. He were wearing it when he made his escape. Thank you, Mr. Smith. You may step down, Mr. Phillips said. In his summary of the evidence, the judge pointed out that the absence of the coat and the subsequent denial of the accused that a tear had ever existed in it constituted reasonable doubt as to whether the banknotes had been placed in the lining by the accused or by the actions of some other person or persons unknown. Furthermore, without the evidence of the 2 notes, there appeared to be nothing which linked Ikey with the crime of forgery. The etched plate and printing press found in the basement premises proved nothing beyond the fact that Ikey was the landlord and the forger Abraham Van Esselen his tenant. He noted that all the receipts for the printing press and subsequent forgery materials were in the name or pseudonym of Abraham Van Esselen, whom, he reminded the jury, had been previously tried and found guilty. Finally, there existed not a shred of evidence to show how Ikey might have procured the treasury paper on which the forged notes were printed. The jury took less than an hour to dismiss the charges of forgery against Ikey, and the judge pronounced him not guilty for lack of evidence. Ikey's coat of many pockets had saved his life. Only 2 more charges remained, those involving the purchase of goods known to have been stolen, and both were capital offences. Alas, with these Ikey's luck finally ran out, and he was found guilty on both charges. The hangman had secured his man at last. But the judge did not place the black hood upon his head. Instead, he sentenced Ikey to 14 years' transportation. This amelioration of Ikey's sentence may well have come about to prove to the barrister that the judge was independent of the pressure which might be placed upon him by those fronting the bench. Though to this sentence of transportation was added the clause that Ikey was not permitted to return to England after he had served out his time in Van Diemen's Land. But the redoubtable Mr. Phillips had not entirely given up. Ikey's barrister instituted several legal quibbles on his client's behalf, the majority of which concerned the disposition of stolen property, and challenged the various acts of Parliament involved in Ikey's conviction. This legal nitpicking served the purpose of postponing Ikey's transportation for nearly a year, though during this period Ikey was not, as was the usual custom, sent to a hulk on the Thames estuary, but remained under close guard in Newgate. The final outcome of this delay was that Ikey's prison expenses for food and drink and other luxuries, namely the Times and reading matter on a variety of subjects, coupled with the exorbitant fees Mr. Phillips imposed for his services, finally exhausted the funds Ikey had brought with him from Van Diemen's Land. For the first time since he had been a young flashman, Ikey had not a penny to his name. On the 31st of May, 1831, Ikey Solomon, his spirit broken and his body in chains, set sail for Van Diemen's Land on the William Glenn Anderson. Chapter 25. A large crowd gathered at Sullivan's Cove to witness Ikey's arrival on the 1st of November 1831, but Hannah was not amongst them. She thought of herself as very badly done by, and she blamed Ikey for necessitating her departure from the Newman household, and for her present incarceration. In fact, she had been rather fortunate, for she was not sent to the female factory, but to the cotton factory, this second institution being somewhat better in its treatment of prisoners. Hannah was employed as a seamstress to make prison garments. Thus she was able to avoid meeting Mary Abacus. But this did not prevent her from constantly speaking of Mary as the person who had seduced her husband and brought about the present and calamitous destruction of her entire family. She vowed loudly and often that she would wreak revenge on Ikey's erstwhile mistress, whatever the price. For Mary, Hannah's existence on the island hardly mattered. She heard from time to time of Hannah's threats, but she expected no less from Ikey's wife and thought little of them. She was unaware that Hannah had a new and powerful reason for hating her, one which had nothing to do with their shared past. Hannah's children, her 10-year-old son David, Anne, who had just turned 8, Sarah 6 and Mark 4, were placed in the Reverend Smedley's orphanage. David, Anne and Sarah found themselves in Mary's classroom, where they felt as much loved by her as any of the other orphans. Hannah's children, the apple of her eye, were under the direct influence of the woman she hated more than any other, and there was nothing she could do about it. Mary delighted in her task as teacher. Although many of the children were undernourished and stunted in their growth, and so proved difficult to teach, some were bright and eager. But there were none so willing to learn as Anne, and none so naturally intelligent as her brother David. Both had received some schooling in England, and so were much ahead of the other pupils, and Mary used them to instruct the younger children, while at the same time giving them her special attention. From the outset, David was fascinated by Mary's abacus, and begged to be allowed to use it. He had proved himself clever with numbers, and could do much of the arithmetic Mary taught him mentally, not bothering with the slate on his lap. Anne, on the other hand, while competent with numbers, begged to be allowed to read. Finding books for an 8-year-old child was not an easy matter, and the Reverend Thomas Smedley, still undecided about the merits of teaching the children God had intended to be the drones in the hives of life, did nothing to help the situation in the school. Saving souls was clearly the major work of God, and he told himself was as freely available to the poor as it was to the rich, to the clever as well as the stupid. In his infinite wisdom, God made his salvation unstintingly available to all. But at this point, God's universal design came to a halt. The qualities he gave to humans were dispensed according to the needs of English society, which Smedley naturally accepted as being the closest to the divine intention. To some, God gave wisdom, for the wise are needed in some small proportion. Some he made clever, for these too are a necessary ingredient in the proportions of a just society. Others are possessed of natural skills to furnish the whole with artisans, teachers, clerks and shopkeepers. But most he made to be hewers of wood and drawers of water. They were the necessary human clay, and had been allotted the largest and lowest space in the human family. By tampering with God's natural ordination, Mary was attempting to change the balance of nature, and no good could possibly come of it. The saving of minds, Thomas Smedley concluded, was more likely to be the work of Satan than of a benign and loving God. The example he most often used to support his argument was that of the noble savage. Mary took the midday meal with the preacher and his spinster sister. Elspeth, a quiet soul, was not able to counter her brother's aggressive nature, and mostly kept her silence at the table. She was an excellent cook, and took some care to see that Mary was well fed, always treating her with the utmost politeness, though without venturing beyond the daily pleasantries. Smedley more than made up for his sister's reticence. He possessed a viewpoint on all subjects except those which might interest a woman, and his opinions could almost certainly be counted upon to be of a negative persuasion. He used the dinner table as he might have done a pulpit, expounding on any subject he felt inclined to embrace, without expecting argument or rebuttal from the two women who shared it with him. The followers of John Wesley are of a naturally zealous disposition, the threat of fire and brimstone being the major part of their catechism. They hold that God's anger should be given precedence over his mercy and love, and agree that the fear of hellfire is the principal motivation for driving wicked people to salvation. Thomas Smedley was well suited to this uncompromising faith, but his superiors nevertheless thought its nature too bitter to preach from an English pulpit, and so he had been sent to Van Diemen's Land, where God's cause was secretly thought to be a hopeless one, except for the early salvation of its plague of illegitimate children. Elspeth had accompanied him on his mission as housekeeper, for like Mary, she possessed a passion for children. She was much aggrieved by her brother's insistence that his charges be treated as creatures of little worth, with strict instructions that they be shown no outward sign of love. This cruel directive caused her to live in a clandestine way, loving the forlorn little creatures whenever she could clutch them unobserved to her bosom. For a while, Mary was willing to hold her tongue. She much enjoyed the food at Elspeth's table, which she took care to supply with fresh vegetables from the prison gardens, so that she should not be at the mercy of the preacher's reluctant charity. She had been made to feel an uninvited guest from the very first meal, when after a prolonged and stony silence, the small, fat preacher suddenly threw down his napkin, slid back his chair, and stormed from the room with the words, "Vile claws!" At the following midday meal, Mary had come to the table to find a pair of white lace gloves placed between her knife and fork. For a moment she felt that her anger would cause her to explode. Her talons, grown in the prison, had been neatly cut to the perimeters of her fingers when she had come for her interview. But now she wished them long again so that she might rake the fleshy face of the preacher until the blood gushed from his rubicund cheeks to soak the napkin tied about his neck. As her anger abated, she was overcome with humiliation. She fought to control her sobs, her face cast downwards, and her poor broken hands concealed upon her lap. A silent tear ran down her cheek and fell onto the gloves, placed so that the longest fingers appeared to be pointing accusingly at her. "My dear Miss Abacus," she heard Elspeth Smedley say in an unusually loud voice, "I must apologize for my bad manners. I had quite forgotten to place gloves at the table for yesterday's luncheon. Can you possibly forgive me? It is all the fashion these days, but as Smedley and I eat mostly alone, I have grown careless of convention." Mary looked up slowly to be met by a smile from Elspeth, who, she now saw,
wore a pair of gloves identical to her own. "I have made a brisket of beef with a tarragon sauce, in the hope that you will forgive my appalling oversight." Then Elspeth Smedley added lightly, "The soup is made of the beautiful watercress you brought this morning from the rivulet. It is my favourite, and I must thank you. Smedley does so much enjoy it too." It was the longest speech Mary had ever heard from the shy and naturally retiring Elspeth, and she felt sure that no person had ever addressed her with such kindness and compassion. "Thank you, Mum," Mary murmured, as she reached for the gloves in front of her. "No, no, my dear, you must call me Elspeth, for you are as welcome at our table as any of our other friends." Though never in the least pleasant to her, the Reverend Thomas Smedley grew accustomed to Mary's presence at lunch. He placed little store in her opinions, but unlike his sister, Mary was not willing to listen in silence to his tirades, or accept his pronouncements as though they were infallible. After a few weeks, she was beginning to get results from several of the children in her class, and she was convinced that she could fill their small minds with a love of learning. Smedley, though pretending to evince no interest in Mary's progress, would command her to debate him, often interrupting her, and when she made a point worthy of consideration, he dismissed it with a flick of his wrist and the expostulation, "Bah!" On one occasion he had followed this with the words, "They are nothing but savages, to be likened to the black creatures that crawl like vermin among the hills." "We are but the creatures we are permitted to be, sir," Mary protested. "This is as true for the orphans as it is for the savage. Our nature is not formed within the womb, but by what happens to us beyond it." "Ah, but you are quite wrong," Smedley replied. "The pig is happiest in its own mud. When rescued from his natural ways and habitat, the noble savage, no longer covered in the stench of fish oil, but bathed and dressed in linen, is soon forlorn and woebegone. If you would have your Van Diemen's savage dine at the table of the governor, the food would prove unsuitable to his digestion, the linen chafing and uncomfortable to his skin, his posterior quickly wearied by the gilt chair, and the custom of knife and fork and spoon likely to confound his primitive mind. How then, by means of books and slate, can you change this repulsive creature for the better? How indeed, Miss Abacus?" "Sir, I know nothing of savages. It be the young minds of little uns of our own kind I seek to change. They are not by nature consigned to the pigsty, but are born the same, and washed as clean of the blood of their birth as any noble child. If perchance they was placed in the nursery of a grand manor, there's none would know the difference, and they would carry their proxy nobility as well as any lord or lady." "Oh, but you are quite wrong again, Miss Abacus. You have observed them in your own class, the close-set eyes, the sloping beetle brows, the vacuous and slack-jawed visage with no dawn of comprehension seem to rise up into their dulled, indifferent eyes. These are not the substitute sons and daughters of the decent classes. They are already well branded to the bottom class, marked every bit as surely as the black skin of the aboriginal savage marks him to his subhuman species." It was true enough that several of the children in Mary's class had the precise appearance described by the Reverend Smedley, and true also that not a flicker of comprehension seemed to show in their eyes when they were presented with an idea which required the smallest conjecture. But they sang and clapped with gusto, and were much entertained with simple games, and Mary, in many ways, loved them most of all. "That ain't fair, sir," she exclaimed hotly. "I've worked in big houses in my time, and heard tell of others where wrong uns, idiots, are born to the gentry. King George himself, Farmer George, he had more than one loose screw rattling about in his royal noggin. You're quite right, there be some in me class won't take much to learning, but most of 'em make progress, and will in time come to something." "Ha! If we cannot save their souls in time, Miss Abacus, all they will come to is corruption and licence, drunkenness and thieving." Thomas Smedley jabbed a fat finger at Mary. "You will know that your school is not of my making. Should I have my way, I would wish it gone in an instant. My work, Miss Abacus, is God's work, and when you interfere with God's natural laws, and would think to change the clay from which each of us is formed, I can clearly enough see the devil's hand in it." "Sir, the devil has no monopoly on brains," Mary replied, looking into her napkin and holding down her anger. "Oh," Thomas Smedley snorted, pointing at her again. "Then is it the Lord God who sends a brothel-keeper and a whore to my orphanage to teach his precious children?"
The 3 mornings Mary spent at the orphan school soon became 4, and then 5. Mr. Emmett would sometimes call around and watch as the children sang or recited a poem for his benefit. He had seen to it that blackboards, slates, chalk, paper, quills and blacking, and even a few children's books were made available. There were never sufficient books, for Mary believed that reading was the basis for any education, and would lead naturally to the desire to write, and created in a child the thirst for knowledge of every description. She had even persuaded Mr. Emmett to get the authorities to return her battered leather-bound copy of Gulliver's Travels. She used this to create in the breasts of her older children a sense of social justice, so that they might understand that it is the strong who manipulate the weak, and that bondage and poverty are not a natural state ordained by God, but imposed by those who enjoy wealth, privilege and power, upon those who have no means to resist or overcome poverty and servitude. In this way, unknowingly perhaps, Mary began to teach the tenets of freedom, upon which a community of convict slaves became the most egalitarian nation on earth. Mary and her class of 50 orphan children, together with 160,000 convicted thieves, whores, forgers, con-men, blasphemers, political dissenters, the diseased, illiterate, mentally handicapped flotsam and jetsam upon the sea of English and Irish life, formed the basis of this new nation. Undoubtedly, this was the most unpropitious human raw material ever gathered in one place. Yet it would be forged into a free and equal people, who would never again tolerate a despotic regime, or accept that any man's station is above that of any other. In the matter of books for her pupils, Mary enlisted the help of Elspeth Smedley, who rented books in large numbers from the Hobart Town Circulating Library. This institution was presided over by the stern-faced Mrs. Dean, who, had she known their destination, would not have permitted the books to be released from her possession. Convicts were not allowed to rent books, and the thought of orphans reading them with their dirty little hands would have caused a great fuss in the small community. As it was, Mrs. Dean marvelled at Elspeth Smedley's ability to read so many volumes on every subject, and judged her quite the best-informed woman on the island. Privately, she thought the parson's sister's reading was most eclectic, in some things juvenile to the greatest degree, while her other tastes were distinctly scholarly. But she did not make the obvious connection that the books were being used in the orphanage. The very idea that the illegitimate brats of convicts and whores might be brought to learning was less believable than the notion that the moon was composed of green cheese. The money for the books came, of course, from Mary's potato factory, and while Elspeth Smedley may herself have pondered the source of Mary's seemingly unlimited resources, she would not have dreamt of asking her for an explanation. Mary had encouraged Elspeth to become a teacher herself, and in this matter, the gentle and retiring spinster sought to stand up to her bucolic older brother. When confronted with Elspeth's request, Thomas Smedley ordered that she withdraw from the wicked influence of the factory whore, as he had come to call Mary in private. He had long since cancelled Mary's salvation. She had clearly shown by her lack of humility and contrition, and by her willingness to argue with him on every conceivable subject, that her redemption had been nothing but a ruse to win his approval for her orphan school. He forbade Elspeth to enter Mary's class, or even to converse with her at the midday meal. Elspeth had not disobeyed her brother's instructions. She found, however, that her extreme disappointment at his decision had entirely erased the numerous recipes she carried in her mind, save only for a recollection of how to boil potatoes. For 2 weeks, morning, lunch and tea, she served boiled potatoes and small beer, until Thomas Smedley could stand it no longer, the demands of his stomach finally overcoming his principles. He had become quite pale and listless, and when the pangs of hunger and the desire for red meat could no longer be contained, he had taken to walking down into Liverpool Street to take a meal at a chop house. He was a man who loved his food, and the boiled and fried mutton and badly prepared kangaroo flesh available as cheap fare in an eating house, though preferable to boiled potatoes, was not in the least to his liking. Elspeth was most grudgingly allowed to teach with Mary in the orphan school. It was a decision which possessed the divine power to recall Elspeth's memory. That very night, a splendid pot roast, garnished with tiny spring onions and a boat of rich gravy at its side, with a dish of rice and another of vegetables, was placed steaming upon the table, proving once again that principle is soon swamped by the gravy of greed. David and Anne Solomon had not been to school since leaving England.
An attempt had been made to enrol Anne in Mrs. Bamber's boarding school for young ladies when Hannah had been assigned to the Newman family, but her application had been refused on the basis of breeding. The learning levels of both children were 3 years behind what might have been expected had they remained in England, but the general intellectual fare served up at the orphanage was still not sufficient to occupy their minds. Mary had eventually allowed David to learn to work her abacus. Anne, too, had begged to be allowed to play with Mary's beads, insisting she also could make the numbers work. But Mary, sensing David's pride that he alone had been permitted to use her precious abacus, would not allow his sister the same privilege. "Anne, you are our best reader, and it be with books that you excel. David already knows the big numbers, and can divide and multiply and add and subtract to make our very heads spin. Your turn will come when you be a little older and learn the bigger numbers." "It's not fair," Anne protested, stamping her foot. "I know a big number and I can write it too." Whereupon she took up her slate and wrote the number 816. "What number does that say, Anne?" Mary asked. 816, miss," she exclaimed, then added triumphantly, "See? I told you I can do big numbers." Mary took up the child's slate and, transposing the numbers, wrote 618 upon it. "What is this number, then?" she asked Anne. "Say it in hundreds again, like the last." The child stared without comprehension at the new number on her slate. "It's not fair. I could learn it, I could so." Anne began to sob, though more in anger at not getting her way than in distress. Mary, laughing, took Anne into her arms. 816 be a lovely number, Anne. We will soon enough teach you others just as grand." Anne pulled away from Mary's embrace, her blue eyes large in her pinched little face, as she pronounced, "Anyway, our mum says it's the only big number we needs to know, and whatever should happen to her, we must never, never forget it." At this sudden recollection of her mother, Anne began to sniff and then to cry softly, and although she was 8 years old, she was no bigger than a child of 5 or 6, and Mary took her once again onto her lap, and this time she rocked her and kissed the centre parting of her lovely auburn hair, and held her tight until she became calm. Mary thought little more of the incident, until the number 816 began to occur regularly in David's work on the abacus. He would often divide into it, subtract from it, or find the various multiples of it. "What be it with the number 816, David?" Mary had finally asked. "Were it perchance the number of your house in London?" David flushed deeply, and with a vigorous though unconvincing shake of his head, replied, "No, miss, it be just a number. I didn't know as I was using it particular." But Mary noted that David Solomon never used the number again, while Anne continued to write it upon her slate when she appeared distracted. Later, when Anne had progressed and learnt her multiples of 10 and then of 100, the number 816 would still occur frequently in her arithmetic. Though Mary had no time to ponder this childish conundrum, she nonetheless tucked the number 816 away. She would not forget it, if only because her mind was so trained to numbers that no digit brought to her attention for whatever purpose was ever again forgotten. Chapter 26. Ikey saw very little of Hobart Town upon his arrival back in Van Diemen's Land. He was taken directly to Richmond Jail, some 20 miles out of town, where convicts were put to work upgrading the road to Colebrook. A huge penal settlement was being built to house the influx of convicts, now that New South Wales was becoming a popular destination for free settlers from England.
"Go on, get your backs into it, you miserable bastards!"
Harris, the overseer of the road gang, liked to shout.
"Governor Arthur himself told me he needs a new place of misery to hang you and flog your useless hides."
In fact, Richmond Jail served as much to hold the convicts building a road to Arthur's private property, Carrington, as for any other purpose. Governor Arthur abolished land grants to emancipists first, and then altogether, but had nonetheless awarded himself a great acreage, without the payment he demanded from everyone else. He then directed the ceaseless labour of convicts to be lavished upon it, equipping Carrington with a fine stone residence and outer building,
fences and roads, all of which were the envy of the wealthiest free settler, and worthy of any country estate in England. It was upon Arthur's own road near Richmond that Ikey found himself harnessed to a cart. Much has been made of the Van Diemen's Land convict being made to pull the plough, though in truth it was more as a cart horse than as an ox that he was customarily employed. The cart was as integral a part of the road gang as the pickaxe, shovel and wheelbarrow, and much the most onerous of the tasks allotted to a convict. These carts, measuring 6 feet in length, 2 in depth, and 4.5 in width, were pulled by 4 men, as it was mistakenly calculated that this amount of human muscle is the equivalent to one well-conditioned cart horse. This might have been so if the men had been in excellent health and with the stature of a giant, 6 feet or more, but the prisoners were of an average English height, not much more than 5 feet and 3 inches, and they were malnourished and scrawny. The 4 team members had leather collars which were attached by ropes and a hook to the cart. Near the extremity of the central harnessing pole were a pair of crossbars, which, when gripped, allowed for 2 men on either side of the pole to pull the cart. It was mandatory to fill the cart, usually with rocks and dirt, to the point of overflowing, which made it a Herculean task to move. Ikey had at first been given a pickaxe, a tool with which he was entirely unfamiliar. Besides, his confinement in chains on board ship had enfeebled him, and his hands were as tender as an infant's. Despite being instructed by the more experienced lags to piss upon each hand to harden the surfaces of his palms, on Ikey's first day of labour, his hands soon blistered. On the second day, the skin peeled away from the entire palm, and even from between his fingers, and his fingernails were ripped off as a consequence of being made to labour with such a rough and heavy tool. But he was forced to labour for 2 more days, until the handle of the pick was stained with his own blood, and particles of flesh remained upon it whenever he withdrew his hands. The pick itself was too large for even a robust man of his height, and Ikey was reduced to whimpering with each downward strike. Finally, an hour before sundown on the 4th day, he collapsed. Several kicks of a more than tentative nature, administered by the overseer, Harris, failed to get Ikey to his feet. It was only when he was observed to cough blood that he was placed in a wheelbarrow after the day's work, and several convicts, cursing him loudly, were made to take turns wheeling him back to Richmond jail. That night, the doctor was called to examine him. He thumped Ikey on the chest and peeled back his eyes to peer at the jellied orb, whereupon he made him drop his breeches and, weighing his balls in his hand, commanded him to cough. Finally, he squeezed Ikey's thigh and calf muscles. Standing up again, he declared him fit to work.
"It be nothing but the softness of the voyage. This one will soon enough harden to labour. Put him back to work, I say."
He seemed annoyed at being called out after supper for a matter so inconsequential, and the superintendent felt compelled to apologise to him, explaining that Ikey was a prisoner of some renown, or he would not have disturbed the good doctor. Ikey groaned and held the lumps of raw flesh up for the surgeon to see.
"What about me hands?" he pleaded. "Piss and spit soon fix 'em, my boy," the doctor said, then turned to the superintendent. "Tell the overseer to put this prisoner on carts. His legs be well muscled and strong enough by all accounts."
Though the work on the carts was harder, each team being required to pull 10 loads, each of a mile every day, it suited Ikey better. Years of walking about the London rookeries at night had made his legs strong, and the strength of a prisoner's legs played the major function in pulling the brutal cart. To add to the humiliation of the work, Harris thought it hijinks to place beside Ikey at the crossbar a black boy named Billy Gone Queer, who was captured as a lookout, while other members of his Stony Creek tribe were said to be raiding sheep. Billy Gone Queer had been in captivity 3 years when Ikey joined the road gang, and his major claim to fame was that he had received the most stripes to his back of any in their company. He would work as hard as any man at pulling the cart, and no prisoner could fault him for not doing his share. But every few weeks, as though he sniffed something in the air, he grew most melancholy, would take no food, and refused to work by standing rigid in a single place. This was known to all in the road gang as Billy Gone Queer, and so the black boy had received this strange appendage to his name. At night it was not customary to lock Billy Gone Queer in the cells, for if he should be placed in close confinement, he would commence to shout all night, so that no prisoner could sleep a wink. And so, summer and winter, with only a blanket to cover him for the coldest part of the year, he would be chained to a ring set into an outer wall which formed part of the courtyard of the jail. Here he would sleep like an animal on the hard cobblestones. But when Billy Gone Queer went queer, he would stand all night and look upwards at the stars and howl, exactly like the Tasmanian tiger, the thylacine, a creature dog-like in appearance and extremely shy of humans. This beast, only seldom glimpsed in the outer camps, and always in the depths of the forest, where it would come to stand just beyond the edge of the firelight at night, was familiar to timber workers and road gangs for its dreadful howl. It was a hollow sound that came from inside, as though vibrating from deep within the chest, and was most disconcerting to the ear. Billy Gone Queer did not so much appear to make the sound as to be the sound. His eyes seemed to turn yellow and catch the light in the darkness, and his jaws unlocked and widened as the terrible creature cacophony came from him. They had tried to gag him once, but this proved to no avail. The sound continued as though it emanated from his chest and sought no expulsion from his lips. When morning came, Billy still would not move, and it was impossible to imagine that a man could stand so rigid and so long in one spot. If he should be knocked down by the overseer, as often happened, he would not cry out, but would get back to his feet and stand as before, impervious to pain. Harris, despite having seen Billy Gone Queer go queer on numerous occasions, could not bring himself to accept his condition. He was a stickler for the rules, and greatly afraid for the wrath of the authorities, and on each occasion he would cause Billy to be dragged before the district magistrate. Here Billy would stand before the beak, his dark eyes glazed over, as though he were in some distant place of his imagining. Nor would he respond to questions, though his comprehension of English was said to be quite sufficient to this task. Finally, the magistrate, partly angered and bemused, and in all parts impatient, would declare himself compelled to obey the law. He would hand down the most severe punishment for refusing to work, a sentence of 100 lashes with the cat-o'-nine tails. A month after Ikey had been put to the cart beside Billy, following the eating of their midday rations, Billy had suddenly turned his head in the direction of a breeze, which had that very moment blown up and commenced to sigh high in the giant gum trees. He jumped to his feet and seemed to breathe deeply, pulling the air into his nostrils, so that his broad nose flattened upon his face. In great agitation he began to tear his clothes from his slim body, as though some vicious biting insect were to be found within them. As each garment was removed, he flung it into the bushes. Then he gave a great sigh, and naked as the day of his birth, stood rigid, with his arms to his sides, the pale palms of his hands turned outward. His only movement was the distension and retraction of his nostrils, as he pulled the wind into him, as though it was some invisible musk sent from heaven.
Jesus Christ, Billy's gone queer, Seamus Callaghan shouted. Sniffing in the wind and that. I'll be damned if he'll not soon be standing still as a bloody fence pole.
Michael Mooney, Callaghan's partner on the front crossbar, cautioned Ikey not to catch the attention of Harris, the overseer.
Let him be a while. Poor bugger will suffer enough soon as bloody Harris comes.
We'll not pull the cart with only the three of us,
Ikey ventured. We'll have to. Billy Gone Queer will not be coming back these 3 weeks or more, Mooney replied. They left Billy standing and walked back to the cart. They were loading rock for gravel that day, and the cart was almost too heavy for 4 men to pull. Now, with only the 3 of them, they were forced to lessen the load. Harris, seeing them pass with the load not extended beyond the rim of the cart, was soon alerted. Then he saw Ikey was alone at his crossbar.
Where's the nigger?
He shouted, using an expression he had picked up on an American whaling ship. The 3 men brought the cart to a standstill.
Billy's gone queer,
a reluctant Seamus replied. Harris grinned.
Oh, he has now, has he? That'd be most considerate of the black bastard.
He turned and called another convict over to harness up beside Ikey. Then, rubbing his hands gleefully, he set off for the camp where the prisoners had taken their midday rations. When the team returned for the evening muster, they found Billy in the same spot as they'd left him. He was rigid as a well-rooted sapling,
but with one eye half closed, and the blood from his nose caked upon his smooth ebony chest. His shoulders, too, were crimson-caked, and it appeared as though the back of his head had been smashed with some sharp object. A great cloud of flies had settled about his shoulders and eyes, and swarmed about his wild black head. Billy Gonquier did not appear to notice the presence of either the flies or the men standing around him. The men did not ask how his injuries occurred. Those who had worked on the road gang for some time knew Harris to be a coward and a bully, and when Billy went queer, it was always an occasion for sadistic gratification on Harris's part. Billy, still rigid, was wheeled back to Richmond, his thin legs like two black poles sticking out beyond the front lip of the wheelbarrow. No prisoner complained of the extra effort, even though each was himself exhausted from the day's toil. Ike knew this was most peculiar. Compassion for another was not a part of the convict nature. To feel for another was to put oneself in danger. A singular and ruthless attention to one's own survival was paramount in all matters concerning the convict's life. Ike understood these rules better than anyone, for he had always lived in accordance with them. Yet no one complained at the need for Billy Gonquier's wheeled transportation back to Richmond jail. Billy spent the night in the courtyard, standing without the slightest movement, though once every few minutes he emitted the long, lonely howl of the forest dog creature. Ike found it impossible to sleep that night. He cursed himself quietly for his insomnia, and wondered how he could possibly feel disquiet and sorrow for the plight of a black savage. Ike remembered only once before experiencing such a stirring of compassion, when he had impulsively given Abraham Reuben money and his Waterloo medal to give to Mary. Now he felt it again for his black partner, and felt ashamed that he should do so. Morning found him hollow-eyed and still despairing of Billy's plight. He tried all day to convince himself that such was not the case, but the feeling of deep instinctive sorrow would not go away. Ike sensed that Billy was mourning, though how this could have been brought about by a sudden shift of the wind on a day which seemed to Ike like any other was a mystery. But he was a Jew, and he knew instinctively about loneliness and terror, and the evil golem that comes at times to molest and disturb the soul. The mischievous ghost of the past, who comes to make a Jew feel guilty, when seemingly with a shift of the winds of terror, those who would destroy him arrive, even when he has done nothing to deserve this fate. There is this eternal conundrum for every Jew who is not guilty, but nevertheless feels guilty. Guilty of what? Guilty how? But guilty nonetheless. For centuries, the elders and the rabbis have questioned how it is that the victim should think himself to be guilty. How can a man feel guilty when it is his own blood, and the blood of his wife and children, which has been spilled? Only the Jew knows how this can be done. But even a Jew does not know why he must be made to bear the shame of his own persecution. Ike could see in Billy Gonquier the same mysterious forces, the same looming tragedy, the fear that a sudden change in the wind might bring with it a great destruction of his people. But he knew also that Billy's people had nowhere to go, no opportunity for a diaspora, no borders to steal across at night, no river to wade with forlorn bundles on their heads, or mountain to scale with safety promised on the leeward side, no corrupt officials to bribe to gain a temporary haven. Billy's people had been placed at the ends of the earth. Now, with the coming of the white man, they would be pushed over its edge to oblivion, where only the ghosts of the 11 lost tribes of Israel dwell in the howling, mournful, swirling mists of eternity. When Billy had gone queer and thrown off his clothes, Ike had seen his back. The lines of scar tissue joined in a contorted lunar landscape of ridges and troughs, so that no single piece of clear black skin remained. Billy had been beaten so often that his back looked like a shiny, carelessly plaited garment of hide, pitted with a dozen small craters of yellow pus. They left Billy Gonquier behind that day at Richmond jail, in order that he might be taken before the district magistrate. A police magistrate alone could order only 36 lashes, and this, Harris felt, was insufficient to curb the black man's constant rebellion. When the men returned that night, they found Billy in the courtyard still standing rigid, his yellow palms turned outward, chained to the ring set into the prison wall.
Harris informed them jauntily that they would not muster as usual at dawn, but would be allowed to rest until 9 of the clock, and thereafter would be required to march to the nearby courthouse, where the triangle stood, and where they would witness Billy Gonquier's sentence of flogging. 100 strokes of the cat. The men cheered, for a late rising was like a holiday.
"Be there a man among you who will volunteer to be the flagellator?" Harris asked.
"Where be Rufus Manning?" someone called.
"Gone to Hobart to do a flogging. There be 12 men called to the triangle there and only 2 to flog the living daylights out of 'em," Harris explained, then added, "It's double rations for him what volunteers to flagellate the nigger."
There was a murmur among the prisoners, though none stepped forward. Harris watched them, his eyes seeming to fix on each man before travelling on. Billy Gonquier stood rigidly behind him in chains. The overseer saw the reluctance in each pair of eyes.
"Double rations and the half-day off," he now added.
The men shuffled and murmured among themselves. It was a prize each of them was much tempted to possess, and had it been any other man who was to be flogged, few would have hesitated. No man among them could remember when last he had felt his stomach contented. But they all felt differently about Billy Gonquier, differently and afraid. 2 flagellators who had whipped him in the past had died shortly afterwards, and were rumoured to have howled as they died, making the same dog-like noise as Billy Gonquier. Afterwards the surgeon could find no cause of death, though there had been a look of great terror on their faces, and both had torn at their guts until they drew deep furrows of blood. They did not for a moment believe that Manning had gone to Hobart. He had taken cover. Life on a road gang was not much to contemplate, but to die howling like a dog with some great terror ripping the life out of you from within, and all for the sake of a half-day's rest and a good tightener, was a more fearful prospect.
"You do it, Mr. Harris," one of the prisoners shouted. "Go on, you flog him. You flog Billy Gonquier."
Harris grew suddenly pale, and while he tried to laugh off the suggestion, the corners of his mouth seemed for a moment out of control.
"It's not me job," he finally muttered. "It's not ours neither," several of the men volunteered, and there was a knowing snigger among the prisoners.
Suddenly Billy's arm rose stiff as a ramrod and pointed directly at Ikey, and from his throat came the yowl. Harris turned to see the wild-eyed black pointing at Ikey's breast. Billy howled once more, then let his arm fall slowly to his side. Ikey looked fearfully about him, and then at the overseer, and vigorously shook his head.
"Who, me? No, not me," he said, taking a backward step and bumping into the man behind him. "Mercy be, I hates violence of any sort. Please, I begs you, Mr. Harris."
Ikey's eyes had grown wide with fear.
No, he repeated, shaking his hand in front of his face. "I cannot do it. I simply cannot. I should faint at the very prospect. I cannot abide the sight of blood."
Ikey let out a sudden wail and fell to his knees at the overseer's feet.
"I begs you, no," he sobbed.
The assembled prisoners were convulsed with laughter. Blood was such a common substance in their lives, they thought it hilarious that Ikey should declare his abhorrence to it. Before he had completed his prison sentence, they knew he would see rivers of blood, until this substance would seem no more strange to him than the spittle on a man's tongue, or the beads of sweat gathered on his brow.
"Well now, you'll do nicely. It will be an excellent initiation for you, Ikey Solomon."
Harris smiled.
"You're most fortunate, you are. You'll come to blood the easy way, not from the fresh opening of your own Jew back, but upon the back of the nigger."
The gang mustered, and was issued with their morning skilly, and then marched by the 3 troopers who constantly guarded them to the nearby courthouse, where the triangle stood. The triangle, the dreaded flagellation post, was built of strong scantlings, that is to say posts or purlins of about 5 inches in width. They were placed so as to form a space about 10 feet square at the bottom, and secured by pins into the ground in a slanted manner, so that they rose to meet at a point in the centre. Horizontal bars were fastened to these posts, each about 2 feet apart,
and it was to these that the person to be flogged was secured. He faced inwards, his back outwards, with his ankles, knees, and outstretched arms tightly bound to the bars. The victim of the triangle was stripped either to the waist or, more often, naked, this so that the blood would not damage his clothes, which were government property. 8 or 10 men could be fastened to a single triangle, and several flagellators employed to beat them. These were usually ticket-of-leave men, expressly appointed to the position, and many took great pride in their work. Prisoners could also be selected if they were sufficiently robust to lend some weight to the task. Ike did not fit the bill in the least. Puny, with narrow sloping shoulders and delicate arms, in his hands the cat-o'-nine appeared to be a most incongruous instrument. Ike carried the whip of many tails awkwardly, as though it were repulsive to him, and the knotted ends of the cutting cord drooped to the ground at his feet. Ike's limbs appeared to tremble of their own accord, and his knees shook violently. There was no doubt in the mind of those brought in to bear witness that Billy Gone Queer was in for a soft time, a mere tickle of the flesh, and this prospect immensely cheered those who watched.
"You will put your back into it, you hear, Solomon? Step up and lay the cat square and hard, or I swear you'll receive the same yourself,"
Harris shouted. He reached out, grabbed the knotted whip from Ike's reluctant fingers, and demonstrated how it should be used. The cords whistled through the air and landed with a single hard smack across the smooth wood of one of the triangle's posts. Ike's eyes screwed up in horror, and he trembled more than ever. Harris handed him the whip and turned to the doctor.
"We are ready to your count, sir."
The doctor nodded to Ike to commence, and Ike, uttering a low moan, raised the whip and brought it down upon Billy Gone Queer's back. The blow was so ineffectual that it brought a sudden gale of laughter from the onlookers. One of the knots at the end of the cord must have entered a festering pit in Billy's back, for a thin trickle of blood ran from it. Ike gave a soft moan and fainted dead away, to the hilarious laughter of the prisoners. The doctor examined Ike, then took smelling salts from his bag, which revived him. But it was clear Ike was not up to the task of flagellation. The doctor turned to Harris.
"We do not have a trooper who is corporal by rank among us. You will have to complete the flogging yourself."
There was a sudden and complete silence among the prisoners as they watched Harris.
"I'm not inclined, sir. Can he not wait for Mr. Manning? Some other day, perhaps?"
"Nonsense, man.
"I have just seen how well you take to the task by the way you approached the whipping post. Get to it. I have but little time to waste in this tedious matter." "Sir, I shall lose respect among my men,"
Harris tried again.
"Nay," several prisoners shouted. "That you will not. Go on, Mr. Harris, do the deed." "Be silent, you!"
Harris snarled at the ranks, grateful to have a chance to vent his spleen.
"There you are, Harris. You have the full support of your men."
The doctor stooped and picked up the cat-o'-nine tails.
"Can't ask for more than that now, can you?"
He handed the whip to Harris.
"Be a good person, and do your duty in the name of the king."
Harris seemed suddenly to lose all control, and his face took on a fierce and desperate look. He lifted the whip and ran at Billy Gone Queer, and brought the cat down with all his might across the black man's back. He rained blow after blow on Billy, grunting and frothing at the mouth, so that long before he had completed the 100 strokes, he was exhausted and bowed down for want of energy. His hands were clasped upon his knees, and his breath came in great gasps. Specks of flesh and blood splattered his blouse and face and hair.
"Why, you are the consummate flagellator, Mr. Harris. Taken to the art like a duck to water, eh?"
the surgeon said calmly, then added,
"That be quite enough. Cut the prisoner down."
Throughout the terrible beating, Billy Gone Queer did not once flinch or cry out. Nor did he register any expression when a trooper splashed his back with brine before cutting him from the triangle. He spat the leather mouthpiece out, strips of raw flesh hanging from his back, and stood rigid, eyes glazed, the yellow palms of his hands turned outwards. He then howled 3 times, the eerie call of the Tasmanian tiger dog, and the Irishmen among the prisoners were seen to cross themselves.
Billy Gone Queer was not placed in solitary confinement, as was the custom after a flogging, but chained once again to the wall in the courtyard. He stayed there for 2 weeks on bread and water, until his back was sufficiently healed for him to return to the cart. Each evening, Ikey would go to the jailer, Mr. Dodsworth, and beg for liniment and clean rags, and he would clean out the wounds on Billy's back and to the back of his head, wincing and gagging as he cleared the maggots the flies had laid in the festering craters during the day. Billy had long since come out of his trance, and he would smile as Ikey approached. Silently he'd allow Ikey to clean his wounds and rub the sulphur ointment into his back without flinching, though the pain must have been excruciating. Ikey could not explain to himself this voluntary act of caring. He knew it to be completely contrary to his character, and he was not aware of having undergone any change in his nature. In fact, he seldom thought of Hannah and his children, and cared even less about their welfare. He would lie awake at night plotting to get Hannah's set of numbers for the safe, and told himself that if he should ever succeed, he would escape his wife forever. Occasionally, in a moment of sentimentality, he thought fondly of Mary, though he harboured no future ambitions for a reunion with her. He told himself he wished only for a future life as a rich man, a life far removed from any he had previously led, and he was determined not to bring any of the past into his future. Though it may be said that every heart on earth is kindled to love, Ikey had so early in his life been denied affection that he was dulled to its prospect. He had never felt the singular need to love. He felt he had loved Mary, if only briefly, but he had no notion of what he might expect from such an emotion. He did not care if he himself were liked, for he had come to expect the opposite. Now that the sycophancy on which he depended as a rich man was no longer available to him, he fully expected that he would be greatly disliked. That he himself should be loved was not a thought which ever entered his head. And so Ikey's feelings for Billy Gone Queer were hard for him to understand, and filled him with apprehension. Almost every day as he laboured at the cart, he would decide to ignore the black man on his return to the prison that night, but he was never able to do so. Billy Gone Queer would smile at him, his gleaming white teeth filling his astonishing coal-black face, and Ikey, inwardly cursing himself for his foolishness, would be off to Mr. Dodsworth for liniment and cloth. Ikey, as was his natural manner, talked to Billy Gone Queer at great length. To this torrent of words Billy would sometimes grunt or smile, adding little more than sounds and nods to this one-way dialogue. Occasionally Billy would clutch Ikey's hand or pat him on his face and say, "Good fellow, Ikey." Then he might grin and repeat, "Much, much good fellow, Ikey." It was as though by Ikey's mannerisms and the few words Billy had at his disposal, he could grasp what his companion was saying.
This is the end of CD 13. The story will continue on CD 14. CD 14.
Sometimes Billy Gone Queer would hear a bird cry and say aloud its Aboriginal name until Ikey could pronounce it clearly. He'd gather fruit or nuts or grub for roots and always share what he found. Ikey got used to the fat white grubs Billy would find under the bark of fallen trees and found them delicious when roasted. Whenever they came upon wild honey, they would feast on it secretly for days. In these ways, Billy supplemented their prison diet with bush tucker, and there were some days on the road gang when the 4 men on the cart counted their stomachs more full than empty. It was a wondrous thing to see Billy's willingness to share everything he found, and the smallest wild morsel would be meticulously divided. Ikey had spent his life in acquisition, sharing as little as possible, and keeping as much for himself as he could. It would be nice to think that Billy Gone Queer might have changed this aspect of his nature, that the primitive savage could teach Ikey the highest achievement of civilization, the equitable sharing of the combined resources of any society. Alas, this is not the lesson Ikey took from the black man. Instead, he came to realize that it was this very characteristic which would lead to the ultimate demise of the Van Diemen's Land savage.
the rapacious white tribe who were arriving in increasing numbers, not only as convicts but also as settlers, wanted to own everything they touched. They slashed and burned the wilderness so that they might graze their sheep and grow their corn. They erected fences around the land they now called their own, and which henceforth they were prepared to defend with muskets, and sometimes even their lives. They built church steeples and prison walls, and homes of granite hewn from the virgin rock, and timber cut from the umbrageous mountain forests. They possessed everything upon the island, the wild beasts that grazed upon its surface, the birds that flew over it, the fish that swam in its rushing river torrents, and the barking seals resting in the quiet bays and secluded inlets. Everything they thought worthwhile was attached to the notion of ownership. Against this urgent and anxious desire for appropriation stood a handful of savages who seldom even built a shelter against the weather. They dressed in a single kangaroo skin and believed that all they could see and walk upon was owned by all who moved across the land, and yet by none. A people who did not comprehend that one person could own or wish to own more than any other. Ike understood at once that the Aboriginal tribes in Van Diemen's Land must surely perish, because they lacked the two things that had made human progress possible: the existence of greed and the desire to possess property. Ike understood acquisition as the only guarantee of his survival. He saw that Billy-Gonqueir's people were doomed, for they had not learnt this fundamental lesson. Without the need to own, there is no need to compete, and an uncompetitive society can only exist if it is allowed to develop in isolation. For Billy's people, the isolation had come to an end. Ike was aware that Billy-Gonqueir probably did not understand what he was saying, but he said it nonetheless. He would talk as he cleaned Billy's wounds and rubbed salve into his back.
"You must become like us. You must learn our ways. Your ways are over, my dear."
Ike would repeat this over and over, but all he got from Billy-Gonqueir was a big smile. A big white smile in a very black face, and always the same response.
"You good fella, Ike."
It was not 3 weeks after Billy-Gonqueir had taken his place again beside Ike on the cart, when Harris began to suffer stomach pains. He would be shouting at the prisoners, or simply walking along, when suddenly he would grab at his stomach, doubling over with pain as each spasm came to him. The road gang did not need to be told that he was dying.
"Harris has gone queer,"
they'd say gleefully among themselves. A month later the overseer was dead, and it was rumoured that all the same symptoms, self-laceration of the stomach and howling in the manner of Billy-Gonqueir, were in attendance at his deathbed. Furthermore, the coroner conducting the autopsy could find no fault with his stomach and intestines. The gang was now working too far from Richmond Jail to return at night, so they proceeded from a new outstation, a series of rough buildings erected beside the road. These were infested with lice and fleas, with the addition of other vermin when the weather grew colder. A new overseer, James Strutt, who had come out from Launceston, proved not too harsh by the standards of the day, dealing with trouble only when he found it. It was from Strutt that Ike first learnt the true extent of the range war which was being waged against the island's native people. Strutt was a member of a part-time militia unit, formed independently of the government troopers, and he spoke with great enthusiasm of the tactics to be employed in the killing of blacks. He had been a member of the Black Line in October the previous year, and spoke disparagingly of the bumbling manner in which this manoeuvre had been conducted. The Black Line was a government-sponsored operation, intended to drive the Aboriginals out of the settled areas. The plan was to drive the blacks south and east towards East Bay Neck, through the Forestier Peninsula, and into the Tasman Peninsula, where it was proposed a permanent Aboriginal reserve would be set up. The task force consisted of 2,000 men, 500 of these soldiers, 700 convicts and 800 free settlers, and involved 1,000 muskets and 300 pairs of handcuffs. 3 weeks later this avenging army returned, having captured one old Aboriginal man and a young boy. Strutt dismissed the operation as an example of how not to go about the task of eliminating the blacks.
"Government and soldier be not the way. It be a question of us again them, free men against savages, and by God we'll settle it soon enough," he'd boast.
The church talked of the salvation of the noble savage.
For its part, the government talked increasingly of saving these primitive creatures from extinction by rounding them all up and placing them on a suitable island, which was yet to be found, where they would be out of harm's way. It was estimated that 1,000 natives still existed of the original 3,000 who were thought to be on the island when it had been declared a penal settlement. As it turned out, this calculation was incorrect. A white man's respiratory disease had struck the tribes, and only a few hundred Aboriginals still existed on the land they had traditionally occupied. But it should not be supposed that the Tasmanian native was without courage. With wooden spears against muskets, they valiantly fought back and caused great consternation among the settlers. During the 4-year period of martial law, they killed 89 Europeans, while of the 200 Aboriginals thought to be within the settled areas, fewer than 50 survived. The government now believed that the natives might be persuaded to accept a safe haven. They appointed George Augustus Robinson, a religious zealot who spoke the main Aboriginal language, to peaceably round up what remained of the tribes for resettlement. In this task, Robinson enlisted the help of an Aboriginal female, Truganini. She was his guide, and it was her influence which he hoped might persuade her people to capitulate, though the settlers thought the word guide a very curious one, for what they insisted was the true relationship between Robinson and the young and shapely Aboriginal woman. If Church and State professed compassion for the Van Diemen's Land natives, the settlers held no such Christian or noble motives. They called openly for the elimination of the Tasmanian Aboriginal race, and in that duplicity so common to government, where a wink is as good as a nod, the authorities turned a blind eye as the settlers worked to bring that elimination about. Governor Arthur issued a famous poster, which was nailed to trees in the wilderness, in which he showed the Aboriginals, by means of comic pictures, that there would be equal justice under British law, that a native killed by a white settler would see the culprit hanged as surely as if a black were to murder a white. Yet, although hundreds of Aboriginal women and children were openly slaughtered, not a single European settler was ever hanged for the murder of a black. Martial law was declared in 1828, which gave the military the right to apprehend or shoot on sight any Aboriginal found in the settled areas. The military proved ineffective in this task, and roving parties of settlers were formed under the pretence of a militia, such as the one to which Strutt belonged. A bounty was introduced for the capture of Aboriginals, £5 being paid for every adult and £2 for each child. It was open season, and though few natives were captured, many were murdered with as little concern for the consequences as if they were kangaroos or a flock of marauding cockatoos. To the settlers, Robinson, the black shepherd, was a bad joke, and Strutt would often expostulate, "While that abo fucker George Robinson be playing sheepdog, we be playing hunting dog. Before he can muster them black bastards, they'll all be on the roll call for the dead. They's vermin, scum. They's not human like us. A single fly-blown sheep be worth 5 of them, and a good hunting hound worth 10. Whereupon Strutt would tell with alacrity one of his numerous stories of the hunting trips undertaken to kill the blacks. The men in Ikey's road gang thought these stories a great entertainment. 2 favourites were the tale of Paddy Hexagon, a stockkeeper who lived near Deloraine, who shot and killed 19 Aboriginals with a swivel gun filled with nails, and another which the prisoners on the road gang called Stuffing Leaves. "Go on then, Mr. Strutt. Tell us the one about the woman and the stuffing of leaves," one of the prisoners asked one night when they'd moved from Richmond jail and were accommodated at the outstation in the bush. They were sitting around a fire, Ikey seated next to the always silent Billy Gone Queer. Billy appeared not to listen to or even understand these horror stories. Instead, he sat on his haunches with his back turned to the fire and seemed more interested in the sound of the wind in the gum trees and the call of the frogs from a nearby stream. This stream ran into a small wetland, and Billy Gone Queer seemed to take an unusual interest in the frogs which resided there. Every once in a while he would cup his hands to his mouth and precisely imitate a call, though at a slightly deeper pitch. Whereupon all the frogs would grow suddenly silent. Then he would carry on in a froggy language, as though he were delivering an address, pause, then deliver a single, though somewhat different note, and the frogs would continue their croaking chatter. At first this was seen by the men as a great joke, But Billy Gone Queer would continue in earnest conversation in frog language, until the gang got so used to his nightly routine of croaking and ribbiting with nature that they took no more notice than if a loud belch or fart had taken place among one of their number.
"Oh, aye, the woman with leaves, that be a most pleasing hunt," Strut chuckled in reply. "The women be the worst. They'll scratch your eyes out soon as look at you."
Strut stroked his beard as though reviewing all the details of the tale before he began.
"There be 3 of us. Paddy Hexagon, Sam O'Leary, and yours truly. And we's hunting kangaroo in the Cold River area, when we seen this gin who were pregnant like. 'Oi!' we shouts, thinking her too fat to make a run for it, and £5 in the bounty bag if you please, and very nice too. And if the child be near to born, another 2 for what's inside her belly."
He paused, and the men laughed, and one of them, a wit named Kristen Pudding, known of course as Christmas Pudding, made a customary crack.
"That I needs to see. A government bounty man what pays £2 for what's not yet come outside to be properly skinned and cured."
"Well, we shouts again,"
Strut continued, casting a look of annoyance at Pudding, for he did not wish him to steal even the smallest rumble of his thunder, or tiny scrap of the laughter yet to come.
"And she sets off, waddling like a duck, and making for the shelter of some trees not 20 yards away. She's moving too, moving fast for the fat black duck she's become."
This brought a laugh, for the gang had heard it often enough, and were properly cued to respond.
"We sets off to get to her, but the grass between her and us be high, and she be into the trees. By the time we gets there, she ain't nowhere to be seen. High and low we searches, and we's about to give it away when we hears a cry up above. We looks up, and there she be, up 50 feet or more in the branches of a gum tree, well disguised behind the leaves and all. How she gone and got up in her state, I'm buggered if I knows. It were no easy climb."
The road gang grew silent, and even Billy Gone Queer ceased making his frog sounds.
"There she be, high up in the fork of the tree, and by Jesus, the child inside her is beginning to be born. She's grunting something awful, snuffing and snuffing like a fat sow, and then it's a screaming and a caterwauling as the head and shoulders come to sniff the world outside. "Here's sport for all," Sam O'Leary, me mate, shouts. "We'll wait this one out."
"Wait this one out,"
Kristen Pudding shouted, turning to the others.
"Get it? Wait this one out."
But the other prisoners hushed him fast, anxious for the story to continue.
"Well, you'll not believe it," Strut continued, once again ignoring Pudding, "though I swear on me mother's grave it be true. Out comes the bloody mess. The child's got the birth cord twisted round its neck and strangling him, only later it turns out to be a little girl, and it's hanging itself in the air, and the black gins try to hold onto the cord, but it's slipping through her hands. 5 shilling to him what shoots it down first," Paddy Hexagon shouts.
Strut stopped suddenly and rocked back on the log he'd sat on, and then began to chuckle softly.
"Well, you never seen such a loading and firing and missing, and all the time the cord stretching longer and longer, with the black woman holding on to it at her end and screaming blue murder. Then Paddy takes a bead and fires, and the little black bastard explodes like a ripe pumpkin. There be blood raining down on us. Jesus, I can tell you, we was all a mess to behold. Bastard! Bitch! Black whore! O'Leary shouts at the gin screaming and sobbing up in the tree.
The foreman laughed again.
His wife just made him a new shirt, and now it be spoiled, soaked in Abbo's blood. Paddy and me, we damn near carked, we laughed so much."
He paused, enjoying the eyes of all the men fixed upon him.
"You paid for this, you black bitch!" O'Leary shouts upwards at her, shaking his fist. Then he takes a careful shot. Bullseye! He hits the gin in the stomach. But she don't come tumbling down. Instead, she starts to pick leaves from the tree and stuff them in her gut, in the hole what O'Leary's musket's made. We all shoot, but she stays up, and each time a shot strikes home, she spits at us and stuffs more leaves where the new holes be. There we all be, us shooting and her stuffing gum leaves and screaming and spitting, the baby lying broke on the ground. It were grand sport, but then I takes a shot and hits her in the head, dead between the eyes, and she come tumbling down and falls, plop, lifeless to the ground.
The men around the overseer clapped and whistled. Only Ikey and Billy Gone Queer remained silent. Ikey turned and spat into the dark, thankful that Billy Gone Queer would not have understood a word of the foreman's grisly tale. Then someone threw a branch on the embers, and the dry leaves crackled and flared up, and in the wider circle of light cast by the fire, Ikey saw that tears were flowing from Billy's dark eyes. Large, silent tears, which ran onto the point of his chin and splashed in tiny explosions of dust at his feet. The fire died back to normal, and in the dark, Ikey reached out and touched Billy's shoulder and whispered softly,
"You've got to learn to be like us, Billy Gone Queer."
Then he added,
"Not like them. Jesus, no, like a Jew. I'll teach you, my dear. You could be a black Jew. All you got to learn is, when you've got suffering, you've got to add cunning. Suffering plus cunning equals survival. That'd be the arithmetic of a Jew's life."
Billy Gone Queer turned slowly and looked directly at Ikey, sniffing and wiping the tears from his eyes with the back of his hand.
"You good fella, Ikey,"
he said, his voice hoarse and barely above a whisper. Then,
"You give me name, Ikey."
Ikey looked momentarily puzzled.
"You've already got a name, my dear. It ain't much, but it serves as good as most."
Billy Gone Queer shook his head.
"Like Ikey. Name same like white fella." "Oh, you wants a proper name. Is that it, Billy?"
He pointed to the men around the fire.
"Like them fella. Pewding, Callaghan, Mooney, name like so."
Billy Gone Queer nodded and smiled, his sad, teary face suddenly lighting up. Ikey considered for a moment. After promising to turn Billy Gone Queer into a Jew, he thought to give him a Jewish name, but then changed his mind. It would take too much explanation, and might get Billy Gone Queer into even more trouble.
"William Lanny,"
he said suddenly. It was the name of a carpenter mechanic who owed Ikey £5 from a bet lost at ratting, a debt Ikey now knew he would never collect.
"William Lanny,"
Ikey repeated slowly.
William Lenny.
Billy Gone Queer said in a musical tone, as though it were the sound of a bird cry.
"No."
Ikey held up 2 fingers.
2 words. William Lanny.
Billy Gone Queer was not only a dab hand at mastering frog calls, for he seemed now to grasp the pronunciation of his new name quite easily.
William Lanny. William Lanny,
he said, with tolerable accuracy. Ikey laughed.
"Good fella, Mr. William Lanny."
Billy Gone Queer stretched out and touched Ikey's face, as though he was memorizing his features through the tips of his long, slender fingers.
"You good fella, Ikey. Much, much good fella."
He tested his new name.
William Lanny.
It was time for the evening lock-up. The prisoners were led to their huts, mustered, and then each was manacled to his bunk and all locked in for the night, except for Billy Gone Queer, who was manacled and chained to a large old blue gum to sleep the night in the open. At dawn, Ikey wakened as the javelin man, the trusted prisoner in charge, entered the hut, and called over for the man to come and unlock his shackles so that he might go outside to take a piss. Ikey walked out into the crisp dawn. Above him, where the early sunrise touched the top of the gum trees, he could hear the doves cooing. When he'd emptied his bladder, Ikey strolled over to the tree where Billy Gone Queer had been chained for the night. Here he stopped in surprise. The shackles, still fixed in their locks, lay upon the ground, but Billy Gone Queer was missing. Ikey stood for a moment, not fully comprehending. He wondered if Billy Gone Queer might have already risen, though it was customary to unchain him last of all. Then he noticed that the manacles and shackles had not been opened, and that there were bloodstains on the inside surfaces. Ikey felt a great ache grow, such as he had not felt before. A deep heaviness which started somewhere in his chest, and rose up and filled his throat, so that he was scarcely able to breathe. He could hear his heart beating in his ears. His head seemed for a moment to float, and he was close to fainting. He stood very still, and he could hear the burble of water flowing over the rock, and the wash of the wind in the leaves above him. Ike, the most solitary of men, now felt more completely alone than ever before.
"May Jehovah be with you, Billy Godqueer,"
Ike said, the words hurting in his throat as he spoke to the chains which lay unopened in the beaten grass where his friend had last lain. Then he began to rock back and forth, and at the same time to recite the Kaddish, the prayer for the dead. Hot tears rolled silently down his cheeks and disappeared into his scraggly beard as the words of the ancient prayer frosted in the cold morning air.
"And may he walk continually in the land of life, and may his soul rest in the bond of life."
Then he leant against the smooth, cool bark of the gum tree and sobbed and sobbed. High above him in the silver gum trees, he could hear the blue doves calling to their lost partners. Chapter 27. Imprisonment is intended to break the spirit, to render harmless those who are thought to be harmful. Such is the human condition that it will endure the brutal lash and the bread and water of society's pious outrage, but is finally broken by the relentless boredom of prison life. The blankness of time, the pointless repetition, the mindless routines undertaken in a bleak and purposeless landscape, addles the brain and reduces a person to whimpering servility. Humans best survive when they are given purpose, a common enemy to defeat, revenge to wreak, or a dream to cling to. Mary survived her sentence because she had a dream. She saw her incarceration in the female factory as her apprenticeship out of the hell of her past. Henceforth, she determined that she would be judged by her competence and not doomed by the circumstances of her birth. Here, under the shadow of the great mountain, she would take her rightful place in life. During the 4 grim years she spent at the female factory, Mary knew that she had taken the first steps in her great good luck. The potato factory and the prison vegetable gardens had prospered, and when she was granted her ticket of leave to live outside the prison, she had accumulated the sum of £500. Anne Gower now also possessed sufficient money, saved for her by Mary, to achieve an ambition she talked of a great deal: open a bawdy house on the waterfront area of Wapping. The King's Orphan School had achieved exemplary results, with most of Mary's pupils numerate and literate, and some beginning to show a most gratifying propensity for learning. So impressed was Mr. Emmett, the chief clerk, that he persuaded Governor Arthur to offer Mary the position of headmistress. This independent position meant that she would no longer be under the baleful eye of the Reverend Smedley, and would be entitled to a small salary. Much to the dismay of Mary's sponsor, she had once again refused his generous offer.
"Whatever shall we make of you, Mary Abacus? Will you never learn what is good for you? A more stubborn woman would be most difficult to find upon this island. If you were a man, you would be quickly dismissed as a complete fool."
Mary, who had the greatest respect for Mr. Emmett, was sorry to be the cause of his disappointment. In the 3 years she had been teaching, he had come to support her keenly, and had seen to it that she was supplied with equipment from government stores, and that the Reverend Smedley did not unduly interfere with or undermine her work. "Mr. Emmett, sir, I thank you from the bottom of my heart for the trust you have shown in me, but I must remind you I am a teacher only for the lack of someone more qualified. You gave me the position only because I believed the brats could take to learning."
"I'll give you that, Mary, I'll give you that," Mr. Emmett repeated, somewhat mollified. "You've proved us all wrong, and a salutary lesson it has been, I agree."
Mary smiled.
"You're very kind, Mr. Emmett, but it be time for you to make a proper appointment. There be a widow, Miss Emma Patterson, a free settler out from England, a Quaker, I believe. She has excellent references and is well trained to her vocation. She has applied to us for a billet, and she is much superior in her knowledge and methods to me or Miss Smedley."
Mary paused.
"You would do well to grant her the post in my stead."
"Oh, Mary, Mary, quite contrary. What shall we do with you?" Mr. Emmett asked.
Mary grinned,
thankful that he seemed reconciled to her decision. "A reference, sir. I intend to apply for a clerking position, with some bookkeeping, just as you would have me do for the government, but in commerce. Will you grant it to me?" She tilted her head and gave Emmett a most disarming smile. "Please?" The chief clerk tried his utmost to appear disapproving, but finally nodded his head. "It will do you no good, my girl," he said. The position of headmistress of the orphan school was duly given to Mrs. Patterson, who, together with the patient and loving Elspeth Smedley, would ensure that the future of Mary's pupils was a bright one. On the day before her ticket of leave was granted, Mary took a tearful farewell from her orphans, and cried all the way back to the female factory. She loved her children, and had watched them grow and take pleasure in learning. Mary felt sure that some, at last, would have respectable lives. She wondered how she could possibly have given up her post, for the children loved her, gave her a purpose, and had confirmed her as being a natural teacher. But deep in her heart, she knew that teaching would not fulfill her ultimate ambition, that her skill with numbers and her abacus was meant for a different purpose. With the potato factory, Mary had gained a further sense of business, and was reminded again that the rules of supply and demand work best when they are predicated against the innate weakness of men. The brothel in Bell Alley and the supply of poteen from the potato factory both demonstrated this fundamental principle. To this end, Anne Gower had begged that once they were free of the female factory, they would do more of the same. She also suggested that they take the still with them, so that they might continue in the trades that had been so lucrative for them in the prison vegetable gardens. But Mary had resisted her friend's offer. She wanted no more of the criminal life, and was determined to be as free as the brilliant green parrots which had welcomed her to Van Diemen's Land. Freedom meant a great deal more to her than the opportunity to live a respectable existence in a new land, where old beliefs and habits were applied to circumstances which had greatly changed. She would use her freedom as though it were truly the gift of being born again to a new life. Mary's conviction that destiny had called her to something more than a life of drudgery had persisted, and she responded to it with a full heart and the unstinting application of her nimble mind. Her body had grown strong on a diet of fresh vegetables and from working in the open air, and she was ready to make whatever sacrifices were necessary. Mary's ticket of leave included a probationary period of 3 years, and then her sentence would be completed. She wished to use this time to learn a new trade, so she would be ready when she was permitted to go into business on her own. She would take a billet where she might learn the intricacies of trade, and her first task had been to purchase a copy of the Colonial Times so that she might peruse the advertisements for employment. The number of these which requested the need for a bookkeeper, 8 in all, filled her heart with joy. But before she set about walking to each address, she had a promise to keep to herself. She had been escorted to the gates of the female factory by the keeper, Mr. Drabble, not much past 6 in the morning. To Mary's surprise, he had taken her hand. "You have served your time, Mary Abacus, and I wish you well. It is my most earnest hope that you shall never return to this place." Mary smiled. "Not as earnest as mine, Mr. Drabble. You'll not see hide nor hair of us again." Mary had left without Anne Gower, who was to serve an extra week in solitary on bread and water for insubordination when drunk. Mary was somewhat relieved, for though she loved Anne, she feared that she would never change, that she would always be, as the popular expression went, a nymph of the pave, though such a description of Anne Gower would have been a gross underestimation of her rapidly growing size. A diet consisting largely of grog and potatoes had caused her to grow exceedingly gross, which Anne described to her customers as the luxury of comfort on the ride, and she would have charged an extra 6pence if she could have gotten away with it. Mary had been reluctant to hand Anne the money she had saved on her behalf, though she told herself she could no longer be responsible for her friend. She had also given the still to her partner, to be secretly dismantled when Anne left the factory. If Anne should show the minimum of good sense, then she had the means to prosper well on the new waterfront area of Wapping. Mary did not go directly into the town when she left the female factory. Carrying her bedroll, a clay pot, her abacus and a small cloth satchel, she climbed the hill immediately behind the factory and headed towards the great mountain. Sometimes, on her way to the orphan school, she would divert into the tall trees growing on the slopes of Mount Wellington. Along a secret path of her own making, she had discovered a small stream, though stream was too grand a word for the trickle of sweet, clear water which came from a large overhanging rock. Mary now made her way to the secret rock set in the mountainside, which was flat at its top and made an ample ledge. She would sit on a carpet of moss surrounded by fern and look out beyond the shadow cast by the rock to where clumps of brilliant yellow wattle grew under the gum trees. The air around her was scented with blossom. Mountain blueberry, the berries ripe and brilliant, twisted and trailed over the smaller trees and shrubs, and every once in a while she would see a splash of wild fuchsia or a clump of pale pink and lilac early snowberries. On a hot summer day it was cool under the shelter of the rock, which was scarred with lichen and pocketed with moss. On mild winter days Mary would climb on top of the rock ledge and the sun would dapple through the leaves to warm her. Mary imagined sleeping on this ledge so that she might see the stars at night. Slowly the desire grew in her, and she would think upon this prospect as she lay in the stale dormitory, filled with the tainted breath of 40 other prisoners, a heaving, snoring body on either side of her. Finally she determined that she was going to spend her first night of freedom on her secret rock under the stars. Mary arrived at the rock no later than 7 in the morning. She removed a clump of moss from deep within the recesses of the overhanging rock and carefully buried the clay pot. Inside it was the £500 she had saved. She replaced the moss and marked the spot with a handful of small pebbles which appeared to be resting naturally. Mary paused only to take a drink of water and wash her hands before leaving. With her she took her abacus and the small satchel in which she carried £1 in copper and silver and Mr. Emmett's letter of recommendation. She walked further up the mountain slope, making a wide arc well away from her rock, until she found a woodcutter's path which led down to the precincts of Hobart Town. She walked down Macquarie Street and into the centre of the town. Every inch of ground was taken up with some small business concern. Even the fronts of the houses and business establishments for some yards were taken up by traders with stalls and hastily erected sheds of canvas and hoarding. There were lollipop shops, oyster shops, barber shops and butcher stalls, where flies hummed above the carcasses of lamb and kangaroo. Men and women shouted their wares at every approach with extravagant promises. "Oyster the size of a plate," one would shout. "Fat lamb that weighs heavy to the pound," cried a bloody-aproned butcher. "Birds, songbirds, what whistle hopera," called a boy carrying a cage of yellow canaries. At 8 in the morning she was waiting at the doorway of the London and Overseas Insurance and Shipping Company, the first of the business concerns which had advertised for a bookkeeper clerk. Mary had arrived early, anxious to be the first if there should be a crowd of applicants. But she had no need to worry. Hobart Town had more billets for clerks than applicants to fill them. By 6 o'clock that evening, Mary had presented herself at each potential place of employ, dutifully proffering her letter of reference from Mr. Emmett. Nothing had changed from her days in London. Mary was a woman, and a ticket of leave convict, and there had scarcely been a rejection of her services couched in even modestly polite language. The first interview, which had taken place a few minutes after 9 in the morning with the Insurance and Shipping Company, had been no better or worse than the last. The manager, a tall, thin and exceedingly pompous chief clerk, with the unprepossessing name of Archibald Pooley, had looked askance at Mary, his eyes fixed on her mutilated hands.
"Be off with you, miss. I doubt that you could count to 10, but it would try my patience to test you even at this."
"Please, sir, I have a reference." Mary smiled brightly and proffered Mr. Emmett's letter to the thin-lipped clerk. He took the letter and held it up to the light.
"Ha! A forgery, no doubt about it."
He handed it back to Mary.
"Count yourself most fortunate that I do not have you arrested. Chief Clerk of the Colonial Secretary's Department, eh? You're not only forward, but also most stupid. If this letter of reference had been from a lesser mortal than the inestimable Mr. Emmett, I might have believed in it."
Pooley wore an expression of utter disdain,
and now he tilted his head backwards as though assaulted by some odious smell. "You reek of the female factory, and you expect one to think you honest? Do you take me for a fool, miss?" He sniffed. Then his eyebrows shot heavenward. "Good God!" he exclaimed, pointing to Mary's abacus. "What on earth is that?"
"Me abacus, sir. Please, would you let me do a reckoning for you? Any calculation what is part of your business?"
"Reckoning? On that contraption?" Pooley snorted. "I sincerely trust you are not serious." Mary placed the abacus on a small table close to her and smiled.
"Any reckoning what pleases you, sir,"
she said brightly, trying to hide her nervousness.
"As complicated as you wish."
Pooley ignored Mary's request. "That be a Chinese contraption, an abacus, is it not?"
"Yes, sir, and well able to do sums of the most complicated nature,"
Mary repeated. "Not here it isn't," Pooley said, alarmed. "Beads for counting in my office? We do not count with beads here, just as we do not count with our fingers." Then he brought his hands to his head. "A woman and a convict who plays with beads thinks to clerk for me." He spoke this at the ceiling, and seemed for a moment genuinely upset that Mary should think so low of him. "Your kind are made to be washerwomen, not bookkeepers. Be gone! You have tried my patience long enough." As Mary left the scene of each not dissimilar rejection, she could hear the words as they had reached her through the swirling yellow mist of the London East India docks. "Mary, Mary, bloody Mary, you're the monkey on our backs." She walked in some despair to the edge of Hobart Town, and then, looking carefully lest she might be followed, veered into the shadows of a stand of tall trees that led to her rock. A chill autumn wind blew down from the mountain, and the light was fading under the trees as she made her way to her secret sanctuary. She had bought a small loaf of bread and a tiny jar of maple syrup. She had not had anything to eat since her bowl of gruel at daybreak, her last meal at the factory. Mary would have loved to stop at the orphanage, if only for a few moments, to regain her courage. She suddenly longed to have her children skipping around her, anxious to be held and loved. She yearned to hold a child in her arms and feel its tender skin against her cheek. She knew she would also greatly miss Elspeth Smedley's midday meal, which, despite the tedious presence of Thomas Smedley, had always caused her to feel less a prisoner and more like a civilized person. For the better part of an hour each day she could pretend to be normal. Now she was back to being dirt on the street. Although she had earned her ticket of leave, she was still regarded as convict scum, and she longed for the comfort of Elspeth's quiet voice.
"I fear a little too much salt in the gravy, Mary. Will you forgive my clumsiness?"
Elspeth had invited her to eat at the orphanage any time she wished, but Mary knew that the resources of the Reverend Smedley were meagre enough, and that Mrs. Emma Patterson would now take her place at the table. Besides, Mary told herself, she could no longer return Elspeth's generosity. The bountiful supply of vegetables she had brought from the prison garden was no longer available to her, and her pride would not allow her to arrive empty-handed. Now, seated under the rock where it was already dark, she devoured the loaf which she had soaked in maple syrup. By the time she was finished, her hands and face were sticky, but she could not remember a treat more sumptuous. It was Mary's first meal free of the shackles, and if it had been a banquet set for a queen, it could not have tasted better. Mary washed, the icy mountain water leaving her poor twisted hands aching with the chill and her face devoid of feeling, then climbed to the top of the rock to spread her mattress roll and blanket. Mary, who had spent many a dark night alone in some foul corner of a London alley, had never before slept open to the elements. Above her, myriad stars frosted the dark sky. Though she felt some trepidation at so much open space, and though it was cold under the thin blanket, she was stirred by a strange feeling of happiness. She was free at last, born again under the crystal stars of the great South Land, a child of the green parrots and the great mountain. Somewhere high up in the trees she heard the call of a nightjar, and before she fell into an exhausted sleep, she determined that in the morning she would once again visit Mr. Emmett. She smiled to herself at the thought of the exasperation she would see on his small face,
though she knew her benefactor was most fond of her. As Mary had predicted, Mr. Emmet at first professed himself annoyed at her return.
"Mary Abacus, you have twice rejected my charity, and now you ask again. I repeat my offer. You may come to work in the government as a clerk. We have a great need for your skill at numbers and ability to write up a ledger, and I shall see that you are treated fairly."
"Sir, please, I should learn nothing working for the government, but the task of working for the government. There be new settlers coming in greater numbers each year to make their homes on the island, and I feel certain there will be abundant opportunity for trade. If I should learn an honest profession, it would be greatly to my advantage. I wants a man's work at clerking, and I begs you to make inquiries on my behalf."
"Mary, you are a woman," Mr. Emmet protested. "It will be no easy matter to find you a position in any trade as a clerk." Emmet looked at Mary steadily. "You see, my dear, even though I trust you, few others would. They would think they take a double risk, both a woman and a convict. It is too much to ask of them. A woman and a convict put to the task of preparing their ledgers would be an abomination." Mary sighed.
"Will you not help me, then?"
She explained how she had been rejected at 8 separate places the previous day. The chief clerk looked at Mary without sympathy. "Help you? How can I help you? I have tried everything I know to help you. You have rejected my offer to be a clerk with me, and then another as a teacher. All that's left for your kind is scrubbing, working in the kitchen, or as a washerwoman." He thought for a moment, then added, "You cannot even work at a market garden, as it is forbidden for you to own property." Then, as if an idea had suddenly occurred to him, Mr. Emmet brightened. "Though perhaps you could rent it. There are plenty here who have property that are too idle to till. Your skill with vegetables is well known, and your fresh produce will find a ready sale in the markets." He clapped his hands, delighted that he had solved Mary's problem. "That's it. I shall make inquiries at once." Mary shook her head.
"I am truly grateful, sir, but I have worked as a kitchen maid, lady's maid, laundry maid, and in the factory as a gardener." She lifted her crippled hands. "Me hands won't stand for it, and nor will me head."
Mary looked pleadingly at the little man.
"I wants to learn a trade, Mr. Emmet. Something to sell what people must have, and what uses numbers and me own good sense."
"And what of your sly grog? Will that not profit you handsomely as a trade?" the chief clerk demanded suddenly. Mary was greatly shocked and began to tremble violently. She was not aware that the chief clerk of the Colonial Secretary's department had known about the potato factory. Fortunately, Mr. Emmet did not thrust the barb further, but waited for her to defend herself. Mary knew not to deny her guilt. Mr. Emmet was not a cruel man, and he did not listen to idle tittle-tattle. He would have been certain of his information before he sought to employ it against her.
"Sir, that were different," she stammered. "I were in the crime class, and might as well be hung for a sheep as a lamb. There weren't nothing to lose."
Mary felt more in control of herself as she continued.
"It were good grog, what didn't rot your guts like what's sold elsewhere, even in the respectable taverns."
"My dear, in Hobart Town there are no respectable taverns. Besides, if you had been caught, it might well have caused your sentence to be doubled," Mr. Emmet said sternly. Mary looked appealingly at him.
"I owes you me life, sir. I don't think I could have endured without what you'd done for me at the orphan school. Now I owes you this too, for keeping stum. I thank you from the bottom of me heart. Please, sir, I ain't never going back to the female factory. I don't want to start me new life as a mistress of sly grog. I ain't so stupid as not to know that sooner or later I'd be caught and sent back to the factory. I couldn't stand that, honest I couldn't."
Mr. Emmet sighed. "I'm most glad to hear that, Mary. I shall make inquiries, though I should not hold out any hopes if I were you." He paused. "Remember, I make no promises. You have seen for yourself how difficult it will be to persuade any business to take you on." Then he added, shaking his head, "You are a most stubborn woman, Mary Abacus. What will you do now? Have you a place to go?" Mary remained silent and dropped her eyes. "Well?" Mary looked up slowly and smiled. She knew she could not remain camped under the rock.
It snowed on the mountain in winter, and she would freeze to death. Her green eyes rested on the chief clerk. "I could tend your garden, sir, and sleep in your potting shed, if you was to give me rations." Emmett shook his head slowly. "You take me to be too soft, Mary Abacus. Perhaps even an old fool to be used by a pretty woman. You refuse to be a market gardener, yet you would tend my garden." "Not soft or a fool, Mr. Emmett, but a person what's been wise and kind, and most generous beyond anyone I've ever known." There were tears in Mary's eyes as she said urgently, "I shall repay your kindness, I swear. The time will come, I know it." Mary blinked away her tears. "It would only be a short while, sir, until your inquiries prove fruitful, which I know they shall. All speak of you with great respect." Emmett looked doubtful, and Mary hastily added, "With the season changing, your roses need pruning, and there'll be much clearing to be done so that your plants may catch the weaker winter sun. And your cold weather vegetables are not yet planted, nor straw cut for the seed beds against the coming frost." "The potting shed," Mr. Emmett hesitated. "It's not very big. I dare say we could find a corner for you in the servants' quarters." Mary laughed. The previous night spent under the stars had been cold but tolerable, and she had woken to a bright autumn morning with the raucous call of parakeets feeding on the nectar of the butter-coloured eucalypt blossom in the trees above her. Mary knew she had spent her last night with dirty, snoring bodies squeezed hard against her sides. But she hesitated, thinking that to object to this arrangement might cause Mr. Emmett to decline her proposition altogether. Finally, she found herself saying, "Sir, I ain't got fancy notions about myself, but I ain't no servant, ever no more. The potting shed would be more than I'm used to. I have no wish to disturb your household. I have a blanket and mattress roll, and will be glorious comfy." Emmett looked at her in surprise, but then a small smile played at the corners of his mouth. "Very well, Mary. I shall tell cook to issue you with rations." Mary, of course, had sufficient money to live comfortably had she wished to siphon off only a small amount from the contents of the clay pot. She could have stayed in one of the numerous cheap boarding houses which took in ticket of leavers, though the idea did not occur to her. Comfort was not a consideration in her life, and the money she had made from the potato factory was to be used only to make a new life. Mary was determined she would have a profession. When she'd earned out her ticket of leave and was free, she would start on her own in business. She didn't much care what business, except that it should cater for people's essential needs. She would not touch a penny of the £500 for any other purpose. Mary could not light a fire in the tiny potting shed, so she spread straw over the cold brick floor. At night she stuffed her clothes with newspaper, and in this way remained tolerably warm. During the day she worked in Mr. Emmett's garden. He would sometimes visit her when he returned home from work in the early evening, and twice he had brought her a glass of fruit punch, flavoured with the heavenly taste of fresh apricots. Mary had scarcely wished to accept the delicious concoction for fear that it might corrupt her resolve. Mr. Emmett always came upon her in the same way. As though to dispel any anticipation Mary might have at his approach, he would precede his arrival by shouting the self-same words. "Not much luck, my dear. If I may say so, no blasted luck at all." Mary would look up from where she was working and attempt to smile. "I'm much obliged to you, sir," she would say, standing up at his approach and trying not to show her disappointment. Mary took 2 hours each day to try to secure a position on her own, trudging into town if she should see an advertisement in the Colonial Times. This was the only money she spent, 6pence every week to purchase the newspaper. While there were vacant positions aplenty, none of those advertising for a clerk bookkeeper required a female bookkeeper who was a ticket of leave convict. Mr. Emmett's letter was beginning to look weary at the folds and greasy at the edges, as though it too was possessed of a forlorn and hopeless disposition. Mr. Emmett tried again to get Mary to join him in the employ of the government, but she would not surrender. A month passed,
and Mr. Emmett's garden was now well prepared for winter. Neat rows of winter cabbage and cauliflower seedlings filled their beds in the vegetable patch. The soil around the standard roses and young fruit trees had been dug around, aired, and then bedded down with straw, and the garden was now completely cleared of summer's dead leaf. Mary woke one chilly morning and went to the door of the potting shed. The grass outside was silver with hoarfrost, and as was her habit each morning, she looked up at the great mountain. Snow had fallen during the night and had turned it into a veritable Christmas pudding. Above it an icy cobalt sky stretched high, and though she could not see them, she could hear a flock of cockatoos in the trees nearby.
"Please, mountain, let something happen today,"
Mary appealed to the snow-covered monolith towering above her.
"The work be done in Mr. Emmett's garden, and I cannot accept no more charity."
"Mary! Mary, come here, girl!" She could hear Mr. Emmett's excited voice before he reached her. It was just before sunset on the same day, and Mary was planting lemongrass. "Mary, where are you? It's good news at last." Mary stood up at Mr. Emmett's approach. "Good news, my dear," he said a little breathlessly, flapping his arms as he came up to her. "Mr. Peter de Graves, the sawmiller, is building a brewery at the Cascades, and he needs a clerk." Mary dropped the trowel she was holding and looked querulously at her benefactor.
"A woman, sir?"
"They'll take a chance on a woman. On you." Mr. Emmett laughed, well pleased with himself.
"Have you told them I'd be ticket to leave, sir?"
Yes, everything. Do not fret yourself, my dear. Mr. de Graves has been in debtor's prison himself. He sees nothing to harm him in your past." Mr. Emmett grinned at Mary. "I dare say those silly Chinese beads of yours will be just the very thing for counting bricks and timber, eh?"
"A brewery, is it? Will he keep me on when the building is complete?"
"If you serve him well, I don't see why not." Mary, unable to restrain herself, burst into tears, and Mr. Emmett, no taller than she, even by an inch, stood beside her. He patted her clumsily on the back. Now, my dear. It isn't much, an outdoors job with winter almost here, among crude men loading drays. I doubt it will exercise your skills to any extent."
"God bless you, sir,"
Mary whispered, her voice choked with relief. "Tut, you have little to thank me for, Mary Abacus. My garden is splendidly prepared for winter, and I reward you with nothing but the smell of hops in your nostrils and the cussing of rough men in your ears. I think it a poor exchange indeed."
"Thank you, sir. I will not forget this."
"There is little for you to remember on my behalf, my dear," Mr. Emmett said gently. "You are worthy of much, much more, Mary Abacus." The chief clerk of the Colonial Secretary's Department was not to know that on the brisk autumn evening in late May 1831, he had watched a small woman with large green eyes, bright with recent tears, take the first tentative step in what would one day be a vast brewery empire that would stretch around the world. Mary Abacus had discovered the commodity men could not live without, and yet was not condemned or forbidden by society. The dream was in place, the new life begun, and Mary's great good luck had persisted. In the gathering darkness, she could only just make out the frosted top of the mountain.
"Thank you,"
Mary whispered, clasping Ikey's Waterloo medal tightly to her breast. Chapter 28. It is one of the great paradoxes in human migration that new beginnings often take with them old and often undesirable social customs. Those fleeing affliction or a hierarchical system for a new and free environment soon develop tyrannies and pecking orders of their own. Though in a penal colony one might expect a clear distinction between the convict and the free, the dichotomies of class in Van Diemen's Land were far more complicated and carefully graded. The relationship Mary enjoyed with Mr. Emmett was all the more remarkable for this. The first two great class distinctions were, of course, the free and the prisoner populations. This was a divide so wide that it was almost impossible to leap, even in exceptional circumstances. Mary had never been inside Mr. Emmett's home, nor had she been introduced to his wife, Lucy. Occasionally they would meet in the garden, but Mary would stand with her head bowed and hands clasped in respectful silence, while the grand lady passed by. Lucy Emmett's pretty daughter, Millicent, had once stopped to talk with Mary, who was pruning and shaping the standard rose she had given Mr. Emmett for his daughter's 10th birthday. "Why, that's my rose!" Millicent exclaimed. "I had quite forgotten it. Will you shape it well and make it beautiful again?" "Yes, Miss Millicent, it will be perfect for the summer to come. It will be robust enough and not much neglected." "Good! It was a present from Papa, and grown just for me by a drunken wretch in the female factory." "Is that what your Papa told you?" Mary asked softly. "No, Mamma told me that. Papa said there's good in everyone, but Mamma said the women in the female factory were too low to be included in everyone, and were long past being good." Millicent tilted her head to one side. "I think there is, don't you?" "Is what, Miss Millicent?" "Good in everyone." Mary gave a wry laugh. "I've known some what could be in doubt, and they didn't all come from the female factory neither." "Millicent! How could you? Come along at once!" Lucy Emmett's cry of alarm made her daughter jump. "Coming, Mamma!" Millicent called back. She cast a look of apprehension at Mary, and fled without saying another word. Mary could hear Lucy Emmett's high-pitched chiding for several minutes afterwards. Some time later, Mr. Emmett's wife entered the garden, and passed by where Mary was weeding. At her approach, Mary rose from her haunches with her hands clasped and head bowed. Some paces from where she stood, Lucy Emmett halted, as if to admire a late-blooming rose. "You will be sent away at once, should you venture to talk to Miss Millicent again," she hissed. She did not look directly at Mary, and it was as though she were talking to the rose itself. Then she turned abruptly and left the garden. Because Lucy Emmett's husband worked in the government, she was considered a true merino by the free inhabitants of the colony. That is, they were among the first in point of social order. This circumstance was considered sufficient grounds for keeping aloof from the rest of the community. In fact, it was considered degrading to associate with anyone who did not belong to her own milieu. The government class was somewhat jeeringly known by the next order as the aristocracy. This next, or second order, more numerous and certainly wealthier and more influential in the colony, were the respectable free inhabitants, the merchants, bankers, doctors, lawyers and clergymen, who had no connection with the government above being required to pay its crippling taxes. Below them came the free persons of low station, clerks and small tradesmen, butchers and bakers, who serviced the daily lives of the first-rate settlers. They had little chance of rising above their stations in life, and were collectively possessed with an abiding anxiety that they might, through bankruptcy or some other misfortune, sink to the lowest but one level, that of the labouring class. Below even the labourer was the emancipist, though this group was perhaps the most curious contradiction in the pecking order. Emancipists could, and often enough did, rise through the bottom ranks, past the labouring class, and into the ranks of clerks and tradesmen. The sons of emancipists, if educated in a profession, and if they became immensely rich, could rise beyond even the third rank. Daughters had greater opportunities if they were pretty and properly prepared. That is to say, if they attended the Polyglot Academy, where French, Italian and Spanish were taught by Ferrari's comparative method. They would also need to have been instructed by Monsieur Gilbert, a professor of dancing, before being considered sufficiently yeasted to rise upwards. No young woman, even if she was exceptionally beautiful and possessed the most elegant manners, could think to enter society without a comprehensive knowledge of the steps in all the new dances being practised in the salons of London and Paris. Only then, and only if she should bring with her the added incentive of a great deal of money, was it possible to rise in due course to the ranks of a first-rater. But even when the children of a successful emancipist achieved such Olympian heights, their flawed lineage remained, and the whispers of the Crinoline Society matrons would continue for the next 2 generations. The bottom station was, of course, the prisoner population, and it included the ticket of leavers such as Mary. Between this class and all others a strict line was drawn. In the presence of any free person in the community, prisoners were as if struck dumb. It was considered correct, even by the lowest of the free orders, to regard them as invisible, ghosts in canary yellow jackets, who laboured on the roads or at tasks beneath the dignity even of the labouring class.
And of course, if they were assigned as servants in a household, they were expected to exercise the minimum speech required to perform their daily duties. Mr. Emmett's courage and generosity of spirit can now be properly appreciated. He, a member of the first station, not only acknowledged the existence of Mary, a convict, but consistently helped her. Emmett was also something of a dreamer for supposing that Mary might be accepted by even the lowliest of government clerks, had she taken up his offer to work in his department. The marked contrast of Lucy Emmett's attitude towards Mary should not be drawn as an example of uncharitable behaviour. To speak to a prisoner, albeit a ticket of lever, was beyond the imaginings of a pure merino woman, a nightmarish confrontation not to be contemplated even in the most unlikely social circumstances. Thus, the likelihood of Mary securing a billet as a clerk in Hobart Town was very much in the order of impossible. Not only was she a woman, but such a position lay strictly within the precincts of the third class, whereas she was condemned to work within the lowest of the low, the sixth class. It could only be supposed that in bringing about Mary's appointment, Mr. Emmett had favoured Peter de Graves with a government contract, or perhaps waived some building dispensation for the construction of his new brewery, or even invoked a Masonic rite in his position as Grand Master of Hobart's secret order of free and accepted Masons. The gamble Peter de Graves took on Mary soon paid off. She was quick to learn, arrived early and worked late, and took no nonsense from the men, who eventually came to call her with much admiration Mother Mary of the Blessed Beads. It was not only Mary's skill at bookkeeping that impressed her employers, but also her plain sense mixed with some imagination. Mary was soon aware that pilfering on a building site by the labourers was costing the owners a considerable amount each month, and that the men regarded this scam as their natural right. She requested an appointment with Peter de Graves at his office higher up the slopes of the mountain, where he and his brother-in-law owned the concession to cut the timber right up to the rocky outcrop known as the organ pipes. De Graves kept Mary waiting a considerable time before he called her into his small, cluttered office. A large cross-cut saw, of the type used by convicts, leant against one wall, its blade buckled into a gentle curve. The room smelt of sawdust and the sap of new-cut wood. Peter de Graves was a tall, fair, clean-shaven man, not given to lard as were so many men in their 40s. He sat in his shirt-sleeves with his waistcoat unbuttoned, and his clay-spattered boots resting upon a battered-looking desk.
"Take a pew, Miss Abacus,"
he said, indicating a small upright wicker chair.
"What brings you to the sawmill?"
"Sir, I would speak to you about the site."
"Ah, it goes well, Miss Abacus. The foreman says we are ahead in time, and I know our expenses are well contained. You have done an excellent job."
"Not as excellent as might be supposed," Mary answered. De Graves looked surprised.
"Oh? Is there something I ought to know about, Miss Abacus?"
"The pilfering, sir, on the site. It be considerable." De Graves shrugged.
"It was ever thus, Miss Abacus. Petty crime within the labouring class is as common as lice in an urchin's hair." He spread his hands. "We live, after all, in a penal colony."
"Mr. de Graves, sir, I have an inventory, and we are losing materials at the rate of £50 a week, £2,704 a year. That'd be a considerable amount, would you not say?"
"Aye, it's a lot of money, but I've known worse in the sawmilling business."
"We have 100 workmen on the site. Each earns £14 a year in wages. That'd be
£1,400, and as you say, we are losing nearly double that. Just how would you prevent this, Miss Abacus?" De Graves asked in a somewhat patronising manner.
"The value of the material what's nicked and sold in the taverns and on the sly be 1/5 of the market value, no more than £10.
"And just how do you know this?"
De Graves asked, removing his feet from the desk. He pulled his chair closer and leant forward, listening intently. "I took various materials from the site and flogged them," Mary replied calmly.
"You what? You stole from my site?"
"Not stole, sir. It'd be all written in the books. It were a test, to see what the value of the materials were on the sly."
De Graves sat back and laughed. "Why, that's damn clever. £10, eh?" He paused, then said, "Well, that's the labouring class for you. Not only dishonest, but easily gulled and stupid to boot."
Let's give him the £10, sir. Or a little more, 15. That'd be 3 shillings per man per week extra in his pay packet. £7, 2 shillings and 6pence per year.
But Miss Abacus, de Graves protested, that's half again as much as they're paid now.
Sir, it ain't all the men what's stealing. Most is family men as honest as the day. We make the money a weekly bonus, given a month in arrears, and when we've determined no pilfering has taken place.
No pilfering? De Graves laughed. Not a single nail or plank or brick or bag of mortar? I think you dream somewhat, Miss Abacus.
Well, no, sir. I have allowed £5. That will be sufficient tolerance, Mary said firmly.
£20 and we save 30. I'm most impressed. Do you think it can be made to work?
No, sir. It will not work with money, Mary replied.
Oh? How then?
In rations. A food chit issued to the labourer's wife what is worth 3 shillings a week. We pay the men on Saturdays, and most of it being the tavern keeper's hands by Sunday night, with the brats starving at home for the rest of the week. If there be the prospect of 3 shillings worth of rations from the company shop on a Monday, the family will eat that week.
Company shop? May I remind you, Miss Abacus, I'm a sawmiller who is building a brewery, not a damned tradesman. Who will run this cornucopia aplenty?
I will, sir. There'd be enough money to pay the salary of a good shop assistant if we buy prudently and sell at shopkeepers' rates, and I will keep the books.
And will there be a further profit? De Graves asked shrewdly.
Yes, sir, to be used for the purchase of books for the orphanage school, as well as a Christmas party given to them by the brewery.
De Graves laughed. Chits for workers' wives, company shops, books and Christmas parties for orphans. When will these fantasies end? He grew suddenly stern. Miss Abacus, I am a practical man who has worked with rough men all my life. Mark my words, they will take your chit and steal as before. You cannot prevent a labouring man from stealing from his master.
You are perfectly right, sir. You cannot. I cannot. But his wife can. It's she who will be your policeman. She who will make her man deal with the thief what thinks to take advantage of all the other men by stealing from the sight. Wives will make their husbands punish the guilty, for I guarantee she will let no villain take the bread out of her little ones' mouths. De Graves leant back in his chair.
It be most clever, Miss Abacus, but I'm afraid it cannot be done. What of my reputation with my peers? Those who, like me, employ labour. They will not take kindly to the raising of a labourer's annual salary by more than 50%. Let me tell you, there will be hell to pay.
Sir, heaven forbid, raising wages.
Mary appeared to be shocked at such a notion.
It be a feeding scheme for the worker's family. The church and the government will soon enough come out in support of you for such an act of Christian charity.
Mary, afraid she might lose his support for fear of his peers, thought desperately.
May I remind you that we have a large community of Quakers, what does not condone strong drink. And there is them temperance lot just started, the Van Diemen's Land Temperance Society. They's already kicking up a fuss about the distilleries in the colony, but who will speak badly of a brewery what looks after workers' brats and cares about the education of orphans?
De Graves smiled. There had already been several raised eyebrows in society concerning his intention to build a brewery. A model works, eh? He frowned suddenly. Do you really think it will work, Miss Abacus?
Mary knew she had won, and she was unable to conceal the excitement in her voice, so she spoke quickly. Better than that, Mr. de Graves, sir. We'll end up with the best and most honest workers in the colony on account of the excellent family conditions what the boss of the brewery, Mr. Peter de Graves, has put into place. She took a gulp of air, and to this breathless sycophancy she added, Thank you, sir. I think it'd be most clever of you to think up such generous plans for those of us who is privileged to work for you.
De Graves again looked surprised for a moment, then smiled. He was impressed. Why, thank you, Miss Abacus. It's not a bad solution, even if I did not think of it myself. His expression was whimsical when he added, You will, of course, let me know when I should reveal this brilliant new plan of mine to the men.
And to the Colonial Times, sir. The feed-in scheme for workers' brats.
De Graves nodded as he replaced his feet on the desk. Though I see little gain in helping the orphanage with the business of learning. These children are the illegitimate spawn of the island's scum.
And no good will come of it, I can assure you. Besides, there is more ridicule in it than there be praise.
Sir, sometimes we may be allowed to take credit where no credit is due, and sometimes we deserve much more than we get. Besides, I were just like them poor little brats once.
De Graves sighed and dismissed Mary with a backward wave of his hand.
As you wish, Miss Abacus. I can see you do not surrender easily.
Mary smiled and lowered her eyes to show her respect, though she laughed inwardly, thinking of the motto inscribed on her Waterloo medal.
Thank you, sir. You have been most gracious, she replied.
De Graves threw back his head and laughed.
Prudent, Miss Abacus. Prudent to the tune of £30 a week. I shall not think well of you if this turns out badly, and there will be little graciousness about my manner as I dismiss you from service.
This is the end of CD 14. The story will continue on CD 15. CD 15.
Mary continued to work for the brewery after its completion, and by the time she had served out her ticket of leave, she was intimate with every step in the process of making beer. She had been correct. Good men came from everywhere to seek employment at the new brewery, where the practice of issuing ration chits had been continued, and as had also been the case on the work site, pilfering was reduced to insignificant proportions. Written into the wrought iron gate of the brewery were the words, "Happy workers make happy beer," and this motto also appeared on the labels of the bottled product. The beer they produced at the Cascades Brewery was of a light colour and very pure, and while there were a dozen other breweries in Hobart, none could match the quality of Peter de Graves' excellent light ale and Pilsener-style beer. Such was its superiority that it quickly became popular all over the island, and ships carrying the company's timber to New South Wales increasingly came also to carry barrels of Cascade beer to Sydney. Mary soon realised that the difference in the beer was the quality of the malt they used and the pure mountain water. Peter de Graves had sited his mill near the confluence of the Hobart and the Guy Fawkes rivulets, damming them both to make a series of small lakes of pure mountain water. In addition to this, he ran a pipeline from Strickland Falls, about a mile further upstream, which was the source of the purest water of all. The crystal-clear waters fed from a spring which began near the summit of the great mountain, well above its winter snow line. Strickland Falls was not far from Mary's secret rock, and she was determined to own the land on which the rock stood, and also have access to the water in the falls. In the third year of her employment at the brewery, she marked out approximately 10 acres, which included her beloved rock, and which led down to the bank on the opposite side of the falls to the brewery pipeline. In 1824, Governor Arthur had granted Peter de Graves 2,000 acres on the side of the mountain for sawmilling, and with a further grant, taken together with several judicious purchases, he and his brother-in-law, Hugh Mackintosh, now owned the entire side of Mount Wellington. Mary was resolute that she must somehow purchase these 10 acres from de Graves and his ailing brother-in-law, though even if they should agree to sell it to her, she was still a ticket-of-leave convict and could not legally own property. Once again, Mary went to see Mr. Emmett. They stood in his garden while she explained what she wanted.
Mary, by all accounts, you have done exceedingly well, and Mr. de Graves has often enough thanked me for recommending you to him. I dare say if I can find a plausible reason for the purchase of this land, he may be friendly enough disposed to sell it, always supposing that he should receive a good price. But what possible reason could I have to purchase 10 acres of useless land on the slopes of Mount Wellington?
You could tell him that you want some day to build a home and wish to secure a small part of the creek bank below the falls, sir.
Mr. Emmett shook his head.
I have been to the falls but once. It is quite an expedition, and as I recall, they make a fearful racket. I should be the laughing-stock of the free settlers, and no one in their right mind would build among the trees so far from civilization, with the din of a waterfall drowning all conversation. Besides, I am known for the excellence of my garden, and you know as well as I do that the soil under gum trees is leached of all its goodness, and is infertile and not in the least suitable for the cultivation of an English garden.
A retreat? A place in nature to go to, sir?
Mary suggested, a little lamely. Mr. Emmett ignored this remark. He was still taken up with the absurdity of the whole notion.
Furthermore, the big trees in the area you speak of have already been cut. I would be buying a pig in a poke, half-grown trees and red gum scrub. People who already count me odd would think me gone quite mad. My wife would not be able to tolerate the shame of so foolish a decision.
Could you not do the transaction in secret, sir? Mr. de Graves knows you not to be a fool, and would not judge you one for this.
Mary brightened with a sudden thought.
You could offer him a little more than what the land be worth, and ask him to stay remain silent. He is a man with a good eye for an extra shilling made, and as you say, he has already made his profit from the area we speaks of.
Mr. Emmett scratched the top of his head and looked vexed. Can you not wait, my dear? It is only a year before you obtain your freedom, and it is most unlikely that land so far from the town will prove any more attractive to a buyer in the meantime.
Mary's eyes welled with tears.
It be the rock, sir, she suddenly announced. Mr. Emmett was unaffected by Mary's distress. He had seen Mary's tears before when she wanted something from him. The rock? What on earth are you talking about? Mary knuckled the tears from her large green eyes and sniffed. It be a rock on the mountain, a magic rock. I simply must own it. A rock? Own a rock? Magic? You really do try my patience, Mary Abacus. But she could see that Mr. Emmett was curious, and prepared to listen to her explanation. With a fair degree of sniffing, Mary began, swearing Mr. Emmett to secrecy for the silliness of it. She told him how she often went to the rock for comfort, and how when blossom was out and the berries ripe, she would lie on the rock and watch the green parakeets feeding and squabbling in the trees and surrounding bush. Not parakeets, Mr. Emmett corrected. Rosellas, my dear, green rosellas. They are native to this island. Finally, Mary told him how she had slept upon the rock under the stars the first night she had been released from the female factory. This last pronouncement astonished Mr. Emmett, who, though a nature lover, had acquired a healthy respect for the Tasmanian wilderness. Mary's admission filled him with alarm. It was not uncommon for people who were inexperienced in the ways of the bush to be lost on the mountain slopes, some even perishing in a fall of rock or a sudden snowstorm. Besides, the slopes were used by dangerous men, who hid from the law during the day and crept down into the town at night. It has already been noted that Mr. Emmett was an unusual man and something of a dreamer, and now he listened attentively, as though Mary's preposterous story made more sense to him than any logical reasons she might have. Finally, though cautioning her against the notion, he agreed to approach Peter de Graves and attempt to purchase the 10 acres on the mountain on Mary's behalf. De Graves drove a hard bargain, for despite their friendship, Emmett was a government man, and no settler would wish to be bested by the government, even in a private transaction. He finally agreed to sell the title to the 10 acres of light timber and scrub for £40, a sum somewhat in advance of the current value of the land. Mr. Emmett had confided in him that as he grew older and the mountain became safer, a small cottage in the woods seemed an attractive place for a retreat, where he might stay for short periods alone to read and write. De Graves, aware of the gossip to which such a peculiar notion might give rise in the society of the pure Merinos, agreed to keep the land transaction secret, and asked surprisingly few questions. Mr. Emmett handled the registration of the title deeds himself, so that the purchase was not published in the Government Gazette until 2 years later, when it was transferred into the name of Mary Abacus, emancipist, resident, Mount Wellington Allotment, number HT 6784, Hobart Town District, Van Diemen's Land. With the property came the rights to use the pathway created along the Cascade Brewery pipeline in perpetuity. In digging up and breaking open her clay pot to give Mr. Emmett the £40, plus 2 more for stamp and registration duty, Mary had taken the first proprietorial step in her new life. The money made from the potato factory not only allowed her to acquire a small piece of her magic mountain, but with it came the purest commercial source of water for the brewing of beer available in the colony. Mary determined that when the time came, she would clear and use only what land she needed for a watermill, malt house, and small brewery. Though this dream was well beyond the resources she ever seemed likely to acquire, she could see the brewery clearly in her imagination,
the stone buildings sitting among the trees. The rest of the land would be left as nature intended, so that tree and bush would grow to splendid maturity, giving an abundance of blossom and fruit to attract the flocks of green parakeets Mr. Emmett called rosellas. Mary remained with the Cascade Brewery for another year after she had obtained her freedom. Peter de Graves was not concerned when he eventually heard that Mr. Emmett had sold his land on the mountain to Mary. He had long since decided that Mary was rather strange, and that she should wish to live alone on the mountain did not greatly surprise him. With the brewery's reputation established, he had turned to another grand adventure, building a theatre for the benefit of the citizens of the town, and he was also expanding into shipbuilding and flour milling. De Graves was happy to know that Mary was the bookkeeper and accountant at the brewery, as he had come to absolutely trust her financial judgment in all matters. But he did not estimate her above his own needs, and if he thought about it at all, he would have expected Mary to regard her security of employment at the brewery as above the price of rubies, and consequently to show her gratitude in a lifetime of faithful and uncomplaining service to him. He was greatly surprised, therefore, when in the spring of 1836 Mary resigned. The previous year, that is, the year she had gained her freedom, had been a busy one for her. She had cleared the land for almost a quarter of an acre around as a firebreak, leaving some of the tallest trees in place. With a fast-running stream fronting the clearing, and the rush of water over rock, the leafy glade Mary had created for herself was to her mind as close as she was likely to get to heaven on earth. In truth, the mountain, while a paradise of nature, was a dangerous place for a lone woman. Fire was always a threat, and could sweep through the forest without warning. The weather on the mountain was unpredictable. Sudden mists could move down the slopes, closing in the mountain and making visibility impossible. As the felling of the tall timber increased, mudslides and falling rocks became commonplace during the winter storms. But it was from man that the greatest danger lay. The mountain was also home to desperate men, the dregs of the colony's society, who were frequently on the run from the law. In the summer months they would sleep on the mountain during the day and creep back into town at night to rob and steal so that they might frequent the drinking dens, sly grog shops and brothels. There they were served with raw spirits made on the premises, which often enough killed them and more usually sent them mad. Those who could still walk when daylight came would drag themselves into the bush on the slopes of the mountains to sleep until nightfall, when they would re-emerge. Though most were harmless enough, their brains addled with alcohol, pathetic, shambling creatures, some were dangerous. Mary could not hope to construct a hut on her property where she might safely live, even though she had taken the precaution of learning how to fire a pistol, which she always carried in her bag when she visited her clearing among the trees. Mary was tempted to call her idyllic surroundings by some romantic name gathered from a book or taken from her native England. But in the end she chose, for reasons of sentiment and luck, to call her brewery the Potato Factory. Mary argued to herself that the poteen still had been the true start of her great good luck. It had earned her a reputation for a quality product. Most of the sly grog available in the drinking dens and brothels of Hobart Town was more likely to kill the customer than to send him on his way happily inebriated. Her experience at the Cascade Brewery had shown her once again that quality was of the utmost importance, and she was adamant that it would become the hallmark of everything she did. When the time came to build the second potato factory, she would boast that her beer was made from the finest hops and malt available, and brewed from the purest mountain water in the world. If the association with the humble potato was a peculiar inheritance for a beer of quality, this did not occur to Mary. While she had a very tidy mind, she was still a creature of intuition, and she did what felt right to her, even when logic might suggest she do otherwise. Mary was wise enough to know that few things in this world are wrought by logic alone, and that where men are often shackled by its strict parameters, women can harness the power of their intuition to create both surprising and original results. In her mind, Mary saw the chiselled stone of her malt house and the larger building of the brewery beside it, with its enormous brick chimney rising above the trees. She would sometimes stand beside the falls, which thundered so loudly they drowned out all other sound, and within the silence created by this singular roar, she would conjure up the entire vision. Mary could plainly see the drays lined up around the loading dock, hear the shouts of the drivers to make the great Clydesdale horses move forward, their gleaming brasses jingling as they left the potato factory to take her barrels of ale and beer to tavern and dockside. She looked into the bubbling water, which rushed over smooth stones at her feet, and saw it passing through imaginary sluice gates and along some elevated fluming and into the buckets of a giant iron water wheel which would power the brewery machinery. And sometimes, when the dream was complete, she would smack her lips and with the back of her hand wipe imagined froth from her mouth, as though she could truly taste the liquid amber of her own future creation. This world is not short of dreamers. But to the dreamer in Mary was added a clever, practical and innovative mind, which once committed would never surrender. All grand schemes, she told herself, may be broken down to small beginnings. Each step she took, no matter how tentative it might seem, would be linked to her grand design and would always be moving towards it, if only a fraction of an inch each time. This was a simple and perhaps naive philosophy based on perseverance, on knowing that the grandest tapestry begins with a single silken thread. And so the first thing Mary did upon leaving the Cascade Brewery was to apply for a license to sell beer. And here, once again, she had prevailed on the long-suffering Mr. Emmett to help her with the recommendations she needed to obtain it. Mary decided that even though she lacked the resources to start her own brewery, she had sufficient to rent a smallish building which had once been a corn mill at the mountain end of Collins Street, and which backed directly onto the banks of the rivulet. She named it the Potato Factory and converted it into a home brewery. In the front room she created a shop where citizens could buy a bottle of beer to take home. She used a small rear room in the building as her sleeping chamber, and paid one of the mechanics at the Cascade Brewery to construct a small lean-to kitchen at the back. The remainder of the space in the old mill was given over to making beer. The malt and yeast Mary used were of the highest quality, and she bought her hops from a wholesale merchant who imported it from England, as the product grown in the Derwent Valley was not yet of the highest standard. She made a light beer with a clean taste, which was much favoured by the better class of drinker among the labouring classes, tradesmen, and the respectable poor, and she soon attracted the favourable attention of the Temperance Society. Temperance members agreed to abstain entirely from the use of distilled spirits, except for medicinal purposes, so the society actively encouraged the drinking of beer, though in the home and not in public houses, where, in the boisterous company of fellow drinkers, they might enter into the numerous evils, both moral and physical, which follow the use of spirits. Her beer did not have the wallop to appeal to the majority of drinkers, but the temperance movement was growing rapidly in numbers, and right from the outset, Mary prospered. She soon put a product on the market which she labelled Temperance Ale, and in 6 months it had become her mainstay. Mary, if only in the smallest way, was up to her eyes in the beer business, and at the same time she was favoured by the authorities for the quality of her product and the prompt manner in which she paid her taxes. There were even those within the third class, the tradesmen, clerks and smaller merchants, who considered that some day she might be admitted into their lofty and hallowed ranks. But if Mary's great good luck had well and truly begun, the opposite to it lay waiting at her doorstep. Hannah, and 18 months later, Ike, were released into the community as ticket-of-leave convicts. Ike barely survived his 7 years until he received his ticket of leave. He had neither hate nor dreams, but only greed to keep him from despair. Money had never meant anything to Ike, except as a means to an end. He played for the sake of the game. Money was simply the barometer to show when he had won. He wasn't a gambler, for he figured his chances most carefully, weighing the odds to the most finite degree. Now, with 7 years of penal servitude behind him, the game was no longer worth the candle. If he should return to his old life of crime and be caught again, he knew he would certainly die, either in servitude or by means of the dreadful knotted loop. Ike told himself that should he obtain the second half of the combination to the Whitechapel safe, he would retire to some far haven where he would live in peace and run a small tobacco business, with perhaps a little dabble here and a little negotiation there. But secretly he knew that he was a creature of London, and captive to its crepuscular ways. He had disliked New York, and Rio even more, and judged the world outside England by these two unfortunate experiences. He knew that a return to crime in any significant way in Hobart Town would be both foolish and short-lived. Ikey was a marked man in the colony. 3 years on the road gang, and 2 years thereafter as a brickmaker in the penal settlement of Port Arthur, and another 2 returned to Richmond Jail, had been quite enough for him. His health had been destroyed in the damp road camps and in the brick pits. He had lost the courage for grand larceny. His bones ached with early rheumatism, and his brain creaked for lack of wily purpose. All that was left for Ikey was the determination to get from Hannah her half of the combination to the safe. He would lie in his cell at night, and his heart would fibrillate with terror that he should not succeed in this. He knew that Hannah would have the support of her children when she received her ticket of leave, but that he might well be destitute, for he could not hope for mercy from his alienated family. But what Ikey feared most in all the world was not their rejection, or being forced into penury, but that people might see Ikey Solomon, Prince of Fencers, had entirely lost his courage. Chapter 29. Hannah received her ticket of leave in early November 1835, with the proviso that she be restricted to the district of New Norfolk, a small country town on the banks of the Derwent River, some 25 miles upstream from Hobart Town. Her behaviour as a convict had proved troublesome for the authorities, and they wished to remove her from the boisterous atmosphere and temptations of Hobart. Hannah had objected strongly to this assignment, as she was of a good mind to enter her old profession. Hobart was host to the American whaling ships during the season, as well as to sealers and convict transports, and to this itinerant population was added a large underclass of criminals and society's dregs, well suited to Hannah's style of bawdy house. She had pleaded her case to remain in Hobart because of her children, which was not an untruthful assertion. She asked for custody of Sarah and Mark from the orphanage, and begged that they might all be allowed to live with David and Anne, who now resided in the tiny cottage which had once been Ikey's tobacconist shop. The chief magistrate finally agreed to a compromise. Anne was now 14 and David 16, and they were considered adults who no longer required the ministrations of a mother. But as Sarah had only just turned 12 and Mark was 10 years old, they were allowed to accompany their mother to New Norfolk. Being a practical woman, Hannah soon enough adapted, taking up with a certain George Madden, an emancipist who had become a wealthy grain merchant, and also acted as a district constable. Hannah was happy enough to swap bed for bread, in preference to finding employment as a servant in the small town, and Madden, who had a reputation as being an energetic, though often difficult man, also felt himself well served. He had gained the services of a skilful concubine in exchange for 2 children accustomed to life in an orphanage, who knew to stay well away from irascible adults. Living with Madden allowed for a lazy life, and Hannah was content to lord it over most of the locals, as a grand lady on the arm of a wealthy and handsome man. That there was a good deal of gossip from the country folk regarding her lewd behaviour troubled her not at all. The people of New Norfolk were of no consequence to Hannah. They were emancipists who had served their sentences on Norfolk Island and later settled in New Norfolk, and in the peculiar pecking order of the Van Diemen's Land convict, they were considered below the station of a Maine Islander. As for the few free settlers in the town, Hannah knew that no amount of airs and graces or playing at the grande dame could persuade them to include her in their society. So she made no attempt to enter it. Besides, New Norfolk was only a temporary expedient forced upon her, and Madden a most convenient happenstance. She dreamt of securing the fortune which lay waiting for her in the safe in Whitechapel, and moving to Hobart Town, or perhaps even the mainland. There her wealth would soon secure good marriages for her 2 pretty daughters, and sound careers for her 2 remaining sons. Hannah also knew that sooner or later she would be confronted by the irksome presence of Ikey Solomon. But she comforted herself with the fact that he would need to serve at least 7 years before he could expect his ticket of leave. This left her 2 years to contemplate her future,
and to put into place several plans in order to defeat Ike in that singular purpose which would preoccupy their lives the moment he was released. Ike must somehow be lulled into giving her his part of the combination. Hannah knew he would only do this if he felt completely confident about their shared future and controlled their joint fortune. To accomplish the task of gaining Ike's complete confidence, she needed to gather her family together and win back the affection of David and Anne, her two elder children. In particular David, who would play an important part in the plan to undermine her husband. However, there was another reason why Hannah wished to regain the esteem and love of the two elder children still in Van Diemen's Land. She was determined to destroy any affection they might feel for Mary Abacus. Hannah was convinced that Mary had sought revenge for being transported. She felt certain that Ike's scar-faced Goyim Shiksa whore had deliberately set out to steal the hearts and mind of her children and turn them against their own flesh and blood. Of course, this was entirely untrue. Mary was not even aware that Hannah had been the cause of her downfall. But no amount of persuasion would have convinced Hannah this was so. She had brooded on the matter too long, and what she had imagined in the dark recesses of her own vengeful mind had become an unshakable truth. Hannah had also concluded that Ike and Mary were the collective cause of her demise, and it was a matter of personal honour to regain the love of David and Anne. She vowed to live long enough to punish Mary for plotting against her and stealing her children's love. Hannah intended to persuade David to win the complete trust of his father, while secretly maintaining his loyalty to her. After contriving a reconciliation with Ike, and convincing him that they should serve out their old age together, Hannah presumed David would logically be chosen to return to London, open the safe, and bring the contents back to Van Diemen's Land. To this end, Hannah needed David and his sister to settle in New Norfolk. She planned that they would take up a separate residence there, so that when Ike obtained his ticket of leave, she would appear to leave Madden out of loyalty and affection for her real husband, and welcome Ike back into the bosom of a loving and united family. Hannah immediately set about cultivating the affection of her two elder children, who were frequently invited upriver to New Norfolk. This had not been a difficult thing to achieve. Anne had acted as a mother to young Mark, and had always cared for her younger sister, and when Hannah had removed them from the orphanage, Anne had been broken-hearted. She persuaded David that they should take the boat to New Norfolk and pay their respects to their mother, so that they might visit Sarah and Mark. The first visit had been highly successful, and was followed at regular intervals by others. Hannah was always sure to pay their 2 and 6 each way ticket on the boat, and to furnish their return to Hobart with a handsome hamper, its crowning glory being a large fruitcake with sugar icing. She knew this to be a special favourite with David, who craved sweet things. George Madden, too, seemed taken with Hannah's elder son. Hannah was pleasantly surprised when he offered David a position as a clerk in his grain business. Anne, most anxious to be close to her siblings, had pleaded with David to accept the offer. David, who was too bright for the dullards who were his superiors at the Hobart Waterworks, and flattered by Madden's interest, accepted the position with alacrity. David rented the cottage in Liverpool Street, and brother and sister moved to New Norfolk. Hannah had achieved her initial purpose with a minimum of fuss. There now remained plenty of time for her to win David's loyalty and affection before revealing her grand plan to sabotage Ike. But Ike, as usual, was unpredictable, and he was released not 5 months after Hannah, rescued from servitude by a high-ranking government official who wished to remain anonymous. The official offered surety for Ike, and the government accepted his bond, whereupon Ike left Port Arthur, where he had served the past year of his sentence. He appealed to the reviewing magistrate to allow him to serve the first 3 years of his ticket of leave in New Norfolk.
To live peaceably with my dear wife and children in New Norfolk, Your Honour, so that we may regain the lost years and grow old in love and kindness to each other. The magistrate who had signed Ike's ticket of leave papers, a man known for his brusque manner, was quick to reply.
There is much in your record of arrest of this kind of mawkish pronouncement, but very little demonstration of its successful consequence. I trust that on this occasion your high-blown rhetoric means more than the empty words of sentimental balderdash that they have been in the past.
For a moment Ike's courage returned to him, and he begged leave to make a statement. With an expression of deep hurt, he offered the following pious testament.
Your worship, I must beg to defend myself. My record will show that I escaped from custody in England to the safe and welcoming shores of America, where no rules of extradition apply to send me back to England. Here I was immediately successful in matters of business, but so missed the company of my dear wife and children that I risked all to walk back into the jaws of the English lion in order that we might be reunited.
A most fortunate circumstance for justice, but nonetheless a very foolish decision, the magistrate interrupted. Ike continued.
A decision of the heart, your worship. A decision made by a husband and father who could not bear to be parted from his loving wife and 6 children. I have suffered much for what your worship called my mawkish sentimentality, but I would do it again if it should put me even a mile nearer to my loved ones.
Methinks you might have made an excellent barrister, Mr. Solomon, the magistrate replied, then added, Neither fish nor flesh nor good red herring. He looked sternly at the prisoner. Hear me well now, Isaac Solomon. I should advise you not to return to this court. My patience is well nigh worn through. The Colonial Times reported Ike's little oration, and many a tear was shed by every class of woman in the colony. Ike's testament was held up as the epitome of a husband's love for his wife and children. Officers of the court were never popular, even with the free settlers, and the acerbic tongue of the reviewing magistrate served only to enhance the heroic nature of Ike's charming speech. Despite his notoriety, there were those in the colony who would remain forever most kindly disposed to a man who could sacrifice his own freedom and welfare for the love of his family. It was this same reportage in the Colonial Times that alerted Hannah to Ike's imminent return. She scarcely had time to extricate herself and her 2 youngest children from the home of George Madden and take up residence with David and Anne before Ike appeared on the doorstep. Whatever may have happened to Ike and Hannah in the 6 years they had been parted, their low regard for each other had changed little. After the initial euphoria of homecoming, much pretended by both, the curmudgeonly Ike and the vociferous, sharp-tongued Hannah were soon back to their old ways. Hannah denied Ike her bed either as a place for rest or recreation. This did not unduly upset Ike, whose libido had not increased any during his captivity. He was forced to sleep in a corner of their tiny bedroom, on a narrow horsehair mattress not much better than the one he'd recently vacated in Port Arthur. When their relationship had settled back into their customary mutual dislike, Hannah had forced him from this space as well. Ike's adenoidal snoring kept Hannah awake at night, so he was banished to a tiny compartment in the sloping roof, where his nocturnal melodies had the advantage of rising heavenwards. Several months went by, though there was not a day among them that was not fired with vitriol from one or both partners. Ike had somewhere picked up the habit of drinking, without learning the knack of holding his drink. A mere tipple would send him home cantankerous, with the inevitable result of a dreadful fight with Hannah. The 4 children kept their own counsel. They were reared as orphans, and knew when to keep out of the way. Nevertheless, David and Anne did not take easily to Ike treating them like children, and what's more, in a rude and imperious manner. Ike failed to grasp this. As a child of 8, he had been on the streets selling oranges and lemons, and his father had beaten him severely if he held back a single penny earned. Now he demanded only that David give him a half portion of his salary. He expected Anne, who had obtained work as a shop assistant, to hand over her entire wage. They found Ike smelly and dirty, and as he seldom addressed them by their names, they had little reason to feel he cared for them. In fact, for the most part, he seemed to forget who they were, frequently referring to the nearest child as, "You, come here." The 2 younger children were terrified of him and fled at his approach. Hannah had taken David aside when Ike first arrived, and carefully explained the reason why he should always appear to side with his father. David immediately understood the future advantage to him, so he readily agreed. He capitulated to Ike's demands for money, and dutifully took Ike's side in his parents' frequent arguments. But Ike was not an easy friend to make, and he considered his son a fool to be exploited and humiliated. The young man's patience was growing increasingly thin. He had never liked Ike, but now he found that he loathed him. David warned his mother that, whatever the reward, he could not take much more. Hannah, aware that time was running out, decided to broach the subject of the Whitechapel safe with Ikey. She cooked him a mutton stew, well flavoured with rosemary, and followed it with fresh curds. She then joined him at the kitchen table, after he had pronounced the meal much to his liking.
Ikey, it's 6 months we've been together.
Hannah smiled brightly and spread her hands.
And, she sighed, here we still are.
Ikey let out a loud burp.
So? Well, we should begin to, make plans, don't you think?
Plan? What plans?
The safe?
Ikey picked at his teeth with the sharp nail of his pinky, retrieved a tiny morsel of meat, glanced at it briefly, then placed his finger back into his mouth and sucked the sliver from it.
We can't do nothing until I have a full pardon, my dear. It would be too great a risk if we were to be seen to come into a great fortune while we are both still ticket-to-leave lags.
We could send David to England. He could return with the money and purchase property on the Stum, and to your instructions,
Hannah suggested.
And just how would we send him?
Ikey asked, a fair degree of sarcasm in his voice. Then he shrugged.
We are penniless, my dear. Stony broke and without a brass razoo.
The cottage in Hobart, we could sell it. That would be sufficient with some to spare.
And how do we know we may trust him?
Ikey asked.
But he's our son, Hannah protested.
So?
He's our own flesh and blood, and a fine young man, what we should be proud to call our own.
Is that so, my dear? He was a boy when he went into the orphanage, and he came out a man. But what sort of man, eh? We don't know. We ain't been there to watch him grow. What sort of boys do you think come from orphanages, then? I know boys well, very well. Let me tell you something for nothing. Boys what has been in an orphanage are good for bloody nothing, and not to be trusted under any circumstances.
David be a lovely boy, Ikey. Hard-working and most clever with numbers.
I don't like him. Too clever for his own good, and there is much of the weasel in him.
Ikey paused.
It be his smile, all friendly-like, but it comes with eyes hard as agate stones. Orphanage boys be all the same, dead sneaky, and not to be trusted at all, and under no circumstances whatsoever.
Well then, how about John or Moses?
Hannah asked. Her 2 sons in Sydney had always been a part of her contingency plan.
They could leave from Sydney, nobody'd know. Come back, invest the money like you say they should, and when we gets our pardon, it's happily ever after for us. Ain't that right, lovey?
Those 2 useless buggers,
Ikey exploded.
Soon as we was nicked, they scarpered, gone, back to Sydney. No sticking around to bring comfort, or to see if you or I could be assigned to them as servants. They simply sells up the shop.
Ikey thumped his chest several times.
What yours bloody truly bought for them in Hobart, and buggers off with the money, leaving us to fend for ourselves.
That's not fair, Ikey, Hannah exclaimed. They tried to get me assigned, but the magistrate wouldn't have no bar of it. John first, then Moses later, both tried.
Bullshit! They didn't try hard enough. What about me? They didn't try to get me assigned to them, did they? Not a letter, not a morsel of concern these 6 years.
Ikey, you was road gang. You couldn't be assigned to nobody, now could you?
They could have tried anyway,
Ikey growled.
They no bloody good. Spoilt by their mother, they was. I wouldn't trust them further than I could blow me snot.
What then?
Hannah said, exasperated.
How are we going to get the stuff out of the Peter if we can't trust our own kind to fetch it? You tell me.
I got a plan. You give me your set of numbers and I'll take care of it,
Ikey said morosely, though suddenly his heart started to beat faster.
What's you take me for, Miss Sugarner or something?
Hannah asked, astonished.
What plan? Let me hear your plan, Ikey Solomon.
I can't tell you. It involves someone what has agreed to cooperate, and what must remain a secret.
Secret, is it?
Hannah stood up abruptly from the table, her chair scooting off behind her.
Some person what's secret? You've told some person what's secret about the bloody safe, have you?
She paused, her nostrils dilating as her temper rose.
But when she spoke again, her voice, though menacing, remained even. "It's her, ain't it?" Ike looked up at his wife in surprise. "Her? What do you mean, her?" "It's her. It's Mary bloody Abacus, ain't it?" Hannah leant forward, pressing her palms down flat on the table, her shoulders hunched directly over the seated Ike. "Of course not. Whatever gave you such a peculiar notion, my dear?" Ike tried to keep his voice calm, though Hannah's presence so near to him was unsettling. Hannah's eyes narrowed, and her face, now pulled into a furious expression, almost matched her flame-coloured hair. "You bastard! You want me fucking numbers to give to that goyim slut, don't you? That fucking dog's breath was going to be the one to nap the ding!" Hannah looked about her for something with which to strike Ike, and he, sensing it was time to escape, fled from the room and out into the street. "You bastard! You'll get nothing from me, you hear?" Hannah screamed after him, shaking her small fist at Ike's rapidly diminishing back. Ike made for the nearest public house, ordered a double brandy and found a corner to himself. He had never been a drinking man, and a double of brandy was usually more than enough to put him on his ear. But this time the liquor seemed to act in a benign way, bringing back into focus that glorious time when he was a leading member of London's criminal class. "Practically the Lord Mayor of thieves and villains. Prince of fences," he mumbled pitifully to himself. It had a grand ring to it, though now, on this miserable little island, it all seemed to be spun from the gossamer of an excitable imagination. As the brandy worked its way through Ike's bloodstream, he began to imagine that it had been another life altogether. A primary existence, lived before this one of endless misery and despair, where his money had bought him respect and the royal title of thieves. Men had touched the brim of their cloth caps and mumbled a respectful greeting as he passed by or stood beside the ratting ring. Now he was reduced to human vermin, dirt, scum, the dregs of society, less even than the crud that clung to the hairy asses of the settlers who had the nerve to call themselves gentlemen. And then the fiery liquid began to dance in his veins, and Ike cast his mind back 7 years, to when, in a flush of foolish sentiment, he had sent money and his Waterloo medal to Mary in Newgate. He'd all but forgotten Mary's existence, and Hannah's reminder had come as a shock. Occasionally, when he had first worked in the road gang, and especially when Billy Gone Queer had been with him, he would think of Mary with a sense of longing. But it was always in the past tense, as though she was dead, used up in his life. Ike never thought that they might meet again, and after a while Mary had simply come closest to the words, "To my one and only blue dove," which were inscribed about the circle of roses surrounding 2 blue doves tattooed on his scrawny upper arm. The brandy in Ike's blood settled into a mellow fluidity, and he grew sentimental, imagining what it might be like if he should find Mary again. But at this point he made the fatal error of ordering a second glass of the fiery grape. The moment of sentimentality soon passed, and was replaced with an unreasoning rage. Stumbling home, Ike proceeded to yell violent obscenities, until Hannah, David, Anne and Sarah collectively surrounded him. But after 4 years on a road gang cart, the former weakling was greatly increased in strength, and each of them received several bony blows from Ike's elbows before he was finally subdued. Young Mark took off with great speed, and shortly afterwards returned with George Madden, who, acting in his capacity as a constable, arrested Ike and locked him in the jailhouse. Here Ike shouted and screamed all night, cursing the perfidy of his family, with particular reference to the sexual prowess of the grand whore to whom I have the misfortune to be married. The police lockup stood only a few yards from a public house. Ike's boisterous remarks carried clearly into the street, and quickly attracted the drinkers inside. Soon a fair crowd had gathered. By morning the small town of New Norfolk was agog with the whispered tales of Ike's night in jail. Ike's family had finally had enough, and David caused him to be brought before the deputy police magistrate, where he was charged with drunkenness and violent conduct. The case must have seemed clear enough to blind Freddie, but such is the nature of small towns, and so deep was the resentment held by the good burghers over Hannah's adultery with George Madden, and perhaps more precisely her subsequent snooty behaviour towards all, that the charges were dismissed. The Deputy Police Magistrate ruled that equal blame was attached to both parties. He warned both husband and wife that should such disorderly proceedings be repeated, they would be returned to prison. Then, to the chagrin of some, and great amusement of most, he charged the Assistant District Constable, George Madden, to keep an eye on both husband and wife. With the protection of George Madden, Hannah and David could do more or less as they wished, and they lost no time in reducing Ike to a most perilous state. He was unable to obtain work of any sort, though in this endeavour he did not seem to try very hard, and a word from the wealthy and influential Madden put a stop to any employer hiring him. David had also spread the word around that Ike cheated at cribbage, which was true enough, so that there were none who would play with him, and this dried up Ike's traditional source of drinking money. Finally, a desperate Ike was provoked into prosecuting his wife. The Deputy District Magistrate, not at all pleased with the return of the miscreant couple to his court, to the delight of the townsfolk, brought in a verdict that the charge of disorderly conduct and the use of obscene language was proved. He ordered that Hannah be returned to the female factory for a period of 3 months. After many such disputes, the authorities became thoroughly disenchanted with the tribe of Solomon, as the chief probationary officer was wont to call Ike's family. After some interdepartmental discussion, the authorities made one final ruling. The family should attempt a reconciliation in New Norfolk. But if this should not come about, either husband or wife, but not both, must move to Hobart Town, with or without the remainder of the family. Having moved, they would not be permitted to return to New Norfolk until they received a conditional pardon. The authorities saw this as a clause so onerous that the quarrelsome couple would make every possible effort to reconcile their differences. But of course no such thing happened. At first, Hannah tried to persuade George Madden to move to Hobart, but he refused. He had obtained a 5-year contract from Peter de Graves of the Cascade Brewery for the excellent barley grown in the area, which would allow him to build his own mill. Hannah, faced with this logic, was forced to capitulate. Somehow she must force Ike to move to Hobart, and in this endeavour she received the full cooperation of her family. With no recourse to the law, Ike was a doomed man. Hannah ordered him out of the house first thing each morning, and he was not allowed to enter it again until curfew in the evening. His only sustenance was a small plate of boiled potatoes, and no member of the family would deign to talk to him. Each day Ike became more of the vagabond. His bald pate went unprotected from the sun, and the unkempt hair either side of it now fell to his shoulders. Somewhere he had acquired a greatcoat which he tied about his waist with coarse string. This ragged garment served him in appearance as his splendid bespoke greatcoat had once served him in England. But whereas a glance at the greasy original would have revealed the quality of the wool and sound workmanship beneath the dirt, this equally dirty coat was poorly made and threadbare. Ike's yellow London boots now became his prison shoes, scuffed and broken away at the toe. Ike Solomon, Prince of Fencers, the most celebrated criminal of his time, was brought to his knees not by the vicissitudes of a prisoner's life, but by the unforgiving judgments of his wife and children. Hannah was now frequently seen in the company of George Madden, though she had not yet moved back into his spacious home. She waited until Ike had reached a point of abject despair, and then offered him an ultimatum. He must give her the combination and also sell the cottage in Hobart, so that David might use the money to go to England to open the Whitechapel safe. But to this she added a new clause. Ike would not receive half of their shared fortune, but only 1/8. Hannah had decided that the entire fortune was to be divided equally between the two of them and their 6 children. She knew that a 1/8 share of the contents of the safe was still sufficient for Ike to live in comparative luxury for the remainder of his life in Van Diemen's Land. With 7/8 of their combined fortune under her direct control, Hannah told herself that she was willing to sacrifice an estimated £50,000
for being well rid of the mangy bastard.
If he did not agree to these conditions, Hannah told him he could go to hell. She would live with George Madden and wait for Ike to die. Whereupon she would send her sons to England to remove the safe and bring it to Van Diemen's Land, where they would eventually find some way to open it. Ike knew this threat to be idle, the safe having been fixed into a block of mortar too large to lift, and besides it was fitted with a German combination lock of the same type used by the Bank of England, and no cracksman in Britain could ever hope to open it. But he was possessed of a morbid foreboding of his own death, and Hannah's willingness to wait until it occurred meant that he might die a pauper, a useless old lag, never able to enjoy the revenge of his wealth. Ike knew he should leave New Norfolk and move to Hobart, but he could not bring himself to do so, for he lacked the necessary courage to cut himself off from his family. Ike, the rich loner with a family for whom he cared not at all, was a far cry from Ike, the poor loner with no future prospects, who lacked the internal fortitude and even the energy to begin again in the chancy business of crime. Ike tried to convince himself that Hobart was too small for a fence of his reputation, but he knew this to be only an excuse. His bones ached, and the yellow teeth rattled in his head, and he saw death in every sunset. Ike knew he would not survive another sentence. Fear gripped at his bowels and sucked the marrow of resolve from his bones, until it was better to get drunk than to think at all. Sometimes, when the sun shone brightly and warmed his creaking bones, Ike would consider his prospects in a more sober frame of mind. He could go kosher, that is to say, above board and respectable, a small businessman, perhaps a return to his tobacco shop. The sale of the cottage would supply the capital needed. But he knew in his heart that this was simply a quicker and quieter way to die. Ike loved the nocturnal life, the whispers and the knowing looks of criminal intrigue, the hard-eyed bargaining, the joy of a deal well struck, and the satisfaction of a neatly laid-out ledger which marked in numbers the progress of his private war against those who would bring him undone. He thought of himself as the enemy, and expected to be taken seriously by the rich and mighty. He was the destructive element in a world carefully constructed to benefit the self-serving better classes. Ike had beaten the law dozens of times, in a system that thought nothing of hanging a boy for stealing tuppence. And now the same system had beaten him, not with imprisonment, but by stealing his courage. Ike knew that without courage there is no luck and no hope. He who dares wins. For him to become a respectable small businessman on an island steeped in the blood and sorrow of the outrageous system against which he had always pitted his cunning and his wits would be the greatest defeat of all. Ike needed the fortune which lay in the Whitechapel safe to publicly proclaim the victory of his salvaged wealth. He knew he had been defeated, but the money he had stolen would at least allow him to flaunt his Pyrrhic victory, and so hide the immensity of that defeat, whereas meek respectability would forever emphasize his complete destruction. This was the state of Ike Solomon in October 1837, when he sat alone on the banks of the Derwent River, watching a cormorant on a rock some distance off. Its wet wings opened wide to the heat of the late morning sun. "Mr. Solomon?" The voice of a small boy came from behind him. Ike turned to see an urchin of about 12 standing a few feet to his left. The Ike of old would have long since sensed the approach. "Mr. Ike Solomon?" the boy repeated. "You know it's me, boy, so why did you ask?" Ike said gruffly. "I was told I must," the boy replied. "Told, was you? And who might it be what told you?" "I ran errands, sir." "Ran errands?" Ike's voice changed to a more friendly tone. "A working boy? A respectable boy? A boy what's not footloose and up to no good?" Ike held a dirty hand out in the direction of the boy. "Ah, I don't believe we has been introduced, my dear." "I knows who you is," the urchin said, not taking Ike's hand, and seeing no reason to proffer his own or give Ike his name. "Ha! So you knows who I is. But you asks who I is. Is that not a curious thing to do? Asking and knowing?" Ike returned his hand to his side. "Then what gives me the letter said I must ask first?" Ike's eyebrows arched in surprise. "A letter?
You has a letter for Ikey Solomon? I don't recall as I've had a letter recently. Would you have it in mind to tell me who gave you this precious letter?
Why? The boy asked. Ikey immediately marked him as intelligent, a rare enough occurrence among the dull-brained urchins who roamed the streets of New Norfolk, throwing stones at dogs and chickens.
A very good question, my dear. An excellent and most perspicacious question. You see, my dear, there are some letters you will receive in life what are not to your advantage. A letter, for instance, what might contain a summons or a warrant. A letter is not always best opened or even received, if you take my meaning.
I've never had a letter, the boy replied, unimpressed by this first cautionary lesson in life.
That's a blooming shame, boy.
Not if you can't read it, ain't, the urchin shot back.
What a waste of a boy, Ikey thought. How well this one would have done at the Academy of Light Fingers.
Who was it gave you the letter that I might take or I might not? Being as I might be, Mr. Isaac Solomon, and yet I might decide not to be.
It come off a boat from Hobart, the captain. He asks if I knows you, and when I does, he gives me an halfpenny and...
The boy dug into the interior of his shirt and produced an envelope.
He gives me this here letter.
What does it say on the envelope?
Ikey asked. The boy shrugged.
Already told you, I don't do no reading.
He took 2 steps closer to the seated Ikey and proffered the envelope.
Well, that be another shame, boy. A bright lad like you what can't read. Must learn to read, my boy. There are no prospects for a lad what can't read. No prospects whatsoever, and never to be heard of.
He glanced up at the urchin.
Do you hear me, boy?
Don't you want your letter?
The urchin said, and then added,
I ain't no toff what needs to learn to read.
Ikey still refrained from taking the letter.
Can you count, boy?
It had been several days since he had sustained any sort of conversation, and the bright morning sun had ironed out some of his aches and pains, and it was like old times talking to the urchin standing beside him.
Yes, sir, I can count real good.
Pennies in a shilling.
12,
the boy snapped back.
Shillings in a pound.
20,
the boy said with alacrity, then added spontaneously,
4 farthing and a penny and 2 halfpennies, a guinea be a pound and 1 shilling, and I can count good to 100 and possibly even 1,000, but I ain't tried yet.
Bravo!
Ikey exclaimed and clapped in applause.
Bravo! Methinks you should still learn to read, but you got the right idea.
Ikey smiled at the boy.
I'm sorry, lad, but I haven't got a halfpenny, not even a farthing to give you for this splendid delivery of yours.
Ikey now finally took the letter from the boy's hand.
That's all right, sir,
the boy replied. Then he cocked his head to one side and squinted down at Ikey.
You ain't even got a farthing, eh?
He asked somewhat incredulously. Ikey shook his head, ashamed.
Nothing, lad. I'm sorry. Next time I sees you, I might have one, or even a penny, and you shall have it.
The boy dug into his trouser pocket and produced a 6pence, which he rested on his thumb and forefinger and then flicked high into the air. The sunlight caught the bright silver coin as it spun, arched and descended, and the boy slapped it onto the back of his hand and glanced down at it.
It's heads. You lose,
he proclaimed happily. Then pocketing the coin, he squinted at Ikey again.
I suppose you's now going to tell me you earned your present fortune because you were so good at reading.
Cheeky bugger,
Ikey shouted, and made as if to rise. But the boy had already turned on his heels and was running up the steep bank of the river, his bare feet sending small pebbles and clods of red earth rolling into the water below.
You'll go far, lad, that I'll vouch,
Ikey called after him, laughing.
Cheero, mister,
the boy shouted back.
See you in the library, then.
Ikey looked down at the envelope in his hand. Mr. Isaac Solomon, Esquire, was all it said, in an annoyingly familiar copperplate script. Ikey opened it very slowly, as though it might explode in his hands, and carefully unfolded the note. To his surprise, it contained 2 £1 notes. He held each note in turn up to the sunlight, to ascertain that they were genuine. Then he began to read. Hobart Town,
25th October 1837. Dear Mr. Solomon, I have need of a good clerk who can keep an accurate ledger. If such a position should interest you, I urge you to come to Hobart and to make yourself known to the undersigned. I enclose the sum of £2 to defray any expenses involved. I remain, yours sincerely, Mary Abacus. Miss. The Potato Factory.
Chapter 30. Mary's first triumph in the brewing of beer did not come from the amber liquid itself, although it was conceded by most to be an excellent ale, crisp and clean to the taste and light on the stomach, but came instead from the label she placed on each bottle. As labels go, it lacked any sign of the artistic, but made up for this with words that caused the Temperance Society to recommend her product to all who had taken the pledge. Those of her customers who could read took great pleasure in the story on the label, and those who could not would soak the label off and have someone read it aloud, so that they might share the exquisite feeling of righteousness it gave them.
Sold into slavery. Tom Jones is sold into slavery, said a man to me the other day. Sold into slavery, I cried. Is there anything like that nowadays? Indeed there is, was the answer. Who bought him, pray? Oh, it's a firm, and they own a good many slaves, and more shocking bad masters. Can it be in these days? Who are they? I asked. Well, they have agents everywhere who tell a pretty good story and get hold of folk, but the name of the firm is Messrs. Rum, Gin and Spirits. I had heard of them. It is a firm of bad reputation, and yet how extensive are their dealings. What town has not felt their influence? Once in their clutches, it is about the hardest thing in the world to break away from them. You are sold, and that is the end of it. Sold to ruin sooner or later. I have seen people try to escape from them. Some, it is true, if they should take the pledge, do escape to find the heavenly delights of Mary Abacus's most excellent and unadulterated temperance ale, sold at threepenny halfpence a bottle, or threepence if the previous bottle be returned empty. The Potato Factory. Mary's temperance ale became such a success that the large Hobart breweries decided at once to bring out a version of their own. But here again, Mary was not caught napping. With the help of Mr. Emmett, she had registered the names Temperance Ale and Temperance Beer, and also Pledge Ale and Pledge Beer, so that these names could be used exclusively by the Potato Factory. This caused great annoyance among the beer barons, and they thought to take her to court for registering a name which they claimed was in common usage. But the advice of their various lawyers was to leave well alone. The label also caused great annoyance to the local importers of rum, gin, brandy, and sweet Cape wine, as well as to the local manufacturers of the various ardent spirits available on the market. But the more they bellyached and shouted imprecations against Mary in the newspapers, the more popular her temperance ale became, not only among those customers who had signed the pledge and sworn off spirits, but also among those who liked a drop of the heavenly ambrosia as a matter of preference. There was nothing the common people liked more than a poor defenceless woman, only recently granted her conditional pardon, winning a point of law against the first-raters, the whisky and beer barons, who grew rich on the pennies of the poor. To keep up demand, Mary was obliged to take on additional help. Soon she had 3 men working for her, as well as a girl of 15 who came directly from the orphanage, and who possessed the pretty name of Jessamy Hawkins. Late one morning at the potato factory, Jessamy came to Mary while she was testing the fermentation levels in the hop tanks. "Mistress Mary, there be an old man what's called to see you." The young maid looked concerned. "I told him to go away, but he says he knows you. Says he has a letter." Then she added gratuitously, "He's most smelly, and has a shaggy beard and long hair, but is also bald, and wears a coat what you might expect on an old lag, what's a proper muck snipe, not ever to be redeemed." "Hush, Jessamy, do not speak like that. For all you know, he may be a most loving father." "God, I hope he's not mine," Jessamy said, alarmed at the thought. Mary laughed. "Old lag what's a drunk? That description could fit off the blooming island." So where be the letter, girl? No, Mistress Mary, it weren't no letter what's for you. It were a letter he said he got from you. He says he comes because of the letter you sent. Mary's heart started to pound. Dirty, is he? And ragged? Jessamy nodded, brought her thumb and forefinger to her nose, and pulled a horrid face. It's Ikey, Mary said, and her poor crippled hands were suddenly all aflutter, touching her hair, patting her apron, her hips, not quite knowing what they should do next. Bring my cotton gloves, she commanded of Jessamy. Then she thought better of this. No, I'll get them. You take him into the bottle room and give him a glass of beer. Tell him I'll be along presently. Mary removed her apron and ran her fingers through her hair, fluffing it as best she could in the absence of a mirror. Then she found a pair of clean cotton gloves, and with a feeling of some trepidation, entered the bottle shop. Ikey crouched on a stool, clutching a glass of ale in both hands. He gasped as Mary entered, and his hands jerked upwards in alarm, sending half the contents of the glass into his lap. "Oh, Jesus! Oh!" he exclaimed, looking down at the wet patch on his dirty coat and the mess at his feet. He wiped his hands on either side of the threadbare coat. Ikey Solomon! It's you all right, God help us!" Mary laughed, the spilt beer overcoming her nervousness. "You always were a most nervous old bugger." Ikey grinned, which was not a pretty sight. Mary had forgotten how tiny he was, and he appeared to have lost several teeth, and looked a great deal older than his 52 years. Jessamy was right. He stank to high heaven, even by the high standard of stink set by much of the local population. "Nice to make your acquaintance again, my dear. News of your remarkable success grows far and wide." Ikey cackled. He looked around at the barrels of beer and the racks of bottled ale stacked to the ceiling, as though weighing and valuing the contents to the last liquid ounce. "Nonsense! News of my remarkable success goes all the way down Liverpool Street and into Wapping, and not much further." "I is most proud of you. Proud and honoured and most remarkably touched, my dear, and oh—" Ikey dug into the pocket of his coat and produced £1. "This be what's left of the money you sent in your most kind letter, after the boat ticket and victuals eaten and 5 shillings paid for a week's board and lodging here in town. That is, only until I can get back into my own house." "Change? You giving me change?" Mary looked incredulous. "My goodness, we has reformed, hasn't we, then? Whatever could have come over you, Ikey Solomon?" Ikey gave a phlegmy laugh and shook his head slowly. "I admit, honesty ain't a habit what's come easy, Mary, my dear." Mary saw that his back had become more hunched, though now he pulled himself as straight as he was able, wincing at a stab of rheumatism in his hip. Then he jerked at the ragged lapels of his coat and grinned, pushing his chin into the air. "What you sees here, my dear, is a reformed man, honest as the day be long, reliable to the point of stupidity, and a ledger clerk what's to be praised for neatness, accuracy, and the most amazing sagacity. Experienced in all the ways of getting what's owed to one quickly paid, and what one owes to others most tedious slow to be proceeded with." He bowed slightly to Mary, bringing his broken shoes together. "Isaac Solomon, at your humble service, madam." "You'll need to sign the pledge and agree to take a bath once a month," Mary said, unimpressed. Ikey clutched at his chest. "You knows I don't drink. Least only modest and circumspect, my dear. Bathe? Once a month?" His eyebrows shot up in alarm. "Does he mean naked? No clothes? But that'd be like Port Arthur again. That'd be ridiculous and most onerous and unfair, and has nothing to do with clerking nor keeping ledgers fair and square." "Once a month, Ikey Solomon," Mary repeated. Ikey could see from the tightness at the corners of her mouth that she meant it. Ikey smiled unctuously. "Tell you what I can do for you, my dear. I can wash me hands." He held his hands up and spread his fingers wide. Mary observed them to be a far cry from clean. "Not once a month, mind, but every time I works on the ledgers. Once a day, even more if you wishes. How about that, my dear?" Mary shook her head and then folded her arms. "Bathe once a month and take the pledge." I smoked you, Ikey, and I be most reliably informed that you has grown fond of the fiery grape.
Reliably informed, is it? That be most malicious gossip, and not to be trusted at all and in the least. A little brandy now and again to calm me nerves in the most unpleasant times experienced in New Norfolk. That was all it was, I swear it, my dear.
Well, then you will have no qualms about signing the pledge, Mary replied calmly. You can drink beer here, and if you works well, your nerves won't need no calming with the likes of us, Ikey Solomon. Ikey hung his head and sucked at his teeth, and seemed to be considering Mary's proposition. Finally, as though coming to a most regrettable decision, he shook his head slowly, and in a forlorn voice said,
Hot water, mind. In a room what's locked, and no soap. Soap makes me skin itch something awful.
Soap, but not prison soap, Mary said, remembering well the harsh carbolic soap issued once a fortnight in the female factory, which caused the skin to burn and itch for hours afterwards. Ikey, of course, did not fit in well. He was not the sort to be put on a high stool with a green eyeshade to labour at ledgers while the sun shone brightly. Sunshine was a most abhorrent spectre for Ikey, and had been one of the more difficult aspects of his imprisonment. Daytime was a time when Ikey's internal clock ran down, and Mary soon realised this. After Ikey had bathed and signed the pledge, she had taken him to Toss Hopkins, the tailor. Now everyone, even the most ignorant, knows that Toss stands for Thomas at his christening, so that he was forced to spend his whole life explaining that his name was not Tom or Thomas, but Toss. He was small and plump, somewhat irritable and a dreadful snob, but a very good bespoke tailor, and quite the most expensive in Hobart Town. He used only the best imported worsteds and demanded 3 fittings at the very least. Toss Hopkins had recently signed the pledge, and become a most enthusiastic user of Mary's temperance ale, to the point of 6 bottles taken most evenings. But he soon revealed that behind his snobbish facade lay an impecunious state of affairs, and he owed Mary nearly £5 in credit. Were it not for the mounting debt, he would not have permitted Ikey to enter his establishment. Mary replaced Ikey's clothes, and had the bootmaker make him a pair of pigskin boots with long, narrow toes, which served as yellow snouts in exactly the same manner as the pair he'd owned in England. The coat was made to Ikey's precise instructions. 100 pockets appeared in the most peculiar places, so that the redoubtable Mr. Hopkins eventually cried out at the very sight of Ikey entering his establishment, "Bah! More pockets! I will not tolerate more pockets!" Eventually the coat was completed, and after 7 years, Ikey was back to something like his old self, which included a return to his nocturnal ways. He would appear at 6 of the evening at the potato factory, just as the other workers were departing, and work until midnight. At the stroke of 12, he would creep away, heading for Wapping and the docks, to spend the night in the public houses, sly grog dens and brothels, inhabited by sailors, whalers, drunks, thieves, and the general riff-raff of Hobart Town. Though Ikey was no longer in the crime business, he could still be persuaded to pay out on a watch temporarily loaned, and returned for a small commission added. This was merely the business of being an itinerant pawnbroker, conveniently on the spot when a drunk or a sailor found himself without funds in the early hours of the morning. More importantly, Ikey now carried a large basket over his arm, filled with various types, sizes, packets and prices of snuff, cigars and pipe baccy, and he moved from place to place, selling his wares. If there was only a small profit to be made from this trade, it did not overly concern Ikey, because it gave him an excuse to spend the hours of the night at perambulation. Once again, he was a creature of the dark hours. This suited Mary perfectly, as in daylight hours Ikey proved a difficult proposition. He would argue with the men at the slightest provocation, and had an opinion about everything. What's more, he was a tiger when it came to debt. A great many of Mary's customers came from the dockside area of Wapping, the place in Hobart Town where the poor and the broken lived. Customers who required a drop of credit were a frequent and normal part of Mary's life. But Ikey, who had spent his life among the congregation of the unfortunate, had a very low opinion of the credit rating of the poor, and constantly grumbled and groused at the idea of giving them grog on the slate. Sometimes, when they came to the potato factory to beg a bottle or two for the night in advance of their weekly wages, he would soundly dress them down. A penny owed to Mary would irritate him until it was paid. While Mary found it difficult to argue with Ikey's diligence on her behalf, she knew how hard it was for many of her customers to stay on the pledge and not drink the raw spirit made by the sly grog merchants, which would rot their stomachs, send them blind, or even kill them.
This is the end of CD 15. The story will continue on CD 16. CD 16.
Ikey had become more and more fidgety, often not appearing at the potato factory until mid-morning, and even then still bleary-eyed. Finally, at about the time his new coat had acquired a suitably greasy patina, Mary tackled him as to the reason for his behaviour.
"It be the sunlight, my dear. 7 years of sunlight, too much of the bright. Bright be always cruel. In the bright light the evil things done to a man is seen to be normal. I craves the dark. What a man does in the dark is his personal evil. What he does in the light, he does in the name of truth, and that often be the most evil of all. People do not see clearly in the light, but they look carefully into the shadows. In the night I am a natural man, given to the feelings of honesty or deception, quite clear in the things I do, whether for good or for bad. In the light I am confused, for the most awful crimes are committed in the name of truth, and these always out loud in the blazing sunlight. It is a feeble notion that good is a thing of the light. Here, in the name of justice, property and ownership, poverty and starvation is considered a natural condition, created for the advantage of those who rule, those who own the daylight. The poor and the miserable are thought to exist solely for the benefit of those who are born to the privilege."
Ikey paused after this tirade. He had surprised himself with his own eloquence.
"Ah, my dear, in the dark I can clearly see good and evil. Both can be separated like the white from the yolk. In the light I am blinded, stunned, eviscerated, rendered useless by the burning malevolence which blazes upon the earth with every sunrise."
Mary had never heard Ikey talk like this, and she did not pretend to understand it all. She knew Ikey for what he was, a man possessed of cunning and greed, not given to the slightest charity. But now she became aware that Ikey had always exploited the rich, and she could think of no instance where he had profited by robbing the poor. It was true that as a fence he had depended on the desperate poor to do his dirty work, but he had paid promptly and well for what they brought him. Even the brothel in Bell Alley had been for the gentry, where he caused the collective breeches of lawyers, magistrates, judges, barristers and bankers to be pulled down to mine the profit of their vanity, and milk their puny loins and their vainglorious attempts to recapture an imagined youth, long since lost to rich food and port wine. And so Ikey had returned to his old ways, and life at the potato factory continued without his avuncular interference, but with the advantage of his instinct for a bad debt approaching, and his sharp eye for any unscrupulous trader's attempt to bring Mary undone. Mary spent the first hour with Ikey each evening before he started on the ledgers, and she served him the mutton stew and dish of fresh curds he loved. After he had wiped the foam from his beard, and in general declared the satisfaction of his stomach by the emission of various oleaginous noises, she would seek his counsel in those matters of immediate concern to her. Their relationship was not in the least romantic, and Ikey would never again share Mary's bed. Mary had brought him back into her life because she earnestly believed his gift of the Waterloo Medal was the reason for her good fortune in Van Diemen's Land. And it was Ikey who had given Mary her first chance at a decent life. Mary never forgot a good deed or forgave a bad one, and she repaid each with the appropriate gratitude or retribution. She had always lived in a hard world where no quarter was given. Now she realized that an even harder one existed. She had discovered that those who possessed wealth and property were dedicated to two things: the enhancement of what they owned, and an absolute determination never to allow anyone below them to share in the spoils, using any means they could to dispossess them. Mary had not accepted this rich man's creed. She was determined that those who helped her would be rewarded with her loyalty, whether they were king or beggarman, while those who sought to cheat her would eventually pay a bitter price. Against his better judgment, she had persuaded Mr. Emmett to apply in his own name for Ikey's release, and had, through the chief government clerk, secretly paid the bond and secured Ikey's early ticket of leave. In doing this, Mary did not seek Ikey's gratitude, but was merely repaying a debt. In offering Ikey the position as her clerk, Mary was not seeking to gloat at the reversal of their roles. She was simply keeping faith with her own personal creed. It should not be imagined that Mary and Ikey formed an ideal couple. They quarrelled constantly. Ikey's imperious ways and scant regard for the proprieties of a relationship where he was the employee often left Mary furious. He was careless about her feelings and often disparaging of her opinions. But whereas the old Ikey may have caused her in a fit of temper to throw him onto the street, she soon discovered that the new Ikey was unable to make a decision. Mary came to see him as the devil's advocate, useful for his incisive mind, but now without the courage of his convictions. Mary was growing in prosperity, and she soon had the money to construct a water-powered mill and malt house on her land at Strickland Falls on the slope of Mount Wellington. Although she was still a long way from owning her own brewery, she already sold her high-quality barley mash and malt to some of the smaller breweries, as well as using her superior ingredients to increase her own output. To her now famous temperance ale, she had added an excellent bitter, a dark, smooth, full-bodied beer with a nice creamy head when poured well from the bottle. It was rumoured that many of the island's nobs and pure merinos would send their servants to purchase her excellent bitter ale for their breakfast table. This new beer came in a distinctive green bottle, and in marked contrast to the verbosity of the temperance ale label, had an oval-shaped label which featured 2 green parakeets, seated on a sprig of flowering red gum. In an arch above them was the name Bitter Rosella, which soon became known by all as Bitter Rosie, and in the curve below were the words, The Potato Factory. Underneath this ran the line which would one day become famous throughout the world: brewed from the world's purest mountain water. Chapter 31. In the general course of events, the meeting of an acquaintance 16,000 miles from where you had last known them would seem to be a miracle. But in the penal colonies of New South Wales or Van Diemen's Land, it was a very common experience. The underclass of London, Manchester, Birmingham, Glasgow and Belfast were transported in their thousands. Men and women who had lived in the same dark, stinking courts and alleys, who had as children starved and played in the same cheerless streets, might run into one another in a tavern crowd in Hobart Town. An old accomplice might tap one on the shoulder and claim a drink and a handout, or simply an hour's gossip of people and places known in a past now much romanticised by time and absence. Ikey came to expect a familiar yell across a crowded room from someone who recognised him from London or the provinces, though in truth he was previously so well known by reputation that there were some who merely imagined a past association with him. It did not come as a total shock, therefore, when Ikey one night entered the Hobart whale fishery, a tavern frequented by whalers, and heard a high, sweet voice raised above the noise of the crowd as it sung a pretty ditty. He had last heard that tune at the Pig and Spit, and knew at once that the voice belonged to Mary Bell Firkin. "Fine ladies and gents, come hear my sad tale. The sun is long down and the moon has grown pale. So drink up your rum and toss down your ale. Come rest your tired heads on my pussy. Come rest your tired heads on my pussy cat's tail." Jack tars of every nation joined in the chorus, so that the tavern shook with their boisterous singing. "Come rest your tired heads on my pussy. Come rest your tired heads on my pussy cat's tail." Ikey listened as Mary Bell Firkin now added a new verse to the song. "Whaleman, whaleman, to Hobart you've come. The hunt is now over, the oil in the drum. So lift up your tankards and drink to the whale. Come rest your tired heads on my pussy. Come rest your tired heads on my pussy cat's tail." The notorious tavern on the Old Wharf was crowded with whalemen returned from Antarctic waters, with a successful season's catch behind them, and their canvas pockets bulging with silver American dollars, French francs and the King's pound. The tars spent wildly at their first port of call in months, and the shopkeepers rubbed their hands in glee. But it was at the Hobart whale fishery where most of the money was spent. This was the tavern most favoured by the thirsty and randy Jack Tars, and it was here also that some of the more expensive of the town's whores gathered. It was almost sunrise before Ikey was able to greet Mary Bell Firkin, who loomed large, bigger than Ikey had ever imagined, holding a tankard of beer. Around her on the floor, washed with stale beer and rum, lay at least a dozen Jack Tars, quite oblivious to the coming day. Mary Bell Firkin, who now called herself Sperm Whale Sally, put down her tankard of bitter rosy and swept Ikey into her enormous arms, lifting him from the ground in the grandest of hugs until he begged her for mercy. "Oh, Ikey, it is you!" she screamed with delight. Then she placed Ikey down and held him at arm's length. "You haven't changed at all, lovey, handsome as ever." She pointed to Ikey's bald head. "No hat? Where's your lovely hat?" Ikey touched the shiny top of his head, as though he had only just noticed the absence of his broad-brimmed hat. "It ain't kosher to wear a Jew's hat here, my dear, and I've yet to find another I prefers." Ikey and Mary Bell resumed their friendship, though in truth Sperm Whale Sally, as Mary Bell now insisted she be called, had fallen on hard times. Though Ikey was largely, though indirectly, responsible for this, she bore him no malice. Her involvement on the morning of his notorious escape had brought her to the attention of the police, and the blind eye previously turned to the existence of the ratting den upstairs was now withdrawn. As a consequence, the profits of the Pig and Spit had greatly decreased. With the closing down of the ratting ring, Thomas Tooth and George Bettridge had taken it into their minds to find another buyer for their Bank of England bill paper, no longer trusting Mary Bell Firkin as their intermediary. When the two men were arrested, they had named her to place bond for them, threatening to tell of her involvement if she did not acquiesce. At the plea of habeas corpus, the judge had set the bond very high, and when this had been paid, Mary Bell Firkin found herself under suspicion, and at the same time robbed of all her available resources. It was not long before she received a visit from a police sergeant, whom she had regularly paid to overlook the existence of the ratting ring. Now, after first extorting a tidy bribe from her, he warned that she was about to be investigated by the city police over the matter of the bank paper. Mary Bell had left that same night under the assumed name of Sally Jones, taking the first available boat from Gravesend, which happened to be sailing on the morning tide for Van Diemen's Land. She had arrived in Hobart Town almost penniless, and had found that the only way she could maintain her voracious appetite was to join the ranks of the world's oldest profession. She had soon enough been christened Sperm Whale Sally by the Jack Tars who came off the whaling ships. She begged Ikey never to reveal her proper name, lest news of her presence in Hobart Town reach England. "That be my story, Ikey," Sperm Whale Sally concluded. "Sad, but no sadder than most, and not as sad as many a poor wretch." She chuckled and placed her boot on the stomach of an unconscious tar under the table at her feet. "It were pretty bad at first. Ain't too much call for an half-crown Judy. I growed most skinny them first months. Not every whaleman likes a 400-pound cuddle." Sperm Whale Sally hooted with laughter. "It's the Americans what most favoured me, but they ain't always in port. But then, 3 year ago, I come up with this Blue Sally lark, and now I eats well with a bit to spare for when the whaling ships be out to sea." She nudged the man at her feet with the toe of her boot. "I loves these whalemen, Ikey. They come in from the cruel cold sea, proper starving for a bit of love and cuddling." She started to positively wobble with laughter. "And I has a lot of loving to give 'em if they got the stamina to win it." She lifted her tankard of bitter rosy and swallowed half of it in one great gulp. "Ikey Solomon, we goes back a long ways. It be most lovely to see you again." The Blue Sally Challenge was a grand contest known to the crew of every whaling ship that sailed the Pacific Ocean. The Blue Sally was treasured among whalemen above anything else they took to sea, and some of the more superstitious considered it a matter of life or death that the vessel they sailed in carried it flying from the topmast, even though it was nothing more than a modest piece of bunting, a white flag with the outline in blue of a sperm whale stitched upon it. It was common enough in whaling ports around the world for a ship's master or agent recruiting whalemen for the season to be asked 2 questions: the crewman's share of the catch, and, "Captain, do she sail under a blue Sally?" So important had the flying of the blue Sally become that a whaling ship sailing into a Pacific port without the blue and white bunting flying from her masthead was the subject of more than a little raucous innuendo as to the masculine nature of the men aboard her. How this peculiar and unique contest first came about is a story best told by Sperm Whale Sally herself. She recounted it to Ike early one morning when she was sufficiently sober, having eliminated that night's blue Sally challenger with such a degree of ease that she was still happily tucking into a leg of pork alone at the challenge table, her opponent stretched out unconscious under it, both arms folded across his chest. "As you knows, lovey, eating is me passion, and drinking is me God-given gift. So I decides to combine both in a grand competition. If them fuckers won't pay half a crown for me body, they'll do so for me north and south, for me great cake hole." Sperm Whale Sally laughed. "I needs a story, whalemen being most superstitious and given to legends and the like. So I invents me own. It'd be a real beauty, lots of adventure and a grand opportunity for me voice, me being an actress and all. I even invents a song what goes with it. That done the trick, the song, the sea shanty, what of course you've heard 100 times or more." Sperm Whale Sally began to sing in the clear, sweet voice the whaleman loved. "Come gather around me, you jack tars and doxies, I'll sing you the glorious whaleman's tale. Let me tell you the story of death and the glory of Rackham, who rode on the tail of a whale. So take up your doxy and drink down your ale, and dance a fine jig to a fine fishy tale. We'll fly the blue Sally wherever we sail, and drink to the health of the great sperm whale." It started at dawn on a bright Sabbath morning, when Lord Nelson's body came home pickled in rum. Every Jack Tar mourned the great British sailor, and drank to their hero as church bells were rung. I be born to the sound of the bells of St. Paul's, where they buried the Sea Lord all solemn and proper. That very same day, harpooner John Rackham rode the tail of a whale around Davy Jones' locker. The watch up the mainmast gave out a great shout, "A 6-pod to starboard, all swimming in strong." So they lowered a whaleboat, harpoon, gun and line. 3 cheers for the crew, then the whale hunt was on. John Rackham he stood to his harpoon and line. "Row the boat close, lads, till we see its great chest. Steady she goes now, keep the bow straight, or this great fearless fish will bring all to their rest." The boat's bow on a crest held still for a moment, sufficient for Rackham to make good his aim. Then the harpoon flew screaming to carry the line, and buried its head in a great crimson stain. "Steady now, lads, let the fish make his dive, then he'll turn for the top and the fight'll begin. Ship your oars, boys, take the ride as he runs, for the sperm has a courage that comes from within." 10 fathoms down, the fish turned from its dive, as the harpoon worked in on the way to his heart. Then he spied the boat's belly directly above him, and he knew they'd pay for this terrible dart. 50 tons rose as the fish drove like thunder, like a cork in a whirlpool the boat spun around. The jaws of the whale smashed through its planking, and the sharks made a meal of the pieces they found. John Rackham was saved. As the fish drove him upwards, he found himself up on the nose of the whale. With a snort he was tossed sky high and then backwards, and landed most neatly on the great creature's tail. Let me live, Master Whale, I've a child to be born. Spare my life, and I promise to name it for you. That's a fanciful tale, cried the furious whale, but how can I know what you say will be true? John Rackham, he pondered, then started to smile. Not only its name, but its soul to you too. And we'll make a white flag with your picture upon it, a great sperm whale emblazoned in blue. The great fish turned and swam straight to the ship. With a flick of his tail threw him safe in a sail. Then the deadly dart finally pierced his great heart. Now we fly the Blue Sally to honour the whale. So take up your doxy and drink down your ale, and dance a fine jig to a fine fishy tale. We'll fly the Blue Sally wherever we sail, and drink to the health of the great sperm whale.
Sperm Whale Sally started to laugh.
It were the song and the story. Some likes the song and others the story. Whaleman loves to dance a jig and sing a shanty, and they loves a good story too. And so I made 'em two of the very best I could.
Sperm Whale Sally always told the story with the utmost sincerity, so that the whalemen, anxious for a new sea legend, wanted to believe it, and many of them did. Sperm Whale Sally never told the story without singing the song about her dearest papa, Whaleman John Rackham, and how he had been nearly killed and then saved by a great sperm whale while hunting in Antarctic waters on the same day that she had been born, and Lord Nelson was brought back to England from Cape Trafalgar in Spain, his body pickled in rum to preserve it. Though Sperm Whale Sally had been born a normal-sized baby, she immediately started to grow at an alarming rate, and she needed the breasts of 4 wet nurses to keep her satisfied. Her concerned mother took her to see a Romany woman who told her that she saw death and life in the form of a great fish, that the fish was her child's birth sign, and it had stolen her spirit and exchanged it for its own. So she had a whale as a child, which would continue to grow, and nothing could stop her. The gypsy prophesied that one day the child of the great fish would return to the hunting grounds where the nearest of all fish were to be found. That her fish spirit, looking to find its natural home so that her own human spirit might return to her, would guide the hunters in their quest for the whale. But this only if there was one among them who could match the strength and endurance of the great female fish, and consummate this by entering her. This man would earn for his crew a talisman in the form of the fish flag. Those who flew it would be protected at sea, and have bountiful luck in hunting the great sperm whale.
Oh, Ikey lovey, it were a feeble enough legend, and not a very good song. Both most contrived to begin with, but you know how these things grow, with a little bit added here and a little more there. The first season I were dead lucky. The ships of Black Boss Cape Town and Tomahawk were the only 2 that had earned a Blue Sally, though thank God there were a great many others who'd tried and met with the greatest of good luck. They took the biggest catches of the season, and not a jack tar among 'em were lost overboard or killed in a whaleboat.
Sperm Whale Sally laughed uproariously.
That were all it took. When the Stormvogel and the Merryweather come into port flying the Blue Sally, the legend were truly born. Suddenly, I were the reincarnation of the great fishy, the talisman, the good luck a whaleman takes to sea.
Sperm Whale Sally's great carcass wobbled again as she laughed.
Blimey, it were on for one and all.
She paused and wiped the sweat from her brow and sighed.
Thank God it ain't stopped since, and I eats like a queen, and when the whaling ships are in, I earn sufficient to live well after they be gone off again to hunt.
The rules of the contest had formed over the years Sperm Whale Sally had been playing it, though for all this it remained much the same. The crew of a whaling ship would issue their challenge and nominate their man as challenger. They would pay their dues, £0.50 per man on board the vessel, and the master would sign a statement that his crew or the vessel itself would meet the costs of the food and drink consumed by Sperm Whale Sally and her challenger. It was not unusual for a ship's master to be present at such a contest.
It was often claimed that the Blue Sally meant so much to the crew of a whaling ship that some captains would advertise in their ports of origin for a crew member of sufficient size and drinking reputation to join, with an extra bonus promised if he should win a coveted Blue Sally for his vessel. With the challenge formally made and payment guaranteed, the crew would choose pork or mutton, and the nature of the challenger's drink, this being a choice of rum, brandy, whiskey or gin. Sperm Whale Sally's nomination was always ale. The rules required that her drink be matched with a strong spirit, and that each contestant drink one kind of drink, followed by the other. Thus a pint of ale, followed by a tot of rum, was matched by both contestants, drink for drink. In addition, a roasted sheep or pig was placed on the table, together with a barrel of ale and one of the challengers' nominated spirit. The publican, or the ship's master, if he'd agreed to be present, would act as the meat carver, drink dispenser, and master of the ceremony. His task was to pour the drinks openly, so all might see they were not spiked to the disadvantage of the challenger. He would also carve equal amounts from the carcass, and add the same number of roasted potatoes from a dish of 100 equally sized. Precisely 2 hours was allowed for the contest, and if, after this time, the challenger was not under the table, that is to say unconscious, then he was led by Sperm Whale Sally to the beach some 50 yards from the whale fishery. This final ceremony was known as the beaching of the whale, where the victor was invited to mount and consummate his taking of the flag. Only in this way could a Blue Sally be won for a whaling ship, and when the fleet was in, no night passed without a challenger. But when the fleet put back to sea, there were very few who newly flew the Sally Blue, and many who swore they would return to try again. There were also a few greatly envied ships who flew a 2 Sally Blue, a flag which sported upon it 2 sperm whales, indicating successful challenges on 2 separate occasions. And then there were the 2 vessels, the Stormvogel and the Merryweather, who flew the True Blue, a Blue Sally which carried stitched against its white background 3 great sperm whales. Each one had been won for the ship by the 2 giant men, the Negro, Black Boss Cape Town, who claimed to come from a tribe deep in the African wilderness somewhere north of the Cape of Good Hope, and Tomahawk, the Red Indian, a Cheyenne from the American wilderness. Both men stood 6 feet and 7 inches tall, and could not walk frontways through the door of the whale fishery without touching the posts on either side. In the manner of sailors, there were some men, big men too, who, when drunk enough, would challenge the nigger or the Injun savage, but none were known who had remained on their feet beyond a blow delivered from the giant fist of either man. As winners of the True Blue, they were occasioned the favours of Sperm Whale Sally without payment whenever they were in port. Although this had never occurred simultaneously, there was much speculation among whalemen as to what would be the consequence if this should happen, as everyone agreed, sooner or later, the 2 men must meet in combat. The whaling season that year was a good one, and the ships came into port, their holds fully loaded with whale oil and the promise of a big payout for the crews. The whole of Hobart Town prepared for the windfall of several hundred whalers, let loose on the town, with cash jingling in the pockets of their canvas ducks. When the Stormvogel came in on the morning tide, and the Merryweather on the evening, both flying the True Blue, it was Pegleg Midnight who was the first to alert Sperm Whale Sally, as she struggled to alight from a hired landau at 10 o'clock of the night, when her day began. Among much giggling and moaning, she locked her great arms about the shoulders of the diminutive driver, who, as she finally alighted, was momentarily obscured, smothered in a mountain of baby blue satin and pink flesh.
"Better stay home tonight, Sperm Whale Sally,"
Pegleg shouted across to her.
"What, and starve to death?"
Sperm Whale Sally called back.
"What be the matter, lovey?" "Black Boss Cape Town and Tomahawk both be in town,"
Pegleg said. Sperm Whale Sally looked back at the landau. It took 4 men to load her, but only 1 to set her down, so she shrugged. The 2 whaling vessels might be in for a fortnight or more. Besides, she hadn't been eating much all day, and had already been booked for a Blue Sally contest. And so she laughed and shrugged her shoulders.
"Oh well, may the best man win,"
she said cheerily, and then made her way slowly towards the whale fishery, where a light supper of a roast leg of mutton and a dish of potatoes awaited her ravenous attention. Pegleg Midnight, known by all to be a terrible gossip, was surprisingly not yet motherless drunk, Before the evening was an hour older, she had caused word to be spread around all the dockside pubs, brothels, cockfights, sly grog shops and gaming dens, that Black Boss Cape Town and Tomahawk would square off at midnight. Their prize, the singular favours of the giant whore Sperm Whale Sally. Chapter 32. Evening has a short stay in Hobart Town. A soft, still light that squeezes in between day and night, as the great mountain sucks the last splash of sun into its rounded belly. Far below, the wide river lies flat, like a sheet of tin, and the hills on its distant shore grow smoky and vague to the eye. Then night comes quickly, as though there should be a clap of thunder to accompany such wizardry. It is as if the town sits in the hollow of a great hand, which snaps its malicious fingers shut and crushes it into darkness. Voices grow still, dogs cease to bark, and the wash of the incoming tide slaps hard and cold to the ear. And then a silver glow rises across the river and comes to dance upon the fist of blackness, and as though cajoled by the light, the hand slowly opens to the candle of a rising moon. New stars pin themselves to the cold high firmament, and the night in Hobart Town is begun. Such was the night when Tomahawk, the giant Red Indian, met Black Boss Cape Town in the whale fishery for the exclusive rights to the fair hand of Sperm Whale Sally. Both men were legends in South Pacific and Antarctic waters, harpooners with 100 and more kills to their name, and each had earned the true blue, which flew with pride from the masts of their ships. Luck is a curious companion. It comes to those who believe they hold it, and is an elusive servant to those who doubt they possess it. The conviction that luck is your willing partner brings with it a sharper eye, a keener spirit, a willingness to take more chances, work harder, start earlier and work later. Luck bears the nostrils of success, for it can smell good fortune at a distance, and leads those who possess it as surely to its source as a Sabbath roast does to the nose of a pious verger. The men who sailed on the Merryweather and the Stormvogel thought themselves blessed with good fortune, and so their catches seemed blessed, and a cut above the rest of the whaling fleet. Moreover, the Americans on the Merryweather regarded their crew to be of an even higher status than the Danish ship, for it was rumoured that Sperm Whale Sally carried a tattoo on her enormous right breast, which bore the name Tomahawk. It had always been obvious to them that she favoured their man, and therefore their ship, above any other. Now, when they heard that this was not so, that the giant whore had issued a challenge to see who would win her favour, they had grown most indignant and then angry. They were convinced that their harpooner must teach Black Boss a lesson, and establish for all time their supremacy in the South Pacific. On the Stormvogel, a similar dilemma existed. They knew about the tattoo, and reckoned how the Americans, known in Hobart Town as Jonathans, would think their man most especially favoured by Sperm Whale Sally. They were first to arrive at the whale fishery, preceded by Pegleg Midnight, who hobbled in on his dummy leg, playing his fiddle at a furious pace, so that almost all turned their heads. Pegleg continued to play until he reached the huge chair at the end of the challenge table, and which was known as the whale's tail. It was made of solid Tasmanian oak, with the scene of John Rackham riding on the tail of a sperm whale carved into its backrest. It was where Sperm Whale Sally always sat. Another identical chair, adorned with a carving of the Blue Sally, stood at the other end of the table and was known as the flagging chair, which was where the challenger sat. Pegleg Midnight brought his fiddle to a crescendo before abruptly stopping in the middle of the highest note. "They be coming! Black Boss Cape Town and the crew and master of the Stormvogel, and by all appearances they be most angry," he shouted. He had hardly completed this announcement when Black Boss Cape Town's giant body filled the doorway of the whale fishery. He stooped and pushed himself through the door, his shoulders touching either side of the doorframe. Black Boss Cape Town walked over to where Sperm Whale Sally sat, and upon his dark face was a most mischievous and charming grin. Then he stooped and in a single movement picked her up and swung her around to face the astonished onlookers. Sperm Whale Sally squealed, But when she realized she was held securely, her cries changed to delight.
Good, good, much good, Sperm Whale Sally,
the giant black man announced, and then swung her around again and deposited her neatly back into the chair. Sperm Whale Sally, somewhat flustered and red in the face, declared, "I guarantee he be a most pleasing harpooner," and wobbled with laughter. The tension was broken, and those who had come to witness the great bout were swept up in her merriment. Finally she jiggled to a halt and smiled sweetly at Black Boss Cape Town. "Welcome, lovey. It be grand to see you safe returned. I trust the true blue flew true for you, and that all your barrels be full of the good oil." She turned to the master of the Stormvogel. "Evening, Captain," then shouted towards the bar. "Betsy, lovey, bring a double-pint tankard of bitter rosy for Mr. Black Boss Cape Town, please, and a noggin of best rum for the good captain."
"We have come to fight,"
Captain Jurgensen said suddenly in a raised voice.
"But we also have a condition, if you please."
Sperm Whale Sally looked up, shocked.
"Fight? What fight may that be then, Captain?"
Jorgen Jorgensen drew back, momentarily nonplussed, having assumed everything to be settled, and that the idea of the fight had come from Sperm Whale Sally herself.
"You said may the best man win," Pegleg Midnight chipped in. "Black Boss Cape Town here come to fight the engine. They has to fight to see what ship lays the top claim to you, to the luck of the great sperm whale."
"Fight? For me?" Sperm Whale Sally drew herself against the back of the huge chair, and brought both her hands to her breasts.
"There'll be no fights for me, lads."
She shook her head.
"Not on your blooming Nelly."
"We must fight,"
Jorgensen repeated, banging his fist on the table. Sperm Whale Sally looked up in alarm at the anger in his voice.
"Whatever for, Captain? You both flies the true blue most proud."
Captain Jorgensen was not used to explaining himself, and warily looked about the crowded room, which had grown completely silent. He seemed conscious that what he was about to say might sound rather foolish.
"We want to have..."
He paused and lightly tapped his heart with his forefinger.
"We fight for... your titty."
"Huh?" Sperm Whale Sally's mouth fell open. A ripple of surprise came from the crowd, and then silence as the onlookers waited for the response. She glanced down at her breasts, touching each with the tips of her fat fingers before looking up at Jorgensen.
"One or both?"
she asked. There was a howl of laughter from the crowd, but the master of the Stormvogel was not amused.
"Starboard only."
Sperm Whale Sally looked down at her right breast, then at the left one, and then back up at the captain.
"So, what be wrong with me other titty?"
she inquired mischievously, enjoying the captain's embarrassment and finding it difficult to restrain her laughter.
"Port side belong to Jonathan. Stormvogel wants boarding rights to the starboard titty."
He turned and motioned to a Jack Tar who stood near to come forward.
"We'll fight the Jonathan Injun, and when Black Boss Cape Town beats him, Svensson here make a tattoo of the Stormvogel on your starboard titty."
He held out his hand to the Jack Tar, and the man he'd called Svensson placed a small piece of paper in it. Captain Jorgen Jorgensen took 3 steps towards Sperm Whale Sally and handed her the paper.
"A picture of the ship, most excellently drawn. Svensson will make a good artwork of it."
Sperm Whale Sally looked at the picture of the Danish whaling ship and thought the pretty drawing would look most handsome on her breast. But she did not indicate this to the captain. Instead, she slowly undid her bodice and peeled back the material covering the vast expanse of her left breast, stopping just short of the rosy sphere around her nipple. Resting high upon it was a crude tattoo of the head of an Indian chief, and the single word, tomahawk. Those in the crowd standing close enough to see the tattoo gasped. The rumour that she favoured the huge Indian was confirmed. Sperm Whale Sally seemed somewhat surprised herself at the presence of the tattoo, as if she had quite forgotten it existed. And indeed, she confirmed this.
"Blimey, I quite forgot it be there."
She covered the tattoo with her bodice and slowly did up the buttons.
"That be there since I were a young un, long before I come to Van Diemen's Land," she said to Captain Jorgensen. "That be there," she began,
and then stopped suddenly, and looked up at Jorgen Jorgensen, and added,
"I don't rightly remember,"
her voice trailing off. In fact, she remembered it well. She'd been just 15 years old, a young actress in a Drury Lane play named Trooper of the King, a story about the war against the American colonists. Cast as an Indian maiden, with no more than a walk-on part, she had become completely smitten with an actor playing the part of an Indian guide named Tomahawk. He had wined and dined her in the West End the night after the final performance. They caroused until the early hours, and she had been too drunk to remember how or where she had been with him. All she recalled was waking up on a straw mattress in a cheap lodging house shortly before midday the following day, to discover her erstwhile lover had departed and left his mark on her young breast in the form of a dark blue and very new tattoo.
"It has been there near all me life, Captain. It ain't got nothing to do with Mr. Tomahawk the whaleman," Sperm Whale Sally protested.
Jorgen Jorgensen shook his head, plainly not believing her.
"You've been smoked, Sperm Whale Sally. We know it be there for the Merryweather and the Injun Savage."
He pointed at Sally's left breast.
"Port side be the Merryweather Titty. Now the starboard for Black Boss Cape Town and the Stormfogle."
"3 cheers for Black Boss Cape Town!"
Pegleg shouted, and the tavern resounded with 3 cheers for the giant black man, who now stood with his arms folded, the front of his canvas shirt spread open to expose his immense barrel chest shiny with sweat.
"Oi! Remember me?"
Sperm Whale Sally suddenly shouted.
"Ain't nobody gonna tattoo nothing on me tits, you hear?"
There was a hushed silence, and then someone shouted,
"Here they comes! The Jonathans are coming!"
All eyes turned to the doorway of the public house, though most could only see the crown of a top hat, because Captain Alexis Blackmouth Perryman, who led the Americans, stood no more than 5 feet and 3 inches. Unlike Jorgen Jorgensen, who wore the clothes of a sailor coming ashore, a rough woolen suit of little style and most shabbily turned out, the captain of the Merryweather was dressed in a well-pressed topcoat, clean linen, breeches, hose, and well-shone buckled shoes. He was also clean-shaven, but for a small tuft of dark beard, stiffened with whale grease, which grew at the point of his chin and was joined by a thin moustache which circled from either side of his top lip to meet the tuft. Within this hirsute oval stretched a small, thinly drawn mouth, down-turned, so that it gave the impression of a vinegary disposition. He carried an ebony cane 2/3 as tall as himself, with a whalebone carving of a sperm whale at its head, its eyes sparkling with what was claimed to be 2 blood-red rubies. Despite his appearance, he was a skipper who drove his men hard, was not himself backward in derring-do, and had a record as a whaling captain which was second to none. Following him were the crew of the Merryweather, mostly Jonathans, though there were several of the Irish amongst them. The last to enter the tavern was Tomahawk, the giant Red Indian. His hair was parted at the centre, and had been braided in a single plait which fell 5 inches beyond his shoulders. He was as tall and as big around the shoulders as Black Boss Cape Town, but did not possess a similar girth. Instead, he tapered down to a slim waist, so that he gave the appearance of being the younger, stronger man. Black Boss Cape Town carried 3 black stripes of a tribal cicatrization down either cheek, and fitted into the stretched lobes of his ears were round discs the size of a silver dollar, made of whalebone. In the centre of each was an inset of the outline of the sperm whale with its tail held high, carved of black horn. Tomahawk wore no ornamentation, save for his facial skin, which was completely tattooed with swirls and dots. Of the 2 savages, he had the more fearsome appearance. Moreover, he did not smile as he walked over to the table to stand beside the master of the Merryweather. Tomahawk, dressed as a Jack Tar, folded his arms about his chest and looked directly ahead, as though he were there for the purposes of his own sweet repose, quite alone with his eyes inwardly cast. Captain Perryman bowed his head slightly to Sperm Whale Sally, and turning did the same to Captain Jorgen Jorgensen. "Greetings, Captain," he drawled. Sperm Whale Sally smiled.
"Pleased to meet you, Captain."
Jorgen Jorgensen went to extend his hand towards the American, but thought better of it and withdrew. Then he nodded his head and grunted. "Captain?" Captain Perryman smiled thinly. "Well, it be a fight, then." It was not so much a question as a statement. "There should be rules," he announced.
Rules? Jorgen Jorgensen looked puzzled. Whalemen do not fight to rules.
Ah, well, both are valuable men, Captain. I feel sure you would not want your man killed, nor even maimed. He be a harpooner, be he not?
Jorgensen pondered for a moment, and Sperm Whale Sally pushed herself up from her chair and pointed at the two captains.
You listen to me, you pair of right bastards.
They both looked at her in surprise, as though they had quite forgotten she existed.
What be it, woman?
Captain Perryman asked, in an offhand and irritated voice.
I already told you there ain't going to be no fight, and no one's going to put a picture of his ship on me tits.
But it is quite decided, Mr. Sully, Jorgen Jorgensen replied, bemused by her sudden recalcitrance.
Oh, I see,
Captain Perryman said, smiling knowingly. He winked at the Danish captain and took his purse from his jacket, and from it took a $10 American bill. Then he walked over to Sperm Whale Sally and threw it on the table in front of her. Sperm Whale Sally looked at the bill. She might possibly have agreed to the tattoo for such a price, but she wasn't going to be patronized by the supercilious Jonathan. Her voice was angry and aggressive.
Now, hang on a mo, Captain. It ain't just the flaming tattoo, it's me boys.
She pointed to Black Boss Cape Town, and then to Tomahawk.
They both of them true blues. They both done what's needed, there ain't nothing more they needs to do.
In a sudden impatient gesture, she pushed the $10 bill away.
You can stink your Yankee money up your tiny Jonathan arse.
My God, I do not believe my ears. A whore who turns down money? Captain Perryman said, one eyebrow slightly arched.
Well, you heard of one now, Captain Blackmouth.
Captain Jorgensen suddenly threw back his head and laughed. Then he took his purse from his jacket and added 5 English pounds to the American money. Be reasonable, Sally. You says you loves them both, but only one of them be an owner of your titty. He paused and spread his hands. Now that ain't fair.
Nobody owns me titty lest they pays for it, and then it be only temporary,
Sperm Whale Sally said, eyeing the money on the table. Jorgen Jorgensen pointed at his American counterpart. The Merryweather has got a titty permanent, and the Stormfolk ain't. If, as you says, they earn a true blue the same, then we be entitled to 1 titty each. Now that be a fair proposition.
No, Sperm Whale Sally shouted. And don't call me Sally, that be the privilege of me friends.
Then will you cross it out? Jorgen Jorgensen snapped back. He made an X in the air with his fingers. Svensson can put an X through that name. Then the matter be finished, and all's fair and square. Captain Perryman banged his ebony cane on the table and pointed to Sperm Whale Sally. Oh, no, you don't, he cried. That tattoo on your port side titty belongs to us, and we ain't giving it up. No, ma'am, not now, not never. Then he turned and glared at the master of the Stormvogel. We be rightfully the best ship, Captain, and we aims to stay that way. The master of the Stormvogel took out his wallet and threw it onto the pile in front of Sperm Whale Sally. You said it don't mean nothing, so now I'm paying you to cross it out.
Certainly,
Sperm Whale Sally said, reaching over and picking up the 10 English pounds and leaving the American $10 bill on the table. Captain Perryman went to his pocket and produced 2 more $10 bills and placed them on the table. Jorgen Jorgensen matched him with another £5. Now, we fight, he said. At that very moment, Ike arrived, pushing his way through the crowd, his basket bouncing on his arm. Sperm Whale Sally saw him coming and threw up her arms and shouted, Ike Solomon, thank God you come! I need a spruiker what's going to stop murder happening. Ike looked about him and put his basket under the table. What's going on? There is nobody nowhere, except here, my dear. The brothels are all closed. The cockfight's over early. All the other public houses be empty. He pointed to the money on the table. Jesus, who belongs to that? Sperm Whale Sally shook her head and quickly whispered the story to Ike. Leave the details to me, my dear. I thinks we're going to be rich before this night be out, Ike said, and then straightened up. It's me rheumatism. Lift me up on the table, please, my dear, he requested. Sperm Whale Sally rose slowly to her feet
and picked him up and placed him on the table. "Ladies and gentlemen." Ikey paused and grinned. "That is, if any here has the right to be called by either salutation." This brought a laugh from the crowd, and he waited for it to die down, then paced the length of the table, as though deep in thought. Finally, he lifted his head and addressed the crowd. "What we has here be a puzzlement and a problem, a bedevilment of purpose and a contradiction of temperament, what can be summed up and put together as a conundrum what is not easy to solve, my dears." He spread out his hands and wiggled his long fingers as though they were groping for an invisible object. "We got two tits, one what's snowy white, and t'other what's got an Indian head and tomahawk wrote all over it." He paused to accept the laughter of the crowd. "One what's occupied and one what's vacant, one what's rented and one what's seeking a tenant, and that be the conundrum." Ikey paused and pointed to Tomahawk, who seemed not to have moved a muscle since he'd arrived. "We have here this most honourable Red Indian gentleman by the name of Mr. Tomahawk, and," he pointed to Black Boss Cape Town, "the most worthy gentleman of African extraction by the name of Mr. Black Boss Cape Town. Both is true blue and much loved by our very own Sperm Whale Sally." There was a cheer from the crowd at the mention of Sperm Whale Sally's name, followed by some laughter at this amorous ménage à trois. Ikey held up his hand for silence. "Hands up, them! Who wants to see these two lovely whalemen in a contest of strength for the gaining a tenancy to the two most beautiful and imposing and desirable areas of mammary accommodation in the Pacific Ocean?" There was a roar from the patrons, and seemingly the hands of almost all the drinkers shot up. Ikey turned slightly, and from the corner of his mouth whispered, "Count the money, my dear." Sperm Whale Sally reached over and gathered up the money. She had long since counted it, but now she pretended to do so again. "We have here some stiff what could be used as prize money, if the two captains here agrees," Ikey said. The crowd roared their approval, and he turned to Jorgen Jorgensen and Blackmouth Perryman. "What say you, gentlemen?" They immediately agreed, and Ikey turned to Sperm Whale Sally. "What be the wager, my dear?" £15 English, 30 Yankee dollars, lovey." It was enough to feed her for several months, and she was filled with consternation that Ikey might be giving it away as the wager. The crowd gasped. It was a huge amount of money, more than double what a crew member received for a season of whaling. Ikey looked over the heads of the crowd until he saw Michael O'Flaherty. "Publican, your presence, please," he called. Ikey turned and addressed both captains again. "Michael O'Flaherty be as good a man as ever tapped a barrel of ale, gentlemen. Will you accept him to hold your money? If you do not agree to accept the rules of the contest, then you shall have every penny back." Both captains nodded, and O'Flaherty gathered up the money on the table. Ikey held his hand up until he had absolute silence. "Ladies and gentlemen, as you knows, Sperm Whale Sally will not tolerate violence." He pointed to Tomahawk and Black Boss Cape Town. "And no harm is to come to her true blue lads." He paused, so the full effect of his pronouncement could be heard. "So, I now announces a grand contest of Indian arm wrestling." There was a groan from the crowd. Their minds were intent on the idea of a bloody fight between the two giant savages, and though a contest of arm wrestling would decide equally well who was the superior of the two, there is nothing like the taste of blood to excite a crowd. Captain Perryman tapped his long stick on the table. "And what about the money?" he demanded. Ikey shrugged his shoulders and spread his hands. "Why, my dear, the winner takes all." Sperm Whale Sally looked as though she might faint away, and standing up shakily she slapped at Ikey's ankle. "Oi, you gone mad or something?" she said in a loud whisper. Ikey bent down so that only she could hear his reply. "Trust me, my dear." Then he straightened up and addressed the crowd. "The winner of the grand arm wrestling stakes all his winnings on the second grand contest of the night." "Two contests?" Captain Jorgen Jorgensen asked. "Why does not one decide?" "Two grand arm wrestling contests," Ikey replied, ignoring him. "But first, the rules and conditions. If Tomahawk should win, then he will be given a chance to enter a second arm wrestling challenge, and if he should win this too, then the Merryweather tattoo stays." There was a roar of approval from the crowd. It meant that the tomahawk tattoo would be truly earned in virtuous combat. If Black Boss Cape Town wins, then we crosses out the tattoo and he may challenge again. And if he wins again, then he will have a tattoo of the Stormvogel placed upon the breast of Sperm Whale Sally. And if each should win one contest? Captain Perryman asked. That won't be possible, Captain, Ike said firmly. The second contest will be followed immediately after the first, and will be against the wrestling arm of Sperm Whale Sally. There was a moment of astonished silence. Then the crowd burst into laughter at such an absurd idea. Ike avoided looking at Sally, so he did not see the look of utter dismay on her face. Had she been an integral part of some elaborate scam, where she was required to act out her consternation in order to gull her mark, she could not possibly have performed better. She had trusted Ike, and he had caused her to lose a fortune. Ike turned to the two masters. Are you agreed, gentlemen? That be most fair, Captain Perryman, the first to recover from the surprise at this absurd idea, replied. Aye, it be right by us, the master of the Stormvogel said, still smiling at the idea of arm-wrestling the giant whore. Mr. O'Flaherty, will you please bring the stools and table for the contest? Ike asked. Then he announced to the crowd, Ladies and gentlemen, I shall be running a book, though only for your sporting interest, so that some of the fine gentlemen here tonight might double their money. He paused and took a breath. It's evens I offers on both contestants. What this meant, of course, was that Ike could make no profit from the betting, and this was thought most sporting by all, so there was considerable applause. One more detail, my dears, Ike shouted. I shall be offering 20-1 odds on Sperm Whale Sally, and 2-1 on whoever wins the first contest. As this contest will take place immediately after the first, you should lay your bets for both now. There was a general guffaw. Had the odds even been 200-1 placed on Sperm Whale Sally, only a fool would have ventured a shilling on the likelihood of her winning. But the chance of doubling their money on either Black Boss Cape Town or Tomahawk was a most attractive proposition. It is a testimony to greed that in a room full of cutthroats and thieves, no one paused to suspect Ike's motives, or ask how he would pay his bets if Sperm Whale Sally lost. Meanwhile, Sperm Whale Sally was quite beside herself. You'll not count me in on the betting, Ike Solomon, she said, her voice fraught with anxiety. I can't cover no losses. Has I ever let you down in the past, my dear? Have you not profited gloriously in our mutual dealings? Oh, that would be 4. But now I think you've gone mishugana. We've lost all that lovely money, now you's making balmy bets, and I'm going to end up with some bastard writing all over me tits with a bloody needle. Trust me, my dear. Leave it all to your Uncle Ike. At worst, maybe a little scratch on your titty, but there be a lot of stiff to be won. He paused and added, That reminds me, my dear. Naturally, we goes 50-50 with the winnings. What bleeding winnings? You just gave the bloody money back to them two bastards. She stabbed a finger in the direction of the ship's masters. You said winner takes all. Only temporarily, my dear. Only for the Irishman to hold, so everything looks kosher, above board and exceedingly honest, and not to be doubted. In truth, our winnings, my dear. Do you agree? 50-50? Jesus! Sperm Whale Sally threw up her hands. Yes! 50-50, a fuck all! Help your bleeding self! She looked as though she might cry. Ike, how am I going to arm wrestle one of them monsters? Now, don't you fret, my dear. It'd be so easy, it ain't even a proper scam worthy of my intelligence. The table and stools were set in place for the contest, and the two giants made to take their seats. Michael O'Flaherty was given the role as the referee, and the two masters were appointed as judges. The rules of arm wrestling are universal and simple enough. The first man to push the back of the hand of his opponent to the table and hold it there for a count of 3 would be declared the winner. 10 minutes was allowed for the two contestants to tune up their muscles by building up a proper resistance against the arms of members of their own crew. Ike used the time to make book, and as he expected after each punter had bet on his favourite, he bet his winnings to continue on the winner of the first bout, so that not a single bet was placed on Sperm Whale Sally. 2 glasses of fiery Cape brandy were brought and placed in front of Tomahawk and Black Boss Cape Town. Tomahawk had not uttered a word all evening, and his silence, contrasted with the ebullient black man, had made him the favourite to win, the strength of silence being reckoned greater than the force of bombast. Black Boss Cape Town lifted the brandy in his left hand, and bending his right arm, showed his huge bicep to the crowd.
"We fight,"
he said, looking directly at Tomahawk, and then threw back his head and tossed down the fiery drink in one gulp. Tomahawk picked up his glass, and for the very first time he looked at the huge black savage seated opposite him. "You die, nigger," he said, and he too tossed down his brandy. Black Boss Cape Town smiled and placed his glass down and reached out and patted Tomahawk on the top of his head.
"Good boy."
The Red Indian shot up from his stool and grabbed the throat of the huge black man. But Black Boss Cape Town had anticipated the move, and his own hand, moving from Tomahawk's head, simultaneously clasped around the throat of the American savage. Then Tomahawk's left hand, still holding the brandy glass, slammed down on the edge of the table, and in a flash the raw edge of the broken glass smashed into the face of his opponent. A huge crimson arc appeared under Black Boss Cape Town's eye, as the jet-black skin of his face opened up. Black Boss Cape Town did not appear to flinch, nor even lighten his grip on Tomahawk's throat, but his left fist swung around and smashed against the side of Tomahawk's face. A great hammer blow which felled the Red Indian. The big black pushed the table over and raised his boot to kick Tomahawk in the face, when he was suddenly jerked backwards off his feet by a huge arm which gripped him about the neck in a wrestler's stranglehold. Thrown off balance, he could do nothing as Sperm Whale Sally's arm tightened about his throat. Now, there's a good gentleman. We'll have none of that," she hissed into his ear. She held Black Boss Cape Town in a lethal grip as the crew of the Merryweather hurried to pull the bewildered Tomahawk to his feet. Sperm Whale Sally increased her grip on Black Boss Cape Town and addressed the 2 startled captains. "You will have your men arm wrestle or not at all. There will be no fights. Do you understand, gentlemen?" Black Boss Cape Town was near to fainting from the pressure she applied, and should he have tried to regain his feet, his neck would have snapped like a twig. Both captains nodded, and Sperm Whale Sally spoke to her captive. "Do you understand, Mr. Black Boss Cape Town?" An almost imperceptible sound came from the black man's throat. "Bring me some sea sponges, Bridget," she shouted across the bar, "and a bucket of salt water." She turned to Black Boss Cape Town. "Sit down, lad. Let me fix your ugly gob." Then Sperm Whale Sally released the huge harpooner from her deadly grip and pushed him into a whale's tail chair. "Be there a doctor?" she shouted as she took a sponge from Bridget and applied pressure to the wound on Black Boss Cape Town's face. It was not unusual for a member of the medical profession, either surgeon or dentist, to be present in a public house, and in a few moments Surgeon Balthazar Tompkins stepped from the crowd and waddled towards where Sally sat. It was obvious he was somewhat the worse for wear, and he rocked on his heels as he examined Black Boss Cape Town's face.
"Horsehair!" he bellowed. "Horsehair and needle!"
In a few moments his young male assistant appeared, carrying a bag, and it was he who appeared to be doing all the work. But then he handed the needle and horsehair to the physician, who stitched the wound with surprising dexterity, neatly snipping each knot as he worked. Throughout the procedure, Black Boss Cape Town remained calm, only flinching slightly during the suturing. Finally, the fat physician completed the task, and Sperm Whale Sally wiped what remained of the blood from his face. It was a crude enough job, but it held well, and there had not been sufficient blood loss for Black Boss Cape Town to have lost any of his strength. At that moment, Ikey's small, frightened face appeared from under Sperm Whale Sally's Tasmanian oak table, and seeing all was well again, he emerged completely and assumed a nonchalant position. "The bets are laid. The Indian arm wrestle contests be still on," he shouted at Michael O'Flaherty. "What say you, gentlemen?" The crowd yelled their approval, and the 2 ship's masters glanced at each other and after a few moments nodded their consent. Ikey breathed a huge sigh of relief. He felt quite weak at the knees at the thought of losing the money. The 2 men walked slowly back to the stalls.
"To your positions, please,"
O'Flaherty called. The Irishman held up a large red bandana.
"Take the strain! Go!" he shouted, dropping the cloth.
The two men's arms stiffened as they took the strain, one then the other making his play. Pressure was slowly applied, which would bend one arm close to the surface of the table, while the onlookers screamed their encouragement to the man on whom they had placed their bets. Sweat fell from their faces and chests, and the linen of their coarse shirts was soaked through, but still there was no advantage to either. Sometimes they would rest in the centre, and then one would try a sudden lunge to catch the other by surprise. But while both came close to victory, neither could lay the other's hand down upon the table. After 40 minutes, it was obvious that the strength was leaching from both men, though it appeared that Tomahawk was gradually gaining the advantage. The Red Indian was the younger man, and in the end it seemed he would prove the stronger. The muscles on both their arms strained mightily, and at one point the biceps of Black Boss Cape Town started to cramp, and he knew he must surely lose. The strain as he held his opponent's arm was so intense that the blood started to pump from between the sutures on his face and run down his cheek. Then, just as he felt his strength finally deserting him, the Red Indian's eyes suddenly filled with pain as he too was gripped by a violent muscle spasm, and his huge biceps convulsed, and his nose started to bleed copiously. Still they held on, the Indian forcing the black man's hand almost to the tabletop, before it would be slowly lifted, each movement greatly taxing both wrestlers. The punters had taken to screaming with each turnabout, as though by their voices alone they could add strength to the man they had backed. Finally Tomahawk began to sense that he had the black man's measure. The front of both their shirts was now drenched with blood as well as sweat. Beads of perspiration shone in the crinkly hair of Black Boss Cape Town, and the smooth dark hair of his opponent lay soaked against his coppery skin. Slowly, agonizingly slowly, Tomahawk worked his opponent's arm, forcing it towards the surface of the table. Black Boss Cape Town's hand was no more than an inch from the table when he spat into Tomahawk's face. The shock was so great that the giant Red Indian lost control, and Black Boss forced his hand back to the upright position and then over to the other side, so that Tomahawk's hand was now only an inch from the table on the African's side. Suddenly there rose in Tomahawk's throat a cry that seemed to come from deep within his belly as the black man's bloody spittle ran down his face. His eyes burned in his head as his hand rose and rose, pushing the Negro's fist to the upright position and then slowly down until, with a second great wail, he smashed the top of Black Boss Cape Town's hand into the table. It was all over. Tomahawk had won the contest, though both men were too exhausted to lift their heads, and their arms lay limp and useless on the table. Sperm Whale Sally moved across to where Tomahawk sat and gently raised his head. With a wet sea sponge she wiped his face clean. Then she did the same for Black Boss Cape Town, wiping the blood from his cheek. "You both true blue, both my good lads." Ike had somehow climbed back onto the table, and now he began to wave his hands and shout until the pandemonium ceased. "I can't make no payment on the bets until the contest be complete." Finally the crowd noise calmed down sufficiently for him to be heard. "Tomahawk be the declared winner of the first contest. Now he must arm wrestle against Sperm Whale Sally." He turned to the master of the Stormvogel. "Please, Captain, move your man." Ike pointed at the black man. "Ike, whatever are you doing? These boys be exhausted," Sperm Whale Sally shouted up at him. "Yes, yes, indeed, my dear. We must hurry. Sit, there is no time to waste." Sally suddenly realised what Ike was up to, and as quickly as possible for someone her size, adjusted her massive bottom upon the vacated stool opposite Tomahawk. "Will you get your hand up now, lad?" Michael O'Flaherty said to the exhausted and bewildered Red Indian. Tomahawk raised his hand, and Sperm Whale Sally grabbed it and held it steady while both their elbows were pressed down on the table. "Ladies and gentlemen, take your positions, please. May the best, contestant win." O'Flaherty again held up the red bandana. "Take the strain! Go!" Tomahawk had regained a surprising amount of strength in the few minutes he'd been allowed to rest, and tried to force his opponent's hand down in one great effort. This was a big mistake. Sperm Whale Sally's hand dipped and then lowered almost to the surface of the table, but there it held, draining the Red Indian of all his remaining strength. Then she forced it back to the upright position and started to push downwards. As publican of the Pig and Spit, she had been required to stack and lift beer barrels on the full, and her fat was deceptive. She was very strong. What new strength Tomahawk had recovered was entirely spent on his first onslaught, and not 5 minutes later, Sperm Whale Sally slammed the back of the exhausted harpooner's hand onto the table. It was a fitting ending. For generations, whalers would tell the story of how the two greatest harpooners in the world had fought for the right to challenge the spirit of the great sperm whale. How after a great fight lasting several hours between two of the strongest men in the world, the American Red Indian had won over the African giant. Then he pitted himself against the spirit of the great whale and was crushed in less than 10 minutes. But the spirit of the great sperm whale would never desert them, nor any of the ships that flew the Blue Sally. But the greatest of the catch seemed always to go to the Merryweather and the Stormvogel. Or so the legend goes. It was all over. Ike and Sperm Whale Sally had made a killing. Not only did they possess the money from both the Merryweather and the Stormvogel, but they cleared nearly £20 on the bets placed by the drinkers. Ike could not remember when he had enjoyed himself as much, though he was a trifle disappointed when Sperm Whale Sally insisted that they buy drinks for the crews of both ships. Then, to much shouting, joshing, and general banter, Sperm Whale Sally bared her left titty and allowed Svensson, the tattoo artist from the Stormvogel, to tattoo an X, cancelling the name Tomahawk.
"It be better this way, me lovies,"
Sperm Whale Sally announced to the crew members who stood around her.
"Now you both be equal, true blue. Both be equally blessed by the great good luck of the spirit of the sperm whale."
She paused, for she could see that the men from the Merryweather did not look altogether happy with this pronouncement, and seemed reluctant to accept her blessing.
"One more thing be essential, if we is to repair what happened tonight," she announced solemnly. "If you wishes to keep the luck of the great sperm, you must do the spirit a final bidding."
She looked at Black Boss Cape Town, and then at Tomahawk.
"You two must shake hands. Make peace, the pair of you. You has broken your luck with your hatred, and there is only one way to regain it. You must be friends."
She grinned and waited a moment, and then said,
"As friends, together, you must beat the whale tonight."
There was a sudden howl of approval from both crews as the tension between them dissolved, and they began to shake hands and drink to the health and happy hunting of both ships. Black Boss Cape Town extended his hand to Tomahawk, who took it and smiled.
"Good man," he said.
Black Boss Cape Town threw back his head and laughed.
"We fight,"
he boomed happily, toasting the giant Red Indian. Sperm Whale Sally took both giants by the hand and led them out of the whale fishery and into the dark towards the small beach that lay not 50 yards away. The moon had climbed to its zenith, a bright silver coin suspended high above the great mountain. 1,000,000 stars pricked the sky now closer to morning than to midnight. As Sperm Whale Sally sat upon the soft sand, a gentle wave washed into shore, and she waited for the sound of it to retreat before she pointed to the giant African.
"Black Boss Cape Town, you be first. And don't squeeze me left titty, it be most tender."
She laughed and then turned her head towards the Red Indian.
"You follow quick, Tomahawk. It must be done quick, the one after t'other, so the spirit of the great sperm whale will reach you both in equal portion, and bring you the same great good luck in the next whaling season."
Sperm Whale Sally sighed and lifted her skirts above her gargantuan thighs.
"Jesus, I be starving hungry,"
she thought, as she fell on her back into the soft sand and watched the stars.
"The things a girl has to do to make a shilling.
I hope that bastard O'Flaherty ain't cancelled tonight's Blue Sally challenge,
for I'll be obliged to eat both these bloody savages."
She guffawed inwardly at the notion, as the shape of Black Boss Cape Town blotted out the moon.
"Oh, God, here we goes again," she thought. "Lie back and think of a nice little pot roast, my girl."
This is the end of CD 16. The story will continue on CD 17. CD 17,
Chapter 33. The scam which Ike perpetrated on the evening that Tomahawk and Black Boss Cape Town met became quite famous and was known among the local wags as the glorious night of tit for tat. This incident had further enhanced the legend of Sperm Whale Sally and made the acquisition of a Blue Sally talisman even more desirable among the men of the whaling fleet. But it also served to benefit Ike's own career. He was soon invited to become involved in the local gambling scene, in particular in the sport of horse racing, which was just then becoming popular in the colony. Ike could now be seen at the horse races on a Saturday afternoon, where he set up in a small way as an on-course bookmaker, but this did not curtail his nocturnal wandering. It was still his custom to perambulate from one waterfront dive to the next, selling his tobacco, and he always finished up at the whale fishery, to spend the last hour of each night in contented conversations with Sperm Whale Sally, happily recalling old times. Ike would sip at a glass of well-watered rum, and Sperm Whale Sally would nurse her final quart pot of bitter rosy for the night. It was a time when Ike felt almost like his old self, for Sperm Whale Sally never treated him any differently, and did not seem to notice or care about his change in fortune. They were two old friends with a common past, content to be in each other's company, whether silent or merry, both calmed by the presence of the other after a loud and tiring night on the waterfront. At the end of their hour together, around 5 o'clock in the morning, and with the help of 4 cellarmen from the whale fishery and Ike's own puny contribution, which consisted mostly of meddlesome instructions, Sperm Whale Sally was lifted and manoeuvred and finally loaded into a waiting cart and transported by her driver, Dick Smith, to her rooms in Wapping, scarcely half a mile away. Whereupon Ike would make his way up the hill to the potato factory, where, half an hour before sunrise, he would habitually take the first meal of the day with Mary. Both Ike and Sperm Whale Sally, the former as thin as a rake and plagued by rheumatism, the other grown even larger than she had been on the night of the tit-for-tat scam some 9 months previously, enjoyed rude good health by the standards of the day. They could be utterly relied upon to be a part of every Hobart night, but for Sunday, when the public houses were closed for the Sabbath. Ike therefore felt some concern when he arrived as usual at the whale fishery at 4 o'clock on the morning of the 3rd Tuesday in November, to find Sperm Whale Sally absent. "Where be Mistress Sally?" Ike asked a cellarman named Courtenay, who was sweeping the spent sawdust from the floor. The whale fishery was almost empty, with only a handful of whalers still at the bar. 4 drunken sailors sat slumped, with their heads in their arms over various tables around the room, and 2 lay unconscious on the floor among the spew, piss, and spilt ale. Courtenay stopped sweeping and looked about the room. "She be here earlier, Gov, but be gone a good hour since." "What, home?" Ike queried in surprise. "I expects not, Gov. There were no cart." He continued his sweeping, clearly having no more to add to the conversation. Ike walked over to the long bar, where a weary Bridget was washing and stacking pewter tankards along the counter. "Where be Mistress Sally, Bridget?" Ike asked again. The barmaid glanced over to Sperm Whale Sally's customary spot.
"Well, I'll be blessed. She were there to be sure and all. I seen her myself. I took her a quart pot of bitter not half an hour since."
Bridget thought for a moment.
"Mind, she're off her grub tonight. I don't believe she ate more than a couple of legs of mutton. Weren't no whaler gentleman eating neither. She paid for her victuals herself."
Noting the concerned look on Ike's face, she smiled.
"Don't fret, Ike, love. She most probably just gone outside to do a bit of women's business, if you know what I mean."
Then she added,
"I seems to recall she said she had a bit of a stomachache and all."
Bridget took down a small pewter tankard, filled it to 1/3 of its volume from a small casket of rum, and then topped it almost to the brim with water.
"Here you are then, Ike, your usual."
She smiled, and in a comforting voice added,
"Now you sit down, Ike Solomon. Your friend Sally be back soon, with no harm done, I expect."
Ike sat in the flagging chair until Courtenay had almost completed sweeping the large expanse of the floor. He pushed the foul sawdust into a large pile which blocked the doorway. This was a signal to anyone seeking a last drink before dawn that they were not welcome to enter. A good hour had elapsed since Ike's arrival, which meant Sperm Whale Sally had been gone at the very least 2 hours by the cellarman's earlier reckoning.
"She must have gone home,"
Bridget called over several times. 2 of the barmaids who had been clearing up the kitchen had meanwhile been consulted, but both confessed they had not seen Sperm Whale Sally leave.
It'd be 1/2 a mile to Wapping, Ikey pointed out. She can't walk 1/2 a mile home, and it takes 4 people to lift her into a carriage, my dear.
Ikey was irritated at their apparent lack of concern.
You would have seen her go if she'd been picked up by Dick Smith. Besides, he always stops in for a pint before they leaves, don't he?
Bridget was too tired to respond with any further sympathy, and simply shrugged. She'll be back, I expect. Ikey rose from the chair, and slinging his tobacco basket over his arm, asked Bridget for one of the lanterns which hung from the wall behind her.
I'm going to take a look, he announced.
We'll be closing in 1/2 an hour, Bridget said, as she unhooked a lantern and handed it to Ikey. You be sure and bring it back, Ikey Solomon. Leave it at the back door. Mr. O'Flaherty will dock me pay if it don't come back. He'd be most strict about not taking down no lamps from the wall. Ikey only grunted, upset that they did not share his concern for Sperm Whale Sally. He stepped gingerly through the pile of putrid sawdust at the door and walked out into the last vestiges of the night. It was 4:30 of the clock, with the sunrise less than an hour away. The late spring night was cool, as it always is an hour before dawn, and a chill breeze blew in from the hills across the Derwent River. Ikey searched the dark corners and alleys along the waterfront and checked under the hulls of 2 fishing boats pulled up onto a slip for scraping. Then he moved towards the small dark beach where the doxies took sailors for 6-penny quick times, and which Sperm Whale Sally herself used for the consummation of a Blue Sally. The beach was deserted. Ikey's boots squeaked as he trudged along the sand towards a wooden fisherman's jetty, which ran some distance out into the river. Even when the tide was in, a small ramp built over a pipeline directly below the jetty provided a dry platform where drunks would sometimes take shelter from the rain. It was not a good place to sleep, as the pipelines carried the entrails, fish heads and scales from a public fish market into the cove, and was notorious for the bravery of the rats who infested it at night when the tide was out. Many a sailor or hapless drunkard, falling into a stupor, had woken in the morning to find half an ear or nose missing, or his toes a gory, bloody mess where the rats had chewed through his leather boots. Ikey stopped just short of the jetty and placed his basket on the sand. Then he climbed up onto the dark platform, which stank of rotting fish. The lantern cast only a small circle of light, and he could hear the rats squeaking and see their darting black shadows as they scurried from the lighted perimeter back into the darkness. Ikey was not repulsed by the stench or the rats. Rats were not only an integral part of the gaming ring, but an everyday occurrence in Ikey's life. In the rookeries of London, rats and foul smells were a given, hardly to be remarked upon. He moved deeper into the darkest part of the jetty, so that the light from his lantern cast a wider glow. What he saw almost made his heart stop beating. A dozen rats sat on the giant shape of Sperm Whale Sally, who lay grotesquely huge and still upon the platform. Ikey let out a terrible moan, for he knew instantly that she was dead. The rats scuttled away as Ikey plunged forward, missing his footing to land on his knees beside the giant shape of Sperm Whale Sally. Overcome with grief, he laid his head on Mary Belle Firkin's cold breast and started to wail.
Wake up!
He called desperately time and time again, shaking Sperm Whale Sally's massive shoulder.
Wake up, please, my dear!
Ikey sobbed wildly, the intensity of his grief totally unfamiliar to him. After a long while, he gradually became possessed of his wits again, and he slowly recited the words of the Jewish prayer for the dead, even though he knew his friend was not of the Jewish faith. Not since the departure of Billy Gone Queer had Ikey felt such a terrible loss, and now he lay panting on the sand, too weak even to resolve to rise to his knees. People are people through other people. We constantly seek confirmation of our own existence by how we relate to others. In losing Sperm Whale Sally, Ikey was losing a part of both his present and his past. Only 2 people in his life had neither judged him nor made demands on him: Billy Gone Queer and Mary Belle Firkin. They had accepted him for what he was, and in doing so they had defined a softer, more vulnerable Ikey no one else knew. Both had given his life meaning beyond sheer greed and survival, and now both were gone. Ikey had lost more than 2 friends. He had lost himself. The Prince of Fences was finally dead. Only Mary Abacus remained. Yet Mary, with her thriving business and her ambition,
was growing more and more impatient with him. Ike knew she now thought him an old man who argued too much, and who had little of value to offer her. The death of Marybelle Firkin filled Ike with a terrible fear. He thought of himself dying, quite alone, with no one to mourn him, and not even a minyan of 10 good Jews to lay him properly to rest. It was at this moment of his own extreme anxiety that he heard the mewling cry of an infant. At first he thought it to be the rats grown bold and moving closer, or some creature crying out in the night. But soon it came again, faint, muffled, but close at hand. Ike rose unsteadily and held the lantern above the body of sperm whale Sally. One side of her bodice had been pulled away, so that a great breast lay exposed. It was as if she had been in pain, and had ripped at her bodice in some sudden agony. Above the surprisingly small areola of her pink nipple, Ike saw the tattoo of the Indian chief's head, and the word tomahawk crossed through with the blue X, which Svensson of the Stormvogel had tattooed to cancel its potency as the symbol of the Merryweather. Ike now saw that her dress was soaked in blood, and that the pathetic whimpering sounds came from below her blood-stained skirt. He quickly sought the hem of her skirt and petticoat, and gingerly pulled them over her thighs. Something was moving beneath the sodden cloth, and expecting rats, he jerked the material upwards. What an astonished Ike saw, squirming between the gigantic thighs, were 2 newborn infants. He gasped, reeling back in shock, and it took a moment for him to recover sufficiently to take a closer look. The tiny bodies were sticky with blood, but he saw that one was the reddish white of any newborn child, while the other was black as the devil himself. Ike's heart commenced to beat rapidly, thumping in his chest, as though it might jump entirely from his person, for he could see that both infants were alive, their tiny fists tightly clenched, and their little legs kicking at the stinking air about them. Each was still attached to the umbilical cord, and from the black one's mouth popped tiny bubbles of spittle. Ike reached inside his coat and pulled out a length of twine and a small knife he used for cutting plugs of tobacco for his customers. He cut the twine into 2 pieces about 6 inches long, tied off the umbilical cord at the base of each tiny navel aperture, and then, some 6 inches higher, severed each of the bloody cords with the sharp blade. He had witnessed this procedure in 100 netherkins in the rookeries of London, where birth was often enough a public occurrence, and onlookers were charged a halfpenny for the privilege of attendance. But he was nevertheless surprised at how well he was coping with this startling emergency. With this messy task completed, Ike walked to the water's edge and washed the blood from his hands and from the blade of his knife, then retrieved the basket from where he had left it on the beach. He hastily emptied it by stuffing what remained of the contents into a dozen or so of the pockets in the lining of his coat. The sun had started to rise, and the body of Marybelle Firkin was now clearly visible in the dawn light. Ike closed his friend's beautiful blue eyes. Then he removed the cloth which lined his tobacco basket, picked up each tiny infant, and placed them carefully inside the basket. The moment they were lifted, the babies began to scream, and Ike panicked and swung the basket one way and then another, as if it were a cradle. "Shh! Shh!" he repeated several times. But when the crying continued, he placed the basket down on the sand, and instantly a dozen or more flies settled on the babies, attracted by the blood which still covered them. He picked up the cloth and flapped it to set the flies to flight, then covered the basket. To his surprise, the crying stopped. Ike hastily pulled the hems of Marybelle Firkin's bloody petticoat and skirt back down to her ankles, and covered her exposed breast with the torn bodice. Then, squinting into the early morning sun, he took up his basket and trudged heavily back along the beach, towards the whale fishery. It was completely light when Ike passed the front door of the public house, which was now firmly shut, the last of the drunks and the drinkers having been evicted. Ike walked around the back and left the lantern on the back doorstep. He checked the basket, lifting a corner of the cloth to see that both tiny infants seemed to have fallen asleep, and as quickly as his human burden allowed, made his way up the hill to the potato factory, where he knew Mary Abacus would be long awake, grown impatient and somewhat cantankerous that he was late. Ike tried to picture Mary's surprise. She would, he knew, have cleaned the cold ashes from the hearth, set and lit a new fire, and then taken the pot of oats which had been left to soak all night on the shelf above and hung it over the flames to boil. Small beer and a loaf of yesterday's bread would be waiting for him on the table, the meal they shared together every morning when he arrived back from what Mary called his caterwauling. But today would be different, and Ike smiled to himself, not thinking for a moment that Mary might not take kindly to the gift of life he carried in the basket, so innocently slung over his arm. Ike entered the gate to the potato factory and passed down the side of the old mill building to the rear where a small wooden annex had been built. This contained an accounting office Ike himself used in the evenings, Mary's bedroom, and the kitchen in which they ate, all facing onto a backyard piled high with beer casks, and which led directly down to the rivulet. The kitchen door was open, and he entered to see Mary stirring the pot of oatmeal porridge with a long-handled wooden spoon.
"Don't turn about, my dear. I have a surprise."
The best surprise you could give me, Ike Solomon, would be to be on time.
Mary sniffed the air without looking up from the pot and brought her finger and thumb to her nose.
And the next is to wash. Wherever you has been, you stinks worse than ever this morning.
Ike ignored her remarks and continued in a merry voice.
"A surprise what is a wish and a desire, and a whole life of hopes and dreaming. A surprise what surpasses all other surprises, and a delight you never thought you'd experience, my dear."
Ike started to do a small jig in the doorway. Mary was not accustomed to mirth from Ike at such an early hour, and now turned at last towards him.
"Is you drunk, Ike Solomon?"
She placed her hands on her hips, still holding the porridge spoon.
"Surprise, is it? No surprises, if you please. Sit down and eat. I have a long, busy day to begin, while you be soon snoring your head off."
While she often talked in such a stern manner to Ike, Mary's remonstrations were seldom intended to be hurtful. She looked forward to his presence first thing in the morning, for he often brought with him bits of juicy gossip passed on by the servants of the pure Merinos and the upper crust in Hobart Town society. Mary had little time to listen to gossip during the day, and Ike often brought her both merriment and useful information.
"Come and see, my dear. Come and see what Ike has brought for you."
The excitement was apparent in his voice as he took 3 paces towards Mary, and then, like a magician at a country fair, whipped away the cloth from the top of his tobacco basket. Mary reeled backwards, dropping the spoon, her hands clawing at her breasts.
"Oh, Jesus! Oh, God! What have you done?" she cried.
Ike laughed and took another step towards her, so that Mary now looked directly into the basket.
"This little one be Tomo,"
he said, pointing to the tiny pink creature in the basket. Then his long, dirty index finger moved to the opposite end.
"And this big little un be Hawk. A black child to bring you luck and great good fortune, my dear."
Ike turned and placed the basket on the table.
"What say you, Mary Abacus, my dear?"
The names of the 2 infants had come to him without any thought, though later he would congratulate himself at the clever notion of splitting the word tattooed on Mary Bell Firkin's breast. Mary was not naturally given to panic, and now she again placed her poor broken hands on her hips and looked most sternly at Ike.
"Ike Solomon, I hopes you has a very, very good explanation," she shouted.
But while her expression was grim, her heart was beating fast as her mind raced to embrace the notion of keeping the 2 infants.
"Dear God, how could such a thing be possible?"
she said inwardly, her thoughts a whirl of confusion and hope.
"Where? How? Whose be they?" she demanded of Ike.
Ike placed the basket on the table, and calmly breaking a piece of bread off the stale loaf, popped it into his mouth.
"Why, they's yours, my dear," he said, beginning to chew.
He explained to Mary what had occurred.
"Nobody knowed that Sperm Whale Sally were pregnant, my dear. It'd be possible that she herself did not know,"
Ike concluded.
"Huh. When they find her, they'll know,"
Mary replied, now somewhat recovered. Then she added,
"What about the afterbirth?"
Ike swallowed the crust he was chewing. Already the terrible private grief he felt at Mary Bell Firkin's death was hidden completely from view.
"Rats, my dear. There be scores of rats by the fish pipe. By now there'll be precious little of the birth bits left. They'll think she be gone and hemorrhaged, internal like, and that be the cause of her death. The coroner ain't going to look too close. She were a whore after all. Natural causes, my dear. That be what he'll say. With twice as much government money to be spent on a double-sized pauper's coffin, he won't want no further complications or expenses."
"She'll be buried proper, Ike. In St. David's burial ground, you'll see to that, Mary instructed. She ran her hand across her flat stomach. But it don't solve nothing. How did I give birth to twins overnight when yesterday I weren't even pregnant? Left on the doorstep, my dear, Ikey said blandly. The man and young Jessamy, they'll stay stum, or even believe it if you say that be how it happened. Plenty of whores don't want their newborn brats. Ikey shrugged his thin shoulders. You were well known for your charity at the orphanage. Ikey paused and looked directly at Mary, his scraggy right eyebrow slightly arched. Of course, my dear, if you don't want them to, I could always take them off to the foundling home and tell them there what happened this morning. Mary gasped. You'll do no such thing, Ikey Solomon. That'd be a death sentence. More newborn brats dies in the foundling than lives to see their first week. This was true. The first hour of almost every day saw Reverend Smedley officiating at the burial of foundling infants who had not survived their first few days at the home. Mary had not taken her eyes off the two tiny babies, and now she lifted the black one Ikey had named Hawk out of the basket and held him against her bosom. Hawk's tiny mouth, feeling the skin of her neck against his lips, started to suck. That was all it took for Mary to fall utterly and completely in love. Give me t'other, Ikey, she begged, her voice grown suddenly soft. Ikey plucked Tomo from the basket and laid him against her other breast, where he too started to suck at the side of her neck. Mary knew with a sudden, fierce happiness that she would let no one take her newfound children from her. Mary looked up at Ikey, and tears gathered in her eyes. Thank you, Ikey, she said tenderly. Thank you, my love. Then Mary kissed the fine, matted hair on the infants' tiny heads and started to weep softly. She carried Tomo and Hawk into her bedroom, wrapped each of them in a blanket and placed them in the centre of her narrow bed. She told herself she must prepare hot water to wash away the blood and tie down their little belly buttons with a strip of linen, then find 2 good wet nurses from the female factory. But for the moment all she could think to do as she looked down at the tiny creatures wrapped in the blanket was to clutch the Waterloo medal around her neck so tightly that the edges of the small medallion cut into the skin of her clenched fist. She turned to the window, where the early sun touched the craggy top of the great mountain. Please, she begged softly. Please let me keep them. Let them be mine forever. After a while she stopped crying and released her grasp on the medal. In the centre of her misshapen hand was a small cut where the edge of the medallion had punctured the skin, and from it oozed a bright drop of blood. Mary, not quite understanding what she was doing, dipped her forefinger into the blood, and then returned to where the infants lay on the bed, and touched the tip of her bloodied finger to their foreheads. First Tomo, then Hawk. You be my life's blood, she cried. You be my everything. I shall never let you go. Chapter 34. For nearly 4 years, Mary had been processing her own malt in her malt house at Strickland Falls, crushing and preparing the barley mash using the power from the watermill she had constructed. At last she had the money to erect the first of her brewery buildings, and to begin work on the chimney stack which would eventually be required. The chimney needed bricks and the skill of a master builder, so it could only be constructed a small section at a time as money became available. The other buildings were made of stone quarried on her own property. Mary's plan was that one day the quarry would become a small lake to store water for the brewery and lend further beauty to the woodland surroundings. She still lacked the means to create a complete commercial brewery, and it seemed unlikely that she would ever possess them. The steam turbines and huge fermenting vats and giant casks she required to compete against the likes of Peter de Grave's modern Cascade brewery needed the kind of finance she could only hope to raise with a wealthy partner. It was not a prosperous time in the colony. Several of the smaller banks had collapsed, and more than half of the free colonists were insolvent. The Bank of Van Diemen's Land would not readily invest in emancipists, particularly women, unless they had assets to secure the loan well in excess of the amount they wished to borrow. While there were private investors which a sharp lawyer might find in England,
They usually demanded a controlling interest, and Mary was determined that she would never allow anyone to threaten her independence. The new buildings gave her the capacity to make much larger quantities of beer using the crystal-clear water that flowed from the falls. Furthermore, using time-honoured methods, she knew she would eventually own a small, complete brewery which produced ale of a very high quality. Though Mary was not considered a serious threat to any of the larger breweries, her temperance ale and bitter rosella had earned a reputation in the colony for their quality, and some of the public houses not tied to the mainstream breweries now accepted bitter rosy by the barrel, which was a major boost to her production. In the past, she had relied on supplying her beer in jugs brought by the purchaser or in bottles. This had severely curtailed her output, for glass was a scarce commodity, almost entirely imported from England. However, it was through the production of bottled beer that Mary was to make her reputation. Ikey's nocturnal habits and excellent nose for gossip meant he was always the first to know what was contained in the manifest of any ship arriving into port. If there should be a consignment of bottles on board, Mary instantly knew about it and purchased the lot before other merchants were any the wiser. She would also buy any bottles the ship used during the voyage, and many a ship's master knew her as Queen Bottle. In addition, any urchin who could lay his dirty little hands on a bottle knew it would fetch him a halfpenny at the potato factory. Soon Mary had sufficient capital to order from England her first consignment of green quart beer bottles, which she used for her temperance ale, and so the potato factory became the first brewery to offer its product in sealed bottles to be consumed in the home. This meant that working folk, who could not afford to buy beer by the barrel, could purchase their beer not, as was the custom, by the jug, so that they had to hurry home in haste to keep the benefit of its good creamy head, but in a sealed bottle to be enjoyed at their leisure. The other brewers sneered at this nonsensical notion. They sold their beer in barrels to be consumed in public houses, and those who wished to take it home could bring their jugs to the alehouse to be filled. They felt certain that quantities as small as a quart sold in expensive glass bottles would never catch on with the poor, who were the largest portion of the population who drank beer. They also thought Mary's temperance ale label another silly affectation, as paper was relatively expensive, and a label on a bottle of threepenny beer was regarded as an outrageous waste. Although Mary was prepared to take a lower profit for her beer by bottling and labelling it, she would not compromise on its quality. The people of Hobart Town, and those who lived further out in the country, immediately saw the benefits of what they called picnic beer, which could be transported in small quantities and drunk at leisure. People soon realised that while they initially paid an extra halfpenny for the bottle, if they returned the empty for another full one, they paid only the usual price of threepence for their beer. Furthermore, if they wished to surrender an empty bottle without buying an additional bottle of beer, Mary refunded the halfpenny they'd paid on the original deposit. Soon Mary was selling all the beer she could make, and it was only the lack of glass bottles which prevented her from selling more. Thus Mary invented the concept of bottled beer with a paper label to indicate its quality and brand, which would in time become commonplace on mainland Australia. 6 years had passed since Mary had been granted her unconditional pardon, and she now found herself welcomed into the society of tradesmen, clerks, and the free settlers of smaller means, who were collectively known as third-raters. As an emancipist, Mary rightfully belonged 2 social ranks further down the ladder, but her great business success, ardent support of the Temperance Society, stubborn courage against the beer barons, and quiet manners, together with her charitable work for the orphanage, elevated her to the lofty heights of the third social position in the class ranking of the colony. This despite the knowledge that she employed the odious Isaac Solomon, whom it was rumoured as common scandal had once been her paramour. Any other woman of Mary's dubious background would have greatly cherished this unexpected promotion to the better classes. Hannah, for instance, would have made much of the opportunity. But Mary was far too busy to profit from the social advantages of her newly acquired status. This was just as well, for it was soon enough to be taken away from her. Before long, the rumours concerning Tomo and Hawke was spreading among the tattle-tongues of Hobart Town. The very idea that Mary, an unmarried woman, should take in as her own children these so-called twins, said to have been left on her doorstep, and the fact that one was obviously of Aboriginal extraction, horrified the respectable classes. The infants had only been with Mary 2 months when she was summoned to see Mr. Emmett at his offices. She was ushered into his chambers by a clerk, who silently indicated the chair in front of a large desk, and immediately left. Mr. Emmett was working on some papers, and did not look up at Mary, who was uncertain as to whether she should wait for permission to be seated. She thought this most unusual, for they had been friends a long time, and besides, he was an unfailingly courteous man. "Sit down, please, Mary," Mr. Emmett said, still not looking up. He continued to write for a full minute, so that Mary could hear only the scratching of the goosefeather quill against the paper, and the slow, measured tick-tock of the pendulum from a wall clock to the left of his desk. Mary sat quietly in the chair, with her hands folded in her lap. She was not accustomed to meeting Mr. Emmett in this manner. She always accorded him the respect he deserved as a first-rater and high official of the government, but their relationship over the years had become a warm and familiar one. Mary was also aware that he took secret pride in what she had achieved, and he would visit the clearing on the mountain to watch each new construction. He had been very useful in the obtaining of various licenses, and a positive stalwart in her fights with the beer barons and others who did not like to see an emancipist, and in particular a woman, succeed at what they felt was most decidedly the province of a man. Finally, and to Mary's relief, Mr. Emmett looked up and smiled. "Good afternoon, sir," she said, also smiling. Mary was still a pretty, slender woman, and today she was wearing a neat dress and best bonnet of a russet colour, which complemented her lovely green eyes. "My dear Mary," Mr. Emmett began, "it is always such a pleasure to see you, though perhaps today is a somewhat less pleasant occasion." "Oh," Mary exclaimed. "Is there something I has done wrong, sir?" Mr. Emmett spread his hands and leant back slightly, both gestures intended to relax her. "You have done so well, Mary, and there are many, even in the government, who think most highly of you. I am sure you know how I feel about your success. We are good friends, do you not agree?" "I take it a great honour to be counted your friend, sir." Mr. Emmett cleared his throat, and now leant slightly forward across the desk. "Mary, you must listen to me. It is not right that you should take these children to be your own. They do not have the right blood, and it will turn out badly for all concerned." "Tomo and Hawk?" Mary exclaimed in surprise. "Yes. If that be their names, you must be rid of them." Mary had never before heard such a harsh, uncompromising tone in Mr. Emmett's voice. "But why, sir?" she pleaded. "They'd just be orphans. There'd be hundreds like them." "They will destroy you. We cannot have it." "Destroy me? But I loves them like me own," Mary cried. Mr. Emmett shook his head impatiently. "Mary, I will not lie to you. They be of an inferior species, and the Lord God would not have us to mix with them. You have seen how the aboriginal people of this island are. There can be no place for them in this society. I beg you to see reason. This child will destroy you, and the other, though thought to be white, is, I am told, a twin, and therefore of the same stock." "Mr. Emmett, you must help me, please. These are my children, and I wish them to be given my name." Mr. Emmett shook his head. "You were always of a most stubborn nature, Mary Abacus, but this time I am right. You cannot keep them. Besides, in the matter of a name, it can only be that of their father." Mr. Emmett was not a cruel man, but now he paused and raised one eyebrow. "And God alone knows who he might be. The children of a whore and a nigger are not to be given a decent English name." "If I adopt them, they shall have mine. It be decent enough," Mary said defiantly. "Should you be married, yes, that might be possible. But you are a spinster woman, and the law will not allow you to adopt them." The chief clerk paused and looked at Mary, whom he could see was deeply distressed. "Do not try, Mary. It will be to no avail, and I would personally interfere in the matter." Mary stood up and moved to where Mr. Emmett sat behind his desk. She knelt beside him and held him by the sleeve with both her hands. "Please, Mr. Emmett, they be my children. I loves them as though they were my very own flesh and blood. You must help me, I begs you." "Mary, do not distress yourself so. And please be seated. Mr. Emmett said sternly. "We are not in my garden now, or in the woods at Strickland Falls." He pulled his arm away, forcing Mary to rise and return to her chair. "I have consulted the Attorney General on this matter. You simply must give up these children, Mary. You have technically conspired in their abduction, and while God knows it is as much a technical crime as real on this island, with the mother dead and the father unknown, it is a crime nonetheless. The children are wards of the state, and must be given over to the foundling home." Mary half rose in her chair. But they will die! I have seen what happens!" "It is for the best, my dear. You will soon enough forget them." "And if I should find someone willing to adopt them?" Mary asked, a heartfelt sob escaping from her. "What do you mean? Someone to adopt them, then give them over into your care?" Mary nodded and sniffed. "I loves them more than my life, sir." "Mary, my dear, listen to me. They are scum. They will grow to be idiots. You have seen the vile offspring of harlots for yourself, the urchins in the street in dirty rags, who grunt and snort like pigs, their minds not able to fully comprehend. These two of yours will be the same, even worse. They do not have the advantage of a full measure of English blood, but carry in their veins the instincts of the African savage, and God knows what else." "Sir, I were myself born of the poorest class, the hopeless, the scum, as you calls it. I were myself a harlot. You have seen how in the orphanage we have brought children to learn. Children what you said was hopeless, was scum, found bright and keen as any other. You said yourself you was wrong." "I am not wrong in this, Mary," Mr. Emmett said tersely. "They were not black. Listen to me, please. There is more to this matter. The coroner thought not to make public his report of the results of the death of the prostitute known as Sperm Whale Sally, but it was his positive opinion that she died in childbirth. These are the two infants, the twins, born to her, are they not?" Mary opened her mouth to reply, and Mr. Emmett lifted his index finger. "Please do not lie to me, Mary. You and I have always spoken the truth." Mary sighed and looked directly at Mr. Emmett, tears streaming down her cheeks. "Ikey brought them home," she said in a faltering voice. "The morning the corpse was discovered?" Mary nodded, biting her lower lip. Then she looked down at her hands, which were folded in her lap. Her shoulders shook as she sobbed. "He stole them, Mary," Mr. Emmett said quietly. "That is abduction. You helped in the kidnapping of 2 children and will be charged with complicity. If convicted, you will both receive 14 years. He leant back. "For God's sake, woman, give them up now, and nothing further will come of it." Mary felt the anger rising deep within her. On the streets of Hobart Town there were gangs of urchins in rags, who were treated no better than stray dogs. It was so common to hear of street urchins of 3 and 4 years old, found murdered, having been brutally buggered, that the colonial Times did not even make mention of it. These were the lost children of the island, so low in human reckoning that they barely existed in the minds of the general population. If they survived to the age of 8 or 9, they became hardened prostitutes, both male and female. Beyond the age of 11, if they hadn't died of syphilis or some other infectious disease, most became drooling idiots or desperate criminals. Many were hanged before they reached 15 years of age. Newborn children left by their destitute mothers on the steps of the foundling home died more often than not, and this was quietly condoned by the authorities. The King's Orphanage could accommodate only a certain number, and was already thought to be a most onerous drain on the government coffers. Now the person Mary trusted more than any other in the world had turned against her, and was threatening her with prison for having saved 2 such children from certain death. Mary knew that she was on her own again, that nothing had really changed. Her hand went to the Waterloo medal about her neck, and she held it tightly before looking up at Mr. Emmett. "You are wrong, sir. Ikey Solomon be their father," Mary heard herself saying. Mr. Emmett's mouth fell open in astonishment. It was such a ludicrous assertion that he could not believe his ears,
Several moments passed before he was able to speak. He shook his head in bewilderment.
Mary Abacus! That is outrageous! He cried. Ike Solomon is a Jew!
Mary looked directly into Mr. Emmett's eyes. Hawk be a throwback, sir? On the maternal side? Mr. Emmett remained quiet for a few moments, and then he threw back his head and began to chuckle. Before long, this had turned into genuine laughter. Eventually he stopped, removed his glasses, and dabbed at his eyes with his handkerchief.
And Ike is the willing and happy father, is he?
Mary could no longer restrain herself.
I don't know, sir. I ain't told him yet.
With this, they both commenced to howl with laughter. Mr. Emmett was now quite beside himself with mirth, and it took several minutes to regain his composure.
Mary, I shall speak to the Attorney General.
He looked most fondly at her.
I fear you will suffer greatly in the choice you have made. The respectable class will not forgive you for this great indiscretion, my dear.
And you, sir? Mary asked. Will you? Mr. Emmett looked suddenly most awkward, and picked up his quill and twirled it in his fingers. Without looking at Mary, he declared,
Me? Oh, I'm simply an old fool who is too easily led by the nose by a pretty young woman.
Mary smiled, though her eyes filled again with tears. And if they be proved idiots, Mr. Emmett, sir, they will be as equally loved as if they were the brightest of brats. There is not much that can be said about the first few years of a child's life. They all seem to grow alarmingly quickly, and if they are loved and healthy, they are usually of a pleasant enough disposition. They are a source of great pleasure as well as of moments of great anxiety, when they suffer from the multitudinous childhood complaints every parent must of necessity endure. But the pleasure of infants is known only to those who are with them daily. To others, children only become interesting when they can think and ask questions. Mary was a dedicated mother to Tomo and Hawk, and the two little boys returned her love with affection and trust. Sometimes, when she was busy at other tasks, the mere thought of them would overwhelm her, and she would burst into tears of sheer joy for the love she felt for them. Mary was sure that life could bring her no greater moments of happiness than when the little boys were tugging at her skirts and demanding affection. Had she given birth to them, she felt she could not have loved them any more deeply. From the outset, it became apparent that they would be quite differently sized. Tomo, considering his gigantic parents, was small-boned and delicate in appearance, though not in the least sickly, and Hawk was large and seemed to grow bigger each day. As a baby, Tomo seemed content with the single breast of his wet nurse, while Hawk would take all he could extract from his own and then greedily feed on the remaining breast of the woman who suckled his brother. Jessamy Hawkins had grown into a pretty young lady, much sought after by young men. But she was of a sensible and independent mind, quick-witted and with a laconic humour, and she doted on the two infants. She called Hawk Dark Thought, and Tomo Afterthought. Tomo seemed the more adventurous of the twins. He was always into some sort of mischief, and more often than not, Hawk would be the one caught with his fingers deep in the jam pot after being led there by Tomo. But Hawk questioned everything, and even as a small child, would not be put off by an incomplete answer. Throughout their childhood, they refused to be separated, and Hawk sensed the need to protect the smaller Tomo against all comers, dogs or other children who might want to harm him. Even if Mary grew angry with Tomo for some mischief, and he fled from her, Hawk would stand in her way, until, impatient and frustrated, she would slap him. The moment she did so, Hawk would stand firm and grin up at her. "That's for Tomo, Mamma," he'd declare. "He be punished now." Ike, to his great surprise, confessed to being most fond of Mary's brats, but had nonetheless made Mary pay him £10 for each before he agreed to perjure himself by swearing he was their father. He protested that, as the world had never before heard of a black Jew, but with Hawk and Tomo given the name of Solomon, it was not appropriate that they be Gentiles. Nevertheless, his conscience would be assuaged, he assured Mary, if she gave a donation of £15 to a fund created by Mr. Lewis Nathan
to establish a synagogue for the 450 Jews known to live in the colony. Ike was getting older, and increasingly he gave thought to his immortal soul. He thought it worthwhile to be in good standing within his faith. The remaining £5 he wanted for an addition to Sperm Whale Sally's headstone. Mary had paid for the burial of Mary Bell Firkin, alias Sperm Whale Sally, who now rested among the respectable dead in St David's burial ground, with both her names on her marble headstone. But she soon enough recouped the money. Michael O'Flaherty, the proprietor of the whale fishery, had opened a fund for this purpose, and every whaleman who entered the port of Hobart in the year that followed had willingly given something towards Sperm Whale Sally's funeral expenses. Sufficient money was raised to repay Mary, and also to erect a handsome headstone made from expensive pure white marble imported from England. In fact, so grand was the headstone that it caused a furore among the church elders and the congregation, who felt it unbefitting that a whore should have a more impressive tombstone than the respectable and pious merchant John Rutkin, who had been buried on the very same day. There were even some who tried to insist that Sperm Whale Sally's grave be moved from consecrated ground, and there was talk of a petition to Governor Franklin, who had replaced Colonel Arthur. But in the end, the vicar, in a stirring sermon, pointed out that within his churchyard lay villains far greater than the giant whore, and that Mary Magdalene had herself been a scarlet woman and had received the love and compassion of Jesus Christ. This had silenced the hotheads, and at the same time caused a better quality of headstone to appear in the churchyard, the respectable classes not able to bear the shame of sealing their dead beneath a less imposing stone. But despite the grandness of the memorial to Sperm Whale Sally, Ike, in a rare display of sentiment, expressed his displeasure. He persuaded the stonemason who created the tombstone to procure a slab of rare bluestone and to carve from it the shape of a great sperm whale, and to inlay this onto the face of the existing white marble. Beneath this he caused to be engraved the words, "So take up your doxy and drink your own ale, and dance a fine jig to a fine fishy tale. We'll fly the blue Sally wherever we sail, and drink to the health of the great sperm whale." It pleased Ike greatly to know that the blue Sally would forever fly above Sperm Whale Sally's grave, and Mary was happy enough to meet the bill. Apart from Ike's renewed religious scruples, she understood his sentimental desire to perpetuate in stone the spirit of the great sperm whale, so that it might guard the grave of the mother of her 2 adopted sons. And so yet another myth was born. At the beginning of the winter whaling season, for as long as men hunted the whale in the South Seas and came into port at Hobart Town, the captains and men of the great fully rigged brigantines and barks and the smaller local bay whalers would gather together at St David's Church for a blessing of the whale fleet. After the blessing, the ship's masters would pay for a barrel of rum to be consumed at the grave of Sperm Whale Sally. Each whaleman present would take a glass of rum and drink what became known as a Sally salute, a tribute to the spirit of the great sperm whale. Then they would link arms, the Yankees and the British, Swedes, French, Portuguese and the Islanders, and form a circle around the grave of Sperm Whale Sally, and sing the Blue Sally shanty. This they sang with a great deal more gusto than the dreary rendition of the sailor's hymn they had earlier been required to render within the church. It was claimed that there were whalemen who spoke no English, but who could sing this elegy to the whale perfectly, having learnt it by rote from some old tar during the lonely nights at sea. Mary nurtured only one great anxiety during the first 2 years of raising Tomo and Hawk, which sprang from the damning words of Mr. Emmett. "Mary, my dear, listen to me. They be scum. They will grow to be idiots." She watched them intently in the cradle, to see if their eyes followed her, or whether they might be made to grab for some object she held, or respond to some loving, nonsensical sound she made to show a growing awareness. Her fears proved groundless. Tomo and Hawk cried and laughed, slept and ate and fell and walked and played, like any other happy, healthy infant. Mary left nothing to chance, though, and as soon as they could comprehend in the slightest, she began reading to them. At 4 years old, they could recite a host of nursery rhymes, the one closest to Mary's heart being Little Jack Horner, for it contained the 2 things she was most determined to give her children: good food and an education.
Little Jack Horner sat in the corner, eating a Christmas pie. He put in his thumb and pulled out a plum and said, "What a good boy am I." He was feasting away, and 'twas late in the day, when his mother, who made it a rule, her children should ever be learned and clever, came in to prepare him for school. Mary also determined that their morals should be of the strictest rectitude, and they would be most severely punished should they not tell the truth. She had sent to England for a book with the rather long title, The Good Child's Delight, or The Road to Knowledge, in short, entertaining lessons of 1 or 2 syllables, nursery morals, chiefly in monosyllables. This she read to them so many times that Hawke, at the age of 5, could recite the entire book. Others she bought from the Hobart Town Circulating Library, where she drove the stern-faced Mrs. Dean quite mad with her requests for children's books. One of the boys' favourites, for they cried at each reading, was The Happy Courtship, Merry Marriage, and Picnic Dinner of Cock Robin and Jenny Wren, to which is added, alas, the doleful death of the bridegroom. On their cots, Mary constructed strings of wooden beads, in the same configuration as an abacus, so that their earliest memories would be of the rattle and touch of the red and black beads in their tiny hands. At 5, both children were well acquainted with the alphabet, and could read well and write simple words upon their slates. Tomo was clever enough, but would quickly become impatient, while Hawke seemed much more interested. At the age of 7, when Mary took them to Mrs. Tibbet's primary school, an establishment which took the young children of the tradesman rank, both Tomo and Hawke proved well in advance of other children in their class. Hawke was not only the largest child among his age group, he also stood out as the most intelligent. Though children are not concerned with colour, their parents soon enough perceived the presence of Hawke, and it did not take them long to complain about the black child. Mary was asked by Mrs. Tibbet to remove Hawke and Tomo from the school. It was a fight Mary knew she could not win, and she saw no point in venting her spleen on the hapless Mrs. Tibbet, who seemed genuinely distressed that she was forced to make the demand. Besides, Mary felt that the school was holding back her children for the benefit of other children less well prepared. So she determined that she would continue as she had begun, and personally attend to the education of her 2 children. In this she had elicited Ikey's most reluctant assistance, particularly as she required that he teach them nothing in the way of dishonest practices. Ikey protested that he knew of no other way to teach an urchin, and that if he should be forbidden to teach Tomo and Hawke the gentle art of picking a pocket, or show them how to palm a card, or otherwise cheat at cribbage, pick a simple lock, short-change a customer, successfully enter a house though it be securely locked, or doctor a stolen watch, there was nothing contained in his lexicon of knowledge which he believed could be useful to them. "You will teach them of human nature. They must grow up able to read a man or woman the way you do. How they stand or use their hands, or smile or protest. How to know the fool from the villain, and the good from the bad. Who to trust and who should be avoided. The manner of the confidence man, and the language of the cheat and the liar. That is what I want them to know, Ikey Solomon." Ikey laughed. "They are not Jews, my dear. They are not the raw material it has taken 1,000 years and more to breed, so that this kind of wisdom is ingested without the need to think. You must teach them, Ikey. Hawke most of all, for I fear greatly for him in this world where the dark people suffer even though they commit no crime, where the lowest wretch thinks himself superior to a black skin. You must teach Hawke to be a good reader of human nature." Ikey soon discovered that children with full bellies who are surrounded by love and attention make poor observers of human nature. Children learn the lessons in life by being thrown into life, and so he decided to take Hawke and Tomo to the races each Saturday. But first, he taught them a new language. He found that both boys enjoyed the finger and hand actions, which comprised the ancient silent language used among the traders in Petticoat Lane, Rosemary Lane, Whitechapel, Covent Garden, and the other London markets. It is said that it is a language used by the Jews since the fall of the great Temple of Solomon, that the Jews brought it to England in the Middle Ages, and it became a language used in English prisons, and had been brought to Port Arthur, where prisoners were not permitted to talk to each other. It was also most useful at the racetrack, where bookmakers talked to each other, setting the odds and laying of bets across the paddocks, and there it was commonly known as tic-tac. Tomo and Hawke, like all young children, quickly learnt the rudiments of this language, and it did not take long before they added some of their own unique signs and devices,
which meant they could silently communicate to each other on any subject. Ike was delighted with their progress, and when they were 7, he would take them to the races, where they would move from one on-course bookmaker to the other, sending back the odds to Ike, so that he was seldom caught short, or holding the bundle, as it is known in racing parlance. In exposing them to the myriad people to be found at the Hobart races, he was able to begin teaching Tomo and Hawk the lessons Mary wanted them to learn. Ike taught them how to look at a crowd and break it into its various components.
If you knows what you're looking for in a crowd, my dear, then you can read it like a book.
He looked down at Hawk.
A crowd be composed of what, Mr. Darkthought?
Hawk looked at Ike with his big, serious eyes.
Folks? Folks? That be a right and splendid answer, very clever indeed. What sort of folks, Mr. Afterthought?
He asked Tomo.
Very ugly ones, what stinks,
Tomo replied, waiting for the giggle to come from Hawk.
Well, 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 and we are the pretty ones, what smells perfect, are we then?
Ike said.
I stinks myself, and I'm not very pretty, I admit. So be the crowd all like me, like Ike Solomon.
All sorts of different folks, Hawk replied for Tomo.
Yes, with all sorts of different needs and deeds, Ike replied. Needs and deeds. That be what you have to learn, my dears. If you knows what folk needs, you can begin to understand their deeds.
Ike would patiently teach them how to spot the pickpocket, and to listen to the chatter of a tout, to notice the gestures and the patterns of speech of the confidence trickster, how to know when a man was a liar or a cheat, how body language was almost always the first way to judge a man.
Then, when you've seen how he stands or sits or walks or uses his hands and his head, and he fits into a pattern, then, when you talks with him, you listens with your stomachs, my dears.
Your stomach? Tomo laughed. Be me belly button me new ear, then?
That be most clever of you, Mr. Afterthought. Most clever and to be remembered. Let your belly button be your most important ear.
Have you got a very big belly button, then, Ike? Hawk asked. Big as your ear?
Huge, my dear.
Ike slapped his pot belly.
Nearly all the ear what's constantly listening.
The two boys found this very funny.
So what does you do with your ears on your head? Hawk asked.
Now that be another most clever question, Mr. Darkthought.
Ike pulled at both his ears.
These be your listening eyes.
Eyes can't listen,
both the boys shouted.
Oh, yes, they can, if they be ears,
Ike said solemnly.
But ears can't see,
Hawk said emphatically.
Oh, yes, they can, if they be eyes. Ears, what is eyes, and eyes, what is ears, is most important in the discovery of human nature.
How?
They both chorused.
Well, human speech be like pictures, only word pictures. When we speaks, we paints a word picture, what we wants others to see. But we only paints a part of the picture what's in our heads. The other part, usually the most important part, we leaves behind, because it be the truth, the true picture. So your ears have to have eyes, so they can see how much of the real picture what be in the head to be contained in the words.
How then are eyes become ears? Hawk asked.
Well, that be more complicated, but the way we moves our hands and heads, and folds our arms or opens them up, scratches our nose or puts our finger over our lips, tugs our ear, twiddles our thumbs or fidgets, or puts one foot on the instep of the other like Tomo be doing right now, that be what you calls the language of the body. If you listen to the language of the body with your eyes, and sees the picture in the mind with your ears, you begins to get the drift of the person. That is, if you listens.
Through the ear in your belly? Hawk shouted, delighted.
Bravo! If you don't feel good in your stomach, then always trust it, my dears. Bad stomachs and bad men go well together.
Tomo appeared to pay less attention to these lessons, but Hawk silently absorbed everything Ike told him. Unlike his previous pupils in the Academy of Light Fingers, neither Tomo nor Hawk suffered from hunger and cold, homelessness or a lack of love. Privileged children only embrace the more difficult lessons in life when their survival is threatened, and then it is often too late. Both Mary's boys showed an early proficiency in numbers, and constantly used the abacus. But once again it was Hawk who most quickly mastered the mysteries of calculation. By the time Ikey took them to the Saturday races, Hawk carried his own small abacus and could calculate the odds in an instant and send them by sign language to his brother. Tomo would stand well outside the betting ring, but where Ikey could glance up at him while he worked. And as he began to prosper as a bookmaker, he came to rely increasingly on the two boys. Mary spent as much time as she could spare with the boys, tramping on the great mountain, and at Strickland Falls, and soon they knew the deeply wooded slopes and crags well enough to spend long hours exploring on their own. They hunted the shy opossum, who slept during the day in hollow tree trunks, and searched for birds' eggs, though Mary forbade them to gather the eggs or trap the rosellas and green parrots not yet able to fly, but which were sufficiently well feathered to sell in the markets. Once, close to Strickland Falls, Hawk had his arm deep within the hole in a tree trunk, looking for birds' eggs, when he was bitten by a snake. Within a couple of minutes he had presented his puffed and swollen forefinger to Mary, who was fortunately working at the new buildings for the potato factory. Mary lost no time, and consulting Dr. Forster's Book of Colonial Medicine, she applied a tourniquet high up on Hawk's arm and sliced open the bite with a sharp knife, drawing a deep line down the flesh of his forefinger while ignoring his desperate yowling. Then she sucked the poison from the wound, spat it out, and applied a liberal sprinkling of Condis crystals, or as it was called in the book, permanganate of potash. Though Hawk's hand remained swollen for a week, his forefinger recovered well, the scar from Mary's overzealous cut being more damaging and permanent in its effect than the serpent's bite itself. Mary was a strict mother who expected them to work. They gathered watercress and learned to tickle the mountain trout and hunt for yabbies, the small freshwater crayfish abundant in the mountain streams, so that they would often bring home a bountiful supply. Sometimes they sold what they caught or gathered at the markets. They collected oysters off the rocks in the bay and set lobster traps, and both boys could swim like fish by the time they were 5 years old. At 7 they were independent and spirited, and in the rough and tumble of life in Hobart Town, where children of the poor grew up quickly and street urchins scavenged to stay alive, they mostly held their own, though they would often enough come home to Mary torn, bleeding and beaten, robbed of the pennies or even a mighty sixpence they had earned. Hawk's dark colour was almost always the problem, with the street urchins taking great delight in going after him. If Tomo and Hawk saw one of the gangs approaching, and escape proved impossible, they ran until they found a wall, and then, with their backs to it, would turn and fight their opponents. If they were not outnumbered, they gave as much as they got, and more. The street urchins learnt to regard them with respect, and to attack only in sizable numbers, engaging the two boys just long enough to steal their catch, a brace of wood pigeons or several trout, a clutch of wild duck eggs or a couple of opossum. Mary would patch them up, but offered little in the way of comfort. She loved her precious children so deeply that she often felt close to tears when they returned home with a black eye, bleeding nose or a thick lip. But she knew it was a hard world, and that they must learn to come to terms with it. It was Ikey who finally gave them the key to a less eventful life. The two boys appeared at breakfast one morning, Tomo with both eyes shut and a swollen lip, and Hawk with one eye shut and a bruised and enlarged nose.
"Been in the wars, has we then, my dears?" Ikey said.
"They've been fighting again," Mary said, placing 2 bowls of porridge on the table. "A couple of proper hooligans, them two." "It were not our fault, Mamma. It be the wild boys again," Tomo said indignantly. "You must run. Don't fight them, just run," Mary said emphatically. "It's not cowardly to run, only prudent." "We had a bag of oysters what took 2 hours to collect," Hawk protested. "It were 4pence worth at least." "You can't run with a bag of oysters," Tomo explained further. "Well, they got the oysters, and you both got black eyes and fat lips and a bleeding nose. Where's the sense to that?" "We ain't scared, Mamma," Tomo said. "Hawk hit 3 of them terrible hard, and I kicked one of them in the shins so he went howling."
"Of course, my dears, fisticuffs be all very well," Ikey said, picking his teeth. "But a much sharper sword would be your tongue."
If the eyes of both boys had not been so well closed, they would have rolled them in unison.
"They be idiots, Uncle Ikey. You can't try no reasoning on them. They're not like us decent folks," Tomo said. "Don't you speak like that, Tomo Solomon," Mary remonstrated. "They be poor brats what's had no chance in life. They does the best they can to stay alive. They'd be just as decent as us given half a chance.
Talk to them, my dears. Use your wits, Ike said. Wits be much more powerful than fists.
He rose from the table and stretched his arms above his shoulders.
I'll be off then. No lessons today. Your Uncle Ikey's had a long, hard night.
Later that morning, the two boys were sitting on Mary's magic rock on the slopes of the mountain, when Hawk turned to Tomo. "What do you think Ikey be on about this morning?" he asked. Tomo shrugged.
"It be Ikey stuff we're supposed to understand but can't."
"I got an idea," Hawk said. 2 days later, the two boys found themselves accosted by 5 street urchins. They just returned from their lobster traps, and their sack was bulging and bumping with 6 live lobsters they were hoping to sell to Mrs. McKinney's fish shop for 3 Hawk looked at Tomo, and the smaller boy nodded. "What you got?" the biggest of the urchins demanded. Tomo and Hawk remained silent, and the snot-nose who had asked the original question made a grab for the bag in Hawk's hand.
"Careful!" Tomo shouted. "They be magic lobsters what can curse you."
The boy drew back confused. "What you mean?" Hawk opened the bag, brought out a plump lobster, and held it up above his head. The creature's claws and feelers waved wildly in the air. "They can read your mind, them lobsters." The boys standing around jeered. "That'd be fucking stupid," the first boy answered. "Lobsters what can read me mind?" Hawk pushed the live lobster into the face of the boy, who reeled back. "Yeah, bullshit," other of the urchins shouted. "Ain't no lobsters what can do that."
"Not your ordinary lobsters, that I admit, but these be special, magic ones," Tomo said quickly. "It be the secret curse of the people from Africa."
"Who, him, the nigger?" the boy said, pointing to Hawk. Hawk grinned. "Black magic," he said.
"Want to see?"
Tomo asked. The urchins had now forgotten their original intention to rob Tomo and Hawk of the bag. "Yeah!" they chorused.
"You brave enough to take the chance to be cursed by the great African lobster, what swum all the way to visit us from the Cape of Good Hope in Africa?"
Tomo asked the eldest of the boys. The urchin hesitated, but then, seeing the others looking at him, said, "It be stupid. That be a fucking lobster like any other what's in the river."
"Go on, show us the magic,"
the urchins challenged Tomo.
"Don't be cheeky,"
Tomo said to the bunch of skinny boys standing around him.
"Or we'll curse the lot of you, not only him."
He scowled at the boy who had first accosted them, and beckoned to the gang in a low voice.
"Come here, where that African lobster creature can't hear what you're saying. Come right away, all of you, to that tree."
He pointed to a swamp oak about 50 feet away. The urchins and their leader followed Tomo and stood beside the tree.
"Now, I want you each to whisper your name in me ear, one at a time, and then we'll ask the magic lobster to tell me brother what knows lobster language to tell us what your name be."
Tomo pointed to their original attacker.
"You, what be double cursed already for saying it be a lobster what come from the river, you go first. Whisper your name in me ear, with your back to the magic African lobster me brother's holding."
Tomo knew the boy was known as Boxy, because his head was almost square.
"George,"
Boxy whispered slyly into Tomo's ear, though loud enough for those gathered around to hear him. There was a giggle from the others at their leader's foxy trick. Tomo stood facing Hawk 50 feet away, and signalled him using the silent language. Hawk held the lobster up to his ear and appeared to listen. Then he shook his head, and then the crustacean, and listened once more. Suddenly, a big smile appeared on his face. "The magic African lobster says the name given be George, but Boxy be the name what's real," he shouted back at them. The mouths of the urchins standing around Tomo fell open, and Boxy became very red in the face.
"You be careful, mate," Tomo growled, "or you could be in real big trouble."
Hawk suddenly held the lobster back to his ear. "The magic African lobster says if any boy gives him a wrong name again, they be double cursed to drown at sea," he shouted. There was a further gasp of astonishment from the boys.
"You,"
Tomo said, pointing to a skinny urchin who was dressed in rags with great holes showing through.
"Come and whisper your name."
The boy, even smaller than Tomo, looked up at him terrified.
I don't know what's me real name. They calls me Minnow. His eyes pleaded with Tomo. I don't want to be cursed, please. Yeah, well, I'll do me best, Tomo said, but I can't make no promise. Turn your back to the magic lobster so he can't see your lips, he commanded sternly. The urchin, shaking all over, did as he was told. Moments later, Hawk called back. Minnow! Tomo turned to the leader of the gang. Boxy, you be real lucky this time, but be warned. He turned to the other urchins. Anyone want to take a chance of being cursed? There were no further volunteers, and so Tomo called over to Hawk. Put the lobster in the bag and come over. As Hawk approached the gang, they started to back away from him. Don't run, Tomo said. We got to lift the curse first. What's you mean? Boxy asked suspiciously, his voice slightly tremulous. You said we wasn't cursed if we'd be careful. He seemed brighter than the others, and suddenly asked, How come he's your brother and he be black? That's what I means. We got to lift the curse, Tomo replied. I were born same as him, Hawk explained, pointing to Tomo. Same's me brother, but I got cursed by the horrible African lobster, and now I's black, see? What you just seen here be black magic, and folks not supposed to see black magic, Tomo said. So me brother, what's turned black and is now the black magician, what's forced to pass on the curse, will wave the lobster over your heads, and then the curse be lifted. Now, if you please, a circle. Hold hands and make a circle. I'll tell you when to close your eyes. The boys formed into a circle, holding hands with Hawk in the centre. Hawk lifted a lobster out of the bag and held it high above his head. Close your eyes tight now, Tomo instructed. If you peeks, you is cursed for life, and you drowns all horrible out to sea, but before that you turns black. Hawk started to recite. Abracadabra, ho, 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 black as pitch, white as snow, beware the black magician's curse, or things what's bad will soon be worse. Tomo waited for Hawk to place the lobster back into the bag. You can open your eyes, you be safe now, Tomo instructed. Curse be lifted, but scarper quick and stay out of our way. He then repeated Hawk's lines. Beware the black magician's curse, or things what's bad will soon be worse. Go on, clear off, Hawk shouted, scowling fiercely. The urchins, terror etched on their dirty faces, turned and fled for their lives. The two boys waited a few moments, most pleased with themselves. Then Hawk took up the wriggling bag of lobsters and they started to laugh. They continued laughing all the way up the hill to Mrs. McKinney's fish shop. I reckons maybe Uncle Ikey be right, Hawk said finally, then turned to Tomo and asked, Was you scared? Yeah, shitting myself. Me too, but I reckon it's much better than getting your nose busted. Blood oath, Tomo said happily.
This is the end of CD 17. The story will continue on CD 18. CD 18.
Chapter 35. Towards the end of the 7th year of their lives, Tomo and Hawk disappeared on a perfectly calm winter's day somewhere on the slopes of Mount Wellington. Hobart Town had wakened that morning to find that the first winter snow had fallen and crusted the summit of the great mountain. The day that followed was crisp, with winter sunshine bright and sharp as polished silver. Mary had spent most of the day at the new potato factory buildings, where the majority of her beer production was now taking place. The old mill was used increasingly as a bottle shop, managed by Jessamy Hawkins. It was the daily custom of Tomo and Hawk to accompany Mary to the small cottage at Strickland Falls, which served both as an office and schoolroom, where she supervised their lessons. However, on the day they disappeared, the two boys had begged Mary to allow them to climb to the snow line. She had hesitated at first. It was a 3-hour climb, and the weather on the mountain had a habit of closing in, even on a sunny day. But she had finally yielded to their beseeching, and at 10 o'clock they took some bread and cheese and escaped their lessons to explore the snow at the summit before the warm sunshine should melt it. Mary had cautioned them to be careful, and to come home immediately wherever they were if the weather turned, and no later than an hour before sunset. Tomo and Hawk were as agile as mountain goats, and had explored the mountain with Mary since they were toddlers. Furthermore, there was a log hut at the summit should the weather close in, and it contained a plentiful supply of wood left by the woodcutters who worked the slopes. Despite the warm day, it was always cold at the summit, and Mary had insisted they wear their opossum jackets, which, though considered most unfashionable by the third-raters, were much utilised by rural folk, shepherds, sealers, kangaroo hunters, and woodcutters who worked the wilderness country. Mary had purchased these wonderfully soft and warm garments for the boys, and she kept them at the potato factory at Strickland Falls, precisely because of the unpredictable moods of the mountain. At 4:30 in the afternoon, an hour before sunset, like all mothers, Mary's ears were tuned for the homecoming calls of the two boys, although her expectation was pointless, because the roar of the falls would drown out the sounds of their approach. But they knew her routine, and her need to be back at the mill before the bells of St. David's tolled for evensong. Mary smiled to herself at the thought of the journey home with the two boys. It was the happiest part of the day for her, as she had them all to herself. She loved the walk through the woods, and as they approached the town, the smell of wood smoke and the sweep of the hazy hills across the great silver river spread below. Tomo and Hawk would be scratched from crawling through brambles, and so covered with dirt they might well need to be bathed, even though it was not their tub night. Tomo would be running ahead and turning back and taking her hand, words tumbling out in fierce competition with Hawk, to tell her of their grand adventure as they played in the first of the winter snow. Hawk would be carrying her basket, hopping and skipping beside her, with his head full of serious questions or explanations of the things he'd seen. They would arrive back at the old mill just as the working people of Hobart Town started to arrive to buy their beer to take home. It was a busy hour, and Mary would help Jessamy with the customers until 7:30. Soon after, Ikey would arrive, and Mary would make supper for them all. Then, when Ikey retired to work on the books, she would read to the boys. They seldom remained awake much beyond 9:00, when she locked up and washed her face and arms and retired to bed herself, but not before making Ikey a large mug of strong tea, which he liked to take with milk and 6 teaspoons of caster sugar. Though Mary worked exceedingly hard, she revelled in the calm of an ordered and uneventful life, and her ambition was in no way curtailed by the need to care for her boys. In fact, they gave her a sense of purpose, beyond the need to prove herself worthy in her own eyes, and on her own terms. Even though Mr. Emmett had been right, and she had been socially ostracised because of her dark-skinned son, Mary had never been concerned about social acceptance. During her earlier life, when she had been known as Egyptian Mary, she had witnessed sufficient of the behaviour of the male members of the first-raters not to wish to adopt their affectations and manners, and she did not expect people of the tradesman class to be any better. Indeed, Mary's fights with the wealthy beer barons and spirit distillers of Hobart Town had been possible because she knew these rich and important men for what they were, and had not been cowed by their bullying. Moreover, her opinion of these pompous tyrants' wives, formed during her days as a chambermaid, was not greatly in advance of what she thought of their husbands. Though she loved and respected Mr. Emmett, Mary did not covet his lifestyle, nor wish to be included in his milieu as a first-rater, even if such a lofty ascent had been possible. She saw him for what he was, a rare example of a kind and compassionate human being who was independent of any class, and she hoped one day to emulate his example. But for now, Mary devoted herself to Tomo and Hawk. She was certain that her luck in this new land had a purpose, that she would create a foundation stone upon which her sons could build, and that something worthwhile and wonderful would emerge. In her imagination, Mary could clearly see the little brewery she would create in its perfect woodland setting, an inseparable part of her magic mountain. While she was not by nature capable of so pompous a thought, the potato factory would be her monument to the ability of the human spirit to survive and prosper against all odds. Mary thought lovingly of her two boys, and smiled to herself. She now possessed a destiny, a continuity in her new land. Tomo ex Solomon and Hawk ex Solomon would be the source of her second generation. Mary chuckled to herself, as she always did when she thought of the X in the boys' names.
When Ike had appeared somewhat sheepishly at the government offices and declared himself to be the father of Tomo and Hawk, he had registered his so-called offspring with an additional single X common to both names. The clerk who had presided over the registration had evinced not the slightest interest in inquiring what the X stood for, and had written out a certificate of birth exactly as Ike had indicated. Later, when Mary had demanded to know what the X stood for, Ike shrugged his shoulders. "It has to be there. It'll be a proper part of their names, my dear. A grand initial, an ancient Hebrew sign," he lied. In fact, the initial X was simply Ike's mind working in its usual convoluted way. He told himself it represented the X which Svensson of the Stormvogel had tattooed through the name Tomahawk on Sperm Whale Sally's breast to cancel the rights of the Merryweather. The additional justification was that he'd split the name Tomahawk in half to give each boy his name, but their names could be recombined with the X to make a whole. Thus, Tomo X Hawk equals Tomahawk equals twins. But in reality, their names had simply been conjured up that first morning when he'd presented them in the basket to Mary, and the X was just a feeble joke he'd thought of on the spur of the moment when he had gone to register the birth of the two boys. However, Mary deduced her own explanation for the singular initial. She, who was so very good at the business of numbers, concluded that the X is used as the unknown in mathematics, and that Tomo and Hawk were her two unknown factors. The letter X in calculations could be made to represent any number, and it was her duty to see that what it represented in her two sons was the sum of the very best she could do to make them men of whom she could rightfully be proud. Mary smiled as she packed her basket in preparation for the boys' return. Then she bid the workmen good night, put on her warm coat, locked the cottage, and walked over to the small bridge just below the falls, which she knew Tomo and Hawk must cross as they returned from the mountain. Mary Abacus waited on the bridge and watched the water as it churned white at her feet. The thundering falls sent a fine mist into the air, which created a rainbow in the late afternoon sunlight, and Mary could not imagine a more perfect moment. She was not to know that the magic mountain she loved so much had just swallowed up her precious children. When the boys had not arrived by 5 o'clock, she walked back to the office and found a lantern which had a good wick and was well filled with the whale oil. Then she looked about and found half a loaf of bread, the remainder of the cheese she had given the boys, and 4 apples. This she replaced in her basket, together with several bandages and a bottle of iodine, which she always kept on the premises. Then she took a small axe which hung behind the cottage door, and this too she pushed head first into the basket. It was almost dark by the time Mary crossed the little bridge again, and set off along the path leading higher up the mountain. There was only one path to the summit, though many hundreds of paths led from all over the mountain before converging on this main track, which was a 40-minute climb from the top. Mary determined that she would walk until the path which led from Strickland Falls intersected several others, a steady half-hour's walk up the mountain. The boys might have taken any of a dozen paths to arrive at this point, but she knew they must eventually turn into the one she now took for the journey home. The trees became more dense as she climbed, and not more than 20 minutes after she had left, it grew completely dark under the forest canopy. Mary stopped to light the lantern, and then proceeded onwards. She had begun to call out, her voice echoing through the trees as she called their names. Mary finally reached the intersection. It was getting cold, so she gathered wood, a difficult task even with the help of the lantern, but she persisted until she had a large pile. She kept herself warm chopping the wood, stopping every minute or so to call out again. Finally she lit a fire and settled down to wait, hoping that if Tomo and Hawk were anywhere near they might smell the smoke or see the fire. Though the night was cold, it remained clear, and no wind beyond the usual breeze stirred the tops of the trees. Mary told herself that this might not be the case at the summit, and Tomo and Hawk might have been caught in a change of weather and taken refuge in the hut. They were young, but it was unlikely they would do anything foolish. If the summit was suddenly to mist over, they would know to stay put until morning. But in her heart, Mary was terrified. She imagined a rock slide set in motion by the weight of the snow.
She saw them venturing to the edge of a bluff, perhaps the mighty organ pipes, and the snow giving way and sending them crashing downwards nearly 1,000 feet. She imagined any of a dozen incidents, and all of them became vivid and concluded in her mind. After 2 hours, Mary knew that she would have to come down. Once again she lit the lantern, which she had put out to save the oil during her vigil by the fire. Wherever Tomo and Hawk were, they could not descend in the dark, and she knew that no search party would set out to find them until first light. Mary set off down the path again, and arrived at Strickland Falls nearly an hour later. She was scratched about and bleeding, for travelling a bush path at night is harrowing, and her descent had been perilous. She had fallen on several occasions, though fortunately she had not lost the lantern. It took her another 40 minutes to get back to the mill, where Ike and Jessamy were waiting, both of them terribly anxious. They'd already been up to Strickland Falls, and found it locked, and had themselves not long been home. Ike had never seen Mary cry, but now she sat at the kitchen table and wept as she slowly spilled out the story. She blamed herself for letting the boys go, though Jessamy reminded her that they had roamed the slopes since they were 4 years old, and the mountain was, in every sense, their own backyard. At midnight, Ike left Jessamy asleep in an old armchair, and Mary seated at the kitchen table with her head in her arms. Although she was tired and distraught almost beyond thinking, the ever-practical Mary had devised a rescue plan. She would make her appearance at Peter de Grave's sawmills at 7 o'clock the following morning, when the timber cutters set off to work the slopes. But first she would call at the de Grave's home and ask him for permission to pay his men a day's salary to send up a search party for Tomo and Hawk. They would set off from Strickland Falls, so that if the children had spent the night safely in the hut on the summit, they would be met along the path, not more than an hour and a half after first light. At this point the search would be over, and the men already on the mountain could return to their work. Mary was not foolish enough to suppose that this permission would be easily granted. For while her past employer was by the standards of the time a good man, he was tough, and she knew he would expect her to pay for the value of the timber not produced while his men carried out the search. The loss of Tomo and Hawk would not be seen by him as a matter of great importance. Mary was, of course, perfectly willing to meet his demands. The cost of a day's work of 100 timber cutters would exhaust her available liquid resources, and possibly put her in debt to the brewer, but she cared not in the least about this. Having resolved what to do at first light, she fell into a fitful sleep at the kitchen table, only to be wakened an hour before dawn by Ike.
"Come, my dear. I have brought help," he said, shaking her gently by the shoulder.
Gathered in the street outside the potato factory were more than 100 people. A more motley collection of the hopeless and forlorn would have been difficult to find anywhere in the South Seas. None among them would ever voluntarily have put one foot on the lowest slopes of the great mountain. They were the drunks and whores, gamblers, pimps, touts, publicans, cellarmen, barmaids, whalemen and jack-tars, as well as other assorted human scrapings from the Hobart waterfront. Anne Gower, now the owner of a waterfront bawdy house, had taken a donkey cart and loaded herself upon it together with a large tea-urn, so that she too might help. Mary took one look at the crowd and knew Ike must have finally gone senile. Though she perceived a handful of jack-tars young enough to be useful, if the vast majority of this scraggy lot set foot upon the mountain, even on a cloudless summer day, few would return with every limb intact, or even their lives, and most would be incapable of reaching the first tree line.
"Whatever has possessed you, Ike Solomon?" Mary cried.
"My dear, I had thought to find some stout lads who might be persuaded to take on the search. But it is a great compliment to you that many felt that they should themselves come."
After the initial shock, the sight of Ike's caring volunteers lifted Mary's courage enormously. She thanked them for their generosity of spirit, but pointed out that the mountain was a dangerous and foreign place for most of them, and that they would more easily lose their own lives than help to find Tomo and Hawk. She told them of her plan to use the timber cutters who worked the mountain slopes for Mr. Peter de Grave's sawmills. If he should lend his support, as she hoped he might, the mountain would be extensively searched before the day was out. In fact, Mary knew that the mountain could not be thoroughly searched in a week or a month,
and if Tomo and Hawk had fallen down a precipice, they might never be found. "You have shown me a great honour," Mary concluded, "and I am most touched by your concern. I thank you from the bottom of me heart." People among the assembly shouted their encouragement and started to disperse when Anne Gower stood up in the cart. "Oi!" she shouted, waving her arms to indicate that they should gather around. The crowd soon assembled about her and waited for her to speak. "You all knows who I is, and if you don't, why not?" she bawled out. There was a ripple of laughter, and she waited for it to die down. "But Mary Abacus, some here knows only for the decent beer she sells, but also knows her as a good woman. But she be more'n that, and I should know. Mary Abacus be the salt of the earth. No better woman be found on this island nor any other place I knows of."
Anne Gower paused and looked around her.
"Now, we knows her brats what's lost ain't hers born, and we knows how they come about, but that don't make no difference, and even that one be black, that don't matter neither. What do matter is that she loves 'em, and if we can't help to find 'em because we're not the sort to take to mountain climbing, we can pass the hat around to pay for a few stout lads what knows the mountain and can make a search."
She opened her handbag and took out 10 shillings.
"2 shilling be a good wage for a day for a timber cutter, so I now pays for 4 of the buggers. Who's next?"
Anne Gower pointed to Bridget from the whale fishery.
"Bridget O'Sullivan, take off your bonnet and use it as an hat. There's plenty here what's mean as cat's piss, but they'll have trouble denying a pretty girl like you."
Very soon Bridget had collected a total of £3 and 7 from the crowd. Anne Gower gave it to Mary, who knew well enough not to protest. It was a gesture of respect, and she accepted it for the generosity of spirit it represented. Mary looked at the crowd with tears in her eyes. "Thank you all," she said simply. Turning to Anne Gower, she smiled. "You're a good woman, Anne Gower." Anne Gower drew back and looked askance at Mary.
"Don't you go ruining me reputation, Mary Abacus. I be a real bad woman, but a bloody good whore, and you knows it."
She turned to the crowd.
"Come on, folks. It be sun-up soon. Time to go home to bed."
Peter de Graves agreed readily to Mary's request, but put only 16 of his men to search the mountain, sensibly pointing out that the boys could only have covered a small section of the mountain to reach the summit, and that 16 men could cover this thoroughly. He accepted that she should pay them their daily wage, though he did not ask her for compensation for the 2 days of sawmill profits he would lose because the men were taken away from their work.
"I'll write it off to good labour relations," he laughed.
Mary's earlier labour reforms at the Cascade Brewery had been maintained, and de Graves knew that he had been repaid 1,000 times over by the loyalty and the honesty of the men who worked for him. After 2 days, the men had thoroughly searched the mountain and had not found the slightest sign of the 2 boys. Further searching was not practical. The mountain might hide their bodies for years if they had fallen down some deep ravine, but because it was assumed that Tomo and Hawk would have been in the area facing Hobart Town and near the top of the mountain, this was where the search was focused. Eventually, Mary conceded that nothing more could be done, though she personally spent the next 2 weeks alone on the mountain, still desperately searching for her children. Once she found a trap set for wood pigeon, typical of the kind the boys might make, and on a thornberry bush adjacent to it, she discovered a tiny tuft of opossum fur. Her heart started to beat furiously. After 2 days of calling out the boys' names, her voice had ceased to function, and now she searched grimly and silently, entering small ravines and squeezing through rock formations, terrified that at any moment she might come across the broken bodies of her sons. She was badly cut and scratched about, and when she returned at night, her clothes were often ripped to shreds. She ate little, and her eyes became sunken, and her anguished silence made people begin to think she had gone mad. Ike and Jessamy Hawkins tried to comfort her, though they too were distraught, and the men who worked at the potato factory walked about in silent concern when she appeared. It was during these 2 weeks on the mountain that Mary slowly became convinced that Tomo and Hawk had been abducted. At first she told herself this notion was absurd. Who would do such a thing, and for what purpose?
There could be no possible value in the kidnapping of two small boys. The beer barons and spirit manufacturers who had cause to dislike her were a possible explanation, but she knew a poor one. They would not damage their own reputation with the public by so gratuitous a revenge. Wild men? This seemed more likely, but if so, they would by now have demanded a ransom. Yet the feeling persisted, and by the end of the fortnight, without any logical reason, other than that the bodies of Tomo and Hawk had not been found, Mary was certain that they had been abducted. She stopped searching and started to evolve a plan. For some months, Mary had been working on a new ale. She had tested it on a number of her customers, who found it most pleasing to the palate. Mary now had acceptance of her bottled beer throughout the colony, and she was also shipping it to the new village of Melbourne on the mainland. She now decided to call her new beer Tomahawk. Upon the label she placed two arms, a black and a white, gripped in the manner of arm wrestling, and directly above the inverted V made by the two arms was a picture of the head of a Red Indian chief. Around the perimeter of the oval-shaped label were the words, Pale Ale, the Potato Factory, Proprietor Miss Mary Abacus. Directly under the Indian chief's head appeared the words, £50 reward, and under this the injunction, See back. At the back of the bottle, Mary placed a second label in the shape of a glass. It contained a crude sketch of two small boys, one black and the other white, and the following words in the shape of a wineglass. Kidnapping. £50 reward. For information leading to the recovery of the two boys, answering to the names of Tomo and Hawk Solomon, and who are identified in person by Miss Mary Abacus or Mr. Ike Solomon as same. Tomo be small with blue eyes and fair hair, Hawk be black of skin and Negro appearance. Both be 7 years old. No questions be asked of persons assisting in recovery. Mary hoped that one of two things might happen. That someone might have seen Hawk, a black boy and therefore a curious sight, in the company of Tomo, a white one, or that the kidnappers might attempt to claim the reward. It was, after all, a fortune, 3 times the yearly salary of a labourer or farm worker, and would also prove a tremendous incentive to a bounty hunter. It did not take long for the disappearance of Tomo and Hawk to be known throughout the entire colony, and it was shortly afterwards that Ike received a letter from his son David in New Norfolk, asking him if he would come to the river town on a matter of extreme urgency. Ike was glad of the excuse to go. Hannah had not contacted him in more than a year, and she had forbidden him to visit her. Her de facto, George Madden, had greatly prospered in the barley and hops business, and Ike, who was more and more conscious of his mortality, was terrified that she was prepared to wait until he was dead, whereupon she could claim the entire contents of the safe in Whitechapel, and eventually find a way to open it. David had been in contact with Ike on 2 previous occasions. At other times he had sent Anne, and then, on the last occasion, young Sarah was dispatched to visit him, with the excuse that they cared greatly about his welfare and wished to see him cared for. Sarah, who had little recollection of Ike's perfidious nature, decided to remain with him, and now shared the cottage in Elizabeth Street. This suited Ike very well. His daughter made no demands on him, and she washed, cooked, and generally looked after his domestic affairs. On each of his visits, David appeared to be warm and friendly, and acted as though their stormy past had been entirely forgiven. There was much talk of blood being thicker than water, and the suggestion that an eventual reconciliation seemed quite possible with Hannah. It was obvious to Ike that the boy had a good business head on his shoulders, and had learnt well the duplicity of effective persuasion. However, he had soon enough perceived the motive behind the visits of his son and 2 daughters. David had by now been in the employ of George Madden for some years, and there was talk of a partnership. Not long after she had arrived, Sarah let slip that the offer was far from generous, and was inspired by a great deal of nagging from Hannah. Apparently, George Madden didn't wish to share with her son any part of his burgeoning empire, but wanted to keep peace with the formidable Hannah, so he had made the partnership offer on the proviso that £4,000 was paid. It was more than someone of David's means could ever possibly hope to raise, though it was still a fair offer for a partnership in such a prosperous business enterprise. Ikey felt certain the urgent request that he should visit New Norfolk was attached to the matter of the Whitechapel safe, so he was much encouraged by David's note. That Hannah's avaricious hand would be in it somewhere, he had no doubt. Ikey was met by David at the New Norfolk wharf and taken to his lodgings, a small cottage which he occupied with Anne. She was at her place of work, but had cooked a mutton stew and left fresh curds for Ikey's supper, the supposition being that he would not take the afternoon ferry, but would stay overnight. David offered Ikey brandy, but he asked instead for tea. Since the death of Sperm Whale Sally, he no longer drank at all, and his preferred drink in the taverns at night was ginger beer. David was dressed in a good suit of clothes, such as might have been worn by any young man of prospects in a solid community such as New Norfolk. Predictably, he misjudged Ikey by the fact that the coat Mary had bought for him 8 years before was now ragged, and that his yellow pigskin boots, much soled and patched on the uppers, were well past their prime. David, while attempting to impress Ikey, had acquired the imperious tone of the successful grain merchant, and now spoke in a somewhat patronising manner to his father. "The mater has put the affairs of the family in my hands, and it is time we talked," he said to Ikey, after he had placed a mug of tea before him. "Oh, yes. Is your mother not well, then?" Ikey asked, for he knew Hannah would never give over the reins to any of their sons unless she was on her deathbed. "In the very best of health and much mellowed," David said. Not waiting for a response, he continued, "As I says, she has left things to me to clear up." "Things? What be these things, then?" Ikey asked. "Well, I knows about the Whitechapel safe at home, and I think we should resolve the matter, don't you?" Ikey looked curiously across at his son. He had grown into a good-looking man, though already he was putting on weight, and the gold watch chain he wore looped over a pronounced paunch. "Does you all know?" Ikey asked. "No, only my mother and I, and of course Moses and John in New South Wales." "Good. Then your mother will agree to give me her half of the number, and I shall arrange to have it opened, and she shall have her share 50-50, as was the original agreement." Ikey had long since come to the conclusion that he would give Hannah her half-share. He now intended to remain in Van Diemen's Land, though not because he thought it a better place. He knew himself to be a broken man, and he was forbidden to return to England. Should he move to another country, he would not have the energy to start again, or even to become accustomed to the life of a rich man in retirement. While far from rich, he was no longer poor, and life in Van Diemen's Land had taken a not disagreeable turn for him. He had grown happily accustomed to the presence of Tomo and Hawk, as well as Mary in his life, and the disappearance of the two boys had both deeply shocked and saddened him. But he could never agree to receiving only 1/8 part of the Whitechapel fortune as Hannah had proposed, nor could he bring himself to trust her with his part of the combination. There was a prolonged silence between the two men, and then David finally cleared his throat. "It be less than sensible to trust someone what's not a part of the family, father. You have 3 sons, Moses and John in New South Wales, and myself here. We are all businessmen, and can be entrusted to do the task in a most sensible manner, and at the same time get the most agreeable price in London for the merchandise." "Ha! Sensible for you will not, I dare say, turn out to be sensible for me, that I'll voucher," Ikey said indignantly. 7 parts to you and 1 to me. That's what your mother thinks be sensible." Ikey pointed to the gold chain draped across David's paunch. "How much you pay for that fob?" David looked down. £4, he replied, running his fingers along the chain. "Ha! It be not worth a penny over 2, Ikey said. "Sensible, is it? Negotiate a fair price, will you? Your lot wouldn't know a brass pisspot from the bloody Holy Grail, you wouldn't." "The Holy what?" David asked. "Never mind, it ain't kosher anyway. Yes, 50-50, but you gives me your half of the combination, or we ain't got no agreement, and that's telling you flat, my dear." Ikey looked up into his son's face, expecting him to be intimidated. Instead, David smiled and said calmly, "We can wait. You'll die soon, Ikey Solomon. But if you wants the money in your lifetime, it's still only 1/8 to you, and we gets your combination." At the mention of his death, Ike felt his innards tighten and then relax, and he thought, "Oh, God, I'm going to shit myself." But he showed no outward sign of the dismay, and was relieved when he felt his sphincter close and his bowels return to normal. "I've smoked you, boy. I'll not die soon enough for you to buy the partnership you want so badly with George Madden." David Solomon flushed, his face turning a deep crimson. He walked over to a drawer in the kitchen dresser, and from it took a small package and handed it to Ike. "Open it, if you please," David demanded. The package was wrapped in brown paper and tied with string, the twine in a bow so that it came undone at a single tug. Ike folded back the paper to find a second wrapping, this one composed of a scrap of white cloth. Ike unfolded the cloth slowly, then gasped in horror and fainted dead away. He recovered moments later to find David standing behind him, shaking his shoulders vigorously. When he perceived Ike to have come around, he grabbed his ears and held his head tightly, so that he was forced to look directly in front of him and at the package which lay open on the table. "That be your precious black child's forefinger," David said. He released Ike and came around to face him again. "We got them both. Hawk and Tomo Solomon." He had lost all pretense at politeness and shook his head and then spat on the floor. "Jesus! How could you call them by our family name?" Ike looked directly down into his lap to avoid the sight of Hawk's severed finger. He was trembling violently and trying with little success to regain his composure. Ike had seen much worse in his lifetime, and there was no blood, the finger having long since been cut off. But the thought of it being Hawk's finger had shocked him more deeply than he could ever have imagined. David took the parcel, and in a most matter-of-fact manner rewrapped it and tied the string, then placed it back in front of Ike. "You have 2 days to give me your half of the combination, Ike Solomon. Then we sends the second finger to Mary Abacus, with a single instruction, a note what says, 'Ask Ike about this.' If we don't hear from you in 2 more days, well, we'll send a third finger with the same note, then a fourth, and then we'll start with a little white finger to match the black ones. Does you get my drift, father?" David sneered. "Mary knows nothing of the safe and the numbers," Ike said at last, recovering his courage. "But be warned. She has powerful friends in the government. She'll go directly to them and you'll be apprehended." David laughed. "The whole bloody island knows about the kidnapped brats and the £50 reward from the back of her beer bottles. That were very clever, that was. But the finger could have come from anybody. We'll deny it comes from us. The authorities well knows of the quarrels between us. They'll not believe you, thinking it's spite. But you'll have to tell Mary what you knows," David grinned. "And you won't do that, will you, Ike Solomon?" He took his watch from his pocket and clicked it open. "It be 3:30. The ferry for Hobart Town leaves at 4:00. David Solomon paused. "Or perhaps you'd like to stay the night. Anne made you a mutton stew. Give us your answer in the morning." Ike, shaking his head, rose from the table. "I'll not be staying," he said quietly. Then he looked up at his son. "I've been a villain in my day, but I didn't do no harm what led to bloodshed. And them I stole from could always afford a little loss. I ain't saying what I done was right, but I've served my punishment, and what's in that safe in England I've earned. Not 1/8, but half, and much more." Ike paused. "But half will do. The other half be your mother's, and she can share it any way she likes. But you didn't earn it, and let me tell you something for nothing, my boy. As for my name, the Black Solomon and his brother make me proud of it for the first time in my life." David Solomon now shook with anger. "What does you mean I hasn't earned it? You bastard, you betrayed our mother so she was sent here, and Anne, Sarah, Mark and me, we were put in a bloody orphanage. We earned that money, all right. Every fucking penny, you miserable sod." He stepped up to Ike and tapped him on the chest. 2 days.
or you gets the bloody boy, what you're so fucking proud of giving your name, sent to Mary Abacus bit by fucking bit, and the white brat follows soon after. David stepped back, the whites of his eyes showing, his hands now balled into a fist. He was breathing heavily, and Ike felt that he was about to strike him, but for once he was not afraid. Ike shook his head.
This was your mother's idea, wasn't it? It's not just the money. It'd be her revenge on Mary Abacus too, ain't that it?
She has a good right to it, David said, dropping his hands to his side. That bitch tried to steal her husband and the affection of her children. He cleared his throat. You got 2 days, Ike Solomon. He picked the tiny parcel up and handed it to Ike. Show this to your whore, he shouted. On the ferry home, Ike's mind was a whirl. David was right. He would not go to the authorities. With his record of family quarrels and vendettas, they would never believe him, and besides, 2 urchins going missing was an everyday occurrence and hardly worth investigating. The mutilation he knew they would take more seriously, but it looked typically like the work of some desperate escaped convict or wild man, or even a sealer or kangaroo shooter who had heard about the reward. Moreover, it was a black hand. While they would not say so, Ike knew they would attach much less importance to it than if it were white. Having Hawk's finger in one of the pockets of his coat saddened Ike most terribly. He could see Hawk's hands dancing in the air as he worked the silent language, his little black fingers so elegant and expressive. The thought that Hawk's dancing hands might soon be bloody stumps was almost more than he could bear. Yet Ike could not bring himself to tell Mary of the money in the Whitechapel safe. He knew he must attempt to save the lives of Tomo and Hawk, but he was also convinced that he would never see a penny of the money it had taken him a lifetime to earn if he gave Hannah his half of the combination. Ike tried to convince himself that Mary would recover from the loss of her children. Even if she should never talk to him again, he was comfortable enough and sufficiently independent.
Life goes on, he repeated to himself several times. They were not really her children, he told himself, though he knew Mary loved Tomo and Hawk as well as if they had been born her own. He too was greatly fond of the boys, but Ike's entire life had been a matter of his own survival, and the first rule was not to mourn the past but move on. He refused, out of a lifetime of habit, to agonize over the matter. Although he might never bring himself to say so, Ike knew himself to love Mary, but he saw no purpose in telling her about the safe in Whitechapel. He would need to invent something else to explain the package he carried. By the time the ferry had arrived back in Hobart Town, Ike had cobbled together quite a different story. The ferry had caught the outgoing tide on the lower reaches of the Derwent River, and the trip back had taken slightly over 2 hours. It was just after 6:30 in the evening when Mary, helping Jessamy serve customers, saw Ike arrive and motioned urgently for her to meet him at the rear of the mill. She was already in the kitchen waiting, wiping her hands on her apron, when Ike entered the doorway. It had been a month and 2 days since Tomo and Hawk disappeared. Mary ate almost nothing and was silent most of the time, talking only when she was required to do so, and working until late into the night. The new Tomahawk beer had thankfully kept them all very busy, or they might not have been able to bear the thought of Mary's sorrow. "What is it, Ike?" Ike looked at Mary. "Sit down, my dear."
Mary saw the concern on his face. "What is it?" she asked again, and then pulled out a chair and sat down. "It's bad, isn't it?" Ike nodded and drew himself up a chair, then told Mary the story of his visit to New Norfolk.
"So there it is, my dear. You get the boys back by signing the deeds to the potato factory over to David Solomon."
Mary remained silent for almost a minute. Then she looked up at Ike, a terrible weariness showing in her beautiful green eyes. She nodded slowly, and Ike knew she would give up anything for her 2 boys. "He were never a good lad, that David. Bright, but of a mean spirit," Mary said quietly. Then she was silent again,
before adding in a small voice, "Show me." Ike recoiled, his head jerking back.
"No, my dear. It will distress you."
Mary looked up at him, her expression suddenly fierce.
"Show me. I want to see it for myself."
Ike removed the small parcel from the interior of his coat and placed it on the table in front of her. Mary's hands trembled as she picked at the bow and then removed the brown paper wrapping. Silent tears ran down her cheeks as she unfolded the grubby white cloth so that she could barely see the finger. She started to weep, then to wail, choking at the same time, her head averted from the small, dark object. Ike quickly rose from his chair to stand behind her and place his hands on her shoulders.
"Oh dear, oh dear, oh dear,"
he babbled. He could think of nothing to say to comfort Mary. After a while, Mary reached into the pocket of her apron for a piece of rag and wiped her eyes and blew her nose. Ike reached over her to take up the parcel, but she saw his action and pushed his hand away.
"Leave it,"
she commanded.
"But, my dear—"
Ike stopped mid-sentence, for there was a surprised gasp from Mary, and then she began to laugh, though in a hysterical manner, pointing at the finger.
"What is it, my dear?"
Ike cried, alarmed. But Mary's hysterical laughter continued, and finally Ike slapped her hard. She stopped and looked at him wild-eyed.
"It's not Hawk's finger!" she cried,
then wept again.
"What do you mean?"
Ike cried out. He repeated himself several times.
"What do you mean? What do you mean?"
before Mary stopped crying. Now she took deep gulps of air to calm herself.
"Whatever can you mean?"
Ike repeated urgently.
"It be the right forefinger,"
she said, pointing to the object before her.
"Hawk had a long scar down that finger where I cut and sucked it when he had the snake bite. A long, clean scar, not to be missed."
Ike remembered the incident well.
"Are you sure it be the right and not the left?" he said. "Left were once broken in a fight. It mended a wee bit crooked,"
Mary said emphatically. She glanced at the finger on the table and gave a small shudder.
"Besides, that finger be too small, much too small. That be the finger of an Aboriginal child." "You mean this be a scam?"
Ike cried in amazement.
"They've seen the beer label and cooked it all up."
Ike whistled to himself.
"Jesus, I never thought that or Anna had that much imagination."
Mary looked at Ike and then said fiercely,
"That finger still come from a little brat. That be wicked and cruel enough beyond imagining."
She paused and pointed at Ike.
"They could have taken the potato factory. They could have had the bloody lot if only it would have brought back me boys."
She burst into tears again and then shouted,
"Ike, I swear, I don't know how and I don't know where, but Anna's going to pay for this."
Chapter 36. It was 4 months after his visit to New Norfolk when Ike, in the course of his nightly peregrinations, sensed he was being followed. He changed direction, cutting down the lane past Newmarket and quickening his pace, thinking to slip into the Hope and Anchor, the tavern at the end of the lane facing onto the safety of Macquarie Street. But then he heard his name called, softly, in a voice he was never likely to forget.
"You good fella, Ike?" "Billy gone queer?"
Ike called back in surprise.
No, William Lenny,"
Billy Gone Queer said urgently, as he came out of the darkness not 5 feet from where Ike stood. Ike listened to the voice from the shadows, amazed that Billy Gone Queer could have been so close without his hearing him. The two men embraced, and as Ike's hands clasped around Billy's shoulders, he felt the raised scar tissue across his back through the coarse canvas shirt.
"Blimey, I thought you'd be dead,"
Ike exclaimed, beaming at Billy Gone Queer's dark face.
"What's happened to you then, my dear?"
Billy Gone Queer, who now spoke quite passable English, explained to Ike that under the name William Lanny he had become a whaleman for Captain Kelly on one of the local whaling ships which worked the bays and channels during the winter season.
"Ike, listen," Billy Gone Queer said finally. "I come about the black kid on the beer bottle."
Ikey's heart missed a beat.
What's you know about that, Billy Conquer? William Lanny, you give me the name yourself, Billy Conquer cried urgently. I'm still on the lam, man.
Ikey listened carefully as Billy Conquer told him what he knew. He had been down south at the whaling station at Recherche Bay, where they had been boiling down the catch. They had thereafter sailed up the D'Entrecasteaux Channel, but opposite Huon Island had hit a squall and done some damage to the mizzenmast, and so had taken shelter in the Huon River. The wind being fair, they had sailed upriver to Port Huon and put ashore for some minor repairs. Here, Billy had gone for a walk along the riverbank some way from the settlement, when to his surprise he had met 7 Aboriginals, 5 of them half-castes and 2 of full blood. The full-bloods explained they came from the upper reaches of the Comandy River to the southwest, which stretched to the high mountain. They talked for some time, and then told him that several days previously they had been out hunting rat kangaroo when they saw a wild man who rode a horse, behind which he caused a black boy to run. Curious, they had crept closer. The boy was tied about the neck with a rope, which was attached to the saddle. The wild man passed close to where they hid, and they could see that the boy was not an Aboriginal, but quite different in appearance to their own people. Billy Conquer concluded by saying that nearly 3 weeks later, he had heard some of the whalemen talking about the £50 reward posted on the beer bottles, and he'd asked one of them to read it aloud. Hearing Ikey's name, he had decided to tell him what he knew.
"You good fellow, Ikey,"
he said, laughing at himself, for he now spoke much better English.
"What sort of country be it, these mountains?"
Ikey asked at last. Billy Conquer shook his head.
"You can't go there, boss,"
he protested vehemently.
"It blackfella place. Wild men convict and some timber get a very bad country." "Can you go with troopers?"
Billy Conquer sniffed.
"Troopers can't go this place. Wild men kill."
"Will I see you again?" Ikey asked.
"About town very dangerous for me,"
Billy Conquer said.
3 day, he pointed to the ground. "Same time I see you here."
At breakfast the following morning, Ikey told Mary what had transpired. "It's Hawk!" Mary cried. "Oh, Ikey, I know it's him!"
"There were no mention by the blacks of a sighting of Tomo, so it may not be, my dear," Ikey cautioned. "Besides, it be wild country. Only escaped convicts and timber getters, the roughest and most dangerous of men, all outside the law and with a price on their heads. You won't be able to pay any cove sufficient so he'd be mad enough to go into those mountains."
Mary looked at Ikey. "I knows mountains. I've been all over Mount Wellington. I knows the way of the bush. I'll go myself." Ikey was too shocked at first to react, but finally regained his voice.
"You're mad, Mary Abacus. This be wild country such as you've never seen. No trooper will venture there for fear of death. There be no roads, not even paths. It be virgin timber, grown so close and tall it be dark in daylight."
"And how does you know all this?" Mary said suddenly.
"You forget, my dear, I was in a road gang. I knows the way of timber, only this be much worse. No man what's not bred to the mountains can live there. Even the timber getters be of the worst sort, Irish, and most of them villains or in concert with the wild men. If a woman should venture there, even if she should not perish soon from the climate and hardship she must endure, she would soon enough be used in such a way that she would die of other causes, if you knows what I mean."
"I knows what you mean, Ikey Solomon," Mary said grimly. "But no wild man's going to treat my boy like an animal." In Mary's eyes was the look Ikey had come to know well, and he realized nothing would dissuade her. He inwardly cursed himself for telling her about the sighting. After all, there was no way of knowing if it was Hawk, or even if the natives had told the truth.
"Perhaps we could muster some troopers at Southport. You could talk to Mr. Emmett."
"I got more chance on me own, Ikey. A woman on her own be the best bait to hook a wild man."
"Shit, no, no, Mary! I cannot have you do this!"
Ikey cried. He'd presumed, if not troopers, that Mary would take some sort of armed escort on such a perilous journey. "They've taken my boy and turned him into an animal and tied a rope around his neck." I tell you, I'd sooner die than not go after the bastard what done that to Hawk.
You will die, Mary, Ike said softly.
Then I died trying, that's all, Mary said angrily. It'd be better than living ashamed.
I'll come with you,
Ike said, suddenly making up his mind. Mary, astonished, looked at Ike and smiled. Then her eyes filled with tears. If you were to come, we would most surely guarantee to perish, she said tenderly. But I thanks you, Ike Solomon, from the bottom of me heart. Ike had to admit to himself that he was secretly delighted with this reply, for he already regretted his decision.
You will need to make sure your affairs are all in order, my dear, he said sadly.
The next day, Mary's inquiries revealed that in 3 days, a small trading ketch, the Isle of Arran, would be leaving on the morning tide for Port Huon, and then on to the tiny new hamlet of Franklin. Mary booked passage, even though it was a cargo boat, and there were no cabins except the one which belonged to the captain. She was advised to bring her own oilskins, as she would have to remain on deck throughout the 2-day journey, the ship having to lay up at night against the sudden squalls which so often blew up along the D'Entrecasteaux Channel. Ike urged her to wait until he had spoken to Billy Gonquier again, but there was no other boat for 4 days, and Mary would not delay a moment longer. She knew that if news of her impending journey leaked out, she would be forbidden by the authorities to travel into such wild country. So she settled her affairs, and Ike was sworn to secrecy. Mary told Jessamy Hawkins and the men at the potato factory, at both the Old Mill and at Strickland Falls, that she was going to do some trading with the small settlements along the Huon River. She instructed that they send a dray loaded with 6 dozen cases of Tomahawk and Temperance beer and 4 50-gallon barrels of her strongest dark ale to the old wharf where the Isle of Arran was docked. On the 3rd morning, just before sunrise, Mary left Hobart Town, not sure that she would ever return. She looked up at the great mountain which had swallowed her 2 sons and said a quiet farewell, for she was now convinced that her mountain had not murdered Hawk and Tomo. She sat on the deck of the Isle of Arran on a case of Tomahawk beer, her umbrella spread open and her hand clasping the Waterloo medal. "Bring me luck, and send the green parakeets to find my sons for me," she begged the mountain. The summit of Mount Wellington was covered in cloud, and a light drizzle fell. Though it was late spring, and the almond blossoms already out, there was mist on the river as the bark lofted sail and slipped into the ebb of the outgoing tide. The voyage proved slow, though uneventful. By the time they reached the Channel, the day had turned to bright sunshine, and the small, clumsy and overloaded ketch seemed to make unnecessarily heavy work of a light breeze. At nightfall, they hove onto the leeward side of Huon Island, under a near full moon. Mary slept fitfully, for the night was cold. She had brought 2 blankets, one for herself and one for Hawk, or one for each of her children, as she hoped she'd find them both. Mary also wore her warm coat, this being the most she thought she could carry on her back when she set out on her journey into the mountains. The blankets and a supply of hardtack biscuit and dried meat, matches, sugar and tea made up the remainder of her burden, except for the small axe she'd carried up the mountain on the night Hawk and Tomo disappeared. It was heavy, but she knew she would need to take it along. The blankets she would roll up and place across the top of a canvas bag she had constructed, which was not unlike a child's school satchel, though somewhat bigger. Mary also carried £50 in notes, which were hidden in the brass cylinder of her prisoner's purse and deposited up her cunny. In her handbag she carried sufficient money for any expenses she might incur, and as well a pearl-handled pepper-box pistol. The pistol had been presented to her by Ike, who had bought it from Anne Gower. Ike was most particular that it be light enough for a woman to handle, yet carried 4 chambers, could be ready loaded, and deadly if fired at close range. Not being in the least accustomed to the workings of firearms, he had diligently written down the instructions on how it should be loaded, and Mary practised until she was certain how it was done. Though she had never before fired a pistol, she was confident that she was capable of using it should the occasion arise. The Isle of Arran arrived in the tiny settlement of Port Huon by mid-afternoon of the 2nd day. Mary's beer was loaded onto a bullock cart to be transported to the Kermandy River settlement.
the driver happy to take such a case of beer instead of payment, thinking himself much the better off with such a bargain. Mary sat beside the driver as they made slow progress into the small settlement. The town seemed to be entirely constructed of bark and mud. The streets, if streets they could be called, were ruts where the unwary traveller might sink his boot halfway to the knee in the wet. The buildings were a testament to colonial ingenuity. A framework of wood was raised, and bark was peeled from green eucalypt in strips 6 feet long and 2 feet wide. The strips were flattened on level ground by poles laid across them and allowed to dry. When dry and stiff, they made excellent walls, as well as serving, if lightly strutted, as doors and windows. Brown, warm-coated stringy bark provided the roof cladding. All that was then required was a slab chimney built above a base of stone, and lined a further 4 feet with stone, topped with turf to protect the walls from fire. The flue, also of bark, was then carried up on a framework of poles to a suitable height above the ridgepole. From the chimney breast up, the flue was boxed on all sides, and experience taught just where to place the chimney to avoid downdrafts. Thus everything was made locally, and if care was taken in the construction, a comfortable home could be built in a very short time. The surrounding countryside rose steeply from the river and clearings, for the small holdings around the settlement were a testament to sheer hard work. The natural growth, which had to be removed before the soil could be tilled, was a staggering 500 tons per hectare. Ringbark trees 200 feet high stood like dead sentinels, while from their trunks huge strips of bark whispered and flapped in the wind. On the ground below, cows grazed in paddocks sown with English grasses, cocksfoot and white York, which provided fodder and hay for the winter. The rich virgin soil was deep-loamed and full of nutrients. At milking time, milch cows came in from the runs with full udders. But despite this appearance of a tranquil farming community, the rising ground and huge trees made each acre taken from the forest a triumph over the forces of nature. The small community clung to the banks of the Commandy River, and the wild country stretching towards the Harz Mountains was not yet penetrated by settlers. These forbidding parts of the interior were mostly occupied by isolated communities of itinerant timber getters, many of Irish origin, who lived further upriver and were said to be half wild and dangerous and unlikely to welcome strangers in their midst. All male convicts who arrived in the colony would spend some time at hard labour producing timber, and from that day on, any misdemeanour would result in a further stint on a timber gang. So, almost by definition, the worst offenders learnt the most about the skill of the sawing pit, splitting logs and getting timber. In addition, the Irish, many of whom lacked the basic skills to work in towns, and being usually among the most intractable of convicts, and also Roman Catholics in an overwhelmingly Protestant community, found timber getting was the only lawful skill they possessed upon emancipation. For many, isolation became their only way of avoiding trouble. They seldom ventured with their families into the nearby towns, and their children were wild things. They would score the timber, each with his individual mark and the number of his agent, and float it downriver. Every few weeks one of their kind might venture quietly into the small settlement and collect what was owing to them all. He might stop at the tavern for a few drinks, though he would usually buy what he needed of brandy and rum to take back into the forest, and leave with no more than a grunt to the publican. It was claimed that should the law be foolish enough to wander into a timber camp, and if the timber getters should first see the law and the law not see them, then the law would be unlikely to see the sunset on the river again. It was a brave set of troopers or special constables who ventured out from the police station at Southport to patrol the small, scattered and isolated communities who lived in the dense, dark forests. And those who did travelled on horseback, so that they could more easily cover the ground or avoid a surprise attack. Though these backwoodsmen would come out of the forest in winter to work at the Recherche Bay whaling stations during the peak season, they still kept to themselves, but should they drink, they turned into the very devil himself. The money they made during this period was spent in provisioning at the general store, which they took back into the forests for the summer months. As well, in the summer, escaped convicts and wild men roamed the mountain country. Food was relatively easy to get in the form of small animals and the easily captured native hen. In the winter they came nearer to the towns to raid the small farms and take a sheep or even a calf or pig, and if the property were not well guarded or the owner away,
to rape any women or children they would find. These were men outside the law, and like the timber getters, they lived lonely and brutal lives deep in the forests and mountains. They left the timber getters alone, unless they should find one on his own, when they would murder him for his boots or axe or some other possession. The bullock driver took Mary directly to the front of the tavern to avoid the mud. From the moment they entered the outskirts of the little town, dozens of urchins, all with black mud caked up to their knees, had followed the cart and rudely yelled questions at Mary. But now they stood around shyly as she alighted, and first jumping a small mud pool, walked onto the veranda of the public house. It was the second largest building in town, though it too was built of bark, but featured at one end a wall of stone containing a great high chimney, which promised a hearth in the interior of splendid proportions. Mary bid the driver wait and entered the tavern. At first the smoke, smell and noise overwhelmed her senses, but when her eyes became accustomed to the dark, she saw it to be a large rectangular room with a crowded bar running the full length of one side. The only natural light entering the room was from 3 small windows set up on the wall opposite the bar, this so that they should not be easily broken if a fight broke out. The hearth at one end was as grand in size as it promised to be from the outside, but its tall chimney had nevertheless been badly designed. Smoke filled the room, so that with the addition of 100 pipes and cigars, it was far past the point of comfort for both the eyes and the nose. The low ceiling was long since blackened by the constant fumes, and added to the dingy appearance of the place. Several card tables occupied the centre of the room, and wooden benches were placed against the outside walls, and all were occupied by human forms, who, from the noxious smell they emitted, had not washed in a year. Men stood everywhere, drinking beer and rum, while the players at the card tables, with neat stacks of coins at their side, must have found it difficult to communicate the least instruction in such an awful din. Mary observed that there were no women to be seen, not even a barmaid behind the counter. As she walked in, there was an instant lull in the hubbub, as the rough men standing and sitting everywhere appraised her. Eyes red from smoke and drinking followed her as she moved over to the bar, and 2 men leaning upon it stepped aside to let her in. "Is there a publican?" Mary asked. This, for some reason, caused the men within the room to explode with laughter.
"Aye,"
said a voice as soon as the laughter had died down. It came from a door set into the centre of the wall behind the bar, and at the same instant a big burly man with a completely flat nose and eyes stretched to slits with puffed-up scar tissue made his appearance. As he came closer, Mary saw that his ears, too, had the cauliflower appearance of a rough goer. She smiled nervously as he approached her, and thought him ideally suited to his surroundings.
"You must forgive the men. Not too many of the fair sex do come in here, miss," he said, drying his hands on his dirty apron. "Gin, is it?"
"Ginger beer," Mary said. The publican looked somewhat embarrassed.
"Don't have much call for ginger beer here, miss."
"Best rum. Half and half a tot." Mary pointed to a clay pitcher, "if that be water."
"Aye,"
the publican said, and took down a bottle of rum from the shelf behind him, and poured a half measure into a glass, topping it with water from the jug. Mary's call for best rum seemed to amuse the men, and a second wave of laughter filled the room.
Now, we'll have none of that,"
the publican called sharply, whereupon the laughter died down abruptly. "Mary Abacus, from the potato factory. Maybe you've heard of my beer," Mary announced to the publican, her voice firm, not betraying the nervousness she felt within.
"By Jesus, yes,"
the publican exclaimed, plainly astonished. There was a murmur around the room, and quite suddenly the mood changed. Mary sensed a new tone of respect from the drinkers.
"We don't get much of your stuff here, Miss Abacus. It would be greatly liked when we does."
The publican stuck out his huge paw.
"Sam,"
he said.
"Sam Goodhead."
Mary fought back a smile at this inappropriate name. She said, "I have some beer for sale. Would you be interested, Mr. Goodhead?"
"Never get enough beer, miss. Always interested. Though of course it depends on the price, don't it?"
Mary gave Sam Goodhead a description of the beer, and told him the quantity and the price, which she'd set fairly low so that the beer would be seen as a bargain.
I'll take the lot off your hands, Miss Abacus. Happy to do business.
I shall need accommodation tonight. Does you have a safe room, Mr. Goodhead?
Not here, I doesn't. But if you'd care to come home to the missus, I dare say we could put some of the brats together and find you a bed what's safe enough. We'll take it as a pleasure if you'd have tea with us.
The noise in the room gradually resumed its former level, though several men had left the tavern to inspect the beer on the bullock cart. When Sam Goodhead arrived with Mary, the men were taunting the bullock driver, who now stood with his whip held aloft, ready to strike at anyone who should attempt to lift a case of beer from the cart.
Bring it round the back, mate, the publican instructed. 2 stout lads back there will help you unload.
He turned to Mary.
Them's well-coopered barrels, if I say so myself, he remarked.
Keep them with my compliments, Mr. Goodhead, Mary said, then told the publican about the case of tomahawk the bullock driver had taken as payment, and that this should be deducted from the price, and further that he should take a case of her new tomahawk beer for his personal enjoyment with her compliments.
We ain't had this beer before. It be a new one, then,
the publican said, shouldering a case of tomahawk to take home with him.
I shall look forward to it.
Mrs. Goodhead was an equal match for her husband in size, and to Mary's keen eye looked somewhat knocked about in life herself, with one eye permanently closed and some scarring on her face. It was not the custom to inquire into the background of someone recently met, as most people in the colony had a similar and unfortunate story to tell. But after several of Mary's tomahawk beers, both her host and hostess became most loquacious, obviously maintaining a good head for liquor, and except for warming to the prospect of discussion, not otherwise disconcerted by it. Though they spoke briefly of their time as convicts in New South Wales, this was only to establish more quickly Sam's true past vocation, which was, Mary was not surprised to hear, that of a professional fighter. His wife Esmeralda had also been a fighter of some renown, originally in Bristol and later in the colony of New South Wales. Sam had risen and shortly returned carrying an old poster which he handed to Mary.
Read it aloud, please, Miss Abacus, he said, laughing.
Mary held the poster up and began to read. Sam Goodhead hereby challenges to fight any man in the colony for a prize of £5 plus travel expenses and 2 gallons of beer. His wife, Esmeralda, shall fight any woman in the country, bar none, and for a prize of £2, travel expenses, and a bottle of English gin. My dog will fight any dog, £45 or less, for 2 shillings, plus a juicy butcher's bone. My cock shall fight any cock in the colony of any weight for £1 shilling and a pound of good corn. Apply Mr. Sam Goodhead, Parramatta Post Office. Both Sam and Esmeralda Goodhead laughed uproariously as Mary concluded.
Aye, it does you good to have it read out loud. Though we knows it off by heart, we can't read, neither of us, so it's good to have it read by someone else once in a while,
Sam declared happily. This explained why the publican and his wife had not broached the subject of the label on the tomahawk bottle, for they were by now on their 6th bottle. Esmeralda finally rose and prepared supper, a meal of roast beef with potatoes and swedes and a most delicious pickled cabbage. She filled 4 plates for her children and sent them outside to eat, and then brought 3 more heaped helpings to the table, where they had been drinking. It was a meal as good as any Mary had tasted, and much more than she could eat. She excused herself after having finished less than half the contents of the plate.
Never you mind, love. The little uns will polish that off soon enough, or Sam here,
Esmeralda laughed. After tea, Sam produced a clay pipe, and when he had it well stoked so that the room was fuggy with smoke, Mary addressed him quietly. I has a proposition to put to you, Sam, she said, for they were now on Christian name terms.
Put away, lass,
Sam Goodhead said, puffing contentedly on his pipe. It be in strictest confidence. Sam nodded.
Aye, everything is. I'll not tell unless I can make a profit out of it, he said with a wink.
That be the point, Mary said. If you stays stum, you makes a very big profit. If you talks, you owes me for the beer.
What's you mean, lass?
Sam said, now most interested and leaning forward. Esmeralda, who was scouring a pot with her back to them, suddenly stopped scrubbing. I need some advice and help, nothing more. Except I don't want any folks to know about it right off.
That's not so easy round here, Sam laughed. Scratch the end of a pimple on your arse and it's the talk of the bleeding town for days. Your coming here today is already the news of the month.
Yeah, Esmeralda called. "What is it, then?" Sam Goodhead asked. Mary told him that she needed someone who wouldn't talk about it, to take her as far as it was possible to go up the Comandy River, and thereafter to give her, if possible, some directions which would take her to the high mountains. "That's all. A boatman what will keep his gob shut, and some directions, possibly." Sam Goodhead whistled. "And you give us what?" "The whole consignment of beer I brought," Mary said. Sam Goodhead sighed. "I'm sorely tempted, lass." Esmeralda turned from her pots. "You'll do no such thing, Sam," she shouted. Sam Goodhead shrugged. "If I did that, Mary, it'd be the same as killing you. You can't take such a journey all alone. You can't even take a journey like that with a platoon of troopers. I'm sorry, lass, it'd be suicide." Mary picked up an empty bottle of Tomahawk and read from the back label. Then she told them about the abduction of Tomo and Hawk, and the news that Hawk, at least, had been captured by a wild man and had been seen by some Aboriginals in the region of the Hartz Mountains. "Them blacks are a lying, thieving bunch. Most be now locked away, thank God, but there'll still be a few round here. You can't trust them, though," Sam said. His pipe had gone dead, and he now set about scraping the spent tobacco from the top of the bowl and relighting what was left. "Sam, I'm going anyway. All you can do is make it easier," Mary cried. Eventually she convinced Sam Goodhead that nothing would keep her from looking for Hawk. "With a lad works for me at the pub. He has a boat, and will keep his gob shut if I tell him," the publican said. "You'd best leave at first light, that way the town won't know you're gone." He puffed at his pipe. "Though it won't take long before the bloody timber-getters know." He sighed. "God help you, Mary Abacus. You're a brave woman, and if I didn't know better, I'd say a very foolish one. If he gets back alive, I'll take your beer as bonus. If he doesn't, which be more than likely, we'll use the money for a tombstone, though I'll vouch your body won't be lying beneath it." Mary was surprised to see that Esmeralda was quietly weeping in the corner.
This is the end of CD 18. The story will continue on CD 19. CD 19.
A heavy mist lay over the water as Mary stood on the shore waiting for a lad she knew only as Tom. She heard the slow splash of oars through the fog, and soon the outline of a small flat-bottomed boat appeared through the swirling vapour. Behind it was a second boat, a smaller dinghy attached by a rope to the boat the boy was rowing. The boy shipped the oars, and Mary pulled the boat onto the shore and stepped into it. The young lad standing midships took her canvas bag and stowed it in the bow, and held his hand out to steady her as she seated herself in the stern. Then, without saying a word, he pushed the boat back into the deeper water, pulled it around with one oar until the boat pointed upstream, and began to row. The Comandy was a slow-flowing river, but rowing against the current with another skiff in tow was not an easy matter, and every half hour Tom beached the little boats, and his chest puffing violently was forced to rest. About 9 of the clock the mist lifted, and the huge trees, which had appeared simply as shadowy outlines in the misted landscape, now showed clearly on either shore. Mary found herself locked into a narrow ribbon of water, walled as surely and steeply by the giant eucalypts as if the trees had been sheer cliffs of solid rock. A flock of yellow-tailed black cockatoos flew over at one point, their tinny screeching the only sound they'd heard since leaving, but for the lap of the oars in the water, and once the flap of a flock of chestnut teal as they rose in alarm from the water. The sun was now well up, and Mary worked herself out of her coat. They passed a black cormorant on a dead branch, its wings spread to the new sun, and soon after a white-faced heron stood on the shore, its long neck and sharp-beaked head moving in slow jerks, made curious by the slap of the oars. Though the trees on either side of the river still looked cold and dark, the glare from the water and the sun overhead made Mary feel uncomfortably hot. Tom's shirt was dark with sweat, and his long, lank hair lay flat against his head. Mary saw beads of perspiration cutting thin streaks down his dirty neck.
The further they travelled, the more dense the trees became. Giant prehistoric tree ferns, some of them 40 feet high, grew at the water's edge, and occasionally they'd hear the splash of an unseen creature plop into the water from the riverbank. At one stage, Mary, intimidated by her surroundings, whispered to Tom simply so that she might make some sort of human contact, but he held a finger to his lips. Once, about an hour out from the settlement, they heard the sound of an axe striking. Sharp, regular echoes seemed to bounce off the trees, though from somewhere much deeper into the forest. Mary was not sure whether the sound was frightening or comforting, but Tom shipped oars for a few moments and listened while the boat drifted backwards in the current. Then, Tom taking great care with his strokes, they moved on again. After 4 hours with regular rests, they came to a waterfall, and Tom pulled the boats into shore.
"This be it, missus. We can't go further,"
he shouted, his voice almost lost in the crash and tumble of water over rock. Mary stepped onto the shore, and Tom pulled the boat fully into the little pebbled beach, untied the smaller dinghy, and dragged it also onto the safety of the riverbank. Then, straining mightily, he pulled the first dinghy into a clump of reeds and fern, piling the branches of dead trees over it until it was impossible to see. He placed 3 rocks close to each other, 2 together and 1 pointing to where the boat was hidden.
"I'll be back for the boat in 10 days,
he shouted, pointing to the fern and reeds where it lay concealed. Mary nodded and handed the lad a pound. He grinned, his work well rewarded.
"Thank ye, ma'am. God bless ye now,"
he shouted, touching the forelock of damp hair. Then he pushed the smaller dinghy back into the water. The tiny boat turned in the churning current at the foot of the falls. Then the oars dug in and he steadied it, waved briefly, and began to row away. Mary watched as he disappeared round a bend in the river, rowing lazily in the firm current now driven faster by the falls. Then she rolled up her coat and strapped it with the blankets resting on top of her canvas bag, slipping her arms through its straps so that it sat firmly on her slim back. She stood for a moment and held the Waterloo Medal in her hand, half praying that a pair of green rosellas might suddenly fly over as a sign, but nothing disturbed the bright blue, cloudless sky overhead. She had a map which Sam Goodhead had drawn, or perhaps obtained from elsewhere, and it showed a path leading directly from the waterfall in a direction due west. It took Mary some time to find the path, for it was much overgrown with bracken and fern. She soon stopped to take the axe from her pack, and her going was tediously slow. Though it was not past 10 in the morning, the forest was dark as though already deep into the afternoon, and as she travelled further into the giant trees, she began to feel the weight of the journey on her mind. For the first time, Mary realised that she had no idea what she was doing or how she would find Hawk. Above her the trees towered 200 feet into the air, and the wind in the high canopy gave off the sound of endless waves beating against a lonely shore. At noon she stopped beside a small stream, ate a little of her biscuit, and drank from the mountain water. The straps of her canvas bag had cut into her shoulders. She was already badly scratched about the hands and face, and her bonnet was saturated with perspiration. At nightfall, Mary was still within the forest, and the track had become almost impossible to find, so she halted beside a small stream some 20 yards distance from the path, marking several trees with the blade of the axe, so that she might find her way back in the morning. She ate a little more of the hard biscuit and some dried meat, lit a small fire, and boiled tea in her billy. The night became bitterly cold, but Mary could not take the chance of going to sleep with the fire. She doused the fire, wrapped herself in both blankets, and still wearing her coat, she fell into a fitful sleep. She was exhausted, and the night sounds did not unduly disturb her, for they were no different to those she had heard so often on her own mountain. Mary woke up with the sun cutting through the misted trees, and lay for a moment, all her senses suddenly alert, for she could hear a most familiar sound. It was friendly to her ear, until a moment later she realised where she was. She'd heard the sawing of Peter de Grave's timber cutters 1,000 times on the mountain, a crosscut saw being worked in a sawing pit. But now she realised it was coming from close by. Had she continued on another 5 minutes along the path the previous night, she would have stumbled right into a timber-getter's camp. She folded the blankets and packed her bag, and with her heart beating fiercely, she drank from the stream and then regained the path. She crept along until she saw the camp ahead, 4 bark huts in a forest clearing. She could see several children playing and a pig tied to a stake, and once a woman came out of one of the huts and yelled at the brats to come in and eat. And all through this Mary could hear the saw. Though she could not see the pit, she knew exactly what it would be like. The log would be placed longitudinally over the pit on wooden cross pieces, whereupon sawing lines would be drawn along it with chalk or charcoal. One man descended into the pit while the other stood on the log. The man in the pit pulled down to make the cutting stroke. The one above pulled the saw up clear of the wood and guided the cut along the line. It seemed such a normal and friendly occupation, and while she knew it was most strenuous work which built up bulging muscles if the body received sufficient nourishment, Mary had never before associated the sound with danger. The path led directly to the clearing. Mary, hoping that the sound of the saw would cover her escape through the undergrowth, moved in a wide circle around the camp. She kept the sound of the saw in her ears, so that she might find herself back on the path, but on the other side of the timber-getters' camp. Almost an hour later she regained the path, with the sound of the cutting now well behind her. But soon after Mary left the camp, she had a sense of being watched. At first, she told herself that her alarmed senses were a delayed reaction from having so nearly stumbled into the camp, but the feeling persisted, and she could not be rid of it. Once she looked up to find a large, pitch-black, crow-like bird with burning ruby eyes looking at her. After the initial shock, she laughed quietly to herself. She was becoming frightened of shadows. At noon, she stopped and moved off the path some distance and boiled a billy. She used only the driest, smallest twigs and built the fire against the trunk of a huge red gum so that any smoke she created would be sucked upwards against the trunk and dispersed unseen through the forest canopy. It was then that she was attacked. From a hole in the tree she had disturbed a hive of wasps, and they descended upon her in an angry storm. Mary had the presence of mind to grab her canvas bag and pluck the billy from the fire and run. She rushed headlong through the undergrowth, not caring about any sound she should make, the wasps stinging her furiously as she ran. She fell once and cut her arm, and then got up and ran again, until the wasps seemed no longer to torment her. Finally she stumbled to a halt and began to weep, her flesh covered in hundreds of stings, so that she felt she could not possibly bear the pain. She had stopped beside one of the numerous mossy-banked streams that cut through the forest, and in desperation threw down her canvas bag and ripped off her clothes. The wasps had penetrated through the material of her dress, and her body and arms were covered in stings which hurt well beyond the lashes she had received on the Destiny 2. Hysterical with the pain, Mary lay down naked in the stream. The icy water flowing over her body brought some relief, for her flesh soon grew numb. Her poor crippled hands were swollen to twice their normal size, and her right hand was burned where she'd plucked the billy from the flames. Though her bonnet had protected her head, and she had no stings in her hair, her neck and face were badly stung, and her lips were so swollen that she could not open her mouth. Mary was soon chilled to the bone, and was forced to rise from the stream and cover herself with the blankets. As soon as she warmed again, the terrible pain returned, and she seemed close to losing her senses. Her body had grown quite stiff, as though it were paralyzed, and she could not move, though she was shuddering violently as if in great shock. Then she lost consciousness. Several times she seemed to see the crow with its ruby eyes and long sharp beak, as though it were seeking to pluck out her eyes. Then a dog-like creature sat and watched her from a short distance, its green eyes sharp as lights in the night, and sometimes she caught flashes of a dark face hovering above her. She tried to scream, but no sound came from her lips, which seemed, in her delirium, to cover her entire face, enveloping her nose and puffing up her eyes. How long she remained in this state, Mary had not the least idea, but when she awoke it was morning, though whether of the next day or several days after she could not tell. Her body and face were covered in a sticky balm, as though the wasp stings had themselves suppurated, but miraculously the pain was gone, and the swelling had abated and did not hurt to the touch. Mary washed in the stream until the sticky substance was removed from her body, hands and face, and then she dressed, distressed to find that her garments were torn in several places from her flight through the undergrowth.
Mary ate and boiled the billy for tea, for she found herself very hungry. Then she packed her bag and prepared to leave, but suddenly she realized that she did not know where the path lay. She moved around for more than an hour without finding it, and then knew that she had become completely lost. Sam Goodhead had cautioned her against leaving the track by more than a few feet.
"For if you become lost in the forest, you will die as sure as if you'd put a gun to your own head," he had warned.
It was then Mary heard the screech of the green rosella, a sound she knew as well as the beat of her own heart. The curious cussock call repeated, and then a bell-like contact note. When alarmed, a shrill piping sound. Rosellas do not fly in flocks in the spring, but in pairs, and now she heard them both as they chattered somewhere to her left. Mary, ever superstitious, and with no better plan to follow, moved towards the sound. Mary had been 3 days in the forest, for though she did not know it, she had lain all the next day and the night that followed beside the stream in the delirium caused from the wasp stings. Now, without questioning the curious circumstances that the sound of the two parrots never seemed far from her, and that she never seemed to approach nearer or to see them, she responded to their call. Sometimes she would turn to take an easier way through the undergrowth, and she would hear the shrill piping of alarm from the two birds. After a while, she learnt to correct her course to the sound of their calls. Mary fervently believed that the great mountain had answered her call for help. Even in her most prosaic moments, Mary thought of the mountain as her friend and lover, which was why she did not question the call of the two birds, and the fact that they never left her. Late on the afternoon of the 4th day, she suddenly came across the track again, and soon after broke out from the trees. She had been climbing steadily all day, and now she found herself in a small valley above the tree line, a dent in a mountain which rose steeply upwards. It was as though a sharp line had been drawn where the mountain broke out of the apron of trees and into the coarse tussock grass of the high mountain country. The track now led upwards and seemed quite well worn, there being no forest growth to obscure it. Mary walked along the track a short distance, but then, in the fading light, decided to retreat into the forest for the night. It was some minutes after she had returned and moved a safe distance from the track, when she realized that the cussock calls of the two rosellas were no longer with her. She rose again at dawn, her body stiff and sore, and boiled the billy for tea. She ate sparingly, not knowing how much longer she would be in the wilderness, and conscious that if she should find Hawk, she would need to share her supplies with him. However, by now her hope of finding her son was greatly diminished. The forest had left her in despair, and even though she had come safely through it, she now saw that a wild man might hide effectively from 1,000 troopers and not be found in a lifetime. Her only hope was the notion that the monster who had captured her son rode on horseback, and horses do not find fodder in the forest, but need grassland. He would be forced to live or spend time near some sort of pasture, and this meant open ground. Mary climbed steadily all morning. The mountains, she discovered, were punctured with small, sharp valleys like indented cones. Many of them turned to small blue lakes with grassy walls too steep to climb down into. She would often stop for breath, and far below her she could see the endless stretch of green forest turned blue in the distance, and the glinting, wide stretch of the Huon River, 20 or more miles away. The mountain, despite the sun, grew cold as she rose higher, and a sharp, icy wind whipped her skin. On her first night, she found a small box canyon which was protected from the wind, and made her camp. It was perhaps a foolish place to spend the night, for there was no place to retreat, but her hand throbbed painfully where it had been burned by the billy, and Mary was too spent of effort to care. Her greatest concern was to escape the cutting wind. Besides, the mountain, but for rocks and grass and bracken fern, was bare of any acceptable hiding place. Mary woke with the crack of a rock striking near her head, her nostrils filled with the musty smell of horse sweat. She turned to look upwards, and saw a horse and rider not 15 paces from where she lay. Mary now sat up with the blanket still clasped about her neck,
to form a protective tent about her body, groping for the pistol, which she had placed fully loaded under a rock near her side the night before. The folds of the blanket concealed her free hand as she found it, though her swollen hand made it difficult to grip firmly the small pistol. The man on the horse did not make a sound, but simply stared down at her. He was dressed almost entirely in kangaroo and opossum skins, but for a trooper's high-topped white cap, much battered and entirely blackened. His filthy beard fell almost to his waist, and his unkempt hair hung wild and knotted to his shoulders. What remained of his face was dark with dirt and crisscrossed with scars, and his nose was squashed flat, like a pig's snout, and from it a stream of yellow snot ran into his matted beard. A red tongue flicked from the dark hair of his face, as though he was tasting the air, or testing the nature of the wind, savouring her body smell. It was then that she saw Hawk. Or perhaps it wasn't, except that the skeleton attached to the rope which led from the back of the horse was black in colour. Mary gasped. "Hawk!" she cried. The skeleton raised both its hands but did not speak, and now Mary saw that it was her son. His hands worked slowly, and Mary tried to follow. Hawk's hands simply spelt Mama. "Hawk! Mama's come!" Mary shouted, and then looking up at the monster on horseback, she screamed, "He's my boy! My precious boy! Give me him!" The creature looked backwards and jerked violently at the rope so that Hawk was thrown to his knees. Then he slowly dismounted and, undoing the rope from the saddle, pulled it, bringing Hawk back to his feet. He then dragged him over to a large boulder and tied him to it. Turning, he drove his fist into the child's face. Hawk made no sound as he fell. At the sight of Hawk knocked to the ground from the vicious blow, Mary began to weep. "You bastard! You fucking bastard!" she moaned, repeating the words over and over again in her terrible distress. The man moved slowly to tie the reins of his horse to the point of a sharp rock. He knew he had Mary trapped. The bluff rose behind and on either side of her, and he himself blocked her only chance of escape. Now he advanced slowly towards Mary, who rose to her feet as he approached. He was no more than 4 feet from her when she raised the pistol behind the blanket, but the wild man, perhaps sensing danger, suddenly lunged forward and threw her to the ground. The pistol fell from Mary's swollen hand onto her coat, which she had the previous night spread on the ground, so that its falling made little noise. Mary landed on her back, the pistol digging painfully into her ribs. The monster, now on top of her, panting violently, tore open the blankets, which still half covered her, then ripped the top of her dress, exposing her breasts. He was not a tall man, but wide and powerfully strong, and he now spread one thick hand around Mary's throat to pin her down. With his free hand, he began to tear the skirt from her body. He was slobbering at the mouth, his tongue darting in and out. Then his arm rose above his shoulder, and he smashed the side of her face with the back of his hand. Releasing his grip on her throat, he got to his knees and quickly pulled down his greasy hide trousers to show a huge jerking erection. Parting Mary's legs roughly, he tried to force an entry. Mary, almost unconscious from the blow, did not scream, but fought to keep her wits about her, and willingly allowed her legs to open. The monster was grunting and puffing as he tried to penetrate, but Mary's prisoner's purse prevented his penis from entering her. She felt his fingers grope at her, and then with a grunt he withdrew the brass cylinder and threw it aside. Then he jammed himself between her legs, again trying to force his way into her. Mary felt the sharp pain as he entered, and at the same moment she pulled the trigger of the pistol she held against his stomach. She pulled back the hammer and pulled the trigger a second time. A look of complete and uncomprehending surprise appeared on the wild man's face, and then he gripped his stomach with both hands. Mary set the hammer back and pulled a third time, this shot moving upwards and entering his heart, shortly followed by another. The creature jerked once, and then his body slumped over her. Instantly he voided from both his natural apertures. The sound of the 4 shots echoed and reverberated through the small canyon, as Mary lay terrified under the fallen monster, his member still jerking within her. Screaming, she pushed at the dead man, and after a few frantic moments was able to climb out from under him. She was covered in blood and guts, shit and vomit, both her breasts stained crimson with his blood, which also soaked what remained of her dress and petticoat. Mary did not even think to pause, but ran towards Hawk, who had regained his feet and now cowered against the rock. She grabbed him and clasped him to her, and howled as though she herself were some primitive creature. And then, at last, she wept and wept, holding her son in her arms. Chapter 37. In years to come, Hawk would grow into a man who stood 6 feet 8 inches tall and weighed 280 pounds with no lard upon him. People would whisper as he passed that he had once cheated the gallows. As proof, they would point to the thick collar of scar tissue about his neck. "The rope could not break his neck," they'd whisper, "but it took his voice." This last part was an appropriate enough explanation. Hawk had been dragged behind the wild man's horse, and the constant pulling and falling had destroyed his vocal cords. He would never speak again. So that the full trauma of his experience might be truly appreciated, it should be added that during the 6 months he was enslaved, he had been repeatedly sodomized. On the return journey, a most fortunate circumstance befell the terrified couple. The timber getters had found Mary's trail and set out to find who had intruded into their domain. They came upon Mary and Hawk making their way down the mountain on the wild man's horse, not 2 hours after she had killed him. Mary was wearing her blood-stained overcoat to cover her nakedness, and Hawk clutched one of the bloody blankets about his body. 2 of the timber getters continued up the mountain to inspect the corpse, which Mary had covered with the remaining blanket, and the 3 others escorted Mary and Hawk safely down through the wilderness, allowing them to remain on the horse. The 2 men soon enough caught up with them, and started to shout excitedly from some distance before they finally arrived. "She's killed Mad Dog Mulray!" one of them cried. "Shot him through the heart!" the other shouted, so as not to be outdone by his partner. One of them carried over his shoulder a bundle made from the opossum skin coat the wild man had worn. The second one now wore a set of military pistols in his belt, and was waving Mary's pepperbox pistol, which in her state of shock she had entirely and most foolishly forgotten to retrieve. There was much excitement among the 3 remaining men, and the oldest, a man who had earlier most formally introduced himself to Mary as Hindmarsh, looked up at her admiringly. Then the lad threw the skin bundle to the ground and untied it. Inside was the severed head of the wild man. Mary gasped, though she was too shocked to scream, or perhaps there was no screaming left in her. She instinctively grabbed Hawk and placed her hands over his eyes. "You have done us a great service, Mary Abacus," Hindmarsh said at last. "He were a devil, a monster creature, the Antichrist itself. He's murdered 7 of our forest folk." He touched the severed head with the toe of his boot, and then turned to the lad who had placed it at his feet. "Tie it up again, Saul." Then he laughed. "It'll make a grand Christmas present on the gatepost of the police station in Southport." One of the young men now handed the prisoner's purse to Hindmarsh, who examined it briefly and then looked up at Mary. "This be your miss?" he asked. It was obvious to Mary that he well knew the nature of the object he held in his hands. Mary nodded. "In it be £50. It were money offered for the recovery of me son," she explained. "The reward, like." She placed her hand on Hawk's shoulder. The men surrounding her were rough and ready, and now they laughed and looked at each other, their expressions plainly bemused. "The nigger be your son?" Hindmarsh asked, surprised, looking first at Mary and then into Hawk's dark and frightened face. "Yes, mine!" Mary cried fiercely. Hawk jumped at the tone of Mary's voice, and the blanket slipped to his shoulders, and now Hindmarsh and the others saw where the flesh was cut half an inch into the boy's neck to expose the bones. In other parts it was festered and suppurating, and slabs of pink scar tissue had been laid down from earlier rope burns. "Jesus, Mary, Mother of God," Hindmarsh said. Then he handed the brass cylinder back to Mary. "This is not ours to own," he said. "I'll be happy to pay it all if you'll escort us back to the river where we has a boat," Mary said. "Yes, we knows about that," Hindmarsh said. "But we're not very well hid." He smiled. "We'll be after taking you anyway, miss. You'll not be paying us for that privilege." He pointed to the horse, and then the pistols in the young man's belt. "Horse and pistols, they be payment more'n enough." He looked at the four younger men so that they might pay keener attention to what he was about to say. "We owes you, Mary Abacus. You be a legend from now among the timber gatherers, accepted as one of our own kind and welcome to return at any time you wishes, even though I dare say you be a bloody Protestant." He paused and then added with a grin, "And so we won't be after making you a saint, though you comes a bloody sight nearer than most I've heard of what comes from Rome." Hawke spent long periods on his own on the mountain. It was as though he was eternally searching for Tomo, trying to recapture the essence of his brother. He soon regained the flesh on his bones, and his neck healed well as young flesh does. Mary changed the label on the back of her tomahawk beer to contain only Tomo's name and description, though all else remained. Tomahawk ale was now most famous in the colony, and also in Melbourne and Sydney, and it seemed almost the entire colony knew of the disappearance of Tomo. Mary never admitted it, but she secretly believed that Tomo was dead, though Hawke did not. Despite being repeatedly questioned in hand language by Ike upon his return, Hawke could remember next to nothing of the kidnapping. The shock of the experience had completely erased his memory of the incident, but for the fact that they had not been captured by the wild man, but by men who knew their names and had been most friendly. Hawke continued with his studies, and was seldom without a book in his hand. Always a serious child, he was now withdrawn and rarely smiled, though when he did, Mary would say, "It's a smile that could brighten a dark room at midnight." With the benefit of the hand language, which Mary soon learnt well, he was able to talk with her as well as Ike and Jessamy, who had also learnt the language. With others, provided they could read, he was able to write upon a slate, which he carried on a string about his neck. Ike, fearing that Hawke's inability to talk might disadvantage him, spent more and more time with his adopted son. Hawke at 10 was already working on the accounting books at the potato factory under Ike's instructions. At 13, he was most competent with a ledger, and had developed a fair hand, which Mary wished, when it matured, should be the most beautiful hand in the colony, and so she bought him the latest in handwriting manuals, so that he might practice the perfection of his letters. But Ike feared that this was not enough, and without Mary's knowledge, he began to teach Hawke all the skills he knew. Hawke was too big in his frame to have ever been a pickpocket, but in all the other tricks of palming he became an expert. His large hands could conceal anything, and there was not a card game he could not play or cheat at with great skill, though Ike despaired of him, for he would never cheat in a real game, but much preferred to win with his own wit and intellect. He taught Hawke how to christen a watch, and how to recognise a forged banknote, of which there were a great many in circulation in Van Diemen's Land. Hawke also learnt to lip-read, even though his hearing was perfect. "So you may read what a man says across a room or in a crowd," Ike explained. Conscious that he had been brought up by Mary to be honest in all his dealings, Hawke would sometimes ask Ike why he should learn a certain skill. "Bless you, my dear. It is not an honest world we live in, and few can enjoy the luxury of being entirely honest within it." Ike would cock his head to one side. "Have you not noted that the expression most cherished by those who are rich is the term, the honest poor? They take much time to extol this virtue in those who have nothing, whereas there is no expression in our language which talks of the honest rich. Honesty, if it be truly earned, be for the most part the product of poverty, and occasionally, if it is practised by the rich, a characteristic of inherited wealth, though rare enough in even this circumstance." Ike would warm to the subject. "There is neither bread nor virtue in poverty, but because it is a necessity, for how else will the rich become rich if they do not have the poor to depend upon? It stands to reason that the rich must manufacture more poor if they are to grow more rich. The rich become rich by taking, and the poor by giving. The rich take the labour of the poor in return for a pittance calculated to make poor men near starve, so that they will fight each other for the privilege of giving of the labour the rich man depends upon." "But Mary be not like that, Ike.
Hawk protested. There are none that starve who work at the potato factory.
Aye, Mary be different, Ikey admitted. But you observe she does not grow rich.
That be because she has no capital to buy the machinery she must have, if she is to have a proper brewery.
Ha! Precisely and exactly and definitely and most certainly. My point precisely, my dear. If she should give the men less and not feed their brats, if she should employ children for twopence a day and not men for a shilling, she might soon have the capital to expand.
I should not wish her to do that, Hawk replied, his hands working furiously. Her conscience and mine would not allow it.
Conscience?
Ikey said, surprised, one eyebrow raised.
That be a luxury you be most fortunate to afford, my dear. That be the single greatest gift, and also the worst advantage Mary has given you.
Why then must I learn of these ways of yours? Hawk asked.
You mean the ways of perfidy?
Hawk nodded his head.
The perfidious man be the normal you will come across in life. Everyone you meet in business will seek advantage over you, my dear. So you must learn to recognise the cheat and the liar, and unless you know the manner of his scam, the method of his ways of doing you down, you will be beaten. If you knows how a man should cheat at cribbage, you will call him early. To know the scam is to make sure it does not happen to you.
Ikey laughed.
Ah, my dear Hawk, you do not have the character to be a liar and a cheat.
Ikey paused.
My only wish is that I teach you enough of the perfidy of mankind to prevent you from being a fool.
You wish me to be hard but fair in my dealings? Hawk asked with his hands.
Aye, but also to remember the first rule of doing business, my dear.
Hawk had a peculiar way of raising his left eyebrow when he wished Ikey to explain further.
Always leave a little salt on the bread,
Ikey explained. Hawk's eyebrows arched again, and Ikey wondered how best he should answer him. He found Hawk's demeanour most strange, for at 13 the boy had developed an acute sense of fairness and a natural dignity, and already the men who worked at the potato factory deferred to him willingly, and took their instruction from him without the slightest hint of malice. These were rough men, born to the notion that the possessor of a black skin was the most inferior man who walked upon the earth's surface. Yet they seemed to love the boy, and eagerly sought his smile. Though the kidnapping greatly saddened him, and his love for Tomo had left some part of him permanently distraught, Hawk retained no bitterness from the terrible experience with Mad Dog Mulray. The men who worked for Mary seemed to sense this, and respected him accordingly. Ikey had been pushed into the street from the moment he could crawl about in the courts and alleys of the rookery, and only a minority of the children who had crawled in the filth with him had survived childhood. As soon as he could run from authority, he was sent out to scavenge and pilfer what he could from the streets. He had learnt from the very beginning that the means of life were desperate scarce, and that they went to the toughest. Cunning, quick responses to opportunity and danger, freedom from scruples and courage were the ingredients of survival. The costermonger with his flyweights made a living while the drudging bricklayer went under. The prostitute on the corner fed her children, while those of the bloody-fingered woman who stitched gunny sacks starved to death. In a few fortunate minutes, a gang of urchins could rob a badly loaded dray and earn more from the goods than their parents could earn in a week of labouring. Ikey accepted the terms of this society where only the strong survived. But on the first day his father had pushed him onto the streets to trade with a tray of oranges and lemons, he had been confronted with a new conundrum, a contradiction to all he instinctively knew in the game of survival. A rabbi had stopped the small boy and inquired as to the cost of a lemon.
"That'll be a halfpenny to you, Rabbi,"
Ikey had answered cheerily.
"One lemon is 1 halfpenny. For 12, how much?" "6pence a course,"
Ikey replied cheekily. The Reb was a foreigner, and even if he was a rabbi, he must be treated with a certain English disdain.
"Yeah. So, let me see. I take only 1 lemon for 1 halfpenny, or 13 for 6 pennies." "No, sir, Rabbi, that be wrong. Them lemons be 12 for a 6pence,
Ikey corrected.
The rabbi sighed. "So, tell me, my boy, you like to sell 12 lemons
or 1 lemon? 12, of course, stands to reason, don't it? Then we negotiate. You know what is negotiate? Ikey shook his head. Does it mean you be trying to get the better of me, sir? Very good. You are a smart boyski, but no, negotiate it means I must win, and you also, you must win. The rabbi spread his hands. You sell more lemons, and also I get more lemons. He smiled. You understand, yeah? But you gets 1 lemon what you hasn't paid for, Ikey said, indignant at the thought that the rabbi was trying to bamboozle him. Always you leave a little salt on the bread, my boy. 1 lemon costs 1 halfpenny. 12 lemons cost 6 pennies. Then 1 lemon you give to me. That is not a lemon for buying, that is a lemon for negotiating. That is the little salt always you leave on the bread. So when I want lemons, I come back and you sell always more lemons to the rabbi, yeah? I'll tell you what, Rabbi. How's about 12 lemons and an orange for a 6pence? What say you? The rabbi laughed. Already you're learning good to negotiate, he said, as he took the orange which cost a farthing and the dozen lemons and paid Ikey the 6pence. Always leave a little salt on the bread had become an important lesson in Ikey's life. From the beginning he had always paid slightly above the going price for the stolen merchandise brought to him, and it had played a significant part in earning him the title Prince of Fencers. The rabbi had been correct. His customers stayed loyal and always returned to him. Ikey had come to believe that leaving a little salt was the reason for his good fortune and the source of his continued good luck. Ikey, like most villains, was a superstitious man who believed that luck is maintained through peculiar rituals and consistent behaviour. And so Ikey explained the theory of a little salt on the bread to Hawk, who seemed to like this lesson more than most, and made Ikey write it out on a slip of paper for him so that he might copy it into his diary. Ikey quickly wrote, Remember, always leave a little salt on the bread. It was about this time that an event occurred which would change forever the lives of future generations of both families who carried the name Solomon. Like most great changes, there was very little to herald its coming, for it emerged out of a simple puzzle which Ikey, in a moment of mischief and amusement, had composed to bemuse Hawk, although, as with most things concerning Ikey Solomon, it contained a hidden agenda. Ikey was becoming increasingly rheumatic, and found his nightly sojourn around the Wapping and waterfront areas especially difficult. On some nights, out of weariness of step, he would remain too long in one place, and therefore be unable to complete his rounds on time, or even to arrive at the whale fishery. More and more he relied on Hawk to help him at the races, and afterwards he went straight to bed so that he could rise at midnight to do his rounds. He also became more preoccupied with death, and was a regular and conscientious member of the New Hobart Synagogue. Ikey also realised that if Hannah and David and his 2 sons in New South Wales were determined to wait until his death so that they might claim the entire contents of the Whitechapel safe, he was left with a most peculiar dilemma: how to convey his combination number without telling either Mary or Hawk about the safe until he was certain he was on his deathbed. It was still his greatest hope that Hannah and David would relent and agree to a 50-50 share of the safe, and that Hannah would entrust the opening of the safe to his youngest son Mark and to Hawk, who would each separately hold a half of the combination. Ikey had several times made this proposal, only to have it rejected by Hannah and David. They insisted on the 8-part split, and grew increasingly confident that they would soon be in possession of the entire contents, as Sarah would often express her genuine concern at Ikey's frailty when she visited her family in New Norfolk. Hannah knew also that Ikey could not openly leave his half of the treasure to Mary or her nigger brat in his will, for fear that the authorities might confiscate it. Nor could he write his combination into it, because as his wife she had the right to attend the reading of the will, so that even if Ikey told Mary or Hawk his combination number, without the addition of her own, they could do nothing. David had once suggested, if only to spite them, that Ikey on his deathbed might go to the authorities about the Whitechapel safe, so that they received nothing. Hannah knew this to be impossible given Ikey's nature, and in this she was right. Even if Ikey had not wished to leave his share of the treasure to Mary and Hawk, He could never bring himself to allow the laws of England to triumph over him, even though he should be dead. Rather 1,000 times the perfidious Hannah and her odious sons than the greedy coffers of England. Ike would have liked to tell Mary about the safe and its contents, but he dared not do so, for fear she would immediately know that the incident where David had presented him with the severed finger of an Aboriginal child had been brought about not by his son's demand for Mary's brewery, but because of Ike's reluctance to trust them with his half of the combination to the Whitechapel safe. Though it was not possible to prove, Mary strongly believed that Hannah and David were more than mere scheming opportunists when they set up the finger scam. She was convinced that they had genuinely attempted to kidnap Tomo and Hawke, and their plan had gone disastrously wrong. Though Ike did not admit it, he too had always felt that David knew a great deal more than he had said. But if Ike did not have the courage to face Mary's wrath, he knew that before he died he must confess his guilt and tell her of the reward he was to give her as penance. To this end, Ike taught Hawke how to value jewellery, and as much as he could about the characteristics of each precious stone and how they should be inspected for purity. He purchased a set of gold scales and a testing kit, and drilled Hawke in the weighing of gold and silver, and in the testing of both, to see if they were genuine, and of what quality, though Hawke often declared himself puzzled that Ike should wish him to be so interested. One day, while Ike was explaining the valuation of diamonds, and carefully drawing the various cuts of the stones, Hawke signalled that he was impatient with the lesson and wished it to end.
"Please, my dear, you must pay attention," Ike had said in something of a panic. "There is a fortune waiting for you in this knowledge."
"Why?" Hawke signalled, his face sullen. "I shall be a brewer. What has the cut of diamonds got to do with the brewing of ale?"
"If you are to get the machinery you will need, and own the land to grow your own hops as you must if you are to succeed, you will pay very close attention to what I say," Ike insisted.
Hawke was seldom impolite in his manners, and though he knew Ike to be a villain, he loved him, but now he had had enough. "I grow weary of this stuff, Ike. Mary says our great good fortune, our luck, is in hard work and the making of good beer, that this is luck more than enough." Ike looked at Hawke, and then said quietly,
"Hawke, I shall give you a riddle, and you must believe me. Should you find the answer, you may be halfway to owning a fortune which be a king's ransom."
Hawke, who was very adroit at listening to his stomach, hearing with his eyes and seeing with his ears, as Ike had taught him, knew with absolute certainty that Ike was no longer playing, or even attempting to teach him yet another tedious lesson. He indicated to Ike that he was listening most carefully. Ike relaxed, regaining his composure.
"Ah, my dear, you have done well, very well, and exceedingly well, and weller than most wells, and better than most bests. I'd be most proud. You has the same affinity with numbers as Mary, and perhaps you will become even better in time."
Ike paused and appeared to be momentarily lost in thought. Then he looked up at Hawke.
"Words can become numbers, just like the signs you now use to talk to me can become words. There are secret silent numbers to be found in the most innocent words, if you know how to decipher them. A code of numbers to unlock a fortune."
Hawke became immediately interested, for not only did he sense that Ike had never been more serious, but that he was about to give him a riddle. There was nothing he loved more than solving one of his mentor's riddles. His eyebrow arched, and his hands motioned Ike to continue.
"Here is a riddle made to a poem to test you beyond all solving, my dear. But should you solve it, it be half of the key to a great fortune."
"And then shall I have the other half when I have solved this riddle?" Hawke asked, wide-eyed. Ike shook his head.
"I cannot say. But without the answer to my riddle you have no hope. With it, there be a great chance that you will gain the fortune for Mary and yourself."
"Will you give it to me, then?" Hawke's hands shook with excitement as he made the words with his fingers. Ike cackled the way he had done when Hawke and Tomo were young and a new lesson was about to come from him, and he clapped his hands and rolled his eyes in secret congratulation at his own cleverness, just like old times. Then he began to recite.
"If perchance I should die, and come to God's eternal rest, Let me in plain pine coffin lie, hands clasped upon my breast. Let a minyan say Kaddish for me, in words ancient and profound. In a chapel white, there safe it be, 'neath familiar English ground. On my flesh these words be writ, to my one and only blue dove. To this cipher be one more to fit, then add roses ringed to love.
Hawke had never before been confronted with a riddle so elaborate or beautiful of rhyme, and he fetched quill and paper and made Ikey write it down so that he knew every word was correct.
Remember always, Ikey chuckled as he read what he'd written, the answer is at arm's length, and words can have two meanings.
Numbers from the words, and words what has two meanings, Hawke signalled, wanting to be sure he had it right.
Aye, words what mean other things, and numbers from words. If all is done properly, you will be left with a 3-digit number. There'll be 3 more to come, 6 in all.
With this said, Ikey would cooperate no further. Hawke worked for several weeks in what time he could spare on the riddle, but came no closer to solving it. Finally he had returned to Ikey, but he was evasive, other than to say,
"It'd be about London."
This helped Hawke very little, for while Ikey had talked a great deal to the two boys about London when they'd been younger, he had only the knowledge of what he'd read about the great city and no more. Finally, one evening when he and Mary were walking home from Strickland Falls after work, ashamed at his ineptitude, Hawke begged Mary to help him, telling her about the riddle and explaining what Ikey had said about it being half of a great treasure. Hawke at 14 was considered a grown man. He already towered above Mary and stood fully 6 feet. With his serious demeanour, many took him to be much older. He worked a full day with Mary at the potato factory and was reliable and hard-working, though Mary sometimes wished he were not quite so serious-minded for a young lad. Hawke handed her the slip of paper with the poem, and Mary, who had much on her mind, read it somewhat cursorily and was unable to venture an opinion, so she simply said, "It'd be a nice poem, lovey," though in truth she thought it somewhat maudlin and typical of Ikey's increasing preoccupation with his own demise. "What's a minyan and Kaddish?" Hawke signalled. "It's Jewish religion. A minyan be 10 men what's got to be present when a Jew dies, and Kaddish, that be the prayer they says at the funeral," Mary replied. "Ikey said it be about London and a treasure in London," Hawke repeated, and then asked with his hands, walking backwards so that Mary could plainly see his fingers, "Did he ever say anything about a treasure to you?" Mary shook her head. "Careful, you'll fall," she cautioned. Then with Hawke once again at her side, added, "Ikey be very tight-fisted about money. Tight-mouthed, too. Tight everything," she laughed. "He often stored stolen goods in all sorts of places when he was Prince of all London's fences." Mary stopped, her head to one side, and seemed to be thinking. "Maybe it be the number of an house where he's got something stashed." Then she added ruefully, "Well, it ain't much use to him now. He can't go back to find it, and he won't trust any of his sons not to tell Hannah, so he might as well—" She stopped suddenly in mid-sentence and pointed to Hawke and said softly, "Send you?" Hawke looked startled at the idea. "What do you mean?" Mary did not answer for a moment. Then she shrugged. "I don't know, lovey. I'll think about it tonight. Make a copy of this for me, will you?" She handed the poem back to Hawke. Hawke nodded, though he looked anxious. "You'll tell me what you thinks, won't you? I'd be most anxious to be the one to work out the riddle." Mary laughed. "Don't worry, lovey. It be more'n a mouthful, believe me. My stomach tells me Ikey be onto something what ain't no nursery rhyme." "A 3-digit number has to come out of all this," Hawke said finally, folding the poem and placing it back in his pocket. That night, after she had made Ikey his tea, Mary sat at the kitchen table with the poem and read it more carefully. The first incongruity which struck her were the words "chapel white." In the context of a Jewish funeral, these seemed strangely Christian. Why would someone of the Jewish persuasion use them about his funeral?
Chapel White? She said aloud. She had passed the Duke Street Synagogue 1,000 times as a child, and chapel to her was a word used by the Wesleyans, and not at all appropriate to the ancient, gloomy building the Jews used as their church. Almost the moment she thought this, the words transposed in her mind. "Whitechapel!" she exclaimed triumphantly, clicking her fingers. Mary's nimble mind now began to sniff at the words in quite a different way. Long after her usual time for bed, she had isolated a group of words which could have a double meaning or be fitted together. Safe, beneath, familiar, and finally, ground. She was too tired to continue, and finally went to bed. The next morning after breakfast, when Ike had left to totter down to his cottage in Elizabeth Street to sleep, she gave the words to Hawke. "Work with these. There may be something," she said, explaining the link between the words chapel and white into the word Whitechapel. Several days passed, and one morning Hawke came into Mary's office at Strickland Falls and gave her his brilliant smile. Then he started to signal, his fingers working frantically. "The safe in Whitechapel, containing Ike's fortune, is within the house beneath the ground." "Huh?" Mary said, taken aback. "What you mean, lovey?" Hawke handed Mary a piece of paper, and Mary saw that it was written somewhat as an equation. But first he had transcribed the lines, "In a chapel white, there safe it be, neath familiar English ground." Safe equals safety plus iron box. Neath equals under. Familiar equals family. English equals London. Ground equals soil plus below surface. Beneath these careful notations, Hawke had written in his beautiful hand, Translation: "The treasure being a safe below the ground in the family home in Whitechapel." "Good boy," Mary beamed, delighted with her son's tenacity and careful analysis. But then she added, "That be the second verse. What of the first and the third?" Hawke signalled that he was convinced that the first verse was meant to deflect any suspicion of a hidden meaning, and meant exactly what it said. Then he frowned. "Last verse be most difficult, Mamma." Mary set aside her barley mash register, a ledger in which she kept the temperature of the barley mash as it came out of the crusher. "Here, let me see that poem again," she asked. Hawke produced the poem, and Mary read the first and the last verse. She agreed that with the first verse, Ike had meant to mislead by the very fact that there was no ambiguity within it. But the last verse sounded very strange, and she read it aloud. "On my flesh these words be writ, to my one and only blue dove. To this cipher be one more to fit, then add roses ring to love." Mary pointed to the word cipher. "This verse is where the numbers be," then added, "But what numbers? Why does we need numbers?" Hawke smiled, and Mary was delighted at his sudden lightness of mood. "Like the safe you bought, Mamma. They be a combination," he signalled. "Oh, my God!" Mary cried. "You're right, you're dead right!" Her heart started to beat so loudly that she could hear the thumping of it in her throat. "If we can get the numbers from the verse, then we've got the combination to the safe, the fortune." Hawke shook his head slowly. "What do you mean?" Mary cried, disappointment written on her face. Hawke's fingers spoke. "Half. We got half the combination." "Half?" "Ike said the poem only be half, 3 digits. 6 is what's needed." Mary had in the past often wondered about Ike's persistence with his family, for whom, with the exception of Sarah and perhaps Anne, she knew he had a general dislike, as well as a great loathing for Hannah and in recent years David. His periodical visits to New Norfolk, taken with their history with the Newmans and the debacle when he had come out of Port Arthur, had never made any sense. Ike was a loner by nature, and his pretence at being a diligent and caring family man had never convinced Mary in the least. She had often urged him, for his own peace of mind, to cut his ties completely, but he had always made the same reply. "We have unfinished business, my dear." Now Mary knew what it was. Hannah had one half of the combination to the safe in their home in Whitechapel, and would not part with it. Mary urged Hawke to keep trying to isolate the numbers as she herself would, but admitted, "Alas, I doesn't know nothing useful about the last verse, save that it should lead to 3 numbers. But if we should somehow find them, then you must not tell Ikey.
Mary realised that if she had half of the combination, she had the means to avenge herself on Hannah Solomon. But she simply told Hawke of the probability that Hannah possessed the second set of numbers. Hawke looked disappointed.
It doesn't matter, lovey. We will find a way. Trust Mamma. It be most terrible important you stay stum. Ikey must not know. We tell him nothing, all right?
Hawke nodded, his fingers working fast, and his face took on a look of determination.
I shall solve it or die.
Mary grabbed him and kissed him.
Life is too precious that you should die for money, lovey. If you has to die, then die for love.
Like you was prepared to do for me, Hawke's fingers spoke, and his eyes were serious. Tears rolled down Mary's cheeks.
You and Tomo. Gladly, she whispered.
Mamma, we shall find Tomo too, Hawke's fingers said. And I shall never tell Ikey if we should find the numbers. Mary and Hawke became obsessed with solving the riddle of the last verse, and were hardly able to wait for Ikey to go to his ledgers before they began each evening. The third line in the last verse, "To this cipher be one more to fit," seemed at first obvious to Mary. The second set of numbers, Hannah's set, were the one more to fit, which would give them the total combination. Hawke agreed that this might be so, but then logically the numbers must come from the first two lines in the last verse, and in particular from the second line, "To my one and only blue dove," as the first line of the last verse was simply a location of some sort, and the final line, "Then add roses ringed to love," was an addition to whatever discovery or number they would make in the second line. "On my flesh these words be writ," equals location. "To my one and only blue dove," equals key to numbers. "To this cipher be one more to fit," equals Hannah's combination. "Then add roses ring to love," equals additional information. It did not take them long to realise that the line, "On my flesh these words be writ," must represent a tattoo worn by Ikey. And while Mary had slept with Ikey perhaps a dozen times while they were joint owners of Egyptian Marys, she did not remember any such tattoo. However, she admitted to herself that the dreaded deed took place in the dark, and that he might quite possibly have obtained the tattoo while a convict in Van Diemen's Land, in which case she would know nothing about it. However, this did not overly concern them. They simply assumed that the words were written on Ikey's flesh, as all the other information made sense, and worked on the second line for the numbers they were now convinced it contained. Both Mary and Hawke were practised in leaps of logic, and exceedingly good at numbers, and they soon worked out a logical way of converting the line, "To my one and only blue dove," into numbers. They took each letter and equated it with its number in the alphabet. For example, the letter A equals 1, B equals 2, Z equals 26, and so on. They gave each letter in the line its appropriate number, and the total came to 276. If they reduced this number down to its next lowest, it became 2 plus 7 plus 6 equals 15, and if they reduced this further, it became 1 plus 5 equals 6. As they already knew the final result must have 3 digits, the combination number could only be 276. But they were both too logical of mind to believe this, for it made the final line, "Then add roses ringed to love," redundant to the solution. Both knew Ikey's mind was too tidy for this, and he would not simply add a gratuitous line to complete the rhyme. The final line must be one of great importance to the whole. But they could go no further, and after a few more weeks were forced to abandon their efforts, almost convincing themselves that the number must be 276. Finally, Mary capitulated and gave Hawke permission to ask Ikey if the number was 276. Though she insisted he tell Ikey that he had reached this conclusion on his own, and if Ikey asked if she was involved, to deny it. This way, Mary concluded, Ikey would tell the truth. It was now 6 months since Ikey had posed the riddle, and he was most impressed when Hawke told him he had solved it. "I hope you were right, my dear," Ikey said. Hawke was ready to listen to his stomach, hear with his eyes, and see with his ears. He handed Ikey a piece of paper with the numbers 276 written on it, and Ike laughed and shook his head slowly.
No, my dear, you are quite wrong.
Hawk, close to tears from frustration, bowed his head in bewilderment.
I told you, the answer be at arm's length,
Ike said, smiling. But again he would say no more. At about this time a misfortune struck Mary, for she could not obtain sufficient hops from local sources to meet her needs, and she was forced to buy expensive imported hops from Kent. This meant she must put up her beer prices, which was very much to her disadvantage, for times were still hard in the colony, and competition most keen. At first, Mary believed it was the local brewers trying to make things difficult for her, but eventually she discovered it was yet another of Hannah's tricks. During this period when the supply of local hops had dried up, even though the season had been a good one, Ike made yet another visit to New Norfolk, and was depressed for days after his return. Mary then discovered that George Madden had cornered the entire market for the distribution of hops in the colony, and it was he who would not sell to her. Mary was quick enough to realize that this decision was yet another pressure from Hannah for Ike's half of the combination. Mary confronted Ike with the reason for his visit, and he admitted that this was what had happened, but again avoided the issue of the combination, and explained that Hannah was still avenging herself on Mary for stealing the affection of her children and the love of her husband. Though he conceded that, under the circumstances, this was a somewhat bizarre explanation, he insisted it was true. Mary, who was never easily beaten, determined that she would rent land and grow her own hops. She made the decision to use what few assets she had to send Hawk to England, to the county of Kent, so that he could learn the most superior method of growing hops, and return with all the varieties of seed he could obtain. She only had the money to pay his fare, but if, when he returned, she could rent land with an agreement to buy it one day, she would never again be compromised by the likes of George Madden. Hawk was nearly 15 years old, and Mary had no hesitation in placing her trust in him, though she had a second reason for sending him to England. Hawk still carried an absolute conviction in his heart that Tomo was alive. "If Tomo were dead, Mamma, I should know," he would insist. And as he grew older, the certainty that his brother was alive became even stronger. On several occasions he had spoken to Mary about going to find him. Hawk now stood well over 6 feet and was enormously strong, and Mary knew that he was old enough to leave her. This single determination to find his brother was more powerful than anything else in his life. Hawk was all Mary had and loved, and she thought that by sending him over to England for 2 years, she would delay losing him. Mary also had a plan, which she revealed to Hawk on the morning of his departure. She handed him a brass key, a duplicate of one she had found some years before in Ike's overcoat, which she knew to be the key to Ike's Whitechapel home. She urged Hawk to use it to enter the house. "We must determine whether a safe exists beneath the floor," Mary said. Hawk sighed and then signalled, "But, Mamma, we have come to a dead end. What is the use? We do not know Ike's numbers, and if we did, it is only half the combination." Mary touched him on the sleeve. "Ike is not a young man, and I believe he will give me his part of the combination if he thinks he is going to die. If there be a treasure, he will do anything so as to avoid Hannah having it all. That much I know for certain." She suddenly paused and announced dramatically, "And I has the second half." Mary relished the look of amazement which appeared on Hawk's face. "That's right, I knows Hannah's combination. Anne give it to me when she were little and in the orphanage. David Solomon were always writing it on his slate and working with it on the abacus. Anne told me it were a number their mother give them what they must never, never forget in case she should die. The number 816. Hawk signalled the numbers. 816. Mary nodded. "Just you make sure there be a safe in that house, lovey." Ike was terribly distraught at the news of Hawk's departure to England, for he was convinced he would not live long enough to see Hawk again. Hawk was able to comfort him a little by promising to spend his last day helping Ike at the Saturday races, even though he would rather have climbed the mountain and spent time with Mary.
Hawke was by now doing most of the work of the races, and he knew Ikey could not manage without him. This would be Ikey's last day as a bookmaker. Poor Ikey had given up his nocturnal wandering, unable to manage the walking. The races were his only remaining pleasure. Hawke would take a sad memory away with him of this last day with Ikey. Late in the afternoon, while Hawke's back was turned, a drunken punter accosted Ikey, accusing him of cheating, and knocked him to the ground. Hawke arrived moments later and picked the drunk off Ikey's prostrate and squealing body, giving the man a cuff across the side of the head which sent him spinning to the ground. Hawke picked up the sobbing Ikey. The shoulder of his ancient coat and also the sleeve of his shirt had been torn in the struggle, so that his thin white arm hung bare. It was then that Hawke saw the tattoo. It was of 2 blue doves surrounded by a garland of red roses, and in a ribbon across the top of the circle of roses was the legend, "To my one and only blue dove." Hawke took scant notice of this at the time, being more concerned for Ikey's welfare. Later, when he thought about it, he simply concluded that their guess had been correct, and Ikey wore a tattoo with words from the poem. He told Mary of his findings, and they congratulated each other on their perspicacity, but otherwise decided the information was of no additional help.
This is the end of CD 19. The story will continue on CD 20. CD 20.
With Hawke away, Ikey seemed to fade, and in the next year he progressively became an old man, much dependent on his daughter Sarah and on Mary, who was increasingly under pressure as local hops were being denied her and imported stock was not always available. Ikey decided to relent and acknowledged that 1/8 of his fortune was still sufficient to buy a large tract of land and give Mary the financial independence she desperately needed if she were to survive. He felt it was time to settle his moral debts before he died, and though he was deeply humiliated that Hannah and David Solomon had finally beaten him, Ikey's love for Mary was such that he was prepared to compromise. But he decided not to tell Mary until he had the 1/8 portion safely deposited in her bank account. Ikey proposed that one of Hannah's sons, he preferred it to be Mark, should take a ship to England with her combination to the safe, while he would instruct Hawke by letter of his combination and the whereabouts of the safe. Hannah was adamant that David go. It delighted her to think that he was to be pitted against a 15-year-old nigger mute, and she felt sure David would not allow Hawke to win even 1/8 of the value of the treasure. But she insisted that David leave immediately. That was in 2 days' time, when the Midas, a convict ship, was leaving Hobart bound for London. Hannah's reason for this was so that Ikey's letter to Hawke could not arrive in London before David, and thus allow Hawke to get to the safe first and have it removed, or worse, attempt to open it. Ikey argued that the safe could not be opened without the combination, even if it were given over to the Bank of England. Its removal would involve the demolition of a wall of the house, and as the safe was set in concrete, it would require a very large dock crane and a gang of men to lift it out of the ground. Nevertheless, Hannah was resolute that Ikey's letter must go on the same ship as David Solomon, so that the two could meet and visit the Whitechapel house on the same day and simultaneously open the safe. Ikey smelt a rat and thought David would bribe the captain to give him Ikey's letter, so he did not entrust it to the captain, but gave it instead to the ship's chaplain, whom he swore to secrecy and added further to the man of God's integrity with a nice little stipend for his ministry. Chapter 38. On a day of persistent drizzle, with swirling clouds obscuring the top of the great mountain, the Midas sailed from the river port bound for London. On board was Mr. David Solomon, who had been carefully drilled in the description of each item in the safe and the value of the gemstones. Though Hannah was not as expert as Ikey in this, she had a keen eye for appraisal and knew each precious stone individually. Also in his luggage was a set of scales for weighing gold and a new pistol of American design. The voyage home to England was uneventful, and the Midas berthed at Gravesend, where David immediately sent a letter by courier to Hawke at the hop farm where he worked, asking him to come to London at once to meet him on board the Midas.
On the same day, Hawke received a message from the ship's chaplain that a letter awaited him from Mr. Ike Solomon, which he was instructed to hand over to him personally on board. When Hawke opened the letter, Ike was already dead. He had passed away not 2 weeks previously. His funeral had been a mixed affair, one of the first few to take place in the Hobart Synagogue, which had been open for 5 years. 180 of the male Jews in Hobart Town attended Ike's funeral and filled the tiny synagogue to overflowing. As well, standing outside, was a crowd which the polite society of Hobart found most undesirable. Publicans and whores, touts, conmen, cockfight proprietors, sly grog merchants, and most of the racing fraternity of Hobart Town stood outside the little synagogue. The minyan of 10 good men consisted of Hobart's most prominent Jews: Philip Levy, Samuel Moses, Jacob Frankel, Abraham Reuben, Judah Solomon, Isaac Feldman, Edward Magnus, Abraham Wolfe, Isaac Marks, and Philip Phillips. Ike was buried in the Jewish cemetery according to the ancient rites and beliefs of his own people, and though Mark and Moses attended, as only men are allowed to attend an Orthodox funeral, Sarah stood outside the cemetery with Mary, and both wept, while Hannah stood apart with Anne, dry-eyed and triumphant. What transpired between Hawke and David is best revealed in the account David Solomon gave to his mother on his return to Van Diemen's Land. He told how the dumb nigger nodded in agreement when asked if Ike's letter contained his half of the combination to the Whitechapel safe. Then he proposed they both inspect and test the safe to ensure it had not been tampered with, and then remain present to observe while each worked his part of the combination. Finally, that the coin in the form of gold sovereigns be divided with 1 in 8 going to Hawke, while the gold and silver ingots be weighed, and that Hawke should receive 1/8 part of the total weight of each. The gemstones would be divided into lots of 8, and then they would toss a coin to see who would have the first pick from each lot. To all this, the Schwarzer had silently agreed. David then told of how they had set out in a carriage to the house in Whitechapel, in the company of the shipwright from the Midas and his bag of tools. The shipwright had removed the heavy planking from the front door and then left. It was a miserably cold February day when the 2 men, each carrying a bull's-eye lamp, entered the house, which had stood empty for over 20 years. They moved along the dusty hallway, brushing aside cobwebs and going straight to the scullery, for both had a location plan, Hawke from Ike and David from Hannah. David opened the closely fitted scullery door with a key given to him by his mother, which had hung about her neck as long as he could remember. The room contained no windows, and the air within it was most stale, though surprisingly free of dust. While Hawke Solomon held the bull's-eye lamp, David read the instructions which triggered the false nails in the floorboards, and carefully lifted each board until the door of the huge safe beneath was clearly exposed. David stooped down and tested the handle of the safe, giving it a firm pull. It was obviously locked. He rose and allowed Hawke to do the same. David confessed that at this point his heart was pounding, and his face must have shown his excitement, though he couldn't speak for the nigger. It being dark and all. His hands shook as he tried to hold the torch steady for Hawke, as the black boy's numbers were the first part of the combination. Hawke had dialed quickly, his huge hands graceful to the touch, and the numbers 690 appeared, and then a distinct click sounded. Then Hawke rose and placed his torch on a shelf, so that the room was dimly lit, and then held David's torch directed at the wheels of the combination lock. David, his hands trembling, dialed 816, whereupon there was another click. For a moment all that could be heard was their rapid breathing, Hawke's steady, and David's coming fast as though he was short of breath. Hawke tapped David on the shoulder and indicated that he should be the one to open the safe. David pulled, but nothing happened. The door remained shut. "Oh, Jesus!" David exclaimed. Hawke pushed him aside and handed him back his bull's-eye lamp. Then he took the handle in both hands and pulled the safe open in a single jerk. David would tell Hannah how he was not sure what might meet his eyes. Perhaps small boxes and rotting canvas bags spilling over with gold and silver and precious jewels. But what they both witnessed was an empty safe, except for a single envelope sealed with red wax. It was addressed to the Solomon family. Hawke, in his telling of the same story to Mary, told how David was the first to react, dropping the lamp and commencing to hop from one foot to the other, wailing and moaning and tearing at his hair, while Hawke stood silent, his head bent, one hand covering his face, though he continued to follow David by looking through his fingers. Hawke told how he finally went down on one knee and reached into the empty safe to retrieve the envelope, which he handed to David, whose hands were shaking so that he could barely break open the seal. Hawke had noticed a slight bulge in the envelope, and now David removed from it a man's gold signet ring, heavily crusted with diamonds and rubies. Then he withdrew the note and attempted to open its careful folds, but his fist had tightened around the ring, and his remaining hand was shaking too violently to do so. David, sobbing, handed the note to Hawke. "Read it! For Christ's sakes, read it!" he screamed at Hawke, forgetting that Hawke was a mute. Hawke slowly opened the note and held it up to David to read, without looking at it. In Ikey's handwriting were the words, "Remember, always leave a little salt on the bread." "What can it mean?" David sobbed. "Whatever can it mean?" Then he fell on his knees. "We are done for! My family is destroyed!" he wailed. "Ikey Solomon has beaten us all! Hands up!" Later that evening, Hawke wrote a letter to Mary. My ever dear Mamma, today I have met David Solomon, the son of Mistress Hannah Solomon of New Norfolk, whom I know to be Ikey's estranged wife. With him we have visited the premises of Ikey's old residence in Petticoat Lane, Whitechapel, on an errand entrusted to me by Ikey, in a letter received this day, of which he tells me you are unaware, and in which he begs me now to acquaint you of the contents, as he is not sure that he will remain alive in the many months for it to arrive in England. Ikey is ever the pessimist, and I expect he is as well as ever. However, I am happy to inform you that the letter instructed me to go with Master David Solomon, recently embarked from the ship Midas, to the house in Whitechapel, where Master Solomon had been acquainted by his mother as to the whereabouts of a certain safe, hidden beneath the scullery floor. Included in Ikey's letter was the combination number which I was to use upon the safe, whereupon Master David, also bearing a number given to him by Mistress Solomon, would add his to make the complete combination, the two numbers to effect the opening of the safe. Ikey's letter further instructed me to take a 1/8 share of the contents of the safe, and then to return to Van Diemen's Land, where I was to bring this portion to you, though none of this is to be known by you. Alas, I cannot conceal it from you, and I have not given Ikey my word that I would not tell you first in a letter, as he wishes me simply to arrive home as a surprise. Ikey's letter also included the deeds of the house, and instructed that I should sell the property and also return the money to you, keeping a 10% for myself for expenses while I remain in England, a most generous offer, which I shall accept with gratitude. Alas, I regret to inform you that the safe, when opened, was empty, that is, save for a sealed envelope. When opened, it contained an envelope addressed in printed writing to the Solomon family. The note within contained only these words in Ikey's handwriting: "Always remember to leave a little salt on the bread." You will recall it is a saying much favoured by Ikey. And now, to business which I trust will always remain only between you and I, dear Mamma. You will remember the 2 lines in the riddle poem: "To this cipher be one more to fit," and "then add roses ringed to love." By much speculation it came to me some months ago that "to this cipher" meant not Hannah's part of the combination, but only one number, and not 3. The lowest number, when the number 276 is finally reduced, is 2 plus 7 plus 6 equals 15, and 1 plus 5 equals 6. I took the number for the line "To my one and only blue dove" to be 6.
Then again, by working some weeks in my spare time on the conundrum, I came one evening to the notion that the ring of roses seen surrounding Ike's tattoo was in the shape of a 0. The cipher 0. I now had 2 numbers, 6 and 0. But it was the final one which took me near to despair, until some weeks ago I chanced to read the final line in a different manner. Then add roses ringed to love. The third number was, I concluded, contained in the reduction to a single number of the sum of the numbers made of the word love. These I soon worked out, which you will see from using the alphabet code, are 12 plus 15 plus 22 plus 5 equals 54, when reduced to the lowest possible number, that is 4 plus 5 equals 9. The third number was 9. I now had 3 numbers, 6, 0, 9. And the final line tells me clearly that the ring of roses, the 0, is added to the word love. So the 0, I surmised, must come after the number 9. I am pleased to inform you that I concluded the number must be 690. Using the numbers you had given me as being the combination held by Mistress Hannah, I had a sequence complete of 690816. This proved sufficient to open the safe some 4 weeks before I received Ike's letter of instruction, when David Solomon and I met on board. I must inform you that Mr. David Solomon has taken ship to return home with the sad news of the missing contents to the safe. This letter will be dispatched in the care of the captain of the same vessel, the Mermaid, bound for Hobart. You should expect some great unexplained lamentation from Ike, and even perchance some effect to his heart, so you must tell him immediately. You should also anticipate considerable wrath should you meet up with Mistress Hannah, or she come upon Ike. For with him, Master David carries the note from Ike, and a magnificent gold signet ring encrusted with diamonds and rubies, so that Ike could be true to the message written on the note. I feel sure Ike will be most pleased at the notion. I am therefore delighted, my dear mamma, to acquaint you with the news that you are now a woman of most considerable means. The value of the gold and silver in sovereigns and in the form of ingots, and there be a great many precious stones besides, is in the region of £100,000. If you wish, you shall have the land in the entire Huon Valley for the cultivation of hops. I am now exceedingly happy to inform you that I have learnt all we will need to know on the tilling, sowing, netting and harvesting of hops, and have with my own hands worked every part of the growing and harvesting process. I have also acquired 50 bags of the finest quality seed. I now most eagerly and impatiently await your instructions to come home, as I must set out upon my search for my brother Tomo. I remain your humble, loving, and obedient son, Hawk X. Solomon. P.S. I caution you to burn this letter at the conclusion of your having read it. I will include a bank draft for the value of Ike's house, made out in your name, to the Bank of Van Diemen's Land, though I shall find the 10% in commission most useful. I shall bring you a new Sunday bonnet, some bright ribbon, which I do not suppose you will affect, a winter coat, 2 of the splendid crinoline gowns so popular with our young Queen Victoria, and several pairs of good, stout English boots. H.X.S. Hawk's letter crossed with one from Mary. My darling Hawk, I thank God every day that he has given you to me, though I confess I also thank the great mountain as often. My news is both wonderful and sad. Ike has passed away, though peacefully in his sleep. I wish you to come home at once. This letter is extremely short, for there is a ship which leaves for England within the hour. And now, our Tomo is back. This morning at 8 of the clock, there was a knock at the door,
and a boy in rags who looked not much more than 11 years old, skinny and of a dirty appearance, stood as I opened it. His hair was fair and his eyes a most beautiful blue. "Mamma, I am home. Will you take me back?" he asked. "I love you, Hawk Solomon. And we are all together again, Mary, Tomo and Hawk. Your loving mother, Mary Abacus."
That was the end of The Potato Factory, written by Bryce Courtenay and read by Humphrey Bower. This has been a Belinda Audiobooks production. Bryce Courtenay, best-selling Australian author, wrote his first book, The Power of One, at the age of 55. It has now sold nearly 3 million copies worldwide, has been translated into 11 languages, and made into a movie of the same name. During a very successful advertising career, Bryce has won most of the local and international advertising awards, and in addition has won a gold medal for Best Documentary at the 1984 New York Film Festival. Committed to the cause of literacy and the importance of motivating young people to read, he is actively involved with literacy programs in primary schools Australia-wide. Bryce was born in 1933 in Johannesburg, South Africa. He has 2 sons. Other Belinda audiobooks available on CD by Bryce Courtenay include The Power of One, Tandia, and Tomo and Hawk. For more information on these or other releases in our extensive range of unabridged audiobooks, please visit our website at www.belinda.com or write to the address on the cover or call 03-9338-0666 or toll-free 1-800-335-364.